This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Yeah. 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 The crow's restless and hoarse cry woke the black-haired young man from his hazy sleep. He sat up sleepily, yawned, and looked around blankly. When he came to his senses, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Where is this? Why am I here? He raised his head, looking through the messy branches, and saw a gray full moon hanging in the night. Ah, I understand. Is it because I played Bloodborne all night that my dream became like this? Bloodborne is really harmful to people. This must be a conspiracy of Hidetaka Miyazaki. Not only that, it is a lucid dream. I really shouldn't stay up all night. German. Kurara wants to see you. Come with me. Suddenly, a cold female voice came from the shadow of the dilapidated courtyard. The black-haired young man was startled by the sudden voice. And then he noticed a petite female silhouette in the shadows. When he heard what the woman said, he pointed at himself blankly. Are you calling me? German? Or another translated name? Gummin. Isn't it the name of the first hunter in history holding a scythe? The young woman sighed helplessly. I saw you dozing off just now. Are you still asleep now? Is there someone else here named Germain? The petite girl walked out of the shadows, revealing a pink, messy ponytail, and stared at Germain with cold eyes. I had a hunch before that you and I would not get along very well. I didn't expect it to come true so soon. She turned around and walked straight towards a long-abandoned clock tower without caring about Germain's reaction. Germain looked at the figure of the young woman walking further and further away, and suddenly felt a chill invaded, and his hair stood up. He stretched out his thumb and index finger and twisted his arm hard, and felt a real pain. This didn't seem to be a dream. Yes, I came to another world. Not a lucid dream. And certainly not a dream in Bloodborne. After the initial few seconds of surprise, Germain regained his composure. He was a person who had to deal with emergencies every day, and this was his professional quality. In short, the top priority now should be to follow the development of the situation and not reveal the truth. This is not a game. People only have one life. You have to think clearly about what to choose. He slowly stood up from the stone bench where he was sitting and chased the young woman in the direction of the young woman, with fair skin and agile steps. It seems that I have a body as young as before. When passing by the floodlit glass window, he took a look at his appearance. About 25 or 26 years old. Handsome. Especially the pair of eyes, which are as pure and black as agate, and as deep and vast as the universe. He wore a triangular black hat and a simple, old black coat. The initial image was good. After his thoughts were opened, fragments of memory poured into his mind, piecing together the past of Germain. The good news is that this is not a blood curse. The bad news is that this is the world of Hunter x Hunter. A world where you might be killed inexplicably while taking your wife out of town, eating hot pot, singing songs. The boundary between justice and evil here is very thin, and the world cannot be viewed from the perspective of modern earthlings. The original German was a person who did evil for his own benefit. He was born in Meteor Street, and his parents died when he was young. So he made a living by stealing and robbing. People often joke that Gotham City has simple folk customs, and Arkham has many talents. Meteor Street is also worthy of the phrase many talents. It's just that the living environment here is so bad that there are many people who advocate the law of the jungle. And Raising Gu has raised a group of extreme villains. German is one of them. When he was young, in order to survive, he was forced to awaken Nin, a kind of thought that can generate and use life energy chi in the worldview of full-time hunters. Later, German's Nin gradually advanced to an ability materialization system Hunter Badge. The appearance of the Hunter Badge is a palm-sized, rusty and broken fragment, and its ability is very simple. German uses the materialized tool to participate in the process of killing a life in a short period of time and absorb the remaining grudge of this life. As long as the accumulated amount of resentment reaches a certain level, it can condense into a resentment gift. Theoretically, the higher the quality of resentment, the higher the quality of the condensed resentment gift. German, who awakened his mind ability, used the Hunter Badge to cut the throat of a price-monopolizing vendor in Meteor Street. The resentment of the vendor who died after bleeding profusely condensed into a meat saw, a very handy, transformable killing weapon. With the meat saw, German rose from the bloody Meteor Street and successfully walked into the outside world, becoming a professional killer. Afterwards, he used this meat saw to chop the gangster boss, who had always despised and exploited him, into pieces. The gangster boss's resentment condensed into a short-barreled musket. A musket that can function as a shotgun, a meat saw, a musket, and a clean and neat way of doing things made German famous among professional killers. Not long ago, he also killed the middleman who had been his partner for many years, but had evil thoughts and wanted to take all the money for himself. The middleman's resentment condensed into a lantern, a purple light source that almost never goes out, and also has the ability to teleport to a certain location. However, when the original body saw the only teleportation location, he permanently refused to use this tool. These are the 3 resentment tools that the original Germain obtained through the Hunter badge. In this way, the current Germain has an intuitive view. This ability of mind is probably the setting of Bloodborne curse, which is reflected in the world of Hunter x Hunter. After solving the problem of who am I, the following problems of where am I, and what should I do also become clear. The key figure is the pink-haired young woman who is taking Germain to the dilapidated clock tower. Her name is Maki. Maki's story begins between 1986 and 1987. At that time, Germain was still in Meteor Street and had just awakened his mind. Also in Meteor Street, several people with a common will had already come together to form an organization called Phantom Troupe and rectify the order of Meteor Street. The Phantom Troupe is a group of extremely united evil gangs. Maki is one of the original members of the Phantom Troupe, and the leader of the Phantom Troupe is the Churoro she just mentioned. They left Meteor Street earlier than Germain, and went on a killing spree in the outside world, robbing, stealing, killing, and committing all kinds of evil. In 1994, when Germain was a well-known professional killer in the world outside Meteor Street, the Phantom Troupe had already committed even more horrific crimes. It is said that in order to obtain the scarlet eyes of the Karuta people, one of the 7 beauties in the world, they did not hesitate to torture and kill the Karuta people, and then dig out their eyes completely. Such an organization formed by a group of extreme murderers and robbers ushered in its heyday in 1996. Chapter 2. The Phantom Troupe expanded from 8 to 9 members to 13 members, and all of them were A-level wanted criminals. Each member had his own number. The leader Krallo was number 0, and the rest of the members were free to choose from numbers 1 to 12. Maki chose number 3. But in the same year, the Phantom Troupe fell from its peak and lost 2 companions in succession. Member number 8 was targeted by the world's first killer family, Zoldyck family, and was killed. Member number 4 was killed by Hisoka. But according to the movie, member number 4 was not actually killed, but his substitute was killed. But it doesn't matter. The Phantom Troupe lost 2 members, but they still insisted on the minimum number of 13 members, ensuring the principle of spider has 12 legs, and began to replenish members. The way the Phantom Troupe replenishes members is quite special, and also very much in their style. The first way is to defeat and kill members, and you can actively recommend yourself and join the Phantom Troupe. That's how Hisoka, who killed member number 4, replaced him. The second way is for the leader Kuroro to personally select the members. The new member number 8, Cody, who also came from Meteor City, was found by him between 1996 and 1999. The third way is for the members to recommend, and all members of the brigade to decide together in the assembly. If there are disagreements, the decision is made by flipping a coin. In 1999, Nobunaga, the number 1 member, tried to recommend new members Gon and Killua to join, but it ended up in vain. The fourth type is to join the Phantom Troupe temporarily for special reasons, decided by the leader Kuroro. From 2000 to 2001, the 2 sons of the Zoldyck family, Alumi and Kurt, joined the Phantom Troupe in this way. Yes, the Phantom Troupe will not regard the death of a member as an unending war just because the member died at the hands of a certain person or a certain family. On the contrary, if there is a common interest, the Phantom Troupe is willing to cooperate with it. Of course, it may also be because the original number 8 member was not their original core member, and they did not care so much about the life and death of the original number 8 member. If the people killed by Zoldyck family were the core members of the group, such as Yujin, Shiaka, or even the leader Kuroro, their attitude towards Zoldyck family might be different. Due to the above 4 ways to add new members, the Phantom Troupe has a high degree of freedom, and the gatherings are often not complete. It is common for old and new members not to meet for more than 3 years. The first year of the story of Hunter x Hunter is 1999. And the current time is November 21st, 1997. The new number 8 member of the original timeline, Shooty, has not yet joined the Phantom Troupe. At this time, Germain had just killed the middleman and started his solo career as a professional killer. Since they were both from Meteor City, the original Germain was very interested in joining the Phantom Troupe. After a chance encounter with Maki, he volunteered to become a new member. Although Maki did not like Germain, she still adhered to the principle of official business and recommended him to Kuroro. She also did not like Hisoka, but she still would not object to Hisoka joining, and would sew up his wounds after he was injured. At this time, the situation changed subtly with the appearance of German. Kuroro did not make a decision on the spot, but convened a Phantom Troupe gathering that should not have existed in the original timeline. All 12 members of the Phantom Troupe were present, and they learned in advance that new members would join. They were both from Meteor City and were both nin users, which added points to the original German. So most of the members chose to agree. But Kuroro unexpectedly chose to let German undergo 2 trials at this time. The reason was that he was very concerned about Maki's intuition that he didn't get along with Germain. However, the original Germain passed both trials successfully. In this case, Kuroro finally chose to let him go. However, on the night when Germain returned from the trial, a new Germain took his place. This was probably something no one had expected. While Germain was thinking, he heard a creaking sound from the front. He looked up and saw Maki pushing open the heavy wooden door and walking into the silent bell tower. German followed Maki's ponytail slowly, always keeping a distance. After climbing a spiral stone staircase, they finally came to the complex and precise mechanical parts inside the bell tower. But now, it was covered with thick dust and fragile spider webs. German saw a group of strange people with different appearances here. They were either standing or sitting. Maki walked to them. The moonlight shone in through the gap of the bell tower, as if it naturally drew a boundary at his feet, separating him from the group of people in front of him. Judging from their appearance, there is no mistake. They are definitely the Phantom Troupe. Member number 12 Kubi, whose hair is so long that it covers his face. Member number 11 Woken, who is tall and burly, looks like a wild man. Member number 10 Peeling Liafu, who is wrapped in bandages. Member number 9 Paknana, a blonde woman with a high nose bridge. Member number 7 Franklin, a big guy with earlobes that go over his shoulders. Member number 6 Shuka, who has short golden hair and bright eyes. Member number 5 Finks, who is wearing sportswear and has eyebrows so light that they are almost invisible. Number 4 member Hisoka, with burgundy hair like flames and a star and teardrop makeup on his extremely pale face. Number 3 member Maki, who brought Germain here. Number 2 member Feeden, a short man with his lower face covered by a raised collar. Number 1 member Nobunaga, with a high bun, a mustache, and a samurai sword on his waist. Number 0 leader Kuroro, who wears a black coat with a cross mark on his forehead and always has a little scrutiny in his eyes. This is undoubtedly a group of vicious people. They can do anything to achieve their goals, even to enemies or insignificant people. However, at the same time, they are quite good to their own people, especially those in Meteor Street, and often sell the looted treasures for money and do charity activities in Meteor Street. The two are not contradictory. This is the style of the Phantom Troupe. To be honest, Germain now doesn't want to be involved with this group of people. His position can be regarded as a normal person. It is normal for normal people not to want to have anything to do with the Phantom Troupe. As for the specific reasons, on the one hand, if he reveals the secret that he is not the original body, who knows what unpredictable consequences will be caused? On the other hand, unless it is necessary, he is unwilling to participate in the activities of the Phantom Troupe and attack innocent people. However, the situation has become like this, and he can only continue to play the original body. Germain has a certain understanding of the Phantom Troupe. If he ignored Maki and turned around and ran away just now, he would probably be a fresh corpse by now. Maybe it's worse. After all, Feeden likes to torture and abuse others, which must be an experience worse than death. Germain couldn't refuse to join now. From his point of view, the matter was simple. That is, he didn't like the style of the Phantom Troupe and didn't want to join. But from the perspective of the Phantom Troupe, things became complicated. This was also related to one of the trials he accepted. Germain looked at the Phantom Troupe, and the Phantom Troupe also looked at Germain. Both sides maintained a tacit silence for about a minute. Chapter 3 Germain. Kuroro finally spoke, his cold voice carrying a convincing magic. You have passed 2 trials of the Phantom Troupe. You brought back the promised gems, and withstood Pacnoda's memory reading, which is enough to prove your compatibility with the Phantom Troupe. Congratulations. You are already one of us, the 8th member of the Phantom Troupe. I need to make it clear in advance that the Phantom Troupe does not have too many disciplines or restrictions. If there is a conflict between members, the front and back of the coin are generally used to decide how to deal with it. You can do whatever you want to do, and go wherever you want to go. But you should be present at the gathering, Kuroro said, smiling and nodding to German. It was neither joy nor satisfaction, but he just needed to smile like this in this occasion. Germain listened to Kuroro's words quietly, then raised his hand to take off his black triangular hat, and bowed slightly to Kuroro and others. I understand. As he bent down, he blinked his eyes, and recalled his memories not long ago. The promised gems are 2 expensive rubies. When they are placed together, they will emit a faint light. When they are separated by a distance, the faint light will disappear. The original Germain got them from the gem merchant by robbing, and sent them to Kuroro. As for Pacnoda's memory reading, he remembered that it was a telepathic ability that could extract memories by just touching others. It was really scary. However, Pacnoda was still sensible, and only confirmed part of the original body's memory, confirming that his life experience was true, and that he had no grudges against the Phantom Troupe. If he had seen more, such as what the telepathic ability was, and what the weaknesses were, the original body would definitely not be willing. And Pacnoda didn't see much. It was precisely because of this telepathic ability that the current Germain could not refuse to join the Phantom Troupe on the spot, because he didn't have enough reasons to convince the Phantom Troupe. He simply didn't want to join. Not for any other reason. Germain's past in Meteor City and the professional killer world cannot be faked, and this can be found out by just checking. Similarly, his original desire to join the Phantom Troupe cannot be faked. So why did Germain suddenly change his mind? This is quite strange. The Phantom Troupe can reasonably infer the following possibilities. For some purpose, Germain, under the influence of some special mind ability, modified his memory and even deceived Pacnoda, so as to perfectly blend into the Phantom Troupe's gathering. Now, this goal has been achieved, or it cannot be achieved. Germain has awakened his real memory in some way, so he chooses to quit. As long as this inference is drawn, the Phantom Troupe will not let him leave before obtaining the truth, and the whole process of interrogation must be led by Phaeton. Germain does not want to go to such a future. Theoretically speaking, the previous Germain has passed the test. So now, he just needs to be careful and not arouse suspicion. To quit the Phantom Troupe, the conditions should be right. And it must not be tonight. Papa. At this time, Kuroro took the lead in applauding. The others looked at him and clapped sparsely. After the applause died down, Kuroro glanced around the crowd before speaking again. In addition to letting you meet the new number 4 member Hisoka and the new number 8 member Germain at tonight's gathering, there is one more thing to explain. Next year, we will have a collective activity. So that's it. Everyone suddenly realized it at this time. Kuroro rarely called together old and new members to meet and get to know each other. It turned out that the focus was on next year's collective activity. German was surprised to find that this was another event that should not have existed. In the original timeline, after 1996, the Phantom Troupe had small-scale gatherings, but there was no reunion for all members. It was not until 1999 that they all showed up for the collective event of that year, robbing the largest underground auction in Ukexen City. However, this collective event was actually brought forward to 1998, which was beyond German's expectations. Moreover, it goes without saying that this collective event must be a bloody and violent killing feast. The old Germain might have been interested, but the current Germain doesn't like it. Kuroro hasn't finished yet. I will inform you of the specific meeting place and time 1 to 2 months in advance next year. I hope you all will come, whether you have something important to do or not. Kuroro said this, and suddenly smiled at Phaeton and Hisoka, the habitual offenders who missed the small gathering. Phaeton didn't say anything, but nodded crisply. Hisoka slowly raised his hand, stretched it to his lips, and gently pinched a poker card from his mouth with his fingers. Kuroro, are you telling me this specifically? Hisoka's tone and gaze always have a sticky feeling. It's an honor. I seem to feel your love for me. Yes. Kuroro admitted the former without hesitation. I said it specifically for you. Ah. This is really wonderful. If you can meet some of my small requests, maybe I will agree to anything you want. Snap. Kuroro ignored Hisoka, but clapped his hands and glanced at everyone. Then, tonight's meeting ends here. Meeting adjourned. Kuroro stood up and ended neatly. He nodded to everyone and walked towards the steps of the clock tower, without any intention of staying here to reminisce about the past. How boring. Hisoka licked his lips and smiled, waved his hand, and then followed Kuroro away. Everyone at the gathering tonight, including number 8 who had just joined, could only be said to be somewhat interesting. But Kuroro was indeed the one who interested him the most. The other members of the Phantom Troupe looked at each other, and stood up from their seats one after another. They could see that Hisoka had some kind of malicious obsession with Kuroro, so he would never let the two of them be alone. The 11 members of the Phantom Troupe walked down the stairs one after another, with their own purposes, and disappeared into the vast night. The whole process took less than 3 minutes, and the hall inside the clock tower fell into silence. Germain put on his black triangular hat again, touched his chin, and fell into a trance-like contemplation, until a familiar voice woke him up again. I say, have you decided? Maki stood in front of him, with his arms folded across his chest, slightly raised his head, and looked into his eyes coldly, without any intention of retreating. Decide what? Of course. Decide where to put the tattoo. Tattoo? Ah. Speaking of which, all the members of the Phantom Troupe have a tattoo of a spider with 12 legs. And the spider's abdomen has the member number. Since it has come to this, just pretend to the end. Anyway, there will always be a way to deal with tattoos in the future. Germain looked down at his left leg and pointed at it with his finger, just on the thigh. Yes. Maki did not waver, and took out 2 needles that shone coldly under the bright moonlight. She raised her chin and motioned Germain to show his thighs so that she could complete the spider tattoo. Is this how spider tattoos are done? Germain was puzzled at Maki's reminder. He sat on the cold floor and rolled up his trouser legs, revealing his rather strong thighs. Maki held a needle in each hand and stabbed it into Germain's thigh without warning. Swish, swish, swish. The speed was so fast that Germain could only see a messy afterimage with his naked eyes. Germain felt a tingling sensation on his thigh skin, and then he could see the outline of the 12-legged spider tattoo had appeared. Chapter 4. Tattoos can never be done in this way, without even the most basic ink. But the fact is that Maki did it. That can only mean that it was caused by her mind ability transformation system mind thread. She used her strong will to change the nature of her chi, turning it into a thread that can suture nerves, blood vessels, bones and flesh. It's just a tattoo. No problem. Germain's eyes watched Maki's technique very carefully. Soon, he found that he could gradually see Maki's movements clearly, and saw the threads of mind wrapped around Maki's needle. This is because Germain condensed the energy generated by his own thoughts on his eyes. The so-called condensation is an advanced skill of thoughts in the worldview of Hunter x Hunter. The basic skills of thoughts are entanglement, absolute, training, and release. The advanced skills are circle, concealment, and condensation. The combination skills are round, firm, hard, and flow. Using condensation, Germain can not only see the movement of Maki's hands clearly, but also his thought ability materialization system Hunter badge is activated at this time. This is the advanced ability of the Hunter badge that was born after his arrival. Lines of Chinese characters that only German could see were projected before his eyes by the Hunter badge. Vitality, 10, mainly affects vitality and resistance. 1 for an apprentice hunter, endurance. 12, mainly affects physical strength, potential energy, and manifested energy. 1 for an apprentice hunter, vision pressure. 1, mainly affects mental will, greedy gifts, meat saw. Musket. 2 lanterns, the so-called apprentice hunter refers to those who have only learned the 4 major elements of Chan Julian Fa after opening the essence hole of energy. German blinked thoughtfully, and had a certain degree of understanding of his own state. Okay. Maki also retracted her hands at this time, and her thoughts disappeared. A 12-legged spider tattoo, with the number 8 on its abdomen appeared on German's thigh. She stood up, suddenly stared at German for a few times, and then said coldly, "My intuition tells me that you were thinking about something very rude and dangerous just now." I didn't. German shook his head, and denied it decisively. He did have a brief moment just now when he wanted to try to attack Maki with a meat saw or a musket to test his own mind ability. But he finally gave up the idea. On the one hand, the members of the Phantom Troupe were probably still staying nearby. On the other hand, although Maki's main job in the Phantom Troupe was to assist, his combat power was not weak. Germain's combat power was only average in the Phantom Troupe. If it was a simple arm strength competition, he was still on par with Maki, who ranked 6th. Unexpectedly, he only thought about this idea for a moment, and Maki noticed it. What a sharp intuition. I really don't get along with you. Maki stood up and reached into her trouser pocket to find something, not listening to Germain's explanation. But we don't need to get along. Let me make it clear in advance that I only recommended you to Kuroro because we are both from Meteor Street and you have considerable strength. It doesn't mean that our relationship is very good. She took out a pink touchscreen smartphone and looked up at Germain. From today on, I will convey the captain's instructions to you. Let's exchange phone numbers. Germain searched around and found his phone. After seeing Germain input his phone number into the contact list, Maki put the phone back into her trouser pocket and picked up a small cloth bag in the corner. She carried the small cloth bag on her shoulder and suddenly frowned at Germain. I always feel you seem a little different. Germain blinked. He didn't know if Maki really noticed something or was bluffing, so he just kept silent. Fortunately, Maki did not investigate further. Then, let's say goodbye before new instructions are issued. Oh, by the way, if you need emergency stitches, you can contact me. I give you a discount because we're both members of the group. As she spoke, she walked down the cold stone stairs without looking back, and her monotonous and cold voice echoed in the bell tower. Germain waited until he heard Maki's footsteps disappear from the bell tower. Then he looked down at the still-lit screen of his phone, which showed Maki's phone number. His fingers moved quickly on the screen. Germain had a personal habit of giving contacts a nickname instead of their real names. The note he gave to Maki was Bad Woman. Then, Germain sat cross-legged on the cold floor and waited for about a quarter of an hour. After making sure that all the members of the Phantom Troupe had left far enough, he used his mind to materialize the Hunter badge. He stretched his right hand forward, and the fragmented Hunter badge passed through a chain, hanging from his loosened palm to the ground. Swinging like a pendulum, Germain hung the Hunter badge around his neck. He wanted to see how much difference there was between his mind ability and the Hunter ability in Bloodborne. Not long after, Germain came to the outside of the bell tower under the dim moonlight and walked towards a gloomy forest. If the original memory was correct, then there should be beasts in this area. Germain did not use the absolute or hidden skills to hide his breath. On the contrary, he revealed his breath little by little with the skills of hair, like fishing with bait and hook. Sure enough, he had only been deep in the dense forest for less than 10 minutes when he smelled the breath of danger. A pair of scarlet eyes lit up in the bushes. The rustling sound was particularly clear in the dark moonlight and silent woods. Germain calmly used the Hunter badge hanging around his neck to materialize his weapon, the meat saw, a strangely shaped, rusty sawtooth machete. In normal conditions, the knife and the handle can almost be combined, roughly presenting an oval ring shape, and Germain's hand is holding the curved handle. The musket, a handheld, exquisite firearm with a rearward trigger. Its bullets were all made by Germain through practicing chi and then materializing through thoughts. Germain held the meat saw in his right hand and the musket in his left hand, carefully kneeling and bending down on the spot, ready to fire, waiting for the prey to pounce on him. Sure enough, the beast was not as patient as Germain. It came out of the bushes and bared its teeth at Germain, perhaps because it had been hungry for too long. Sticky saliva dripped from its mouth. This beast looked like a wolf, but it had 2 more legs, and its black hair exploded like a burning flame. It let out a low, threatening roar from its throat, then suddenly rushed towards Germain, and in an instant, stepped into Germain's sensing range. The demon wolf pounced towards Germain, its sharp canine teeth and claws all glowing coldly under the moonlight. Germain calmly took the musket, aimed at the demon wolf, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Many bullets were fired, hitting the demon wolf without any suspense. The terrifying power penetrated its skin and flesh, presenting a terrifying hornet's nest shape. The demon wolf whimpered in pain, fell to the ground, and twitched all over. The eroded abdomen was exposed in front of Germain. Great! A success! Seeing the demon wolf fall to the ground, Germain approached immediately. Puff! He stabbed the demon wolf's torn abdomen with a meat saw, and also stabbed into its internal organs, stirring them. Chapter 5 Puff. When Germain pulled the bloody meat saw out of the body of the demon wolf, he also took away the demon wolf's last breath. The meat saw was covered with sticky blood and flowed on Germain's right wrist, looking like he was wearing a dark red glove. He killed the demon wolf and absorbed its resentment. But it seemed that the individual demon wolf was not strong enough, and its resentment did not bring anything to Germain. Germain shook his head. Although it was a pity that he did not get the resentment gift. At least the experiment showed that the musket and meat saw were very useful. He paused, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt something was wrong, and looked around. He saw pairs of scarlet eyes, lighting up in the darkness on all sides, densely packed and creepy. A group of ferocious and hungry demon wolves. At this moment, the positions of hunter and prey seemed to have changed. Crack! Germain swung the handle of the meat saw hard, and the blade and the handle separated. The whole meat saw became longer, and the range that could be cut naturally expanded. It was time to try the meat saw's transformation slash. The demon wolves rushed towards him one after another. He used the flow technique to switch the defense method created by the air wrapped around his body between firm, whole body, and hard, partial, just in case. On the other hand, he used Joe's technique to cover the meat saw with air to increase its hardness. Puff! Puff! Germain began a crazy killing spree, using the musket and the meat saw at the same time. Blood and flesh splattered, and the whole scene was extremely bloody. However, there were too many demon wolves, and one of them still bit Germain's arm with its sharp teeth, which he failed to defend with his breath in time. It tore off a small piece of flesh, causing Germain to bleed profusely. However, Germain did not retreat, but chased after it. The severe pain made him more focused. He swung his knife twice, and chopped the demon wolf that bit him to the ground. Germain relied on the musket, the meat saw, and the terrain obstacles of the dense forest to chop down the demon wolves one by one. The remaining few demon wolves howled in fear, twisted their bodies, and hid in the bushes, fleeing far away from the monster. After confirming that there were no demon wolves around, Germain put down his meat saw and musket, exhaled a long breath, and began to adjust his breathing. Sure enough, he shouldn't fight so many demon wolves at once. He is still adapting to this body and fighting with his mind ability, and has gradually mastered some tricks. He is still a novice in fighting. His 10 points of vitality were barely enough for him to survive the siege of the wolves. In addition, in order to test his mind ability in all directions, he used excessive firepower in almost every attack, which also consumed a lot of his 12 points of endurance. For him now, using all his mind abilities without restraint is still a big burden. However, although he was covered in blood, he was actually almost uninjured. The blood on his body was basically the blood of the demon wolves. He killed more than 20 demon wolves, and finally got something. The resentment of the demon wolves gathered, allowing Germain to increase his attribute by 1 point, and his vision pressure was forcibly increased by 1 point. Germain did not hesitate to increase his vitality by 1 point. Vitality, 11 endurance, 12 vision pressure, 2 will. Germain has already experienced the combat performance of the meat saw and the musket. And now it's time for the lantern to play a role. A purple light lit up, and a lantern suddenly appeared at Germain's feet. For ugly messenger ghosts were clinging to the lantern, and the words "cooling down countdown midnight" were displayed on the lantern. Germain currently only had 2 lanterns, one of which he could take and put freely, and the other was fixed at a certain location. That was a lantern that had existed from the beginning, and could not be retrieved by Germain. The place where it was located was called Dark Continent. He could not help but move his eyes away from this continent in the middle of Lake Mobius and look at the huge, boundless, and dangerous Dark Continent. Humans now only live in a corner of the world, and the Dark Continent is actually the real world. Germain wants to go there to take a look. He wants to see what the Dark Continent looks like in the unfinished world view of Hunter x Hunter, and also to see where his limit as a human is, if there is no such goal, and he still follows the rules like in the original world, then this journey is meaningless. However, the Dark Continent is very dangerous. So dangerous that there are few survivors from ancient times to the present. And even if they survive, they will bring back terrible disasters. Even if you insist on going, you have to pass the V5 level of the world's 5 major countries first. and then pass the guide and gatekeeper level before you can arrive. The original German has a way to go back and forth to the Dark Continent directly without V5 guides and gatekeepers. However, when he saw that the teleportation location was the Dark Continent, he chose to seal the lantern permanently without hesitation, and never let anyone else know the ability of the lantern except him. German can understand the original body. Most of the intelligence and travel methods of the Dark Continent are in the hands of the V5 countries, and they want to monopolize all the benefits obtained from the Dark Continent. Once the world knows about the teleportation ability of the lantern, it will cause endless troubles. This is the original body's concern and choice. However, even so, the lantern did not let him go. The lantern took away his soul and tore it into pieces as the price of the teleportation ability. The new soul has the opportunity to occupy the nest. Now German made a decision completely opposite to the original body. He placed this lantern emitting a strange purple light in the dense forest and took the initiative to reach out to one of the white messenger ghosts. The little ghost screamed in surprise and rushed over. Its two skinny hands tightly grasped Germain's little finger, as if it was afraid that he would shrink back. The other three little ghosts wailed. "Take me to the Dark Continent," Germain ordered. The messenger ghost holding his little finger nodded repeatedly. But after a dazzling flash, Germain opened his eyes, and the whole person was miraculously teleported to a wilderness by the lantern in the dense forest. It was dark in the dense forest, but it was daytime here. There were piles of weeds under his feet. From a distance, there was no tree, only low hills like riverbeds on both sides. Germain blinked. Is this somewhere in the Dark Continent? It looks ordinary, and it seems not as dangerous as imagined. The lanterns here are also glowing slightly, and there are also 4 messenger ghosts clinging to the lantern base. But it is not clear whether they are the same 4 as before. There was also a line of words on the lantern that said cooling down countdown 059. And the next moment it changed to cooling down countdown 058. So that's it. It will take 1 minute before the lantern can be used again. And during this period, it is impossible to leave the Dark Continent. German looked around for a while, wondering if he should explore it and not waste this precious opportunity. And then he noticed something unusual. This abnormality made him pause on the first step he wanted to take. Quiet. Since just now, this place has been too quiet. There are so many flowing breaths. But it feels like a graveyard. Chapter 6. Why? Half a minute has passed since Germain was teleported here from the lantern, and the creatures nearby should have noticed his presence. However, they neither attacked nor retreated, but remained silent. As if observing? Yes, humans rarely set foot on the Dark Continent, so they don't recognize this strange breath at all. They are using Germain's smell, appearance, actions, etc. to distinguish what he is, and which link of the food chain in this ecosystem he belongs to. This is a necessary skill to survive in this Dark Continent. However, this time will not last too long, because the most accurate way to distinguish is always to come up and take a bite. Puff puff puff, a burst of mud flew up, and several creatures that had originally merged with the surrounding terrain suddenly regained the bright red color of their shells and ran towards German with 6 slender legs. They looked like stink bugs, but each one was the size of a small car, so they could not be ordinary stink bugs. The shaking straw-like mouthparts made Germain see the end of staying here. He looked down and saw the cooling countdown on the lantern was 003, and it was about to be able to be transmitted again. Then, let's stop here this time. He was not worried about the bugs in front of him, but other creatures that were ready to move. They were all watching, and it was very likely that the mantis would catch the cicada while the oriole was waiting behind. Those huge vermilion bugs had surrounded him, but he had already stretched out his little finger and held hands with one of the messenger ghosts. With a buzz, like a bubble bursting in the sun, Germain and the lantern disappeared together, leaving only his footprints on the spot. After several decades, humans once again set foot on the Dark Continent, leaving their mark. Bang! The bugs failed to stop their legs, and their tiny heads and sturdy bodies collided with each other. After failing to catch their prey, they stretched out their long tentacles on their heads in a daze, trying to find the whereabouts of that thing in the wilderness. After another flash, German returned to the dense forest in the dark. He bent down and picked up the lantern, and the 4 messenger ghosts lay at his feet. The cooling countdown changed again. This time, it was cooling countdown 159. Germain looked at the attribute panel projected by the hunter badge again, And he could see that his spiritual vision pressure had changed from 2 to 12. And he had also gained a strange trait, kleptomania. In this way, it was clear what the cost of using the lantern to teleport was. Every time the lantern was used, the cooldown countdown for its next use would increase. At first it could be used immediately, then after 1 minute, and now after 2 minutes. Not only that, every time he returned from the Dark Continent, his spiritual vision pressure would be forced to increase by 10 points. And he might also gain a negative trait. His current kleptomania is negative, which will make him steal more irresponsibly and regardless of the occasion. This means that every time he uses the lantern, he needs to be very cautious and well prepared. Otherwise it will be a loss. And the side effects of the lantern will be more obvious in the later stages. However, no matter what, using a lantern to travel back and forth to the Dark Continent is much safer and more convenient than going through the gatekeeper and bringing back the disaster. Germain moved his fingers and named the fixed lantern that landed on the Dark Continent Dry Valley. He grabbed the hunter badge hanging around his neck and collected the meat saw, musket and lantern. The purple light of the dense forest disappeared in an instant, replaced by the moonlight projected through the branches and leaves. Finally, he rubbed the hunter badge, and the materialized fragment also disappeared. Through this experiment, Germain has proved that he can develop and utilize the hunter badge and continuously enhance his combat power. This means that sooner or later, he will have the strength to no longer fear the threat of the Phantom Troupe members. It's just a matter of time. By then, neither his origin in Meteor City nor his status as a member of the Phantom Troupe would be able to restrain him. Germain would be truly free and could do what he really wanted to do. Explore the Dark Continent. Surpass Dong Fulisai, who wrote New World Chronicles based on the adventures in the Dark Continent, and complete a feat that has never been done before and will never be done again. After confirming the teleportation ability of the lantern, Germain had this vague idea. However, after simply staying in the Dark Continent for 1 minute, he realized that he needed stronger combat power, means of survival, a team, etc. Otherwise, there was a chance that he would be killed directly after teleporting there. Before getting ready again, let's quietly accumulate strength. Germain returned to the bell tower, tore off a large piece of curtain, shook off the dust, wrapped it around himself, and slept in a corner for the night. Although this place is simple, it at least protects against wind and rain. When the light of dawn penetrated the glass and stung his eyes, he woke up and subconsciously rubbed his eyes, only to remember that he was not in a clean bedroom, but in the bell tower. He was now covered in dust. Germain threw off the curtains wrapped around him, stretched his body, patted the dust off his body with his hands, picked up the hat that fell on the ground, put it on his head, and walked out of the bell tower quickly. He found a clear lake in the mountains, took off his clothes, and walked into the lake naked to take a bath. After washing his body, he rubbed the remaining blood stains on his clothes, cleaned the stubborn stains with his mind, and dried the wet clothes with his mind. A quarter of an hour later, Germain, who was dressed neatly, walked on the path down the mountain, and from time to time, he had to push away the weeds in front of him. Gurgle Germain's stomach protested, and he couldn't help but curl his lips and quicken his pace. An hour later, he arrived at a small town called Cross at the foot of the mountain, found a small restaurant that served noodles, ordered food, and sat down to wait. The steaming noodles were brought over by the restaurant owner. Eat slowly. She placed the bowl and chopsticks in front of Germain, and brushed the back of Germain's hand with her fingers, as if unintentionally. Germain looked up at the owner in surprise, and saw that she winked at him, which looked like a flirt. The proprietress smiled and said nothing, twisting her waist and going back to the kitchen. Germain was stunned for a while. Then he remembered that his appearance was actually very good-looking, so he was taken advantage of and received some kind of hint. If you are interested, just follow me. Germain didn't think about it anymore. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up the noodles, and ate slowly. Suddenly, he noticed a gaze looking at him. Turning his head, it was not the proprietress he expected, but a blonde girl with twin ponytails sitting at another table. The girl ate the noodles in small bites, and looked at Germain shyly. When she realized that her peeping was discovered, she lowered her head shyly, her cheeks red. Germain turned around and continued to eat noodles. But as soon as he picked up a pile of noodles, his eyes widened slightly in surprise. Blonde girl with twin ponytails? Burgundy Lolita skirt? Could this guy be? Chapter 7. There are many characters in Hunter x Hunter, and Germain certainly can't remember every one of them. But at least, he can remember some of the characters with vivid images. There are differences between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional worlds. But after seeing the members of the Phantom Troupe, he found that the difference was not that big. Just like the comparison between a sketch and a real person. If I'm not mistaken, the girl who just pretended to be shy looking at him should be the gym hunter Biscuit. Germain didn't look back again, but continued to eat noodles. After finishing the noodles, he put down his chopsticks again, drank a mouthful of noodle soup, and then got up to pay the bill. He walked towards the direction of the proprietress, and naturally passed by the table of the girl with blonde hair and twin ponytails. He quickly glanced at her from the corner of his eye and compared it with his memory. This time, Germain was 70% to 80% sure that it was Biscuit. After he paid the bill, he walked out of the restaurant under the resentful eyes of the proprietress and came to the busy street outside. Let's withdraw some money first. The original body was a well-known killer, and there was a lot of money in his bank account. Germain withdrew a small amount of cash from the bank, and when he walked out, he saw Biscuit again. Biscuit rubbed her eyes with her hands, tears in her eyes, and looked very pitiful. Every time she sobbed, she shook her body exaggeratedly. A crying girl can really arouse men's desire to protect her, and many concerned eyes have been cast over her. Germain glanced at the few people who stopped to watch and remained silent. If Germain had not known in advance that Biscuit was actually an old woman in her 50s, he would really be scared by her appearance. Biscuit is a good person, but Germain is not a good person now. He couldn't guess Biscuit's purpose, so he turned around and ignored her. It's better not to provoke her now. Just after walking a distance, he heard Biscuit make a tisk sound, and followed him with his short legs. Caught up? Furious after being discovered? What does Biscuit want to do? Isn't she a gem hunter? Does she want to play a guest role as a bounty hunter when she sees me? Wait. Gem hunters. Gems. Germain thought of the promised ruby that his original body had snatched and given to Kuroro, and roughly understood why Biscuit was targeting him. She loved gems, and had set her eyes on the promised ruby. Biscuit was a member of the Hunter Association, and under normal circumstances, she could not do anything to gem merchants, and naturally could not snatch the pair of rubies she had set her eyes on. However, now that the rubies were in Germain's hands, the situation was different. She had a very flexible moral code, and snatching a thief and killer's gems was not considered robbery. As long as she could get the rubies from Germain, they would be hers. Germain touched his chin. How could he tell her tactfully that the rubies were no longer in his possession? Most importantly, would she believe me? He walked forward while lowering his head in thought. And as he walked, he bumped into a thin man. Even when he was distracted, Germain avoided the thin man. Instead, the thin man took the initiative to approach him and pretended to bump into him accidentally. Then, Germain realized that the thin man had dirty hands and had stolen his wallet. Stealing money? He couldn't help but whistle, and his right hand seemed to have its own ideas, stretched out, and then retracted it in a flash. The thin man was startled by Germain's whistle, and then found that Germain didn't seem to notice his little action. So he apologized for bumping into Germain and hurried away. Germain turned into a dark alley, reached into his arms, and took out not only his wallet, but also the other 2 wallets stolen from the thin man. He opened the 2 wallets, took out the cash and banknotes inside, and counted them. The total was more than 6,000 ringgits. Ringgits are roughly equivalent to Japanese yen in purchasing power. The skinny man's harvest today was not bad. But now it all belongs to Germain. He threw the 2 useless wallets on the ground, and put more than 6,000 ringgits into his wallet. Biscuit, who had been observing silently for a while, turned into the alley at this time. He was no longer pitiful as before, but full of energy. She pointed at Germain in surprise. Ah, big brother. You stole someone's wallet. This is not okay. It's a crime. I'm going to tell the policeman. Germain took a look at her and understood. This is a sting operation. Biscuit is now like a little female ghost, pretending to be weak, luring Germain to attack her, making him lose his guard, and then sounding the alarm. It's just that this alarm was not called by the police, but by herself. Germain had to explain the situation directly to avoid wasting each other's time. The agreed rubies are not in my hands. I have handed them over to the intermediary, and they should have been sold by now. Give up. He said something half-truthfully, which was quite believable. After all, it was a normal way of dealing with things. After hearing this, Biscuit knew that Germain had seen through that she was not an ordinary girl. So she stopped pretending. After showing a slightly disappointed expression, she put her hands on her hips and stared at Germain with interest. When did you start to realize my identity and purpose? No wonder my two beautiful girl forms couldn't make you relax and get rid of the entanglement. Well, let me guess. When we were in the restaurant, Germain didn't want to continue chatting with her, and turned away again. However, Biscuit kept on chasing after me with his short legs, holding the princess dress in his hands. I don't understand. Where did I reveal my flaw? I hid my aura very well. And I didn't say anything weird. Big brother with a hat. Tell me. Of course, Germain would not say that I knew from the beginning that you looked like a child. But your age was too ordinary. Because that would most likely directly trigger an extremely terrifying copy. Very unwise. So, he changed his story. Just a beautiful girl of 12 or 13. Eating noodles alone in a restaurant without a guardian. That's suspicious enough. Not to mention, you followed me blatantly afterwards. Biscuit stood there, stunned for a while. Then she chased after him again excitedly and happily, her twin ponytail shaking. Smiling. What? So that's how it is. I really didn't realize it. It would be strange for a young and beautiful girl like me to be alone without an adult around. Beauty is such a thing. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Germain's arm before Germain could react. Germain was slightly startled and struggled hard, but failed to break free. Biscuit grabbed his wrist with his left hand, put his right hand on his waist, and stood in a graceful posture like a female idol. Well, let's put aside the fact that I am beautiful enough. I have another question. Germain, your so-called agent. Is it the Phantom Troupe? Germain looked at her pretty face that gradually showed a smug smile. It seemed that this guy came prepared. He looked down at the petite Biscuit. How do you know about my relationship with the Phantom Troupe? Biscuit was sure that Germain had taken the bait. So he gently loosened his hand that was holding Germain's arm, and stretched out a finger, and shook it left and right. Did you forget? After you snatched the promised ruby, you deliberately drew the 12-legged spider pattern of the Phantom Troupe on the most conspicuous wall at the entrance, and signed your special mark in the assassin world. Germain thought about it. And the original body did do this. This was a token of allegiance to the Phantom Troupe. But the boomerang pierced Germain now. Chapter 8. Biscuit pursed his lips and crossed his arms. At that time, I was nearby and was planning to spend a lot of money to buy the promised ruby. But I didn't expect you to snatch it away first. So, I went to the crime scene to look for clues. After seeing the spider pattern on the wall and your mark, I immediately went to the Hunter Association website to search for information about you. Your background, your mind ability, your career as a killer. I know everything clearly. After that, I followed the traces you left and followed you all the way here. Germain leaned his back against the rough wall of the alley, his hands in the pockets of his black coat. Very calm. I should have been very cautious and didn't leave many traceable traces. Biscuit smiled and shook his head. On the night you committed a major crime and left the Phantom Troupe pattern, you had already become the focus of the Hunter Association website and the dark web. There will always be someone who can provide information about when and where they saw you. Putting these fragmented clues together, plus the help of some hunter friends, is enough for me to find you. Don't underestimate the hunter's intelligence gathering and tracking capabilities. This is our specialty. Germain nodded in approval. A group of hunters, information dealers, and gangsters were hunting the original body. And finally their movements were discovered. There was nothing they could do. It seems that the Hunter Association website seems to be a good information center. But it is a pity that it will not be open to him without a hunter license. Suddenly, a beep-beep sound came from Biscuit's princess dress. She raised her eyebrows, reached into the hidden pocket of her skirt, and took out a small mobile phone. The mobile phone was covered with cute animal stickers. Colorful. Biscuit unlocked the phone screen, looked at it for a while, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She smiled and turned the phone screen in a direction to show it to Germain. Germain looked closely and saw a photo of the promised ruby on the screen, with a shocking price below and the words "deal completed" at the bottom. Biscuit shook the phone screen proudly, then put it away. I had thought of the possibility that you might have handed over the promised ruby, so I asked my friends to help me keep an eye on the black market in advance, and ended up spending twice as much as before to buy it. Germain thought. It was definitely not Kuroro, who put the promised ruby on the black market for auction. He probably just sold it to someone he knew. And it changed hands several times overnight before it appeared on the black market. Biscuit was tracking Germain on the one hand, and asked her friends to help her keep an eye on the black market on the other hand. And in the end, her friends intercepted it. As for twice the price than before, it should refer to the comparison with the offer of the gem merchant. However, as a senior hunter, Biscuit is not short of this little money. 1,000 gold cannot buy the favorite. As long as he can get the promised ruby, the double price is worth it. German looked at Biscuit and decided to test it. Since the promised ruby is in your hands, I have no use for you. Right? Or do you want to be a bounty hunter? Biscuit shook her head again. Although it cost a lot of money, your bounty can't make up for it. Next, I don't plan to attack you. She suddenly stretched out her left hand with a white glove to German. German looked at Biscuit in confusion. Biscuit smiled and kept raising his hand, his fingers waving like jellyfish tentacles. We have been in the alley for almost 5 minutes. If we don't go out, we may attract unnecessary suspicion. Hold my hand. A beautiful girl should be protected by a gentleman. She winked at Germain with her right eye in a quirky way. Germain heard the hidden meaning in Biscuit's words, so he held Biscuit's hand. The two walked out of the alley side by side, and came to the busy street outside. Biscuit took the initiative to approach Germain, took Germain's hand and shook it, with a bright smile on his face, so that they looked like brother and sister going out together. She lowered her voice. The Phantom Troupe is the worst thief gang in history. If you can eliminate the members of the Phantom Troupe, you will undoubtedly bring yourself fame, wealth, and status. You are suspected to be a new member of the Phantom Troupe, so you have naturally become the target of hunters and killers. When you have time, you can go online to see how much your bounty has increased in a few hours. I am not the only one who found your trace. There are so many people on the street. Did you notice the person following you? German was silent for a while, then nodded. Since I entered Crosstown, in addition to you, there are 3 people following me. Their breath is different from that of ordinary people, and is very long. Biscuit glanced at German unexpectedly, and then deliberately bumped into German with her petite body, pretending to be a sister acting coquettishly to her brother. Very perceptive. I thought you would only find 2 people at most. But there is actually a 4th person. The 4 of them are a killer team. 2 people deliberately released their aura as an open card. 1 person slightly restrained, as a hidden card, and the other was always in a desperate state. The 4th person hiding in the dark is their real leader, and is also the final killer move in case of an emergency. If you only pay attention to 2 or 3 people, you will be caught. German calmly took Biscuit's hand and walked forward. Why tell me this? This should be the first time you and I meet, and your network of relationships probably has no intersection. Biscuit did not answer immediately, but pulled German and asked him to buy him a marshmallow at a roadside stall, and then ate it in small bites. As a hunter, in the process of hunting prey, you will sort out the image, action mode, way of thinking, etc. of the prey in your mind based on the clues left behind. Before I found you, I had roughly outlined your overall image. However, after actually observing you for a while, I found that you are very different from what I imagined. How should I put it? You are like a very interesting gem that I found. It should be a diamond, but it turned into amber after I got it. This is very strange, isn't it? Biscuit finally let go of Germain's hand, holding up the marshmallow, while pointing his finger at the screen of the mobile phone, showing Germain a few pictures. The pictures are snapshots of 3 people killing people. They look a little blurry, but it can be basically seen that they are feeding, working, and thinks from the Phantom Troupe. This is a tragedy that happened in a nearby town and village last night. According to the original profile, you and the 3 of them should be the same kind of bloodthirsty people. But you were very quiet along the way, eating noodles and paying money normally, going to the bank to withdraw cash, and turning a blind eye to the stalkers. I don't understand what went wrong. Hunters are always driven by curiosity. You obviously have a secret. If you don't know what the secret is, it would be a pity to die in the hands of 4 killers. Biscuit stepped back a few steps, showed Germain an innocent smile, waved her hand, and raised her voice. Big brother, my home is here. Thank you for sending me back. I find you to play together another day. She turned around and skipped away. Germain watched her back disappear at the corner of the street, knowing that this guy didn't go far. but just hid in a place where it was easier to observe secretly. What a bad character. Chapter 9. German pushed open the glass door covered with advertising paper and walked into the deserted hall. After looking around for a while, he walked to the front desk, which was at chest height. Behind the front desk sat a middle-aged man with a big belly. He flipped through a magazine with a hot girl on the cover and glanced at German lazily. What's wrong? The middle-aged man's tone was very impatient. One night stay. Single person. 6,000 jelly beans. German didn't know whether this price was expensive or cheap. He only knew that the more than 6,000 jelly beans he had just accidentally obtained were gone in an instant. He took out 6,000 ringgits from his wallet and placed them on the desk at the front desk. The middle-aged man grabbed the banknotes, counted them briefly, put them away, opened a drawer, casually took out a key with a number on it, and threw it in front of Germain. Go up the stairs and turn right, and find the room yourself according to the number. He didn't even ask Germain's name, and he went back to studying the figures of magazine girls. There are all kinds of monsters who can stay in his shabby hotel. If he investigated them all, he might not be alive today. Why bother with so much? As long as the money is paid. People who are willing to live here are also attracted by his attitude. And both sides get what they need. Germain picked up the key and saw the faded number 207 on the sticker. So he walked to the stairs and went up to the second floor along the stairs without handrails. After finding the room with the corresponding number, he went in, locked the door, and then walked to the rusty windowsill, stood on the side covered by the curtains, and looked out. German had noticed 3 people following him before, so he passed them by intentionally or unintentionally and remembered their appearance. He didn't know who the 4th person mentioned by Biscuit was, and Biscuit deliberately didn't tell him. 10 minutes later, the 2 killers who were known as the Cards came over from the other side of the street and entered the hotel. 15 minutes later, the 3rd killer entered the hotel. After that, German moved a chair and sat by the windowsill to continue observing, and wrote down the people who entered the hotel except the 3 killers. German thought that he had probably seen the 4th person accidentally, but he didn't pay attention to it at that time. Although Biscuit didn't tell him who the 4th person was. Her words were actually a hint that the 4th person was among the people they had seen. However, the result of the final memory comparison made him quite disappointed, because no one matched. In this case, he had to consider the possibility of disguise and cross-dressing. It seems that the 4th killer was extremely cautious and might not even approach the hotel yet. German couldn't leave the hidden danger unattended. Now he could only wait for them to take the initiative to attack him. They followed all the way, just to find the right time to attack. German had to create this opportunity for them. He picked up the landline on the wall, his eyes still on the street, but his fingers were pressing the number he wrote down at the front desk and dialing the hotel owner. Hello? What's up? Send 2 bottles of beer to room 207. I pay you later. 2 bottles of beer? Okay. Wait a moment. After a while, 2 bottles of beer were delivered to German's room. He opened the beer packaging, put it on the table, and then picked up a can. At this time, night fell, and there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the street outside, and the surroundings became quieter and quieter. Germain did not turn on the light, letting the room fall into darkness. Snap! He pulled the pull ring of the beer can, slowly poured the beer on the bed sheet, and then clicked the beer can and threw it on the floor. He repeated this process continuously until he drank a can of beer. Then he got up and went into the bathroom. At this time, the aura he exuded had been mostly restrained. This was a signal that made outsiders think that he was gradually relaxing his vigilance. After taking a shower, he continued to drink beer. When there were 2 cans left, he finally stopped, got up from the chair, kicked the cans in front of him, and staggered to the bed. He fell on the bed, finally lost his vigilance, and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, there was a slight sound from the keyhole of the door, followed by a slight click, and the locked door was pushed open. The light from the corridor pierced into the darkness of the room like a sharp sword. The 2 men looked at the beer can on the ground, then at the quilt bulging on the bed sheet, walked over without hesitation, raised their silenced pistols together, and aimed at the bed quilt. After the short puff, puff, puff sound, the 2 men heard it not like the sound of bullets piercing flesh, but more like hitting the pillow, and they couldn't help but frown. After looking at each other, they didn't step forward to confirm, and retreated directly to the door of the room. German raised his musket under the bed and fired a shot at one of the men's abdomen. The man immediately stumbled and fell on his back, revealing a bloody hole made up of many holes in his abdomen, and immediately became motionless. The other man took a look, his eyelids twitching wildly, and while firing at the bottom of the bed, he put his mouth close to the small communicator on his collar and explained the situation in a concise manner. "We've been discovered. One person is down." German rolled out from the other side of the bed, stood up quickly, and quickly deflected the bullet with a meat saw, making a crisp clang 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 sound in the flashing sparks. The killer rushed out of the room with a pistol. German chased him out. The dim lights in the whole corridor were flickering, and except for room 207, the doors of other rooms were not open. The tenants did not hear the gunshots, but after hearing the gunshots, they chose not to open the door and pretended to be deaf and dumb. The killer who escaped from the room saw that he had led German out, so he turned around and continued to shoot at German until he ran out of bullets. German deflected the bullet with a meat saw, but did not care about the killer anymore. Instead, he turned around and focused his attention on the killer who appeared on the other side of the corridor. This is the third killer. He was originally wearing a black robe, but he took it off and 5 mine balls shot out from his arms, hitting the wall, making small holes, or hitting the light tubes, sparks flying. There is no doubt that he is releasing the system. The 5 mine balls bounced around irregularly, but the corridor was straight, and they would eventually bounce in the direction of Germain. Germain used a meat saw to bang cut open 2 mine balls, and blasted off 2 more with a musket, and then dodged the last one by turning sideways, looking at the broken lamps on the floor. He suddenly got a reminder, raised his musket, and blasted the lamp not far away. Soon, half of the corridor was swallowed by darkness. The second killer, who entered the room at first, was on this side. The sudden darkness made him lose his vision for a short time. When he looked ahead again, there was no Germain. He nervously threw away the pistol without bullets, took out the brass knuckles that made him feel more at ease, and put them on his right hand. Gotcha! He heard a suspicious sound, and immediately turned around, and punched the wall of the corridor with the power of his waist. Bang! His brass knuckles and fists hammered a hole the size of a person in the wall, revealing the tenants in the room, who were screaming in fear. However, there was no sign of Germain. At this time, a gun barrel was pressed against his lower back, a meat saw was placed on his neck, and Germain's voice rang in his ears. "Enhancement system? You?" The second killer widened his eyes in horror, but before he could finish a sentence, his throat was cut by the meat saw, and all the unclear wails were swallowed by the blood splashing. A wall was instantly dyed black and red. Chapter 10. Bang! 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 German looked up at the other side of the corridor. The third killer once again shot out 5 mine balls from his arms. They bounced back and forth between the narrow walls and gradually hit German's side. It seems that he can only fire 5 mine balls at a time, and there is a vacuum period of refilling ammunition in the middle. This is easy. German made the musket in his left hand disappear, grabbed the killer whose throat was cut by the back collar, lifted him up, and blocked him in front of him. 2 mine balls passed over Germain, and the remaining 3 puff hit the second killer's body, denting his head, chest and left leg. Now! Germain pushed the body in front of him to the ground, lowered his body, and rushed towards the third killer. The third killer was unable to continuously fire mine balls at Germain. He wrapped himself in a black robe like a vampire, and when he saw Germain rushing towards him, he looked terrified as if he saw the sun shining. The killer trembled as he pulled out a pistol from his pocket. Just as he was about to aim and shoot, he heard a click sound, and the meat saw in Germain's hand instantly deformed and doubled in length. In an instant, the two were only a few steps away. Bang! The killer fired in panic. Germain lowered his body to the lower right to avoid the bullet, and the meat saw slashed upwards diagonally. With a puff, the killer's hands holding up the pistol were neatly chopped off. Ah! Ah! The muzzle of the musket was pressed against the killer's abdomen, and German pulled the trigger mercilessly. Bang! The killer's screams and wails suddenly disappeared. German looked over and saw the third killer falling to the ground like a piece of paper, with only a piece of flesh left on his waist, almost broken in two. He would definitely not survive. There was one left. Knock, knock, knock. German heard the dense footsteps. At this time, He was already standing on the bright side of the corridor. Looking back at the dark side, he saw several figures swaying in the shadows. A quick count revealed 8 people, including the hotel owner, 2 assassins who were supposed to be dead, and 5 tenants. They dragged their legs like zombies. But after seeing German, they suddenly became energetic, trotting faster, and were about to pounce on German. Is it the operation system at the end? Could this guy be hiding among these 8 people? German held a musket in his left hand and a meat saw in his right hand, but did not go forward. He did not find the real body, and it would be easy to reveal flaws if he fought with the puppet. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned his head again, looking vigilantly at the staircase on the 2nd floor. A small head with blonde hair and twin ponytails popped out from the staircase. Seeing that she was discovered, she walked out as if embarrassed, with her hands on her hips and a smile on her face. It was Biscuit. Germain lowered his meat saw and musket. Biscuit waved his hands, looking helpless, and walked over quickly. Haven't you dealt with the enemy yet? Do you need my reminder? Bang! Germain raised his musket and fired without hesitation. The petite Biscuit showed an expression of disbelief, and fell crookedly on the floor like a rag doll, with blood staining the floor red. Puff! 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 The 8 manipulated bodies fell to the ground one after another. The corpses stopped moving, and the living people were stunned and climbed up in a daze. Germain didn't even look over there, but stared straight at the bloody Biscuit, watching how her skeleton gradually expanded and twisted into a short man's body. The short man covered his jaw, which was smashed by the musket, with both hands. He could not speak a complete sentence, and could only express his fear and shock with desperate eyes and vague sobs. Germain stared at this face for a while, and then he remembered. When he came out of the bank, there was this short man among the crowd watching Biscuit pretending. He was too inconspicuous, and no one would have thought that this guy would be the leader of a 4-man killer gang. Disguise is the killer's specialty. As for why he disguised himself as Biscuit, it was because Biscuit was a well-known hunter in the Hunter Association. The assassin leader recognized him after a few glances, but was worried about making a mistake, so he confirmed his identity on the dark web, while he was following Germain and Biscuit. Although he couldn't get close to eavesdrop on their conversation, he could see that they seemed to have a good relationship, so he made a reasonable inference. The two reached a cooperation for some reason. It is not uncommon for hunters to help people in the dark world for some purpose. In addition, the assassin leader and Biscuit were similar in size, so he just appeared in the image of Biscuit, trying to approach unexpectedly and then attack Germain. Unexpectedly, Germain acted faster than him. However, the assassin leader was puzzled as to where he had revealed his flaw. Germain had no obligation to explain to him. He raised his musket, aimed at his head, and shot through his hands that were trying to block the scattered bullets, smashing his head. Puff! The assassin, whose head was like a broken egg, lay on his back on the ground, without a sound. The hunt ended with German's victory. Paw! 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 At this time, rhythmic applause came from German's room. Then, Biscuit, who had been absolute, walked out from the dark shadows. She smiled with her lips pursed, and clapped her hands in lace white gloves gently, looking as if she was really happy for German. After laughing for a while, Biscuit asked curiously, "How do you know he is a fake? Just now I almost thought he was going to succeed." "I don't know." German gave an unexpected answer. "I just know there is a 4th person. I know he is in the operation department, and he is nearby. At this time, I have decided that no matter who it is, as long as he gets close to me, I will shoot him. But it happened to be you." Biscuit nodded knowingly, stretched out a finger, pointed at his mouth, and asked, "Then, what if the person who comes is really me? If it is really you, I will miss the shot." German is very clear about the current strength gap between him and Biscuit. Biscuit is now in his 50s, and should have just declined from the peak of strength. But he will not be too weak. "I see." Biscuit nodded again. "Patient, calm, decisive, and not immersed in killing. You are indeed a hunter." She looked back at the other living people who were still looking around in the corridor, thought for a while, and said with a smile, "It seems that we can't live here. Let's go to another place to rest. Wait for me." German put away the meat saw and musket at this time. He didn't mind going with Biscuit. Maybe there would be unexpected gains, but there were more important things at hand. Under Biscuit's puzzled gaze, German squatted down, fumbled on the killer leader's body for a while, and found thousands of rings. Biscuit couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "Are you short of money?" "Not bad." German did the same thing and searched the bodies of the other 3 killers. "Expenses will probably increase a lot in the future, so it's better to be prepared." He gathered all the nuns together, counted them. There were more than 20,000, and couldn't help but whistling at this big harvest, then stuffed them into his wallet. Chapter 11. The next morning, Germain woke up in the soft velvet bed. He went straight to the bathroom to wash up, and then blew a refreshing sea breeze on the balcony outside. After last night's battle, the gift of resentment made him gain another attribute point, and forced him to increase his vision pressure by 1 point. He continued to add attribute points to Vitality Constitution. Vitality Constitution, 12 Endurance, 12 Vision Pressure, 13. Germain was still very satisfied that he could see his changes and progress in certain aspects through data. Knock, knock, knock. There was a rhythmic knock on the door. Germain had to break away from enjoying his alone time and walk slowly to open the door. It was Biscuit, who was standing outside. Biscuit extended his right hand with white gloves to Germain and said with a smile, "Have dinner with me." "Okay." Thanks to Biscuit, Germain could live in this sea view room and have a hearty breakfast for free. He was willing to accept Biscuit's small request. He took Biscuit's hand and walked with her to the restaurant of this luxurious hotel. The two walked hand in hand to the magnificent restaurant. There were already many people in the restaurant, looking at this pair of good-looking siblings with curiosity. Biscuit originally wanted to show the demeanor of a gentleman and a lady to outsiders, but in reality, it made people feel more like a silent brother with a spoiled sister to eat. Soon, breakfast was served. Last night, Germain killed 4 killers with a musket in one hand and a meat saw in the other. But now, he was cutting bread slices with a fork in one hand and a knife in the other, which was quite incredible. Biscuit took a sip of coffee before opening the topic. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Yeah. Thank you. I slept well," German answered truthfully. "That's good." Biscuit put his hands on the table, looking like a well-behaved child, and said, "To be honest, I feel more and more that you are different from the intelligence and rumors." German picked up a small tomato with a fork, put it in his mouth, and said calmly, "I just want to make a change." "Change?" Biscuit curiously held his cheeks with both hands, like a little girl listening to a story, and asked, "Why do you want to change? What do you want to change?" "My short career as a killer over the years has taught me a truth," German explained. "A killer's life has its limits. I can't live just to kill people. It's too boring." "Boring?" Biscuit took another sip of coffee. "It's becoming increasingly difficult for me to feel pleasure from simply killing people," German said half-truthfully. "It's just a job. And people can't live just for work." Biscuit nodded. "That makes sense." "Then what?" "I thought joining the Phantom Troupe would be different. But after actually meeting them that night, I felt that they were just living for Meteor Street, which was also boring. Only a few people knew about the past of the Phantom Troupe, and Biscuit had not deliberately investigated it. It was only then that he knew that this group of people came from Meteor Street. But he was not very surprised. While admiring the handsome face across the table, Biscuit roughly understood what Germain meant. You want to seek novelty and excitement, and meet your life needs. And you don't want to be bound by an organization or a group of people. That's what it means. Right? Germain finished the last piece of bacon, wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, and looked up. You summarized it very well. Biscuit laughed. Then I know exactly what you are pursuing. She reached into her arms and searched for a while, found a hard card, and handed it to Germain. This is a hunter's license. It's obvious what you want. Germain saw the Hunter Association's double X mark on it. Biscuit put away the hunter's license. She paused and continued. Let's not talk about what kind of hunter you want to be, but the life you need? A hunter's license will bring you great convenience. Hunter's license can give you the best preferential treatment. Wealth, fame, status, freedom, etc. To name a few. The most important thing is that no matter what kind of person you were in the past, it will not prevent you from obtaining a hunter's license, and it will not be deprived of it for any reason later. Germain is very clear about this. The Phantom Troupe's Knight, Hisoka, Zoldyck family's Ermi, Killua, and other people in the Dark World have all obtained hunter licenses. No one will investigate their identities in advance and then prevent them from taking the exam. Nor will they be deprived of their obtained hunter licenses because of their identities. This is because the Hunter 10 Articles 3 clearly stipulates that a person with a hunter license will not be invalidated for any reason, and the license will not be reissued for any reason. However, the Hunter Association will not allow hunters to do whatever they want with a hunter license. So there is also the Hunter 10 Articles 4. Hunters shall not regard fellow hunters as prey. But hunters who commit heinous crimes are not protected by this article. There are some other small details outside the Hunter 10 Articles, which I will not go into here one by one. German saw with his own eyes that Biscuit used the hunter license to obtain intelligence, communication, accommodation and other benefits, and also dealt with the follow-up of the 4 killers. He had long wanted to get one. At the same time, he was also very interested in the hunter exam organized by the Hunter Association, because the model of this hunter exam is too much like the guide and gatekeeper model to enter the Dark Continent. Humans came from the Dark Continent to live in the current world, but they never completely gave up the idea of returning to the Dark Continent, but they temporarily put it on hold for various reasons. Does this mode of the hunter exam mean that the Hunter Association is trying to let every candidate rehearse the guide and gatekeeper mode of entering the Dark Continent in advance? Next year's exam will be on January 7th, and the registration deadline is December 31st at the end of this year. Biscuit blinked his big eyes and looked at Germain, who was obviously interested. If you want to participate, I can help you. Although the exam location changes every year, I can know where it is held in advance and let you go directly to the exam site. Germain asked with some doubts. Isn't this cheating? Won't it affect you? Of course not. Biscuit smiled. I was just a guide, bringing potential candidates to the examination room. Do you think the Hunter Association is a very old-fashioned group of people? You are very proficient in ability, and your ability to respond to situations is also very strong. As long as you don't break the rules, you will have no problem passing the hunter exam. With a hunter license, you can get more information and resources, which can just make up for your current shortcomings and allow you to completely let go. Germain pondered for a while, looking at the blonde girl with twin ponytails opposite, and asked again, Why? Why? Biscuit tilted his head, pretending to be puzzled. Why do you want to persuade me to take the hunter exam? Aren't you worried that I will use my hunter's license to commit crimes after I get it? Biscuit shook his head and replied, First, you will take the hunter's exam sooner or later. Secondly, hunter is a neutral word. It has nothing to do with good or evil, right or wrong. Finally, didn't you say it yourself? It's impossible to live for killing people. It's too boring. Once you have this idea, you will never be able to go back to your previous life. Germain thought about it. He had to admit that it was true. Once you have a lantern that can travel back and forth to the Dark Continent at any time, it is difficult to limit your vision to the current world and life. Chapter 12. Biscuit gave Germain his contact information and helped him register for the hunter exam in January 1998 online. Finally, he promised him that he would let him know the exact location of the exam site when he knew it. After checking out at noon, the two who had met briefly parted ways. You must become a hunter. Biscuit waved to Germain and then turned around. Germain watched the petite figure leave and silently changed her contact name note to Little Mother-in-Law. From this moment on, Germain decided to weave his own network. December 25th, 1997 was Christmas in some countries and regions, and the streets of the city were filled with festive atmosphere. But none of this had anything to do with Germain. Since the Phantom Troupe gathering on November 21st, and the month after he met Biscuit on the 22nd and 23rd, Germain had dealt with waves of killers and hunters, and witnessed various assassination methods. He was assassinated or attacked by 4 groups of people at most in a day, and one group at least. There were a few times that were indeed dangerous, but he survived in the end. Once he had survived this period of adaptation of his body and his mind abilities, combined with the gift of resentment function of the hunter badge, Germain began to regard the elimination of the incoming enemies as a daily fix for fresh income. Germain actually cherished this period of time. He estimated that the first 1 or 2 months would be the peak period for killers and hunters to attack him, the new member of the Phantom Troupe, and the number would gradually decrease after that. There was no other way, because more and more people would find that he, the new member of the Phantom Troupe, was not a soft persimmon in the Phantom Troupe. Later, it turned out that his guess was correct. In 1 month, he gained a lot of attribute points and many spiritual pressure from corpses. Of course, spiritual pressure was also increasing steadily. As of today, Germain has added 13 attribute points and 13 spiritual pressure, as well as the spiritual pressure that came and went quickly. Vigorous constitution, 20 endurance, 17 spiritual pressure, 26. Germain's body is likened to an army. He has now made this army obey orders and equipped it with a powerful new weapon. Psychic ability. As for vitality and endurance, they can be considered as the logistical support capabilities of this army. Outsiders often cannot see the tricks, but they are indeed important factors for the army to defeat the enemy. Germain can feel that his physical fitness is getting better and better, and he is becoming more and more adept at using psychic power to deal with the enemy. Perhaps it is because he has not encountered killers like Zoldyck family or hunters like Biscuit. In short, Germain has spent this month getting familiar with the life in the hunter world while showing his sharp fangs to the outside world. Now, after a month of accumulation, it is time for him to challenge the Dark Continent for the second time. In the quiet night, he came to the remote suburbs and found an abandoned mine. He set up a simple trap nearby, and then materialized a lantern in the dark cave. In an instant, the gloomy, deep purple light filled the mine like a sparkling lake. The 4 messenger ghosts were still clinging to the lamp holder and the lamp post, staring at Germain pitifully, and their vague sobs seemed to be expressing the sorrow of waiting silently for a month. I know. Germain nodded to them eagerly. Germain could not recognize the difference between the messenger ghosts, nor did he care about it. He just casually extended his little finger to one of the messenger ghosts. I choose you this time. The little ghost howled with joy and quickly reached out to grab Germain's little finger, while the other 3 little ghosts could only cry out in disappointment. The lantern showed 2 lines of words. Lantern location, Dark Continent. Dry River Valley cooling time, 2 minutes, already cooled. Germain and the messenger imp holding his little finger disappeared into the mine after a chaotic spin, and the lantern disappeared with it. The mine returned to its proper darkness. At the same time, Germain arrived at the Dry River Valley in the blink of an eye and breathed the fresh air here. The second time, it was dark in the mine, but it was daytime here. Germain immediately looked down at the lantern at his feet, and saw that it was surrounded by 4 messenger ghosts, and displayed 2 lines of words that were slightly different from before. Lantern location, abandoned mine in the central islands of Lake Mobius cooling time, 4 minutes, countdown 3:59. The central islands of Lake Mobius are easy to understand. They are the area where humans currently live. Compared with the Dark Continent, it is indeed only the size of an archipelago. Germain also used this to determine the rule of the cooling time of the lantern transmission. It is very simple. That is, each cooling time is doubled of the previous one. At first, it was used immediately, so this can be ignored. Then it was 1 minute, then 2 minutes, now 4 minutes, and then it will most likely be 8 minutes. The cooling time will only get longer and longer in the future. So, is the bug from last time still around this time? He quickly observed the surroundings, and soon noticed something unusual. He didn't see the flesh-sucking red bug that appeared last time, but saw another huge creature instead. If you only look at its appearance, it should be a centipede, but judging by its size, it is comparable to a 22-car train. Pairs of legs, supporting the slender and twisted limbs, waving their antennae, crawl to the edge of a small raised mound not far away. Is it a centipede this time? Germain pondered. The centipede suddenly trembled, and black smoke and dust were seen from its limbs scattered into the air, and then lightly fell on the ground of the Dry River Valley. After a while, those mounds and rock layers that were either raised or buried in the soil layer all lost their original disguises and returned to bright red, revealing their true appearance. It was the group of red bugs that Germain saw last time. The red bugs that were still full of energy that day now trembled for a while under the black fog of the centipede, and then fell to the ground, unable to crawl anymore. The centipede immediately climbed onto one of the red bugs, and its tiny hooked legs pierced into the flesh of the red bug, and its palatal teeth bit its small head, tearing the skin and flesh, and enjoying a delicious meal. The toxin is enough to stun the red bug and soften the shell. Germain muttered to himself and made a judgment. The poisonous fog centipede and the flesh-sucking red bug are part of the food chain in this area. In order to explore the Dark Continent more safely and effectively, although he would not stay for too long, Germain specially bought a backpack of items this time. These included a compass, remote-controlled bombs, medicine, compressed biscuits, drinking water, etc. He bought a few bottles of emergency antidote, but he didn't know if it would be useful for the poisonous fog centipede toxin. German took a step towards the poisonous mist centipede. Chapter 13. When the poisonous fog centipede had almost its entire head inserted into the body of the flesh-sucking red bug with a hole opened, it suddenly pulled its head out, and its tentacles reached towards Germain. The bloody pieces of meat fell to the ground from its horrifying mouthparts. Was it discovered so soon? German saw the lantern at his feet, which showed cooled down. He did not choose to return immediately this time, but continued to walk towards the centipede. The poisonous fog centipede used its tentacles to test the breath of this unknown creature. When it saw him coming towards it, it paused for a while with some doubts, and then climbed down from the flesh-sucking red bug. Try to use speed. German materialized the fire gun and the meat saw, and rushed to the side, and then circled to the left of the poisonous fog centipede. The poisonous fog centipede had poor eyesight. It could only confirm German's movement with its tentacles, so it was half a beat slower. German raised the meat saw and chopped it hard on one of the legs that was quite huge for him. Poochie! The blunt blade of the meat saw chopped on the joint of the poisonous fog centipede's legs, as violently as a butcher chopping off a pig's shank bone. The leg of the poisonous fog centipede was cut off. Its mouthparts let out a howl like a beast, twisted its limbs, and turned back to bite German. German could see the palate teeth still stained with sticky blood, smelled the fishy smell, and without hesitation, he picked up the musket and fired a shot at the mouthparts. Bang! The musket broke one of the palate teeth of the poisonous fog centipede, and it twisted its flat and slender limbs in pain, and the howl was still like a beast. After firing a shot, German did not greedily finish off the opponent, but quickly retreated and opened up a large distance. Facts have proved that what he did was right. Just as Germain moved 10 meters away, the poisonous fog centipede once again rustled its limbs, a bit like a rattlesnake shaking the keratin ring at the end of its tail. The black poisonous fog, which contained enough toxin to kill a car-sized flesh-sucking red bug, spread out. I knew you would release poison. Germain had expected the scene before him. The poisonous fog emitted by the poisonous fog centipede is both a hunting method and a means of self-protection. However, its eyesight was originally poor, and now the poisonous fog even interfered with its antennae, which put it in a passive position. Is this a self-defeating move? German took out the remote-controlled bomb from his backpack, took a lunge, and threw it into the dark poisonous fog. After hearing the sound of the bomb landing, he picked up the remote control and pressed the detonation button. Bang! The sudden explosion and the orange-yellow flames that shot up into the sky made the entire dry river valley quiet for a while. The poisonous fog was either dispersed or mixed with the smoke. German could not hear any movement, but he did not rush in. On the contrary, he stepped back a few steps to prevent the wind from changing and blowing the poisonous fog to him. The flames and smoke soon dissipated, and German was able to see the outline of the poisonous fog centipede. This train-sized beast fell to the ground as if it had derailed, and then curled up into a flat ball. The large gap created by the bomb gushed out black blood. After a short silence, the densely packed legs and feet began to move again, just like the cockroaches that turned over in the corner. German clenched his fist with the handle of the meat saw, put his hands on his waist, and tilted his head slightly. Is it really not that easy? The creatures in the Dark Continent are quite scary in rumors. However, the degree of human terror is not inferior to them, especially the various weapons they invented. As long as they don't encounter creatures with overly abnormal abilities, humans still have a place in the Dark Continent. Bombs are one of the most terrifying weapons of mankind. They have been updated and upgraded since their invention, and there is still no sign of being eliminated. Among the remote-controlled bombs that German could find, this is the only one that has a good equivalent and can be carried with him. Even so, it only injured some limbs of the poisonous fog centipede. Is it really necessary to brave the poisonous fog and kill it with a musket and a meat saw? He brought a gas mask, while German was still weighing whether it was worth it to do so. He heard the sound of wings flapping in the air. He looked up and saw another giant beast flying from the other side of the valley. It was a moth flapping its gray-brown scaled wings. Similarly, its size was far beyond imagination. With its wings spread out, it was slightly larger than the poisonous fog centipede. The poisonous fog centipede's antennae swayed, as if it sensed that the god of death was coming to claim its life, and it desperately twisted its limbs to try to emit more poisonous fog. However, on the one hand, It produced a large amount of poisonous fog in a short period of time to deal with the flesh-sucking red bugs, and German was now stretched to the limit. On the other hand, this giant corrugated moth also had a way to deal with the poisonous fog. It flew to the sky where the poisonous fog could not reach, and flapped its scaled wings slowly and vigorously. A whirlwind was fanned out by the scaly wings, and it easily dispersed the poisonous fog. The whirlwind moth was not in a hurry to attack, but continued to fan the whirlwind at the poisonous fog centipede, and showed it the ripples on its scaly wings that looked like the pupils of a beast. The poisonous fog centipede seemed to be frightened and continued to emit poisonous fog, and each time, the poisonous fog would be blown away by the whirlwind of the whirlwind moth. This cycle repeated, and the poisonous fog centipede could shake out less and less poisonous fog. German had seen clearly the hunting method in this food chain. In order to hunt and avoid predators, the flesh-sucking red bug evolved a camouflage shell, and the poisonous fog centipede evolved poisonous fog to hunt the flesh-sucking red bug and avoid the hurricane moth. Now, the hurricane moth, which is one level above the poisonous fog centipede, has evolved scaly wings that can fan the hurricane in order to hunt the poisonous fog centipede. German gradually figured out how to gain a foothold in the Dark Continent. In addition to calmness, psychic ability, weapons in the human world, etc., you can also use the ready-made food chain. The gusty ripple moth fanned away the poisonous fog of the poisonous fog centipede, creating a hard-won opportunity for Germain. He took out the rope originally used to climb the cliff of the river valley from his backpack and walked quickly towards the gusty ripple moth and the poisonous fog centipede. As the distance got closer and closer, Germain seized the opportunity and swung the climbing rope in his hand, and the hook at the end was accurately stuck on the neck of the gusty ripple moth. He pulled hard and pulled the huge gusty ripple moth to the ground. The gusty ripple moth was caught off guard and, under Germain's sneak attack, crashed into the poisonous fog centipede on the ground like a meteorite. Bang! The two giant beasts collided with each other, and a puff of embarrassing smoke and dust rose. Chapter 14. The poisonous fog centipede released the last trace of poisonous fog under stress, and then curled up its slender limbs and entangled itself on the body of the hurricane moth. The hurricane moth frantically flapped its scaly wings and tried to fly, but because it was carrying the heavy poisonous fog centipede on its body, it only flew 2 or 3 meters above the ground before banging to the ground again. The severe pain stimulated the dying poisonous fog centipede, and its sharp pallid teeth and legs immediately pierced the soft abdomen of the hurricane moth. The pierced part poofed and white liquid like pus flowed out. The hurricane moth felt pain, but it seemed to have no vocal organs, so it could not howl, and could only fight back with actions. Its mouthparts, like straws, pierced into the wound of the poisonous fog centipede caused by the bomb like a spear, and sucked the flesh and blood. The two giant beasts entangled with each other and fought to death, like two wrestlers, rolling over and over on the ground of the dry river valley. But the amplitude of their rolling became smaller and smaller. When German saw that the situation was almost done, he jumped lightly onto the limbs of the poisonous fog centipede and smashed a corner of its head with a musket. Then, he used a meat saw to cut off the mouthparts of the wind moth. He then aimed the musket at the head of the wind moth and fired a shot. The scattered bullets turned it into a hornet's nest. Bang! The upper body of the poisonous fog centipede, which had been raised, fell first on the hard soil layer of the dry river valley. The entire flat and long limbs no longer curled, and the densely packed legs and feet stopped moving. Then the wind moth fell on the limbs of the poisonous fog centipede like a lover committing suicide. A pair of huge scaly wings fell powerlessly on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Suddenly, the abdomen of the wind ripple moth suddenly swelled up like a balloon. With a few puff sounds, several white eggs covered with mucus were sprayed out from the end, piling up into a tower. Laying eggs after death? German jumped off the corpse of the giant beast and looked at it thoughtfully. The creatures in the Dark Continent are really incredible and cannot be viewed with common sense. No, it should be said that the creatures in the entire hunter world are incredible. He raised the meat saw that dripped blood like a silk thread, absorbing the resentment of the giant beasts. This time, unlike usual, he not only got 2 attribute points and 2 vision pressure, but also got 2 grudge tools, a new lantern and a flamethrower. I haven't been able to get a new grudge tool for more than a month, but I didn't expect to get 2 at once. I don't know if it's a coincidence or a necessity. According to convention, he added 2 attribute points to endurance. Vigor, 20 endurance, 19 vision pressure, 28 grudge tools, meat saw, musket, flamethrower, 3 lanterns. For minutes cooling time, another lantern was obtained, which means that German can expand the scope of exploration, and the next teleportation location can be selected in a new area. As for the flamethrower, as the name suggests, it is a weapon that can spray a large area of flames forward, with amazing lethality. However, if this is the only gain from this trip, he will still not be satisfied. He looked at the corpse of the giant beast that fell in the dry river valley, made up his mind, raised the meat saw, and walked over. German first used the meat saw to cut off the corners of the scales of the wind wave moth. Although it was called a corner, it was as big as a bed sheet. He rolled up the corners of the scales, and tied them with a climbing rope. Then, he went to the poisonous fog centipede, used the syringe in his backpack, and drew a large tube of venom secreted from the palate teeth, and then threw the syringe into a large jar and sealed it. Finally, he used a meat saw to cut open the back shell of the flesh-sucking red bug, and found a red stone as big as his head among the incomprehensible organs and tissues. At first, he thought it was a stone of the flesh-sucking red bug and didn't care. But when he picked it up casually, he saw that it had changed and gradually turned into a color similar to his arm. It should be a good thing. Take it back. He originally planned to take away an egg excreted by the dead wind ripple moth. But after seeing the disgusting mucus on the eggshell, he gave up the idea. German made the materialized musket and meat saw disappear, and then stuffed the canister containing the poison syringe into his backpack. He held the wing roll of the wind wave moth in his left hand, and the color-changing stone of the flesh-sucking red bug in his right hand, and came to the side of the lantern. This was all he could take away. The lantern could transport German himself, which was literally what he could take away. German extended his pinky finger to one of the messenger ghosts. The messenger ghost jumped up happily, grabbed the pinky finger with both hands, and disappeared with him like a phantom with a buzz. After a long period of dead silence, the ground of the dry river valley suddenly bulged with small lumps, and flesh-sucking red bugs emerged from the soil. They crawled to the eggs of the wind ripple moth, touched them with their antennae to confirm, then used their little heads to break a corner of the eggs, and then extended their sucking mouth parts through the broken part. Gudong, gudong. They sucked in big gulps. On the other side, German also successfully returned to the human world, that dark mine. After returning from the dark continent, his vision pressure was forcibly increased by 10 points, becoming 38 points. The purple lantern light shone on his face, and he stared at the new traits he had gained on this journey projected by the hunter badge. Beast Killer Gluttony. Beast Killer is a positive trait that allows Germain to gain a bonus when facing beasts. Gluttony is a negative trait that will make him more addicted to food than before. Counting the kleptomania he had obtained before, he now has 1 positive trait and 2 negative traits. He thought of the lantern again and looked over. Sure enough, the 2 lines of words on the lantern had changed again. Lantern location, dark continent. Dry valley cooling time, 8 minutes, countdown 6:45. It seems that he was not wrong about the cooling time of the lantern. German piled the spoils he got from the dark continent in the corner of the mine, then walked around outside the mine to confirm that the traps were intact and there were no enemies around before returning. He sat in the corner of the mine, remained in a state of abstinence, slept for a night, and woke up at dawn on the 26th. German threw most of his things in the mine, took the most easily portable venom syringe, and came to the nearby town, where he found the underground black market. At present, he could only trade with black market merchants. The black market merchant saw that he wanted to sell a syringe of venom, and was a little disdainful at first, but after repeated sampling and confirmation, he found that this was a venom he had never seen before, and couldn't help asking, "Don't worry about it. How much is it?" German couldn't talk about his secrets with the black market merchant, and he didn't have the mood to do so. Just asked the other party to name a price. The black market merchant gritted his teeth and gave a number, but German picked up the syringe and turned around and left. Hey, 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 don't leave. The price is negotiable. The black market merchant hurriedly stopped German. Only then did German stop and turn around. Chapter 15. German spoke slowly. You have 1 more chance to make an offer. Think it through. It is difficult to find an antidote for a venom that cannot be confirmed in a short time. This is its value. As long as the poison is used more times, there will always be an antidote, and it is easy to leave clues for assassination. Then the most dangerous time for a poison is when people don't know about it. Of course, there may be people with the ability to remove any toxin unreasonably, which is another category. I understand. I understand. The black market merchant wiped the sweat from his forehead with a white cloth, thought for a while, and gritted his teeth again. Then 10 million genie. However, I can't give 10 million at once. This time I give you 5 million. And I pay you the balance in 2 days. German remembered Killua from Zoldyck family. The bounty for his photo alone seemed to be 100 million genie. This syringe of venom could be sold for 1/10 of the price of Killua's photo, which was not bad. He was not worried that the black market dealer would deny his debt later. At worst, he could just do his old job as a killer, and let the black market dealer weigh his ability. Deal? Seeing that Germain agreed, the black market dealer was relieved. Germain returned to the mine after confirming that the anonymous account had received 5 million ringies. However, he did not rush to sell the next piece of loot this time, but deliberately changed of town. On the 30th, he went to another city and sold the scaly wings of the wind-rippled moth that were cut off and were as big as a bed sheet. The scaly wings were not sold at a high price as the venom, but because the source was unknown, they had a certain collection value, and the final transaction price was 4 million gold. The remaining 5 million gold after the venom was sold was also transferred to his account. In the blink of an eye, German became a small rich man. German, who was rich, booked a presidential suite in a hotel without hesitation that night. He stood on the extended balcony, enjoying the refreshing evening breeze and the night view of the city. From the highest point of the city, the seemingly distant ground was full of stars, vaguely intertwined. 1 or 2 flashing bright spots also appeared in the night, slowly passing through the sky. The technology tree of this world, under the influence of various factors, is significantly different from the era when German originally lived. There are smartphones, computers, and real-life computer games that can be transmitted to an island, which look very advanced. At the same time, there are airplanes here, but they are basically private, and most of the public air transportation vehicles are airships. The bright spot that flashed over the city just now was the airship flying over here. Logically speaking, there is no reason why civilian airplanes cannot be popularized in this world. It seems that there is some kind of restriction, perhaps related to the V5 country and the Dark Continent. German sat quietly on the recliner, thinking about these questions. Suddenly, the mobile phone in the black robe made a ding-dong sound. So he took it out to unlock the screen and found that someone sent him a text message. Little Granny, hey smiley face. Little Granny, do you remember who I am? Do you miss me? It turned out to be Biscuit. She promised a month ago that she would help German Man get to the hunter exam directly. But she had no news for a month, and German Man almost forgot about it. German waited for a while and found that Biscuit had no news. So he put his phone on the round table beside him and got up to get some water in the living room. When he came back, he saw the phone ding-dong ringing and the screen lit up again. He had no choice but to unlock it again to see what was going on this time. As a result, the person who sent the text message was still Biscuit. 5 minutes ago. Grandma, are you there? Why didn't you reply to me? 4 minutes ago. Grandma, are you angry? Grandma, I'm sorry. I can't help it. I've been too busy lately. Grandma, I didn't forget my promise to you. I brought you good news. 3 minutes ago. Grandma, anyway. It's a bit rude to ignore someone all the time. I give you 1 minute to reply to me. 2 minutes ago. Mother-in-law, reply to me, angry face. Mother-in-law, reply to me, angry face. Mother-in-law, reply to me, angry face. The phone ding-dong sounded, and Biscuit sent another reply to me, angry face. Fortunately, the mobile phones in this world do not have the unethical function of displaying read but not reply. Otherwise Biscuit would probably be completely furious. Germain opened the screen keyboard and replied slowly. Germain, the Hunter Exam Registration Office has sent a text message reminder that the exam site is somewhere in Yanish's city. This time, Biscuit replied almost instantly. Granny, everyone knows about this. Isn't it stated on the website? Granny, the Hunter Exam site and exam site change every year. Yanish's city, which was chosen this time, is so big. Are you going to search for it street by street like a hound? Germain, where is the exam site exactly? Granny, you are still not polite at all, helpless sighing face. Grandma, do you want to know? I really want to know. Right? If you want to know, you will always call me beautiful princess. Grandma, also, you can't ignore my text messages. To be honest, your habit reminds me of another difficult guy. German did not obey Biscuit's unreasonable request, but got up from the recliner again, returned to the bedroom, and found the color-changing stone of the flesh-sucking red bug. This should also be considered a gemstone. Right? German put it on the floor, recorded the process of it gradually turning into the color of the tile with his mobile phone, and sent it to Biscuit. Then, he put it by the door again, recorded the process of it gradually changing to the color of the wood, and sent it to Biscuit again. This time, Germain waited for 3 minutes, but Biscuit did not reply to him. He thought Biscuit was not interested in this, so he had to put the phone on the bedside table, took a book from the bookshelf, sat on the soft bed, leaned his back against the pillow, and started reading. However, before he finished reading a paragraph, his phone rang, playing a piece of instrumental music that he had recently liked. German reluctantly put down the book, picked up the phone again, and saw that the caller ID was indeed little mother-in-law. As soon as he answered the call, a girl's voice came from the other side. Hey, brother German, is that gem specially given to me? Thank you so much. This is the best gift I have ever received. The previous text message was just a joke. Don't take it to heart. German hurriedly interrupted her chattering. Equivalent exchange. Where is the specific location of the examination room? Hey, don't be so polite. Biscuit stretched out his tone. Even if I tell you the specific location, it's useless. Only when the guide says the code word. The staff will open the channel for you. Chapter 16. German remembered that this was indeed the case. In the 1999 Hunter exam, the candidates arrived at an inconspicuous restaurant and were allowed to enter the exam room only after the guide spoke a code word. So, I need you to personally lead me outside the exam room? I would like to be your guide, Biscuit said with some embarrassment. But I've been very busy recently and can't split myself. Just don't worry. I've asked someone else to be your guide. Who? My disciple Yungu is currently the acting master of the Heart Source Fist. Biscuit explained the relationship in a concise manner, and then resumed the clip sound. German, just give him the gem you gave me. You can trust him completely. He's a good kid. I know. German was about to hang up. Biscuit seemed to realize what German was thinking, and asked quickly, Wait. Don't hang up in a hurry. Tell me first. What is this gem? Where did it come from? And how to get it? German replied, I tell you when I have a chance. Huh? Now is the chance. Wait. Don't hang up yet. German hung up the phone, turned it to silent mode, put it on the bedside table to charge, and then turned to the bathroom. After a few days of rest, time had quietly turned from the end of 1997 to the beginning of 1998. German didn't set out until the morning of January 7th, carrying a travel backpack and taking a bus to Yanesha. He was close to Yanesha, so he didn't need to take an airship, and the stones in his backpack probably wouldn't be so easy to pass the airship security check. After a 2-hour drive, the iconic spire castle and church of Yanesha came into view. German looked out the window at the city street scene, the dazzling windows, the sparkling lake, the birds flying in the sky, and immersed himself in his own world. After the Hunter exam, traveling alone might be a good idea. However, this is a noisy bus, not his own world. With a click, German heard a strange sound from the side. He turned his head and saw the two girls sitting across the aisle blushing and hurriedly putting away their phones. Oh no! I forgot to turn off the camera sound. He looked over here, and he is really handsome. What should I do? Why don't we just ask him for a photo? Let's chat while we're at it. Then go ahead. Why don't you go first? At this moment, the bus arrived at the station with a creak. The front and rear doors opened with a swish, and the passengers got up from their seats, gathered in the narrow aisle, and got off the bus in an orderly manner. German didn't give the hesitant girls time to make a decision. He put on a tricorn hat, put on a travel backpack, and got off the bus. Ah, he's gone. A sigh of regret was faintly heard from behind. German walked out of the crowded station, and there were people with blank or anxious eyes everywhere, walking past him quickly. They are all just passers-by. He soon noticed a well-mannered young man wearing glasses and a shirt standing at the entrance of the station. He habitually squinted his eyes, which looked as if they were not open. And there was always a smile on the corner of his mouth. For some reason, the right side of the shirt was not tucked into the pants under the belt. And it just hung like that. The young man with glasses noticed Germain and immediately walked over quickly, stood in front of him, bowed slightly, and stretched out his hand to him. You must be Mr. Germain mentioned by Teacher Biscuit. I am her disciple Yungu. I am Germain. Germain subconsciously glanced at Yungu's palm, then stretched out his hand, shook his hand, and let go. Yungu didn't expect Germain to be so wary, but he didn't take it to heart and adjusted his glasses. Mr. Germain, you've been in the car for a long time. Do you need to rest first? There is a good restaurant nearby. No need. Germain waved his hand to interrupt. Mr. Yungu, take me to the hunter exam venue. But now there are still 3 hours before the exam starts. It doesn't matter. My habit is to arrive early rather than late. Yungu nodded. Very good habit. Well, I lead the way. You follow me. At this time, Shishi was not around. It was unknown whether he had not yet become Yungu's disciple, or simply was not brought by Yungu to see the dangerous person in front of him. German and Yungu left the crowded Yanisha city station. When they passed by the lively park and walked onto an ancient arch bridge, they could see that the river under the bridge was as calm as a mirror. The gray-white spire-roof church came into view not far away. Countless white pigeons landed on the square, pecking at the breadcrumbs thrown on the ground. Yungu put one hand behind his back and pointed his index finger at the solemn church. Mr. Germain, that's the hunter exam site. Germain raised his hat brim slightly, not surprised. Hunter exam sites always like to hide under the surface. Yungu walked forward a few steps and was about to lead Germain into the church when he heard a harsh creaking sound. He turned his head and his eyes widened in surprise. I saw a black beetle car driving crookedly towards this side, scaring the pigeons on the ground and making them fly up collectively. And the sky was filled with white shadows in an instant. Is there a problem with the car? No. It's intentional. Yungu made a quick judgment. The driver turned the steering wheel left and right as if he was drunk, and stepped on the accelerator and brakes, making the beetle look like it was about to flip over every time it turned in a big arc. This is... Yungu adjusted his glasses, and the lenses were shining. When he was stunned, he suddenly saw Germain put down his travel backpack and walk towards him slowly. Mr. Germain? Yungu shouted in surprise. Germain stood in place, looked back at him, and explained, It's likely that it's a killer who comes to find me. There are almost every day, but there are fewer and fewer recently. It's not a matter of less or more. Mr. Germain, be careful behind you. Yungu reminded immediately. The beetle charged like a wild bull, and indeed revealed its true face. When Germain turned his head to look at Yungu, it rushed over. Germain dodged lightly like an elegant bullfighter, causing the beetle to break with a squeak. The driver was about to turn the beetle or reverse, and glanced at the rearview mirror, but was surprised to find that the target had disappeared. He blinked again, and the target had sat in the passenger seat without knowing when. And he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Chapter 17. German put his hands on the steering wheel, like an old driver teaching a novice how to drive. Straighten the steering wheel. Step on the brake lightly. Stop. I don't need to teach you these. Right? The driver did it tremblingly, because the barrel of the musket was already on his shoulder, aiming at his temple. When Yungu came over, German and the driver had already got out of the car. The driver squatted on the ground with his hands on his head. I asked. It's an ordinary killer who can't even read. The exam is coming up soon. I don't want to cause trouble. How should I deal with this guy? Germain asked. He didn't kill him directly. Yungu glanced at Germain, and then replied, just throw him here. There are hunters from the Hunter Association all around here, responsible for ensuring the normal order of this exam. They will come and take him away. German looked at the crowd of onlookers. Indeed. Let your people handle it. So, Germain and Yungu left here directly, and continued to walk towards the church. You don't seem to be surprised by this assassination? After walking for a while, Yungu finally couldn't help asking. I'm used to it, Germain said. If no one comes to assassinate me within 2 or 3 days, I will feel uncomfortable. Is that so? Is this the person who lives in the dark world? Yungu was silent, and could not help but ponder the reason why Teacher Biscuit asked him to contact Germain. With his respect for Teacher Biscuit, He thought that Teacher Biscuit would not make meaningless arrangements. Teacher Biscuit always thought that I was too upright. Perhaps he wanted me to learn something from Germain? He would never dream that Biscuit really did not have time to come in person. So he asked his disciple, who was very close to the examination room, to do it for him. After entering the quaint and quiet church, Yun-gu went into the dark confessional room, exchanged a few secret words, and then came out again. Okay, Mr. Germain, you go forward along this road, and someone will take you into the examination room. I can only take you here. Okay. Thank you. Yun-gu was stunned for a moment, and replied with a smile, You're welcome. Germain walked around the confessional, took a few steps, and suddenly remembered something and walked back. Yun-gu put his hands behind his back and asked in confusion, Is there anything else you forgot to bring? Germain shook his head, but took out a head-sized stone from his backpack and handed it to Yun-gu. This is what Biscuit asked for. Yun-gu remembered the teacher's instructions, and immediately took it with both hands. I saw that the stone was in his palm, and in just a few seconds, it turned the same color as his skin. There really is a magical gem. I thought Teacher Biscuit was using this as an excuse to let me meet Germain. Teacher Biscuit, could it be that you really just don't have time to come? So you let me. When Yun-gu thought of this possibility, he couldn't help but twitched his mouth. After a long time, he raised his head and was about to thank him, but he saw that Germain had walked straight away, leaving him with only his back. Germain? He didn't understand why the teacher wanted to help Germain at first, but after the actual contact, he more or less understood. Germain was not a completely bad person, nor was he a pure good person, but more like a great person. Such a person would neither completely stick to order nor completely embrace chaos. Nor would he be neutral and waver. He already had a target that he had to hunt, and he had the qualifications to become a first-class hunter. On the other side, the priest in the dark black robe opened the back door of the church for Germain, made a cross on his chest, and silently chanted something. Germain looked at the priest's wrinkled, old face for a few times. He didn't expect that in a different world. There are still people who believe in God similar to God. The back of the church was full of hazy fog, and it was hard to see far away. There was only a small red brick road extending from his feet to the depths of the fog. He walked forward along the plain red brick road. When he was in the fog, he suddenly saw many gray-white stone slabs appearing on both sides, with various strange patterns and unique words engraved on them. Tombstones. It turned out that this was a quiet cemetery. Germain continued to walk forward slowly. Soon, one after another, moving black shadows appeared in front of him. When he got closer, he saw a group of men and women in different clothes. They stood not far away, and after noticing Germain, they looked him up and down warily, then turned their heads and rarely communicated with each other. It seemed that they were all candidates who came to take the hunter exam. Germain observed his surroundings, and at this time, a short figure walked towards him. This person was wearing a black suit and white gloves, but that face was not a human face, but a green face that was closer to a bean. The bean-faced man, the secretary of the Hunter Association, was one of the people that the eccentric President Netero trusted quite a lot. It wasn't necessarily trusted, but perhaps one of the people he liked to tease the most, which was also possible. His personality was exactly the opposite of President Netero's. Steady and gentle, and indeed very suitable for secretary work. Hello. The bean-faced man politely reached into the small basket he was carrying, took out a round white number plate, and handed it to Germain. Please keep your number plate. You are candidate number 233. It's best to wear it on your chest during the exam. Germain took it, and flexibly turned the number plate several times with his fingers, like spinning a pen. He didn't see anything unusual, so he wore it on his chest. At this time, another new candidate came out of the mist. The bean-faced man immediately stepped forward with his short legs, and followed the same procedure. However, as soon as the bean-faced man left, another person approached. Hello. Hello. A kind smile appeared on the chubby face. My name is Dongba, and I am a candidate for the hunter exam like you. You look like a stranger. Is this your first time to take the exam? Dongba did not recognize Germain, who was in the limelight in the dark world. This was actually a normal thing among the current members of the Phantom Troupe, except for the newcomer Germain. The rest, including Hisoka, are Class A wanted criminals, called thieves, but they often kill and then rob. Similarly, The Zoldyck family puts out a sign of assassination. But they do more open killing and rarely hide their identities. They all need to make a name for themselves in the dark world for their own purposes. However, whether it is the Phantom Troupe or the Zoldyck family, it is not easy for someone to recognize them just by walking on the street. Donghua didn't recognize Germain. After hearing his name, Germain looked him up and down and soon realized who he was. It wasn't because he was famous, but because his personality was so twisted that Germain still remembered him. Donghua failed the hunter exam more than 30 times. So he became angry and became a person who only targeted newcomers and made them fail. He was the so-called newcomer killer. His purpose of approaching Germain was obvious. Chapter 18. Germain didn't want to waste time with him. So he reached into his black robe, used the hunter's badge to materialize a musket, and pretended to take it out from his arms. He exposed the barrel of the musket and aimed at Donghua. Donghua originally reached into his shoulder bag to take out a drink with strong diarrhea powder, and tried to get the black-haired young man in front of him to drink it by getting close to him. Unexpectedly, in a blink of an eye, he saw a black muzzle aimed at him. He retracted his hands with a pale face, raised them up, trembling with fear, sweating profusely. What are you doing? I'm just saying hello to you out of kindness. You'd better give up your idea. Germain retracted the muzzle of the gun. His eyes and expression were very calm, and he didn't seem to be threatening Donghua at all. My shooting accuracy is very poor, so I'm used to using a shotgun. When a shotgun hits the human body, it will leave a very horrible wound. Donghua swallowed his saliva, continued to raise his hands, smiled, and stepped back repeatedly. I understand. After walking a distance away, he put down his hands, muttered something, and walked away quickly. Many candidates present noticed the commotion here, and some knew that Donghua was the newcomer killer and was waiting to see the newcomers laugh. Unexpectedly, an old-timer was taken back before he even started to harm the newcomers. This guy is not easy to mess with. Everyone subconsciously labeled Germain like this and restrained their smiles. At this time, Germain suddenly felt a murderous aura like a needle coming from behind. Without any concealment, he turned his head and saw a familiar figure standing against a gray-white tombstone not far away. This guy is here too. It's Hisoka, who is also a member of the Phantom Troupe. It's not strange that Hisoka is here. In the original timeline, he took part in this hunter exam and the hunter exam of the next year, and obtained a hunter license after the exam of the next year. He is also regarded as a person who cannot be provoked by the people around him. The reason is that someone didn't like his makeup and came to provoke him by saying that he was a sissy. And then he was cut off his left ear and several fingers by a playing card. The provocateur completely lost his courage at this point, fled in a hurry, and didn't even plan to take the hunter exam. Hisoka turned his face to the side. His peach blossom eyes glanced at this side, revealing a meaningful smile. He greedily stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and the playing card in his hand turned from 4 of hearts to 8 of hearts. Then, he opened his lips slightly, and said something to Germain silently. But Germain couldn't read lip language, so he chose to ignore him. Hisoka didn't mean to come up and talk. He just laughed a few times, closed his eyes, and kept playing with his card tricks on his fingertips. After waiting for another hour and a half, the hunter exam was finally scheduled. There were 353 candidates this time, and one of them quit the exam early. The bean-faced man disappeared without anyone noticing, probably because he had finished his mission and left. The candidates waited for a while, and found that no one came to pay attention to them. Gradually, some candidates became anxious. They looked around and shouted, "Is there anyone? Where is the examiner?" And so on. Germain was not in a hurry at all. He sat cross-legged on the red brick road, took out a piece of beef jerky from his backpack, and started to bite it, looking like he didn't care if he continued to wait. Everyone was stunned when they saw him finish one piece of beef jerky and then eat another one. And gradually they felt a little hungry. Could he do it on purpose? Finally, the sound of duh came, and a man walked out of the mist in the cemetery. This man had short black hair, stubble on his chin, a small cloth bag in his hand, and wooden clogs on his feet. The examinees all looked at the person who suddenly appeared. He glanced at everyone and said casually, "Sorry, I'm late. I am the examiner of the first round of the hunter exam. Izanabe." Izanabe? Germain bit his beef jerky with his back teeth while looking at the examiner. Based on the image of this person, he gradually matched the person in his memory. Gon, Killua, Kurapika, and Leorio are the protagonists of Hunter x Hunter. After they set foot on the Hunter's road, they all met their own teachers who taught them in. Among them, Kurapika's teacher should be the examiner Izanagi in front of him. Many candidates listened to Izanagi's annoying tone and showed angry expressions on their faces. Izanagi didn't care. He threw the bag at his feet and said to himself, "Then, I declare that the 286th Hunter examination officially begins." Many of the 352 candidates were very angry about Izanagi's lateness. But he was the examiner after all, and had the ability to decide whether they could enter the next level. So he could only suppress his temper at this moment. Without further delay, let's start explaining the rules of the first exam. Izanagi reached into his arms, took out a hard card, raised it above his head, and showed it to everyone. It was a mostly pure white card, with only the Hunter Association's XX mark printed on the front. I have placed 360 such cards in Yanisha City in advance, with random locations and random difficulty in obtaining them. As long as you get one and return here to give it to me, you will pass the first exam. Many candidates' eyelids twitched wildly after hearing this. Yanisha City is a very large city, not to mention how many tall buildings are standing. Izanagi seemed to have no intention of giving any clues at all. It would be troublesome to search without any clues. Unexpectedly, instead of giving any clues, Izanagi added, "The time limit is 360 minutes, which is 6 hours, and every minute, one card will be collected by our people." Not only is there a time limit, but as the time limit approaches, there will be fewer and fewer cards to search for. Is that what it means? German still sat cross-legged on the ground, eating the sandwich cookies he took out of his backpack while thinking. Izanagi couldn't help but glance at him, and then looked away. By the way, Izanagi raised a finger. The time calculation for the first test started 20 minutes ago, which means that there are only 340 minutes and 340 cards left now. What? Many candidates were shocked. It started 20 minutes ago, and Izanagi was 20 minutes late. Doesn't this mean that 20 minutes were wasted? Did Izanagi do it on purpose? There were 340 cards left, and there were 352 candidates present. It was destined that someone would be eliminated. Some candidates turned around and left here, looking for cards immediately. But most candidates stayed here and surrounded Izanagi with dissatisfaction. What do you mean by casual mention? Isn't the wasted time because of your lateness? How can an examiner set such a rule? This is totally unfair. We demand a recalculation of the time. Start from now. Chapter 19. Izanagi was surrounded by the angry candidates, but he was not panicked at all. Instead, he lowered his head and laughed, then spread his hands to the crowd. Yes, I did it on purpose. He showed the candidates a provocative smile. What do you think? You have to wait for the time to argue with me here. I am the examiner, and my exams are like this. If you don't like it, please come back next year. Perhaps you will like the examiner next year more? Or do you want to compete with me? I don't mind this kind of thing, but I still have to mention that according to my rules, attacking the examiner will immediately disqualify you from the exam. Izanagi stood among the crowd, looking like a hedgehog with flaws all over his body, and no one really dared to approach him. Suddenly someone shouted, "Damn it," then turned around and ran away from the cemetery, with someone taking the lead. More and more candidates, who had originally stayed here, rushed to leave the cemetery, bypass the church, and go to the city. Hisoka walked slowly past Germain, waved like an old friend, pointed to the front of the cemetery, and then left. Soon, only Izanagi and Germain were left here. Izanagi saw Germain finish another cookie, wipe his fingers with a tissue, and then stood up from the red brick road. Frowning. "You?" He started to say something, then waved his hand in giving up. "Forget it. It's okay." Izanagi could feel that Germain was different, but he didn't plan to preach to Germain. First, it was meaningless, and second, the Hunter exam did not reject people from the dark world. The Hunter exam is open to anyone with talent, even if he is a heinous criminal. Germain stood up, but Izanagi sat cross-legged next to his small bag, closed his eyes, and waited silently. Germain saw this riddle man who didn't speak complete sentences, and soon lost interest in him. He turned and walked out of the cemetery. and then saw Hisoka leaning against the wall at the back door of the church. This is what Hisoka meant by his gesture just now. So ruthless. Hisoka's tone seemed to be resentful, but it was full of danger. We are obviously partners in the same brigade. But you didn't even say hello to me. Do you have something important? Germain asked seriously. Hisoka smiled and said, Why did you come to take the hunter exam? It has nothing to do with you. Germain answered truthfully, and then said, Please pretend not to know me in front of so many people. I will do the same. Thank you. The so many people he referred to were the hunters who had been hiding in the surroundings, observing silently, and maintaining the order of the exam. The hunters who were paying attention to this place were horrified when they heard this. They had covered up their breath and traces very well, but they still could not escape Germain's eyes. Hisoka obviously knew of their existence, but he didn't care. It doesn't matter. They have been staring at us since we appeared here not long ago. Right? I still don't want to have anything to do with you. It really hurts my heart. Germain ignored him and directly opened the back door of the church. Walked through the church. Walked to the square before, and went to the downtown area of Yanisha. Hisoka watched Germain's back go away, gradually outlining Germain's body data, and couldn't help but let out a low groan. It's amazing. I haven't seen you for more than a month, and your body has become stronger. Your mind has become more skilled, and you have become more vigilant. He looked at his fingers, where a ball of his energy was attached. Hisoka wanted to use stretchable love, a gas with the properties of chewing gum and rubber band, to stick to Germain's body and play a little prank. Unexpectedly, Germain found out from the beginning. Although his eyes did not look at him, the gas flowing through his body with mind would never lie. When they talked just now, they were ready for battle, like two bows fully drawn, with feather arrows placed on the bows. But in the end, it was Hisoka who first relaxed the bows. Very interesting. What on earth has he been through in the past month? Let's observe for a while. Hiso's face, covered with white powder, showed an evil and cunning smile. German was walking on the streets of Yanisha with his backpack on his back and his hands in his pockets. But he just casually looked for the target card to see if he could find one by chance. It didn't matter if there was none. When he saw sanitation workers cleaning the roadside, police officers maintaining order, and children running around, he would go up and ask, Hello, I lost a card. It's white, with a double X mark on it. Have you seen it? Generally speaking, these people would walk around the streets of Yanisha and pay more attention to the corners of the city than office workers, shop owners, etc. And there might be clues. Sure enough, a child said he saw such a card and took German to a bush, where the card was just plainly placed. German picked up the card, gave the child 1,000 ringgits, and asked him and his friends to buy juice by themselves. The card was obtained smoothly and easily. The first hunter exam was due at 5 p.m. German did not return to the church cemetery immediately, but randomly picked a fast food restaurant and had a simple lunch there. If we don't count those city girls who deliberately came over and took the opportunity to chat up with him, he still enjoyed a good lunch break. Pushing open the glass door, Germain returned to the busy street and walked slowly back to the church according to the route he remembered. Walking slowly can be considered as a way to digest food. Along the way, he saw other candidates several times. All of them looked anxious and sweaty, and it seemed that they had not found the card yet. He didn't see Hisoka, but finding the card should be very simple for him. Finally, we returned to the square in front of the church. The white doves landed on the ground and moved around cooing. When they heard the footsteps of humans, they lost their vigilance and remained where they were. The church stood quietly in the afternoon sunlight, and the shadow was stretched quite long. Germain put his hands in the pockets of his black robe and walked forward, but suddenly saw someone blocking his way. It was a chubby face that he had seen not long ago. Dongba pretended to be shocked when he saw him, took a few steps back, and said nervously, I actually ran into you. Believe me, I didn't mean to entangle you. We just met by chance, he said sincerely, but his eyes glanced suspiciously at Germain's right rear like lightning. At the same time, two people who had strong evil thoughts about him stepped into Germain's circle at the same time. People who don't know how to read need innate talent and acquired practice to master the skills of restraining murderous auras similar to Absolute. These two people who match with Dongba obviously don't have this skill. Chapter 20. Swish. 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 A faint sound of breaking through the air came to my ears. German didn't even look at it. turned his head to avoid 3 flying poisonous needles, and pretended to pull out a meat saw from his arms, turned around and chopped off the heads of 2 poisonous snakes that crawled to his side. My snake! Scarpung, whose head was wrapped in gray cloth, shouted in panic. Greta, who had dark skin and shot poisonous needles, changed her expression slightly and took a step back. They were all candidates for this hunter exam. Not long ago, the new killer Donba found them and proposed cooperation with them, instead of searching for cards everywhere in Yanisha like looking for a needle in a haystack. It is better to intercept the candidates returning here in front of the church and take the cards. Donba has a strong laxative. Greta has a poison needle that paralyzes the torso. And Scarpung has a terrible snake venom. The 3 experts, who are used to using poison, hide in the crowd and select prey together. They have successfully taken 2 cards in this way. And only the last one is left to go to Izanabe. However, this time, they waited for a long time and did not see anyone coming. When their patience was about to run out, German appeared. However, the 3 of them disagreed on whether to attack Germain. Greta was against attacking Germain, but Donba was angry because Germain had threatened him with a musket before. So he tried his best to instigate the other 2. And Scarpung didn't want to wait any longer. So, with 2 votes in favor and 1 vote against, Germain was chosen as the last prey. But now it seems that Germain ignored Donba's interference, easily avoided the poison needle, and killed the poisonous snake. How could he look like a prey? Is this guy really a new guy? Donba's original smile froze. He saw that the situation was not right, and immediately sold out the 2 people, saying, I have nothing to do with them. There seems to be a misunderstanding between you. Solve it slowly. I will leave first. He turned around and trotted, swinging his shoulder bag. Greta and Scarpung secretly cursed Donba for being timid and cunning. But at the same time, they also backed off. German did not give in. When Greta and Scarpung could not see clearly, he caught up with Donba, who was trying to escape in the blink of an eye. Donba looked at Germain, who suddenly appeared beside him in astonishment. He stretched out his right leg while he was running, tripping him up. Donba's short and fat body fell to the ground, and he cried out in pain. His head hit the hard floor, and blood was flowing from his head. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. It's all their idea, Donba cried while holding his bloody head. Germain's eyes swept to the other 2 people standing. Greta felt like a thorn in her back. The person who opposed choosing Germain as prey from the beginning didn't want to continue to entangle, and shot all the poison needles in her hand at Germain. The poison needles flew towards him. German raised his meat saw and swept them away neatly. After Greta shot out the poison needles, he was about to take the opportunity to blend into the crowd when he heard several clang 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 sounds. Before he could see clearly how his poison needles were blocked, his eyes blurred and German came in front of him. What a fast speed! German punched Greta in the side of his face, hitting him so hard that he saw stars and became dizzy, and then fell to the ground. Greta only felt a stuffy heat in his nostrils. He wiped the back of his hand and found that it was nosebleed. There was also a foreign object in his mouth. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with one of his teeth. German knocked down Donba and Greta in an instant, and then looked at Scarpung. Scarpung adjusted the cloth on his head and raised his hands. I surrender. The people passing by in the square looked at this sight in surprise. For them, the series of actions just now took less than half a minute. In this short half minute, the side with the advantage in numbers fell down 2 people and surrendered 1 person, which made everyone stunned. Some people recognized German as the person who stopped the beetle that was running rampant in the morning, and knocked down 3 people who looked like highwaymen in the afternoon. And they couldn't help but marvel at it. Donba, Greta and Scarpung also knew that they had hit a wall, and they all looked at Germain anxiously, waiting for his decision. Germain made an unexpected move. Hand over all your rings. He blinked his black eyes and said so. The 3 of them were stunned, looking at each other. The original onlookers were also stunned. Could it be that they misunderstood? And this black-haired young man was the robber. But how could there be a robber who robbed 3 people? I had never seen it before. But now I have. Germain urged them again. Donba, Greta and Scarpung realized that they were not going to kill or maim them, and it was worth it to hand over the money to save their lives. Therefore, they handed over all the imi on them. Germain counted them, a total of more than 10,000 imi, and put them away. But he did not let the 3 people go. Instead, he reached out and snatched Donba's shoulder bag, rummaged for a while, and took out 3 cans of drinks. Drink them. 1 can each. And I won't pursue you anymore. Donba's drink was put with a strong laxative. After drinking a sip, he would squat in the toilet for a long time. Not to mention a whole can, which would definitely make him unable to participate in the hunter exam. The antidote for the strong laxative was in the shoulder bag that Germain was holding. Germain knew about this, as did Donba, Greta and Scarpung. The 3 looked at each other, and Germain flashed his meat saw at them again. They had no choice but to grit their teeth. Take the can. Open the pull ring with a snap. Look up. And drink it all. Then, the 3 of them turned pale at the same time, holding their stomachs, sweat dripping like soybeans, dripping on the ground like rain, and looked at Germain pitifully. Let's go! Germain pursed his lips. The 3 of them stood up as if they had been pardoned, and quickly went to find a nearby toilet. Germain didn't care how the people around him looked at him. He threw Donba's shoulder bag into a nearby trash can, turned around and left, and walked into the church under people's strange eyes. Such a person doesn't look like a believer at all. Not long after Germain left, a hunter disguised as a homeless person approached the trash can and recovered the laxative drink in Donba's backpack. They did the logistics work silently, and tried their best not to be discovered by the citizens and candidates. Germain actually has faith, but he does not believe in the gods enshrined in the church or the secret room, but in himself, following the original path. This time without the priest's guidance, Germain pushed open the back door of the church and came to the foggy cemetery. The sun was shining in front of the church, but it was dead and foggy behind the church. I think it must not be explained by the climate alone. Germain followed the familiar red brick path back to the place where many candidates gathered at the beginning, and saw that dozens of people had gathered here. After all, the difficulty of the first level is not that great. Izanabe changed his place and sat cross-legged under a big tree, his entire upper body leaning to the left, his left palm supporting his chin, his right hand resting on his knee, his fingers tapping rhythmically. In front of him, there was a pile of cards, all with the Hunter Association's mark. Chapter 21. German stood in front of Izanabe, took out the same card from his black robe, and showed it to the examiner. Izanabe took a glance and confirmed that it was correct. He nodded, put it here and wait by the side. Okay. The card was placed on the ground. German looked around and chose to sit under the big tree behind Izanabe, leaning against the trunk and resting. Izanabe glanced at him sideways. Although his face was calm, he was secretly alert in his heart. At first glance, Hisoka and Germain are different from other candidates. They must be masters who have learned mind, and are likely to be from the dark world. Izanabe was cautious in case Germain suddenly attacked from behind, although the possibility was very low. He had to be prepared for this. After waiting for a while, a tall figure walked out of the mist. It was Hisoka. He walked towards Izanabe, first glanced at Germain, who seemed to be defenseless, and closed his eyes to rest, and then shifted his gaze and stared at Izanabe. Izanabe instinctively felt threatened, but insisted on looking at Hisoka, refusing to retreat. Hisoka smiled, and his momentum suddenly faded. He spread his hands. Here are the cards. He rubbed his fingers together, and like a magic trick, he produced 5 cards, each of which was covered with bloody fingerprints. Izanabe was silent for a while, and then said, "One candidate only needs 1 card." Ah. Hisoka pretended to have suddenly realized. Then I'm really sorry for them. He let go of his hands, and the 5 cards fell to the ground with a duh, as if symbolizing the end of 5 lives. Okay. Wait aside. Izanabe would not accuse Hisoka of being bloodthirsty. After all, in the exam rules, he stated in advance, it was only forbidden to attack the examiner, but not to attack other candidates. Since it was not mentioned in advance, it was tacitly agreed. It was not until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that the fog in the cemetery did not dissipate at all, but became thicker and thicker, and everyone could hardly see each other, because they were worried about changes. The candidates subconsciously moved closer to Izanabe. Only German sat under the big tree from the beginning, and did not move at all. The time limit is up. Izanabe picked up the cloth bag, stood up slowly, and looked around. The candidates all looked at him. There were 352 candidates, and a total of 143 candidates passed the first exam. He carried the cloth bag on his thick shoulders, and walked into the depths of the fog. Follow me. Don't lose me. If you get lost, it will be considered as giving up the exam. And I will not help you if anything happens in the fog. Izanagi reminded the candidates. And they all perked up, stared at his back, and followed closely. When everyone walked more than 10 meters away and could no longer see their outline, Germain stood up and slowly followed. He liked to walk alone at the back. Not because he liked loneliness, but because he liked quietness. If the person next to him was a quiet person, he didn't mind walking with him. After walking for about an hour, around 6 p.m., the candidates finally walked out of the fog under the leadership of Izanagi, and had left the cemetery without realizing it. In front of them was a mountainous area with lush trees, wet fallen leaves all over the ground, and noisy insects chirping among the densely intertwined branches. Izanagi's clogs stepped on the muddy path, but he didn't feel any difficulty. On the contrary, the candidates always stopped after 3 steps to shake off the yellow mud on their shoes or trouser legs. As night fell and a crescent moon rose in the distant sky, they saw a brightly lit mansion standing on the hillside. Izanagi stood in front of the mansion gate, turned around and looked at the candidates. Then my mission ends here. You rest here tonight, and start the next exam tomorrow morning. After he said this, he left without any other explanation, leaving a group of candidates looking at each other in bewilderment. After a while, the mansion was still silent, without any sound from any living people, only the cold whistling of the evening wind. Because it was really suspicious, the candidates were a little suspicious, worrying that this might be the content of the second exam, and that the mansion was full of traps. Germain, however, was not so worried. If there were traps, there would be traps. He could just avoid them or counter them. The most important thing now was that he was hungry and a little sleepy. While the others were hesitant, Germain walked out of the crowd and walked into the open door. Hisoka smiled and took a few steps slower, but he followed behind. They just went in like that. Forget it. Let them try. Is there any danger in the mansion? The candidates were half confused, half surprised, and quietly waited for the follow-up. After the two entered the mansion for a long time, there was no scream. It seemed that there was no problem. The candidates were relieved and filed in. More than 100 candidates entered the mansion, and saw Shisoa looking at the oil painting on the wall. But Germain entered a lobby, where there were several rectangular dining tables, which were filled with various delicacies: chicken, fish, beef, bread, apples, oranges, cakes. He sat at one of the tables, picked up a plate of fragrant steak, and placed it in front of him. However, the moment he picked up the plate, a strange sound came from behind. A flying knife shot out from the quietly open round hole and shot at the back of his head. It really fulfilled what the candidates thought. There was really a trap in this mansion, and it was indeed the content of the second exam. Izanagi only said the next exam will start early tomorrow morning, and did not say the second exam will start. Many candidates who arrived in the lobby couldn't help but exclaimed and gloated when they saw Germain trigger the trap so recklessly. However, Germain seemed to have eyes behind his head, and dodged the flying knife by turning his head. The flying knife stabbed into a pillar not far away, and it was still shaking and making a buzzing sound. In the past month, Germain had to dodge various assassinations, which made his body almost form muscle memory, and he was almost never slack. Germain picked up the knife and fork next to him, but another flying knife shot out from above his head. This time he did not dodge, and the flying knife also stabbed accurately on the dining table. This was a precise control of distance, and also absolute confidence, which made everyone's face break out into shiny beads of sweat. Germain ate half a steak and reached for a sandwich biscuit, which triggered the trap again. Another flying knife came. In this way, Germain enjoyed a wonderful dinner leisurely under the stunned gaze of other candidates, then slowly stood up and headed upstairs, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 22. He always acts on his own, as if no one else exists. For various reasons, no one dares or is willing to approach him. Germain walked around the rooms on the second floor, not satisfied, and went up to the third floor. After avoiding the sudden attack of a huge chain hammer, he finally found the largest room in the mansion. Let's rest here tonight. Click. The door was locked. He threw his backpack on the sofa and took a hot bath in the bathroom. After a long time, he changed into light pajamas, dried his hair with a towel, and came out of the steamy bathroom. At this time, The door handle was twisted off with a click. The door was roughly pushed open, and the door lock was naturally broken. A strong man, with a chubby face and a carefree look walked in. He was also a candidate in this period. Tumen, and an old hand who had gone through several exams. Tumen was not surprised to see someone in the most luxurious room. He originally intended to come in to grab the room, but when he saw that it was German, he couldn't help but frown. German didn't stop wiping his hair with a towel, but stared at Tumen with his black eyes, as if asking what you were doing here. What are you doing here? He really asked. Tumen wanted to back out, but inexplicably, his blood surged and he got the courage, saying, I don't want to share a room with others. This room belongs to me. You, get out. Tumen pointed his thumb to the corridor behind him, and the corners of his mouth turned down, looking ferocious. German tilted his head slightly, as if he didn't understand what Takuman said. TSK, Takuman stretched his muscles, making a crackling sound. Others are afraid of you and that pretty boy. But I am not. If you don't leave, then we will use the fairest way. Bang! A black shadow flashed, and Takuman flew out of the room in a whirlwind. There was a loud noise in the corridor outside the luxurious room, and the candidates nearby couldn't help but look over, and saw Takuman sitting in the corridor. His back was pressed tightly against the wall, and the wall had cracked like a spider web. A broken brick fell down and hit his head, but he didn't move. Then, they heard the door of the luxury room being slammed shut, and heard the sound of a chair being pushed against the door. After a while of silence, they approached this side. Hey, are you okay? Someone squatted down, looked at Takuman with amusement, and reached out to help him up. Don't touch me, Takuman shouted softly, scaring the other person, and then heard Takuman explain. Don't touch me. It's broken. Everyone's face changed. Takuman said this, probably because a bone that supports the body's movement was broken. The one who broke his bones must be Germain in the room. They couldn't help but secretly feel lucky that they didn't know what was good for them like Takuman. Otherwise one of them would be thrown out in the corridor and paralyzed for the rest of his life. After that, no matter how other candidates asked about the details of what happened just now, Takuman remained silent due to his complicated mood and was unwilling to answer, seeing that there was no more excitement to watch. Everyone didn't want to help Takuman, who was nominally a competitor, and didn't want to stay outside Germain's room for too long. So they dispersed. Soon, the only person left in the corridor covered with red carpet was Tumen, who was slumped against the wall. If nothing unexpected happened, he would spend a difficult night here in pain, coldness, and frustration. However, something unexpected happened. The man who had been hiding nearby for a long time quietly appeared and stood in front of Tumen, who was unable to move. Who are you? Tumen finally noticed the person coming. His fat face was pale and bloodless, which was caused by pain and fear. I am the examiner of the second exam. Ian. The man was wearing a black butler's uniform, with sparse gray hair and a serious face. This mansion of traps is my masterpiece. Tumen's lips trembled and whispered, and his fingers slightly raised, pointing to the door that kept all outsiders out. He didn't break any exam rules. Ian shattered Tumen's delusion with one sentence. At the same time, you need to receive emergency treatment, so you can only withdraw from the exam. Takuman, I think I made it clear enough. Right? Ian's tone became tough. Tumen's fat and strong body softened, like a deflated ball, and nodded, I understand. Ian glanced at the door, slowly squatted down, and his arms, which looked skinny and covered with age spots, swelled up and easily picked up Tumen, who looked quite heavy. In Tumen's surprised eyes, Ian held him and jumped down from the open window at a brisk pace, landing smoothly amid Tumen's screams. And then the two quickly disappeared into the vast night. Shiso looked at this scene from the balcony of the second-floor room, then looked upstairs. His eyes narrowed. What should I do? I feel like I can't bear it anymore. Or should I wait until tomorrow? Germain didn't care about things outside that had nothing to do with him. He wrapped himself in a soft quilt and slept comfortably. During this time, he didn't even have disturbing dreams until the noisy sound woke him up. He opened his sleepy eyes and heard the clang 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 sound of iron striking from a distance. He sat up in some confusion and rubbed his handsome face with both hands. After regaining consciousness, he reached out to the alarm clock on the bedside table, looked at the position of the pointer on the alarm clock, and confirmed that it was 4 o'clock in the morning, and frowned slightly. The clang 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 sound of metal knocking outside was still going on, as if the purpose was to wake up the sleeping people in the entire mansion. And the purpose was very clear. The third exam was actually held at this time before the sun rose? German had no choice but to get up and yawned as he came to the balcony. He saw a figure standing in the open space in front of the mansion, and people in the mansion also gathered in front of him one after another. The man was shouting something, but Germain didn't listen carefully. Instead, he went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, changed into his usual hunter's outfit, and walked out of the room. It was still pitch black outside the mansion, with only the gray moonlight pouring over the mountains like a seasoning. When he came to the open space and stood at the back of the crowd, he clearly noticed that the number of candidates had dropped sharply again, but it was much quieter, which was very much to Germain's taste. Standing in front of the crowd was a sturdy man with unkempt long blue hair. He was wearing animal skins, his eyes closed, and was hitting a metal tripod with an iron rod. Chapter 23. After knocking for about 10 minutes, the man finally opened his eyes, threw the iron rod and tripod at his feet, put his strong hands on his waist, and looked around at everyone. Everyone who was seen straightened up unconsciously, which made him very satisfied, until he saw Germain and Hisoka. Hisoka was gently crushing a frog on the grass with his toes, neither stepping on it to death nor letting it go, as if he wanted to play with it forever. Germain was eating the sandwich he had just brought from the restaurant, chewing the meat slices and fried eggs, while calmly looking at the man with long blue hair. These two guys are really troublesome, just as Izanabe and Ian said. But it doesn't matter. Just watch how I can wear down your rebelliousness. The man with long blue hair thought and coughed a few times. I am the examiner of the third exam, Togari. I now announce that the remaining 52 candidates can continue to take the exam I preside over. Almost half of the candidates who were able to enter the third exam from the second exam were lost, which was undoubtedly due to the mansion full of traps, and the game, and fighting between the candidates. If this exam also allowed red names like in the game, Hisoka would have been so red that people dared not look at him. Just as Togari was about to continue, someone stood up to interrupt him. It was Hisoka. Examiner. Hisoka quickly forgot the name of the person in front of him. He was tired of playing with the frog on his toes. After stomping on it, he suddenly asked loudly, "How many hunter exams are there this year?" Togari didn't like Hisoka in the first place. He was interrupted forcibly after just saying a paragraph. He was even more unhappy, and his tone became impatient. Every year, the number of hunter exams is between 5 and 6. And there are occasional exceptions. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Hisoka interrupted Togari again and spread his hands. I'm worried that such boring exams will continue endlessly. The mountains and fields in the early morning were already cold. When Hisoka said this, it was like a cold wind that lowered the temperature here by a few degrees. Boring? Tasha was interrupted repeatedly, and heard such words again. He couldn't help but frown, and veins bulged on his forehead. Hisoka nodded as a matter of course and said, "The first test is to find cards. The second test is to spend a night in a house full of tricks. What will the third be?" He took out a stack of playing cards and shuffled them. The cards flew in the dazzling scene, like flowers that bloomed, withered, and bloomed again in an instant. Is your test less interesting than my magic? Togari narrowed his eyes and emphasized. The rules of the third test are decided by me. If you are dissatisfied, just quit the test. Ah, you threaten me with this again. Hisoka smiled and said helplessly, I know. If you can't satisfy the examiner, you can't pass the test. Togari saw that Hisoka took a step back on his own initiative, and thought that Hisoka was afraid. He snorted smugly and continued to say to the candidates, "The reason why I woke you up at 4 in the morning is to see your roots. I think that as a hunter, if you are lazy by nature, you will not be able to accomplish anything, and you will be unqualified. The content of the third exam is also related to this. The mist rising from this mountain is enough to spread to the church cemetery at the foot of the mountain. I need you to find the cave that releases the mist." Before Tohari finished speaking, he saw Hisoka stretching exaggeratedly from the corner of his eye. At the same time, with his keen hearing, he also heard a lazy yawn from the back of the crowd. TSK, Tohari, who was already on the verge of exploding, could no longer bear it. He considered this behavior of disrespecting him as an examiner, as a deliberate provocation. Which made him furious. He pulled out 2 shiny knives from his pocket. And his tone became gloomy. You too. Stand up. This sudden, tense situation made all the candidates dumbfounded. And they all looked at the 2 people that Tokari was referring to. Hisoka and Germain. Hisoka pointed his slender finger at himself, pretending to be surprised. Are you looking for me? Stand up. Tokari just said coldly. There's really no way. Although he said so, Hisoka walked out of the crowd with a smile. The crowd standing in front of Germain also took the initiative to make way. Like Moses parting the sea. Germain didn't know how he had provoked Tohari. He threw his backpack, which no longer had any snacks, onto the grass and walked out. The 2 stood in front of Tohari, forming a triangle. At this moment, when the other candidates couldn't see it, they released their thoughts. Apologize to me for your disrespect. Tohari's knives in both hands swayed like snakes. As candidates who want to become hunters, you are unqualified. Germain blinked his black eyes, and Hisoka raised his lips. Neither of them made any move. Togari's face was so dark that it blended into the night sky in the early morning. Really? I've heard that there are 2 troublemakers among the candidates. And it's true. I won't let you pass the exam. Before that, I need you to know the consequences of your actions. That's what he said. Hisoka turned his head to look at German beside him. And a playing card was deftly turning back and forth between his 5 fingers. What do you think we should do? German still abided by what he said before, pretending not to know Hisoka in public, even though many people had noticed that they seemed to know each other. I didn't do anything worth apologizing for, German said. If you mean the yawn just now, it was because I got up at 4 in the morning and didn't get enough sleep. Strictly speaking, it's your fault. Seeing that Germain was still unwilling to talk to him, Hisoka simply said to Tokari, You said we were unqualified? What if the examiner's knowledge and ability are so poor that they affect the judgment? What should we do? The 2 sentences that added fuel to the fire finally angered Tokari completely. He bowed slightly, took a posture ready to go, and shouted, Then I will show you my knowledge and ability. He took a step forward and quickly closed the distance between the 2 of them. He grabbed the knife in his right hand. The tip of the knife was originally aimed at Hisoka's throat, but at the last moment it turned to aim at Hisoka's arm. As the examiner of the hunter exam, the last bit of restraint made him change his mind, and he decided to teach the 2 a lesson. In Tokari's expectation, under the cover of night, the knife in his right hand would pierce into Hisoka's arm. After pulling out the knife, he lowered his body with lightning speed and thrust the knife in his left hand into Germain's thigh. When he stood up, the 2 realized that they were injured and panicked. After seeing such a killing of the chicken to scare the monkey, the other candidates would respect him more. However, when he thought so, the first step went wrong. Chapter 24. Hiso's reaction was much faster than Tokari had imagined. When Tokari stepped forward, he had already done a front flip over Tokari's head. Not only that, Tokari found that his hands seemed to be stained with something. And then he raised them involuntarily, and the 2 knives stabbed into his eyes. Tokari bent his knees and leaned back in shock, closing his eyes. Even so, the 2 knives did not pierce directly into his eye sockets, but still left a blood mark on his eyelids and face. 2 hissing sounds, blood dripping. Tokari felt a sharp pain on his face, and the stinging pain from the blood made it impossible for him to open his eyes. He suddenly fell into darkness, and there was another scary person around him. His heart instantly fell to the bottom. You guy. He struggled with both hands, but failed to break free from Hisoka's elastic love. Instead, he was fooled by Hisoka like a puppet, and was suddenly pulled up and thrown to the ground. Tokari was sore all over after being thrown, and the 2 knives fell out of his hands. Hisoka walked over slowly, raised the sole of his shoe, and stepped on Tokari's bloody face in the shocked eyes of the candidates. Tokari cursed loudly, but his hands were still under Hisoka's control, and he couldn't break free. I think you are the one who is unqualified. Hisoka smiled and rolled Tokari's face, just like he rolled the frog not long ago. Stretchable love twisted like a twist, and with a click, Tokari's 2 arms were removed, making Tokari sweat coldly in pain. He gritted his teeth to prevent himself from screaming. It seems that you still have some backbone, Hisoka commented unexpectedly. Hisoka picked Tokari up and threw him out like a bag of garbage. Tokari fell into the dense bushes, rolled down the hill, and disappeared. He raised his head again and looked at Germain and other candidates. Then, the examiner failed and has been eliminated first. What should you do? Ah, I have a good idea. Let me be the examiner of the third exam and decide who among you is qualified and who is unqualified. Most of the candidates were horrified when they heard this. And what surprised them even more was that everyone except Germain was confused about how Hisoka defeated Tokari just now. Hisoka glanced at Germain, who was already on guard, and said with a smile, "The most delicious part will be saved for last. As for you." He squinted his eyes again, and his white face covered with powder looked like an evil face of a ghost in the dim light of the early morning. "Come one by one. Or in a group. I don't mind." Hisoka smiled and took a step towards the remaining 50 candidates. And they all took a step back at the same time. The 50 candidates had similar thoughts. Even the examiner was no match for Hisoka. How should we, the candidates who are not even hunters, deal with Hisoka's threats? Hisoka pressed on step by step, making everyone sweat profusely, and finally prompted several of them to resist. "Don't be afraid." Martial artist Chinli stood up, with a resolute face and a convincing reliability. "We have 50 people. And the siege of 50 people is enough to subdue him." Everyone seemed to have just woken up from a dream. "Yes, we have a full 50 people." The three brothers Amori, and Amori in the crowd also responded, "Yes. There are so many of us." 2 or 3 people grabbed one of his arms, or one leg, and the others rushed forward. "We can win anyway." They are all familiar faces in the hunter exam. And they are also quite strong. At this time, they stood up together, which greatly inspired the hearts of the 50 candidates. The examinees were no longer timid. Instead, they either drew their weapons or went barehanded, moving sideways like crabs, surrounding Shisuo. "Let's go together," Chinli shouted. And many examinees responded and rushed toward Shisuo. Shisuo suddenly moaned with satisfaction, smiled evilly and said, "I like you who are not afraid of death the most. When you are being tortured, I can feel the sweetness of despair." Everyone shuddered, but they all gathered their strength and attacked Shisuo. From Germain's perspective, he saw Hisoka performing a magic trick of turning a living person into a living person in the crowd, and he was enjoying it. No one could catch Hisoka, and even touching his hem was difficult. He flickered and jumped as if dancing on the tip of a knife, and stretchable love was used at will. In the dull sound of pu pu pu, candidates were constantly thrown into the air, and when they fell to the ground, most of them broke their bones and cried in pain. The leader Chinli was stuck by stretchable love, and was swung around like a yo-yo, which made Chinli foam at the mouth and threw him out after he lost consciousness. The three brothers, Amori, and Amori, who responded later, were knocked down one after another and lost consciousness. In just a few minutes, more than 20 people fell to the ground with serious injuries, unable to get up, and it was probably impossible to continue the exam. Hisoka laughed and looked at the remaining 20 people. Those 20 people felt a chill running down their spines, and the courage they had mustered up before all disappeared. They dropped their weapons without saying anything and ran away without looking back. This is a demon, and humans cannot defeat demons. Ah, I've done too much. Are they all scared away? Hisoka looked at the candidates fleeing, spread his hands, and turned to Germain. But I've also finished warming up. Next, the real show begins. Facing Hisoka, Germain no longer needs to hide, and his left and right hands materialize a musket and a meat saw respectively. At 5 in the morning, the light of dawn shines from the mountains, piercing through the complex dense forest, cutting through the shadowy grass, and shining on the more than 20 examinees who are seriously injured and lying on the ground. The people who are still conscious, watching this battle that is about to start with their eyes wide open, can't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. They originally classified Germain and Hisoka as the same kind of people, both of whom are the kind of people who are not easy to mess with and are indifferent to their lives. At this moment, they hope that Germain can win. At least Germain would not kill them like Hisoka did. Silent partner. Hisoka waved his hands and strode towards Germain. Let's dance. His fingertips stretched suddenly, and the stone that was attached to the stretchable love flew from Germain's blind spot and hit the back of Germain's head. Germain was in a combat readiness state, always maintaining roundness and condensation. He had already noticed this small movement, turned around with a meat saw, and with a snap, he broke the stone. You really know my ability. Hisoka stepped on the ground with his toes and moved diagonally quickly. But I also know your ability. He suddenly shot out many stretchable love, either sticking to stones, mud, or sticking to the seriously injured candidates, swinging them like meteor hammers. Chapter 25. The candidate who was thrown around screamed, but Hisoka turned a deaf ear to him. However, I roughly know the power of the weapon you materialized. The gun is a firearm, and the knife is a sharp weapon. The disadvantage is the same. That is, distance. Hisoka threw the candidate, stone, and mud stuck by stretchable love to Germain from front to back and left to right. German's energetic constitution and endurance are very different from more than a month ago. Not only has the body's dexterity and strength been transformed, but the ability to fight continuously has also been enhanced. He kept jumping back, and Hisoka's meteor hammers missed one after another and fell to the ground. If distance is the weakness of my musket and meat saw, Germain suddenly stopped and said, it's the same for you. Hisoka stuck to a candidate, and the elastic love between them suddenly broke, and the candidate was thrown directly to Germain. German dodged sideways, and estimated the distance again, and deduced about 10 meters. Beyond this distance, your stretchable love will not be able to maintain its stickiness. Bingo. Hisoka snapped his fingers crisply, not at all embarrassed by being exposed. But this is troublesome. At this distance, we can't fight. I must get a hunter's license, German announced. Not next year. Not the year after. But this year. Hisoka smiled slyly, as if he had succeeded in a prank. Then I will do everything I can to stop you. You must pass me before you can enter the next exam. After a moment of silence, the two of them unexpectedly ran towards each other at the same time, actively shortening the distance between them. Sure enough, we are partners. Hisoka shot stretchable love at German, and his gestures were like Spider-Man. German dodged sideways, and the meat saw changed shape with a click, and its length suddenly doubled, and the sharp teeth slashed towards Hisoka. Hisoka was also agile, looking up to dodge, and the blade of the meat saw almost touched his nose. When I saw the shape of this weapon, I thought of this possibility. Really? German took advantage of this opportunity, covered the musket with the hunter's rope, aimed the muzzle at Hisoka, and fired. The scattered bullets shattered the robe and shot at Hisoka, who was close at hand. Hisoka narrowed his eyes and moved several fingers that had been prepared in advance. Several stretchable love that were stuck to the ground exerted force together, turning over a whole piece of soil. I saw it, Hisoka said with a smile behind the earth wall. Puff puff puff. All the scattered bullets hit the soil. Germain dodged to the side and happened to meet Hisoka, who was also dodging in this direction. The two looked at each other, and instead of keeping their distance, they took a step closer to each other. I have a general idea of the shooting distance and range of the musket, Hisoka smiled and said. I also have control over the position that the meat saw can reach after it is transformed. When Germain heard this, he looked down and found that 3 stretchable love were stuck to his meat saw. It was stuck when I chopped it just now, Hisoka explained kindly, moving towards the meat saw while calculating the range that the musket could bombard. However, Germain directly cancelled the materialization and easily untangled the entanglement of stretchable love. It's really frustrating. Seeing this scene, Hisoka did not give up getting close to Germain, but rushed towards Germain at a faster speed. So I don't like the materialization system. He took out a stack of playing cards with his fingertips and poured mine into them. They immediately became as sharp as knives and shot towards Germain, who had no room to dodge. Since the reinforcement system is a close neighbor of the transformation system, Hisoka can occasionally use the ability of the reinforcement system. Germain quickly raised his right hand, holding the deformed meat saw in his palm again, blocking most of the playing cards. However, 2 playing cards still stuck on German's left arm, and the playing cards were undoubtedly stuck with stretchable love. Hisoka smiled at him like a madman. Ah, you can't raise your left hand at will for the time being, and the musket can't shoot at me. I can't wait to see your next expression. Eh? The meat saw in German's right hand disappeared under Hisoka's eyes, and was replaced by a strange can of metal with a nozzle, which was aimed at Hisoka. With a whoosh, the flamethrower shot out a large flame in front of him, engulfing Hisoka in the blink of an eye. In the blazing flames, Hisoka quickly pulled back and rolled on the ground without hesitation. After he rolled around a few times in a panic, he finally put out the flames on his body in time. However, when he stood up, His clothes had been burned to ashes, and he could only stand naked. Not only that, there were many burn marks on his body. A large piece of his fiery red hair was burnt, and a lot of the powder on his face was rubbed off. Hisoka stared at the flamethrower in Germain's right hand for a while, then said calmly, "So that's how it is. The weapon that can be materialized is not limited to the left. The right hand can hold more than 2 weapons. I was accidentally tricked." Germain put away the flamethrower, stretched out his hand to pull out 2 playing cards, threw them far away, and let his arm bleed and drip onto the grass. "Rather than saying it's a materialization system, you should be more like Captain Kuroro's special system," Hisoka speculated. "After all, it's a neighboring system. I should have thought that it could produce such an effect. If I guess correctly, the gun, knife and flamethrower are not the truth of your materialization system. Your real manifestation is hidden in your body, and then all operations are completed through it." Although Shisuo said it seriously, it was difficult for him to make the scene serious because he was naked now. "Maybe?" German blinked his black eyes and gave an ambiguous answer. Shisuo was silent for a while, chuckled, and said, at this point, "You are unwilling to tell me whether I guessed it right? Okay. You passed, and I won't bother you anymore in the next exam." "Huh?" German tilted his head and said, "You can't bother me anymore. Right? First, you attack the examiner, and you will most likely be expelled. Second, are you going to continue fighting me without any clothes on?" Shisuo was stunned for a moment. With his temperament, he couldn't think of refuting Germain's words for a while. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the woods. Germain and Shisuo looked over there warily at the same time, and they were a little surprised that someone could be so close to them without them noticing. And out came an old man and the bean-faced man who distributed the number plates to them before. Chapter 26. The old man wore a loose and fluttering martial arts uniform, with most of his hair shaved off, leaving only a long braid tied up, and his hair and beard were all white, looking like a very dignified superior. He smiled and put his hands behind his back, walking towards the heroic Germain and the bald Hisoka. The bean-faced man was uneasy and nervously followed the old man, kneading his hands in white gloves constantly, as if playing with a Rubik's Cube. "I heard from Izanabe, Ian, that there are 2 interesting and dangerous newcomers in this issue, so I came here to take a look." As expected, Tori and more than 20 candidates fell down, and the rest of the candidates were scared away. "This is your masterpiece." Hiso grabbed the clothes of a seriously injured candidate at his feet and put them on, and asked curiously, "Who are you?" Although he was still smiling, he also saw that the old man was full of flaws, but he was more alert. This was an instinct to predict danger, and he also had a guess in his heart. The old man replied, "I am Netero, the current president of the Hunter Association." "It's Netero." This thought flashed through the minds of German and Hisoka at the same time. "It's a wise choice for you to stop." Netero glanced at Hisoka, then at German. "But even so, I can't turn a blind eye to the riot you caused." German didn't want to take the blame. He interrupted. "This riot was caused by Hisoka. Please don't tie me and him together. You really hurt my heart. We are obviously partners." Hisoka smiled. "I just said it caused a riot. I didn't say the responsibility is on you," Netero added. He looked at Hisoka again. "You attacked Togari and seriously injured so many candidates, so you were disqualified for this year's exam." Hisoka had long anticipated this situation, and spread his hands. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, one of my goals has been achieved. As for the hunter's license, I can come back next year to get it." For Hisoka, who has learned an inability, it is indeed quite easy to obtain a hunter's license. So easy that he needs to find some fun on his own in the middle. Otherwise he will be bored to death. The Hunter Association will not prohibit Hisoka from taking the exam next year. Germain understood Hisoka's feelings. In the Hunter exam, they were like 2 elite players who returned to the novice village to compete with the novices. There was no comparison at all. "It seems that you accept this treatment." Netero smiled and looked at Hisoka. "Of course." Hisoka suddenly lowered his voice and lost his momentum. "I don't want to fight you now. It's too early. Too early." In these words, Hisoka did not express humility, but arrogance. What he really meant was that in time, he would surpass the old man in front of him. Hisoka always believed that he was the strongest. "Confidence is a good thing for young people," Netero said with a smile. Hisoka laughed and didn't stay here to make himself bored. He walked towards the dense forest in the mountains. And when he passed by Germain, he gently said something. Churoro is still my first choice at the moment. But I also feel it's hard to let go of you, because you are so interesting. You have evolved to this level in more than a month. I am looking forward to our next meeting. Hisoka winked at Germain with his right eye, and then walked away. Netero, the bean-faced man, and the hunters nearby did not try to stop him and let him go. The bean-faced man. Netero stroked his white beard and said, "Call the others to come over. Send the hunter and the seriously injured candidates to the hospital, and then find the candidates who ran away." The bean-faced man felt much more relaxed as Hisoka left. He responded quickly, wiped the sweat off his bean-faced face with the back of his hand, and then hurried to convey the president's order with his short legs. He is still too scared. Netero waited for the bean-faced man to walk away, and then laughed as if teasing. But his reaction always makes me feel very interesting. Germain could not see anything interesting, so he could only remain silent. Little Biscuit is right. You are indeed taciturn. Netero's sharp eyes, which were not those of an old man, narrowed. But your actions are always unexpected, which is inconsistent with your cold appearance. Netero is the founder of the Heart Source School and Biscuit's teacher. He is now over 110 years old, so there is no problem in calling Biscuit, who is in his 50s, Little Biscuit. Biscuit asked his disciple Yungu to send someone to take the hunter exam. Netero naturally asked curiously, and thus learned a lot about Germain. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Germain was not interested in the president of the Hunter Association or the founder of the Heart Source School. He only had one goal to hunt now. If you're done, start the next exam. Netero smiled for a while, pinching his beard and said, "For you, the hunter exam is indeed very simple. But you don't have to take the next exam." "Don't have to take it?" German looked up in surprise. "I shouldn't have violated any rules." "Right? Of course not." Netero explained slowly. "What I meant is that this year's hunter exam ends here, and there is no need for the next exam. Look, of the remaining 52 candidates, one was expelled for attacking the examiner. More than 20 were seriously injured, and more than 20 fled in panic. Only you are left here. I think the only qualified candidate for the 286th hunter exam has been born. I believe that no candidate will have any objection to my judgment." German was a little surprised, and then he put it behind his mind. He was not interested in these insignificant things, and stretched out his hand directly to Netero. "Then give me the hunter's license." Netero smiled again. "Don't be impatient. It still takes time to make your own hunter's license. Bandage the wound on your left arm first. Then take the airship to the nearby Hunter Association branch to rest." At this time, the bean-faced man came over with a group of hunters. They quickly carried the seriously injured candidates one by one onto stretchers, and sent them to a nearby hospital. 2 female hunters also came to help Germain treat his injuries. Soon, after sending away a large number of candidates, a large area in front of the house of trap and mechanism was cleared, just enough for the airship to land. So, a quarter of an hour later, Germain followed Netero and the bean-faced man, boarded the special airship marked with the Hunter Association, and flew to the horizon with a whirring sound. "Mr. Germain, this is your room." The bean-faced man stood in front of the door, curiously looked up and down at the only candidate who passed the exam, and handed over the key in his hand. Germain took it. "Thank you." The bean-faced man showed a surprised look, and then quickly replied, "You're welcome. You're welcome." Germain walked into the room with some strangeness, locked the door, and then walked to the bathroom, thinking, "Do I look like the kind of person who doesn't thank others?" Chapter 27. After taking a refreshing bath and drying his messy black hair with a hair dryer, Germain lay on the soft bed. He rested his head on the pillow to make up for the lost sleep time. It was 8 o'clock in the morning on January 8th. When the knock on the door came, Germain woke up again. He looked up at the wall clock and confirmed that it was 9 o'clock in the morning. The airship had been flying for an hour. Germain opened the door, and the man standing outside was the bean-faced man in a suit and leather shoes. He was already able to speak to Germain in a friendly tone. "Mr. Germain, the president asked me to tell you that the airship is about to land." "I know," Germain replied. The bean-faced man bowed slightly, and then left. A quarter of an hour later, the airship slowly landed on the helipad of the Hunter Association's branch in Sofa City. Germain was almost the last batch to get off the airship. He didn't like to get off the ship with too many people. As soon as he walked down the ladder, He heard a quarrel not far away. Germain looked up and saw Netero and the bean-faced man being stopped by a man and a woman. The woman had long green hair in a strange shape, tied into 5 bunches, pointing in different directions. The man was tall and fat, like a giant bear. The young woman was shouting something. Netero listened with a normal expression, nodding from time to time. The bean-faced man and the man with the body of a giant bear stood aside, with an awkward look on their faces. The hunters passing by were all watching with their eyes and noses, pretending to have nothing to do with it, and hurried away. When Germain walked to the side, he heard the woman shouting, "If Buhara and I were the ones to preside over this year's exam, there would be no such mistakes. President, please trust Buhara and me." "Ah. So, I understand what you mean. How should I put it? I will give priority to you as the examiner for next year's exam." Netero dug his cheeks with his fingernails, but his eyes were fixed on the white clouds in the sky, looking guilty. "President, you must be trying to fool us again." The young woman was still trying to argue. The man called Buhala saw a German passing by and quickly grabbed the young woman. "Minchi, stop talking. There are outsiders here." Minchi was stunned for a moment, and then noticed German not far away. And then he calmed down a little. "Buhala, this is not an outsider." Netero's eyes lit up, and he corrected with a smile. "He is the only qualified person this time." "German. He is?" Minchi and Buhala were a little surprised. However, they soon realized that they should not judge people by appearance, and it is not uncommon for handsome men to be strong. Netero waved to Germain, and then said to the bean-faced man, "Bean-faced man, take Germain to rest first." "Yes, President." The bean-faced man responded and walked towards Germain. "Mr. Germain, please follow me this way." The bean-faced man led Germain into the Hunter Association branch. It looked like a tower on the outside, but with countless sharp thorns sticking out. It looked like a porcupine. Minchi watched Germain's back disappear. She was interrupted and stunned for a moment. When she turned back to look for Netero, she found that he had disappeared. "Buhala, where is the president?" Minchi asked in surprise. Buhala touched the back of his head in embarrassment. "While you were observing German, the president quietly slipped away and made a quiet gesture to me." "Ah? Buhala, how can you help the president and not me? We have been comrades for many years." While Minchi was complaining and annoyed, German had been brought to the new room of the Hunter Association branch by the bean-faced man. During this process, the bean-faced man also introduced the structure of the Hunter Association branch. Outside your room is the back garden, which is usually taken care of by plant hunters. Now is the time when the flowers are in full bloom. The bean-faced man pointed out the window with his short fingers and introduced it. German listened patiently for a while. The bean-faced man finally realized that German was not interested, so he said goodbye and left tactfully. After staying in the Hunter Association branch for 2 days, on the morning of January 10th, German finally got his hunter license. The bean-faced man introduced the purpose and precautions of the hunter license in detail. First, the hunter license cannot be forged or copied. Second, the hunter license allows the holder to enter most countries and regions in the world, including some restricted areas. Third, the hunter's license can be sold or used as collateral, and the amount of money obtained is astronomical. Fourth, the hunter's license allows the holder to use most public facilities for free. However, you still need to pay to obtain information on the hunter-specific website. Fifth, no matter what the reason, the hunter's license will not be reissued or replaced. Next, there are the 10 rules for hunters that every hunter should follow, which I will not go into detail here. After the bean-faced man said this to German, the only candidate who passed the 286th exam, he found that German's eyelids were fighting, and he was about to fall asleep. He could only look at Netero awkwardly. Netero waved his long sleeves, walked over cheerfully, and said, "From today on, Germain, you are a formal hunter. Originally, apprentice hunters also have to learn the ability of mind, but you definitely don't need it. I believe you have memorized the hunter license and the hunter's 10 rules. However, before you embark on your journey as a hunter, I still want to ask. Hunters must have a hunting target. What is your target?" Netero stared at Germain with his eyes shining. He had learned that this man was a member of the Phantom Troupe in the Dark World, and he was prepared in his heart. However, Germain did not say what he imagined the Phantom Troupe members would say about their hunting targets, such as money, treasure, killing, torture, etc. My hunting target should be wild beasts. Right? Germain replied. Wild beasts. I see. Netero quickly covered up the surprise in his eyes and nodded. Wild beast hunter? Yes. Germain got the hunter's license, packed up, and prepared to leave. He has been idle these days, and is about to mold. Netero saw what Germain was thinking, and did not keep him. Instead, he encouraged him. I hope that when I see you again, you will have made great achievements in the field of beast hunters, and be promoted to a 1-star hunter. Hunters have a total of 3 levels of honor star. Namely 1 star, 2 stars and 3 stars. Minchi, who appeared on the tarmac before, is a 1-star hunter. And Biscuit is a 2-star hunter. Netero is a 3-star hunter. Although star ratings cannot represent strength, there are not many hunters in the world who can reach 1, 2, and 3 stars. They must have made great contributions in many fields. And their strength is definitely not weak. German just listened and did not make any comments. He nodded and walked out of the Hunter Association branch, bathed in the sun, and disappeared in a moment. Chapter 28. After spending these 2 days together, Netero listened to what he said and observed what he did, and confirmed that Biscuit's judgment was mostly correct. As expected of a gem hunter, he has once again unearthed a rough jade buried deep in the mud. Perhaps, after careful carving, it will make outstanding contributions in some fields in the future. He stroked his beard, but still felt uneasy, as if he smelled a familiar smell from Germain, a smell that should not appear here. Netero had been to the Dark Continent twice, and returned alive both times. He was originally a legend, and the trip to the Dark Continent was even more awe-inspiring. But how could it be? Almost all the information and routes of the Dark Continent are in the hands of the V5 powers. And even the Hunter Association is under their control, and cannot leak secrets at will. Jean and Netero's son tried hard but couldn't return there. Of course, in addition to the V5 powers, Netero also deliberately obstructed. It is too early for young hunters now to go to the Dark Continent again. Not only will they suffer heavy casualties, but they may also bring back devastating disasters. The problem is here. How could Germain, who is alone, surpass all of them and do this? On the afternoon of January 10th, Germain took a huge public airship and slowly took off from the Sofa airport. Passing over this retro city, he handed over his hunter license, and the cost of his trip was indeed reduced. After several hours of air travel, the airship landed at the KSW airport after nightfall. Germain, carrying an old travel backpack and wearing a gray-black hunter suit, walked out of the airport slowly amid the echo of the radio, and stood on the street full of taxis. He knocked on the window of one of the taxis, and a tall man immediately got out of the driver's seat and walked towards him with a smile on his face. The driver with hairy arms opened the back door for him and asked, "Sir, where are you going?" "Opera Hotel." Germain had already determined the next stop on the airship. "No problem. It will be there in 20 minutes. The driver did not lie, and the taxi did arrive at the Opera Hotel 20 minutes later. Germain paid, got out of the car, and looked up in the cold evening breeze. Although the hotel in front of us is called the Opera Hotel, it is not an opera house itself, but is built near the opera house, and the name is borrowed from this landmark building. It is tall and bright. Several young people dressed as waiters stand in front of the red carpet at the door and greet Germain enthusiastically. A quarter of an hour later, Germain arrived at his room and looked through the bright French windows at the opera house below, which was surrounded by lights like stars. The sound insulation effect is very good. Germain can't hear the music in the opera house, but he seems to be able to feel it. After enjoying a nice dinner at the table, Germain sent a text message to Biscuit. "Have you eaten? Send me the Hunter-specific website. Even if you pass the Hunter exam, the Hunter Association will not directly tell you the URL of the Hunter-specific website. You need to find it yourself." Germain didn't know many people, so he thought of Biscuit first. After a long time, Biscuit replied, Hey, don't think that just a casual greeting is a successful communication. It's so perfunctory, helpless face. It seems that you have passed the Hunter exam and got the Hunter license. It's faster than I thought, surprised face. I thought the exam would take at least a week. Yungu has sent me the color-changing stone. I just received it, and I like it very much. If I could know where it came from, I would probably feel better, expecting face. Biscuit's hint was obvious. Germain was not unsympathetic. In fact, He understood. It was just that sometimes he felt it was too troublesome and was too lazy to care. But now he couldn't, because he needed Biscuit. I can't tell you the source. German decisively refused and proposed another transaction plan. I will try to get another color-changing stone in exchange for the hunter website address. It is not very difficult to get the color-changing stone. He was planning to go to the Dark Continent again next, so this is also a convenient thing. Okay, Biscuit replied in seconds. It seems that she also expected that German would not say, I will send you the website address. A few seconds later, a website address was sent, followed by 2 paragraphs of Biscuit. I heard from teacher Netero that you will move towards the field of beast hunters. Beast? I roughly know where the color-changing stone comes from. If you get some other types of gemstones, remember to contact me as soon as possible. My offer will not disappoint you. Remember? Remember. German replied got it, and ended the text message contact. The next day, German found an internet cafe in KSW City, used a public computer, and logged into the website sent by Biscuit. The homepage of the website seemed to be in a bar, and the person providing information was a bartender in the picture. There are 2 ways to log into the hunter-only website. One is the normal way of surfing the internet, and the other is to be directly immersed in the scene, as if you were really in the bar displayed on the website. Germain chose the first one. He first searched for information related to the Dark Continent, but only some well-known information was found. More in-depth information, such as gatekeepers, guides, disasters, etc., were all hidden. This is the part that cannot be obtained no matter how much money is spent. He searched for V5 Great Powers, Hunter Association, World Mafia, Kajin Empire, Zoldyck family and other terms. They have much more information than Dark Continent, but the more confidential, the more rings you need to pay, and some even require additional conditions. Then, Germain searched for Phantom Troupe. As a result, Germain knew most of the information, and it didn't even know as much as Germain. The names, appearances, and then abilities of the members were all ambiguous answers. Even Germain was only labeled as a suspected member of the Phantom Troupe. But this was enough for others to hunt him. He fed potato chips into his mouth with his left hand, clicked the mouse with his right hand, and saw the reward for providing information about the Phantom Troupe. The reward was so high that he almost wanted to post his information online. Finally, he began to search for hunters or buyers in related fields. Medicine, potions, biology, plants, gems, food, viruses, etc. were all included. Germain did not contact them immediately, but remembered their names in his mind first. Chapter 29. In addition, there are 2 names that are most worthy of Germain's attention. Rat Palestine, Pig Jean. They are all members of the 12 Zodiacs, have high status in the Hunter Association, and have various connections with the Dark Continent. Palestine is a spy planet in the Hunter Association by Netero's son Byangda, and has been accumulating strength to return to the Dark Continent. Netero did not stop it when he knew it. Jean is the descendant of Dong Fulishi, who wrote New World Chronicle. Under the influence of New World Chronicle, he quietly waited for the opportunity to go to the Dark Continent. Judging from Netero's attitude towards Palestine and King, he was not completely opposed to human exploration of the Dark Continent, but he thought it was not the right time yet. Byangda was eager for quick success. He had been to the Dark Continent once, and was eager to go a second time. He didn't care about the disasters that humans might bring back from the Dark Continent. Germain didn't like the name Byangda because it sounded like an insult. But he would not be prejudiced against Yongda, nor would he judge their positions based on his own opinions in his previous life. You can only know who is your friend after you actually meet them. After using the Hunter license to try the Hunter website, Germain was quite satisfied. And then he planned to start the next plan. He took out his mobile phone, found the name marked as Bad Woman in the contacts, and sent her a text message. I may need your stitches in the next few days. Do you have time recently? As a result, the text message fell into the sea, and Maki did not reply. Germain was not in a hurry. He came out of the internet cafe and took a walk on the nearby riverbank. He sat on a bench and rested for a while, during which time he attracted a black cat. The black cat stared at Germain for a while, then jumped onto his thighs, curled up on his knees, closed his eyes and rested. Germain did not chase it away, but gently stroked its fur with his fingers. When the man and the cat were about to fall asleep, Maki's reply came. Okay. Where? Germain took a look and replied briefly, SW City. I will probably arrive on the morning of the 13th. Is that okay? It's okay. Then it's settled. The cost will depend on the severity of your injury. Understood. The text message conversation between the two was concise and clear. And it stopped at this moment. Germain put the phone back in his pocket, looked up at the white clouds in the blue sky, and the occasional birds flying by. Today is the 11th, and Maki will arrive here 2 days later on the 13th. Germain will buy the necessary supplies today and tomorrow. And then after Maki arrives, he will start his journey to the Dark Continent again with the help of a lantern in the early morning of the 14th. This time his goal is no longer to hunt the beasts in the dry river valley, but to explore the area outside the river valley and go as far as possible, and finally set up a new lantern in a safe place. Germain doesn't know what he will face on this journey, so he called Maki in advance. Maybe her through of thoughts will work after he returns. Or maybe not. It's better to be prepared. At noon on January 13th, there was a knock on the door of Germain's room at the Opera Hotel. He opened the door and saw March, who was wearing a ponytail and had a cold look. Sorry, I'm late. Her apology was cold and without any guilt. Then, after looking Germain up and down, she said, I don't see any external injuries on you. I'm not injured now. Germain replied. Not injured now. March was a little surprised and frowned in confusion. What does this mean? Are you going to fight the enemy later? Germain didn't need to answer her question, but handed her a room card directly. This is the room card of the next room. I have paid the room fee in advance until the morning of the 15th. During this period, I may come to you to treat your injuries. If I don't need it, I will also let you know. Maki took the room card, was silent for a while, and then put it away. Okay. I will be in the next room before noon on the 15th. If you want to extend the time, you need to tell me in advance. Okay. Maki didn't waste any words. Picked up the small gray cloth bag she carried with her, turned around and left. Swiped the card to enter the next room. Although they were all members of the Phantom Troupe, they were not familiar with each other, and there was no need for greeting. At 1 a.m. on the 14th, Germain stayed in the room of the Opera Hotel and used the hunter badge to materialize the glowing lantern on the floor. Germain turned off the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, letting the room fall into darkness and then be filled with the purple light of the lantern. The 4 little ghosts were like shadows, never leaving the lantern, and staring at Germain eagerly. Germain could feel their desire, and when he stretched his finger to one of the little ghosts, he heard the cry of surprise and loss again. The lantern showed 2 lines of words. Lantern location, Dark Continent. Dry River Valley cooling time, 8 minutes, already cooled, with a buzzing sound. Germain and the little ghost held hands and flashed in the purple light of the lantern, and the next moment, they all disappeared without a trace. Instant teleportation. Day and night reversed. Germain once again came to the dry river valley in the daytime. As soon as he landed, he heard the whistling wind, and a burst of smoke and dust blew in his vision before it dissipated, revealing the riverbed with rock layers on both sides. Turning his head, he saw that the cooling time of the lantern had doubled to 16 minutes, which was not beyond his expectations. He took out a compass from his bulging backpack, looked around for a while, and then walked towards the mouth of the valley. During this time, Germain encountered flesh-sucking red bugs, which were probably the most common creatures in the valley. They came fluttering and swarming, like tireless carriages and horses. He killed several of them randomly, drove away the others, and dug out a color-changing stone from the body of one of them and put it in his backpack. This was enough for Biscuit. As for the poisonous fog centipede and the wind ripple moth, he just skipped them when he saw them, unless they attacked him actively. With the flamethrower, it is also effective against these giant insects. However, Germain still tried to avoid fighting as much as possible. First, he didn't want to stay in the valley for too long, but wanted to explore as far as possible. Second, their value has been greatly reduced, especially the venom of the poisonous fog centipede. Now the antidote has been developed in the dark world at a very fast speed. Germain came to the gourd-like valley mouth, stepped on a gravel road, and finally left the dry valley and walked into a wilderness. He maintained the hidden of restraining the breath and the circle of exploring the breath. The further he walked, the more vegetation he could see, and the more strange creatures he could see. Chapter 30. German saw quite a few new things along the way. A compound-eyed insect that was so huge that it could not be compared to several airships combined just buzzed past his head. A black dot as small as a firefly passed by his feet, occasionally lighting a small flame. A familiar but twisted and weird plant stretched out thorny vines, with withered branches, rich fruits, and strange pollen towards him, following the north indicated by the compass. Adhering to the principle of not stopping at will, not touching at will, German kept moving forward. After climbing a small slope, he finally left the wilderness. In the open field in front of him, a brown-yellow reed field emerged, stretching left and right, with no end in sight. These reeds grew as tall as trees in the human world, and the place where they took root was a gray mud. Germain glanced at the pocket watch he brought with him. The pocket watch showed that he had been walking for half an hour, so he decided to take a break in front of the reed field and took out the compressed biscuits and water bottle. After drinking a sip of water, Germain opened the memo on his phone with no signal at all and recorded it in concise words. Human World Time. January 14th at 1 a.m. Moving north from the dry river valley. Half an hour later, taking a short rest in the muddy land. What he saw and heard was, as his fingers quickly clicked the keyboard rhythmically, he suddenly noticed a strange breath approaching quickly. Turning his head, German met the eyes of a crow. This crow was about the same size as the crows in the human world, and its feathers were also shiny black. But it had several scarlet eyeballs, located on its head, abdomen, wings and back. At this moment, all these eyeballs were rolling around, staring in different directions. The dull look in his eyes made it look even more weird. It stretched out its short and sharp beak, pecked at the backpack that German had placed aside, and then retracted it. Then, it tilted its head to observe German for a few times, and pecked at the backpack again. Want my backpack? German reached out vigilantly, took the backpack back, stood up, stepped back a few steps, and stared at the crow. The multi-eyed crow blinked several eyes at the same time, and suddenly opened its beak and screamed. The reed field, which was originally as calm as a lake and as tall as the trees, responded less than 2 seconds after the ripples caused by the scream spread out. The sound of flapping wings came from the depths of the reed field. A large group of black shadows surged into the air and flew over, like a locust passing by, or like a rolling dark cloud. Dozens of multi-eyed crows either landed on the tips of the reeds or hovered over Germain's head. In this way, hundreds of scarlet eyeballs were staring at him. Germain immediately found himself surrounded by a group of multi-eyed crows. This was trouble. They screamed for a while, making a deafening noise. The mixed crows suddenly launched a dense attack. They covered him like a black net falling from the sky. When this crow net landed on a wild beast, it would take less than 3 minutes to eat up all its skin and flesh. The bones with only the remaining pieces of flesh will also be dragged by the crows into the bottomless mud. These bones and pieces of flesh will nourish the mud and make it more fertile. And the reeds will grow taller. And it will continue to exist as a natural nest for the multi-eyed crows. Germain did not want to end up like this. At the moment when the crows circled and fell, Germain had a bronze flamethrower in his hand. The flames were like snakes, spewing out from the tiny nozzle of the flamethrower, engulfing and lighting the dark cloud that surrounded him. In an instant, the dark clouds turned into gorgeous fire clouds. Ah, the crows cried sadly, and the hissing sound of burning sounded like a terrifying music score. Most of the crows fell like small fireballs in an instant. The remaining people also screamed and flew into the air, cutting through the sky and escaping far into the depths of the reed forest. So, is it solved? Germain stopped the flamethrower. He didn't dare to use it too much. Every time he used it, it was like burning the gas stored in his body as diesel or gasoline, which was very wasteful. German moved his toes again and kicked the charred meat that was not moving and smoking at his feet. He looked over and over again, and those creepy eyeballs were all closed. I heard that crow meat is sour and hard to swallow, but I don't know if it's true. German didn't want to try it himself. He didn't want to stay here for long. And after taking a look at the muddy land and the reed forest, he wanted to leave. Suddenly, the area near the reed field became quiet. There was no longer the noisy cries of crows or the chirping of unknown insects. As if this place had become a barren land in an instant. The sound of wind whistled far from the heart of the reed forest, pressing the tall reed roots to the sides, revealing a muddy path. Countless skulls, skeletons, and finger bones gradually emerged from the gray mud. Like beasts crawling here, staring at German with empty eyes. Something is coming. German had a premonition. Then, it appeared in the depths of the reed forest. It was a tall and burly demon beast subhuman, wearing dark wings, its face hidden in the shadow of chaos. Only the corner of its sharp beak was vaguely revealed. Crack. Walking upright, it stomped on the many bones buried here with its dark red claws, crushing their fragile shells and pressing them back into the endless abyss of mud. Scarlet eyes opened on its head, neck, and abdomen, since most of its body was pitch black. It was like eyeballs peeking out of the dark cracks. The Lord of Crows walked slowly towards German, walked out of the mud, and looked down at German. German noticed that among the densely packed eyeballs on its body, one eyelid closed silently, which was particularly conspicuous. After a while, his left arm felt numb and itchy, and it moved. Feeling ominous, he pulled open his sleeves and saw a small bulge on his elbow. A wet crack appeared there, and an eyeball bulged out. It turned left and right twice, and then stared at Germain. Stress +5. Germain ignored the text reminder of the hunter badge materialization, and also ignored the extra eyeball on his left arm. He picked up the bronze flamethrower and blew orange flames at the Lord of Crows. Generally speaking, the more hair, the weaker the fire, the more the wind ripple moth. And the crows are all like this. However, the wings of the Lord of Crows are as thick as a shield, and can also block fire. When it is raised, it blocks the invasion of the flames. When it waved this wing, the flames made a dull puffing sound and bounced back in front of German. German retreated in time and dodged the backlash of the flames. Due to the consumption of energy and poor effect, German removed the flamethrower and replaced it with a more familiar fire gun and meat saw. After he put a small ball into the pocket of the hunter's robe, he threw the backpack far away, and then walked around the tall Lord of Crows for a few steps, observing carefully. Chapter 31. German soon came to a clear conclusion. Its fluffy black feathers were like armor and shield, so the part covered by the black feathers was probably its weakness. The Lord of Crows was hiding the eyeballs that extended from the head to the abdomen. They were squeezed together, like tumors entangled with mucus. Knowing where the weakness was, the only thing left was how to attack the weakness. Another eyeball on the Lord of Crow's abdomen closed, and at the same time, another eyeball opened on German's left arm. They formed a perfect pair, and the creepy gaze never left Germain's face from beginning to end. Pressure +5. Germain was not panicked, but instead noticed something strange. The reason why the eyeball appeared on his arm for no reason must be that some conditions were met. If there were no conditions, he would have already turned into Danzo without bandages at this moment. So, what would the conditions be? Soon, he sorted out his thoughts. Germain stared at the Lord of Crow's eyes for a while, and its curse might be transmitted to Germain through eye contact, like a germ. But why is it the left arm? Not the right arm. Not the chest. Not the thigh? The special thing is probably that Hisoka left a fresh wound on his left arm a few days ago. Although his physical fitness has reached 20, the wound has not completely healed in just a few days. The eye curse of the Lord of Crows, through the eye contact, sowed the germs to the new wound of German, and took root inside his left arm. Even if you don't look at the eyeball on the Lord of Crow's torso, you will have the same curse when you look at the eyeball on your left arm. This is the truth. Amid the creaking sound, Germain noticed that a third eyeball had bloomed on the same arm, almost confirming his guess. Pressure +5. Germain closed his eyes without hesitation, breaking off the eye contact with the Lord of Crows. He could lower his head, but he knew that in various emergency situations, humans would still subconsciously use their eyes to confirm the situation. Since he couldn't completely control his instincts, he might as well just close his eyes. Of course, he didn't give up the fight. In the gloom after his eyelids closed, German's circle became more and more sharp, and his movements became more and more agile, relying on his memory and hearing. He had already calculated the distance between him and the Lord of Crows in his mind, and then took out the small ball hidden in the hunter's black robe and threw it over without bias. The small ball was thrown to the feet of the Lord of Crows, and suddenly a cloud of smoke was sprayed out with a hiss, and it spread violently. This was German's experience in the dry river valley last time. Instead of using small explosives that can only blow off a piece of the beast's trunk, it is better to use poison. He spent a painful amount of money to buy this tiny poison gas bomb. However, the Lord of Crows was obviously much smarter than the beasts in the dry river valley. The Lord of Crows was in the poisonous fog, paused, and then spread his wings. With a whirring sound, he kicked his claws and flew into the air. It also realized the harm of the poison gas, dodged it in time, and immediately launched a counterattack. The Lord of Crows was like a thick battering ram, sweeping across the ground and hitting German, trying to knock him away. However, Germain deliberately did not dodge in advance, and dodged to the side at the last moment. When the Lord of Crows was about to fly over, the musket in his left hand disappeared, and his palm stretched out, tightly grasping the claws of the Lord of Crows. The Lord of Crows flew up again, but accidentally took Germain with him. So he kept circling back and forth in the air, trying to shake Germain off. But Germain would not let go easily. When would the Lord of Crows move away its heavy wings and reveal its vulnerable abdomen? Of course, it was when it flew up. Not only was Germain not thrown away, but he also deformed the meat saw with a click, and sent the serrated blade forward, stabbing it into the abdomen full of eyeballs with a puff. For a moment, I didn't know whether it was blood or pus, which sprayed all over his body. Critical hit. Pressure -10. The wound caused by the meat saw was larger and deeper than Germain expected, as if it was assisted by God. The next moment, Germain thought of one of his characteristics. Beast Killer. The Lord of Crows was regarded as a beast, and German, who possessed the Beast Killer, would have a small increase in fighting and a chance to cause critical damage. The stab just now accidentally caused a critical hit, and also reduced 10 points of pressure. The Lord of Crows screamed shrilly, and the spear-like beak pecked at German's head. If everything went well, German's skull would have a big hole, and his brain would be pecked. He naturally didn't want this. German pulled out the meat saw from the Lord of Crow's abdomen, and his left hand was still tightly holding the Lord of Crow's claws. Under inertia, he swayed in midair and just avoided the bird's beak. He switched the meat saw to a musket, raised the black muzzle, and fired at the bloody abdomen of the Lord of Crows. The explosion at close range made German's ears buzz, but the wound on the Lord of Crow's abdomen also visibly expanded a little. The Lord of Crows cried and struggled more violently. It suddenly raised the claw that was grabbed by German's left hand, lifted German up, and folded its wings like a big hand, holding German tightly. The Lord of Crows did not spread his wings, and the two of them spiraled down from the sky to the ground. Germain's entire upper body was pressed against the Lord of Crow's rotten abdomen. The sticky liquid and rolling eyeballs were vaguely depicted in his mind through the close touch. At this moment, he opened his eyes, but raised his head directly, and then saw the Lord of Crow's beak pecking at him again. He turned his head to avoid it, but the beak still pierced into his right shoulder, and with a puff, it pierced out. Hiss! Germain couldn't help sweating from the pain. The Lord of Crows pulled out his beak and tried to poke again, but found that he was about to fall to the ground. So he loosened his wings that were holding German. German would not miss any opportunity to expose the Lord of Crows. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground, he endured the severe pain in his right shoulder, and in the dizziness of weightlessness and the spinning world, he accurately grabbed the feathers of the Lord of Crows with both hands. With his arms exerting force, he pulled himself up and clung to the Lord of Crows. The Lord of Crows flew up again and found that German was still lingering. But he did not use the same trick to shake him, but called a large group of multi-eyed crows by calling out. They screamed and pounced on German's back, tearing the skin and flesh on his back with their sharp beaks and claws, sucking his blood. German made a calm judgment as if the attack on his back did not exist. His right hand was still holding the feathers, but his left hand pooped and reached into the wound on the Lord of Crow's abdomen that was torn by the meat saw and the musket, and continued to go deeper. Chapter 32. The Lord of Crow's skin and flesh were extremely hot, and Germain could feel the flow of breath and the displacement of internal organs. Germain rubbed his fingers without hesitation, and the bronze flamethrower materialized in the Lord of Crow's abdominal cavity, pressing on the throbbing internal organs. In a flash, the Lord of Crows seemed to know its fate, and desperately pecked at Germain again, with its beak like a high-hanging sharp blade. Germain pulled the trigger. The terrifying high temperature burned all the blood and flesh that could be ignited from the inside out, and sprayed out from the Lord of Crow's open beak, and the smell of burnt stench instantly filled the air. At this moment, Germain loosened his hands and kicked the wings of the Lord of Crows, using the force to let himself fall to the ground. The Lord of Crows did not chase him. It was burning, but the little crows were still pestering him. As the crows chased him, he landed with his hands covering his face. With the cushion of the tree-high reed forest, he rolled into the mud, almost sinking both thighs. Germain had to lie on the mud as much as possible to slow down his sinking. Fortunately, the annoying little crows did not peck at him again. The huge fireball transformed by the Lord of Crows also fell down. And with a bang, it fell in front of German and the reed forest. For a moment, the mud splashed everywhere, and the reed forest was also set on fire. A big fire spread in an instant, and thick smoke rose up. The crows circled in the air, making a cry that was not sure whether it was mourning or cursing. Instead of falling, they flew to the nest deep in the reed forest. German stretched out his arms and grabbed the wings of the Lord of Crows, who was no longer moving, and used it to pull his legs out of the mud, and then climbed out of the muddy land, covered in dirt and scars. He stood aside, quietly watching the Lord of Crows burning there. Almost all of its eyeballs were closed, but a closer look showed that the single eye on the head was still wide open, scarlet like a fiery red eye. German looked at his left arm again, and the 3 eyeballs had completely disappeared, leaving only 3 cracks, oozing black pus. Fortunately, I won. But, in my current state, it is probably impossible to continue exploring the danger of the dark continent. Apart from those terrifying unknown creatures, is its vastness. Once you go deep into it, the supply line will be infinitely extended. No one can predict what will happen on this route. Whether the frontline adventure team can return, and whether the logistics troops can keep up are all unknown. If German didn't have the 3rd lantern, he could only drag his wounded body and bite the bullet to return along the original route. A wounded body is bound to attract covetousness. No wonder the human expedition teams before have been submerged here countless times. Therefore, Germain was lucky. After confirming that he had obtained a new gift of resentment, he dug out the Lord of Crows' single eye from its eye socket, holding the eyeball in his palm. Germain could feel the remaining cursed resentment in it. It was okay to hold it for a short time, but if it was held for more than a certain time, it would disturb the holder's mind and radiate this curse to a certain range around it. Germain didn't know whether the limit of holding time was 3 days, 3 weeks or 3 months. But this eyeball did have the real curse ability. It is estimated that only the Mind Remover and German's Hunter badge can completely clear the resentment on the eyeball. However, German did not absorb this resentment. He put the one eye of the Lord of Crows into his backpack to see if there is a chance to sell it. Putting on the backpack again, German planted the 3rd lantern next to the muddy land. The light and the little ghost arrived as promised. He took a last look at the reed forest, and under the guidance of the little ghost, he was teleported back to the human world in the blink of an eye through the light of the lantern. January 14th. 2 o'clock in the morning. All was quiet. In Germain's room at the Opera Hotel, the light of a lantern lit up and then went out again. He didn't have time to check his current state, so he staggered out of his room, came to the next door, and knocked on the door. He knocked for a long time, but there was no response. Just when Germain was wondering if Maggie was sleeping too deeply, the light in the room came on and footsteps were heard. The door creaked open. Maggie stood by the door. She was not used to wearing pajamas, so she was still wearing her daytime clothes. But her ponytail was loose and draped over her shoulders in a mess, with a bad look in her eyes. Although Maki was a light sleeper and always alert, she was still angry when she was woken up in the middle of the night. I really didn't expect you to come at this time. Maki hadn't finished her prepared sarcasm when she saw Germain covered in wounds, blood dripping on the floor like rain, and his robe was covered with caked mud. Did he fight with the enemy in the mud? She swallowed the rest of her words, frowned, made way, and said, "Come in first and lie on the sofa." Maki was still very responsible for her work. German followed his instructions and walked into Maki's room. The layout here was similar to German's room. He walked straight through the hall and lay down on the long sofa. Maki took out the small cloth bag he carried with him and squatted next to German. "Next, I will help you clean the wound, stop the bleeding, and then suture it with the mind thread. You must cooperate with me during the whole process and maintain a posture of absoluteness." Maintaining absoluteness means not being able to use mind defense, which is the most vulnerable time for mind users. German agreed without hesitation, and followed Maki's orders to take off the wet and sticky hunter robe on his upper body and throw it aside. He didn't trust Maki, but his own judgment. These wounds, and the amount of blood loss, Maki swept his eyes around Germain's upper body. And then, while cleaning the wound, he said coldly, "You are lucky to be able to hold on to my door." In fact, it was not entirely luck. Germain's physical fitness was 20 points. Although it was not as good as with Jean, who was also a member of the Phantom Troupe. It was enough to save his life. Germain, who was lying on the sofa, was a little dizzy on the way over. But now, he was much more awake, with his black eyes open, staring at the ceiling. "I'm starting." Maki took out the needle, and the thread of thought drilled through the small hole, swinging flexibly. The next moment, her hands turned into a confusing afterimage, and her fingers, needles, and thoughts gradually became unclear. The right shoulder has been sutured. The left arm has been sutured. The small wound in the front has been sutured. Turn over. The small wounds on the back have all been sutured. Maki has dealt with countless similar injuries, and is very experienced. This time, she also cleaned and sutured the wound quickly and well, using her thoughts to suture nerves, which can also help the wound heal in the future. In less than 10 minutes, Maki completed her artistic operation, which was enough to make most surgeons and emergency doctors ashamed. Chapter 33. Maggie washed her hands in the bathroom, and when she came back, she had tied her hair into a ponytail and sat on the sofa next to Germain. She lifted her right leg and placed it on top of her left leg, with her purple bubble socks stacked together, staring at Germain with scrutiny. "What's going on?" Maggie couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, but her tone was still cold. Germain had just had his wound perfectly sutured by her, and although it was a deal, it was not good to ignore her immediately. So she answered symbolically, "I fought against an unexpected enemy, but I won in the end." Germain didn't say much else. Seeing this, Maki realized that he didn't want to talk. So he shrugged his shoulders and didn't ask any more questions. "Then what? Do you need Nancy stitching these days?" "Probably not for the time being," German replied. Maki nodded, and spread his palm to German, "Then pay 20 million Genie after the discount." 20 million Genie? German remembered that Maki asked for a total of 70 million Genie to stitch up Hisoka's broken arms. The difficulty of stitching up a broken arm is not at the same level as stitching up a wound. Plus the discount. It is normal for Maki to ask for 20 million Genie. However, after spending a lot of money in the past 2 months and paying 20 million in Genies, there will be very little left in Germain's bank account. Thinking of this, he sat up straight and his expression became cold. "Send me your account number, and I will transfer the money tomorrow." Maki didn't care about it, as long as she could receive the money. So she nodded. "I'm leaving." Germain stood up, grabbed the hunter's robe on the ground, put it on his shoulders, and walked towards the door. When he was about to reach the door, he suddenly stopped and walked back. Maggie looked at him in confusion. "What did you forget?" "Oh, right." Germain pointed to the red sofa and floor and said, "Sorry, I made it dirty." "Ah?" Maggie frowned, a little confused. Germain nodded to Maggie and turned around again. This time he really left Maggie's room and closed the door. After saying sorry, he just left like that? After a long time, the hall returned to silence. Maki's whispers were heard. "Hypocritical guy. If you are really sorry, please help me clean up before leaving." "Forget it. I will order room service tomorrow. It will be his fault anyway." Germain returned to his room and soaked in the bathtub. He finally had time to summarize his gains this time. He was not worried about the problems caused by soaking the wound in hot water. Maki's mind stitching had transformed his injury into a minor skin injury. In the midst of the bathroom, the hunter badge materialized into words that only he could see. First, the attribute points. Hunting the Lord of Crows. He gained an unprecedented 5 points at once, plus the miscellaneous beasts before. A total of 7 attribute points. So, he increased his physique from 20 points to 26 points, and his temperament from 19 points to 20 points, still giving priority to physical fitness, and then temperament, then his pressure. The eyeballs of the Lord of Crows increased the pressure. Critical hits reduced the pressure, and hunting beasts and returning from the Dark Continent increased the pressure. After this ups and downs, his stress reached 60 points. The continuously rising number made him feel a little uneasy. Critical stress relief was too unstable. It only happened once in more than 2 months. Germain had to find another way to reduce stress continuously and significantly. At this time, Germain had already realized that the hunter badge was a combination of Bloodborne and Darkest Dungeon elements. He roughly knew which methods he could try one by one. In addition, Germain has a positive trait, Genius, which allows Germain to recover faster after treatment. Combined with Maki's mind stitching, Germain now has a 26-point constitution, and his recovery speed will be quite amazing. There are no negative traits this time, but he brought back a new element, disease Samia. As the name suggests, the sleep time he needs will increase. Finally, there is the gift of resentment. He got a new lantern and the shield of the Lord of Crows. With the new lantern, Germain can continue his journey to the Dark Continent. As for the shield of the Lord of Crows, it is a black feather shield that can be summoned by Germain. Tough and heavy. After confirming the gains of this trip, whether good or bad, Germain climbed out of the bathtub, where the water had cooled down, and wiped his body with a soft towel. Touching those wounds, whether new or old, Germain seemed to see the scene of the injury. After 3 o'clock in the morning, they did not become Germain's nightmares, but instead gave Germain enough sleep quality. Perhaps narcolepsy also played a role. He slept from the early morning until 11:40 a.m., when he woke up in a daze. Even the alarm clock failed to wake him up. Germain scratched his tangled black hair, forced himself to dispel his lazy sleepiness, got out of bed, and stretched his muscles in the sun on the balcony. Bathed in the warmth, he twisted his neck, turned his shoulders, and straightened his chest and abdomen, without being hindered by his injuries. It seems that your injury is healing quickly. Maki's cold voice came from the balcony next door. Germain turned his head and saw her lying on a lounge chair in the sun, with a thick book spread out in her hands, reading attentively, her legs in bubble socks crossed. Yeah. Germain thought for a moment and added, have you eaten? Maki's eyes finally left the medical book in her hand, raised her head, and looked at Germain again with some surprise. I haven't had lunch yet. Germain nodded and reminded, people with the ability to read are much healthier than ordinary people, but they still have to eat on time and develop a habit, he said to Maki with concern, then turned and walked into the hall. Maki watched the young man disappear from the balcony next door, staring at him in a messy way, then frowning in anger, and lowering her head to continue reading her medical book. After reading for a while, she became a little impatient, put the book on her knees, raised the glass beside her, and sipped the orange juice through the straw. Germain returned to the lobby, called room service, had a good lunch, tidied himself up, and left the room. He came to the Opera House Hotel, found a local postal company that specializes in serving hunters through the Hunter website, and sent the color-changing stone of the red bug. The delivery address was naturally the one Biscuit had left for him. It was already past 2 in the afternoon when Germain returned to the Opera House Hotel. The front desk lady enthusiastically informed him that Maki had checked out and left, and did not wait until the scheduled 15th. Germain took out his phone and saw a text message from Maki 20 minutes ago. I'm leaving. The account is XXXX. Contact me if you need anything. Okay. Germain replied with one word. After putting away his phone, Germain took the bill for Maki's room from the front desk lady, and looking at the series of services and the final amount, he fell silent. Chapter 34. Germain did not stay in the Opera House Hotel for long. The day after March left, he checked out under the reluctant gaze of the receptionist. He remitted money to March and received a reply from March, confirming that the 20 million ringgit had been received. That evening, he took an airship and left the city. After several hours of sailing, he arrived in the famous Ukexin city in the early morning. Every September, Ukexin city will hold the world's largest auction. At that time, the whole city will be very lively, and both the black and white worlds will gather, especially the underground auction organized by the world's gang leaders 10 old men, which can release a large number of rare treasures every year, attracting high-ranking gangsters and celebrities. Human organs, monster corpses, technological products, and other auction items are endless. This also brought disaster to the underground auction. Although the gang security is very tight, it still can't stop the bloody killing and looting that the Phantom Troupe will carry out next year. In other months, the overt and covert auctions in Ukexin City have never stopped. But the scale is far less grand than in September. Germain arrived in Ukexin City on January 16th. After a short rest, he did not go to any auction house, but first found the largest church in the city. The old priest looked at the young man in black hunter robes, meditating in the corridor, praying in the transept, and being whipped in the penance hall, and was surprised. I have never seen anyone confess so many times at one time. He must have sinned deeply. But because of the Father, he turned from evil to good, and now he is a believer full of faith. The old priest hurriedly stepped forward, holding the Bible in his hand, and stopped German. Sir, can I take up a moment of your time? I hope to tell you about our Heavenly Father and Savior. Ah, no, thank you. However, to the old priest's great disappointment, Germain decisively rejected his kindness and left the church. The old priest stared at his back in confusion and surprise as he disappeared around the corner of the gate. Not understanding what went wrong, Germain walked on the streets of Ukexin City, stroking the remaining whipping scars on his body with his fingers, and sighed softly with regret. Is it really not possible? Is it because I didn't believe in God and pray sincerely? The pressure didn't decrease at all, but the wounds that were almost healed were hit by a few more whip wounds. This was the first stress relief method he tried, but it ended in complete failure. However, this was the beginning, and Germain did not give up easily. So, Germain tried the second stress relief method. Soon after, in the old-fashioned bar in Ukexin City, there was a lot of people and chatter. Germain sat in front of the long bar, drank the wine, put it on the table, and pushed it to the ball bartender. Sir, do you want another drink? The ball bartender asked tentatively. No, Germain answered sullenly. He had drunk enough. At this time, the woman who had been flirting for a long time couldn't help but come over, licked her lips, and scratched the back of Germain's hand with her long nails painted with red nail polish. Don't be unhappy. If you have any troubles, you can talk to me. How about this? I buy you another drink. But let's go to a different place. How about that? The woman stared at Germain's profile with seductive eyes, looking forward to Germain's reaction. Germain did have troubles. He had tried gambling in the casino and drinking at the bar, but the pressure of 60 points did not change even in the single digits. Germain turned his head to look at the fragrant woman who was about to stick to him, and couldn't help thinking in his mind, am I a passionate and lustful person? Do I have to go this far? When the woman's fingers were already touching his body, he finally resisted this from both the body and mind at the last moment and pushed the woman away. You? The woman looked at him in surprise. Germain stood up and looked at the woman calmly. Forget it. If I get syphilis, gonorrhea, or something like that, it would probably be very troublesome. Now I need a healthier body. The bald bartender was originally mixing drinks, and when he heard this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. The woman was stunned for a moment, and then her whole face turned black. She immediately pointed at Germain and cursed. No matter how good-looking Germain was, she couldn't easily forgive Germain for saying such a thing, unless Germain begged her humbly with actions. Germain didn't mean to apologize. He left the angry woman behind in the surprised and amused eyes of the people in the bar. Just after walking out of the door of the bar, Germain could feel that the inside and outside of the door were two completely different worlds. The noise inside the bar was so loud that it seemed to blow the roof off, but it was much quieter outside the bar. Germain began to walk to a wide square. He tried all the simplest stress relief methods he could think of, except the last one, but nothing worked. In this case, Germain had to try the third possibility. He sat on the edge of a fountain in the center of the square, took out his phone, found the contact little mother-in-law, and sent a text message. Did you receive the color-changing stone of the red bug? I need your magic beautician, Miss Cookie. Germain waited by the fountain for about 10 minutes, and looked at the pigeons on the ground for a long time before receiving a reply from Biscuit. I already said that your greetings and concern were too perfunctory, angry face. However, the gem has been received, and I like it very much, smiling face. You actually know my ability to read. It seems that you have investigated my information a lot. So scary. You won't plot against me, scared face? I asked you to get a hunter's license and gave you a hunter-only website. But I didn't ask you to do this kind of thing to explore girls' secrets, sighing face. Biscuit's signature. Mischievous teasing. At least Germain can be sure that the person on the other side of the phone must be Biscuit. I want to try out the abilities of the magic beautician, Miss Cookie. After typing a line, Germain thought for a moment and added, I will give you a corresponding reward. Really? My offer is very high, greedy face. How much? Well, since we are acquaintances, 20,000 rings per time. 20,000 rings? The total cost of Maki's mind thread suturing is 20 million rings. In comparison, Biscuit's offer is very cheap. German did not complain. There were not many rings left in his bank account, but it was enough to pay 20,000 rings. Besides, he came to Yuxin City specifically to find the underground auction house here, intending to sell the one-eyed Lord of Crows to the gangs and make a lot of rings. So, German agreed. Okay. I'm in Yuxin City. When can you arrive? Chapter 35. While waiting for Biscuit's reply, Germain's fingers accidentally touched his pocket and suddenly found that it was bulging. He reached out and took it out. It turned out to be a pink wallet. There were some star-shaped decorations on the wallet. When he opened it, he saw a photo of a woman on the ID card. After looking at it for a while, Germain confirmed that it was the woman in the bar just now after removing her makeup. So, this wallet is hers. But why did it end up in my possession? Ah, I remember it. Germain has a kleptomania, which occurs from time to time, and has even become an instinct like walking, blinking, and breathing. If you don't think about it deliberately, you may not be able to remember it. When the woman came close to him, Germain's hands were indeed not clean, and he subconsciously reached into her arms. But at that time, I don't know if the woman didn't notice it, or if she noticed it but thought it was flirting. So she ignored it, and let Germain succeed. Germain flipped through the money in his wallet and counted it. There were more than 20,000 ringgits, just enough to pay for Biscuit's first time. So he put it away. As for personal belongings such as ID cards, we can find a chance to dispose of them later. After a long while, Biscuit replied, I don't even mention the idea of you coming to me. But, forget it. I'm still close to Yuxin City, and I can get there the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is January 18th. Only 2 days were left for German to sell the one eye of the Lord of Crows, and it was definitely impossible to complete it before Biscuit arrived. But German thought it was acceptable. Then it's settled. Yeah. See you the day after tomorrow. Love you, heart. German ended the text conversation and was about to put away his phone when he suddenly heard a female voice next to him. Ah, it's really you. Germain thought it was the woman from the bar who came over, so he looked in the direction of the voice. But it wasn't her. The person standing in front of him was a woman with short black hair, wearing thick-rimmed glasses, a gold inverted cross necklace, a black sweater and tight jeans. She adjusted her glasses and repeated it in a flat voice. Ah, it's really you. She repeated it again, perhaps because she was worried that Germain didn't hear it clearly. Germain looked at her and quickly matched her with someone in his memory. She was Shiori, who was supposed to become the 8th member of the Phantom Troupe at about the same time, but was beaten to it by Germain. Germain was a little surprised to see her here, and was also a little surprised that she knew him. On the one hand, Shiori's memory is very selective, and she can quickly forget anything she doesn't care about. From this point of view, Germain should have left a very deep impression on her. On the other hand, Germain has searched through the remaining memories of his original body countless times over the past 2 months, and there is no experience of meeting Shiori among them. So, why did Shiori know me? Is it because we both came from Meteor Street, and she had seen me before? I know you. German put the phone back in his pocket, put on his tricorn hat, and asked tentatively. Shiori nodded a few times, and the heavy glasses frame slipped from her nose, so that she had to straighten it many times. There seemed to be only innocence and curiosity in her big eyes. However, German knew very well that she was no less ruthless than German to attack her enemies. You owe me 500,000 rings. Shiori spread his palm to German. Please give it back to me. German's expression immediately turned cold, and his body sat up straight, shaking his head. I don't remember such a thing. Huh? This time it was Shiori's turn to be confused. She tilted her head and thought for a while, and said to herself, did I remember it wrong? Isn't it him? Germain felt that it was not appropriate to stay here for long, so he stood up and turned to leave. However, he found Shiori following him not far away. I don't owe you money. Germain did not turn his head, but insisted. Shiori put the palm of one hand towards Germain, rubbed her temple with the fingers of the other hand, and narrowed her eyes under her eye sockets. Don't talk first. Let me think about it. Germain had no choice but to ignore this inexplicable woman and walked into a nearby internet cafe. He turned on a computer, took out a card reader, swiped his Hunter license, then logged into the Hunter-only website and searched for the hunter-only auction house in Yukexin City. He would not sell the eyeball of the Lord of Crows directly to those gangs, but would find a buyer who had the ability to read, or at least master the ability to read. Only they really knew the value of the Lord of Crow's eyeball. After paying the intelligence fee, German quickly found a large number of candidates and addresses. After a close screening, he finally determined 3 auction houses that he could try. At this time, Xiaodi suddenly pulled the chair next to her and sat down next to Germain. She grabbed the mouse and keyboard rudely. "Let me check it." Germain had no choice but to drag his chair and move to the side. She searched for keywords such as Germain and Meteor Street Killer and quickly found information about Germain. From Meteor Street: professional killer, B-class wanted criminal. Suspected new member of the Phantom Troupe were highlighted in bold in the information column. There was also a side profile photo of Germain, which seemed to have been taken a long time ago and had not been updated. So he still looked a little immature. The rest of the content required payment to view. Xiaodi adjusted the glasses that had slipped off his nose again, and pointed at the side profile photo. "Is this photo of you?" "It's me." "Really?" "Yes." I said I remembered it correctly. Xiaodi once again spread out her palm to Germain. "You have to pay back the money. 500,000 ringgits. "So, where did we meet?" Germain frowned, and Xiaodi's firm tone made him doubt himself a little. "What is the cost of 500,000 ringgits? Huh?" Xiaodi was stunned for a moment, tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, "Oh, now that I think about it, it seems that we have never met." "Never met?" "Yeah. Mr. Bilbo paid me directly before, but he died suddenly 3 months ago. So I have to ask you for the 500,000 ringies I owed me." "Bilbo?" Germain was a little confused, and he probably understood what was going on. "My middleman who made the difference. Why did he owe you 500,000 ringies?" Xiaodi pointed at Germain. "You owe me 500,000 ringies. We agreed before that you killed someone, and I helped you clean up the scene. 250,000 ringies each time. I helped you 5 times in total, and you only paid the first 3 times. And there are 2 more. 25,000 plus 25,000 equals 500,000. Crime scene cleaner." Germain blinked his black eyes. "So that's how it is. With your ability. You are really good at this. It's just that Bilbo hired you, so he should pay the 500,000 rings. But he's dead," Xiaodi said as a matter of course. "I can only find you." Chapter 36. German pursed his lips. The original body had caused German a lot of trouble. It was probably because Bilbo had not had time to pay Xiaodi before he was chopped up by the original body. It was also possible that Bilbo did not want to pay at all. In the original body's impression, he was such a greedy person. After the original body killed Bilbo, the money in Bilbo's account was also transferred to his own name. But now it was almost spent. It didn't seem unfair that this debt was transferred to him. "Are you here to collect the debt?" German asked. "How do you know I'm here?" "I don't know." Xiaodi shook his head. "I just passed by and saw you on the street." German was stunned for a moment, looked at Xiaodi, and found that the other party looked serious and did not seem to be lying. So, either she was too lucky or Germain was too unlucky. "Let's put it this way. If you can provide evidence to prove that Bilbo and you are in an employment relationship and that you did help me clean up the scene, I will pay you 500,000 rings." Germain made a fair request. It's not the first day that Xiaodi has been doing this. She made sure to keep the communication records with Bilbo and the employment contract with her. Now she can take it out and show it to Germain. The contract is written in black and white, and Germain still remembers the 5 scenes mentioned. Afterwards, they were indeed cleaned up completely without leaving any traces. Xiaodi's workability is very solid. In this way, there is still a balance of 500,000 ringtones to be paid, which is basically true. "Okay." Germain put down the contract, regretfully unable to find the flaw. "I will add your contact information, and then you send me your bank account number, and I will transfer the money to you." Xiaodi shook her head, adjusted her glasses, and said firmly, "No. After Mr. Bilbo died, I searched for you for 3 months before I found you. I want to see you transfer the money to me with my own eyes." She meant that the 2 of them should go to the bank now. However, German has a more convenient method. "Don't worry." German took out his mobile phone. "Considering that it is troublesome to go to the bank every time to transfer money, I have applied for online banking a few days ago. And I can transfer money to you directly through my mobile phone. He did not lie. When he paid money to Maki a few days ago, he applied for this function in the bank. Online banking? Shiudi blinked his big eyes behind his black-framed glasses. Very curious. Haven't you heard of it? In short, do as I say, step by step. And tell me your mobile phone number first. Oh, okay. Shiudi obediently reported a string of numbers. German entered the phone number into the phone book, changed the note to girl with glasses as if nothing had happened, and then asked Shiudi to send her the bank account number. After a series of operations, he transferred 500,000 Genie to her. Ding dong. Shiudi's phone beeped, and she opened it curiously and found that she had received a payment text message. Ah, she said with a little surprise, covering her mouth. I don't know which idiot transferred 500,000 Genie to me. That was me. Huh? That idiot is you? Oh, this is what you call online banking. Xiao Di nodded in understanding. The problem of the remaining amount of Xiao Di's remuneration was solved. German was originally rushing to the 3 auction houses in Ukexin City. But at this time, he was not so anxious. Instead, he looked at Xiao Di and pondered. There were 4 little ghosts on the lantern base, and each of them could take him to the Dark Continent. This was an obvious hint. In other words, the upper limit of the number of partners who could join the Dark Continent journey each time was 3. With German, it was a 4-person adventure team. In addition to outstanding strength, the team members must also have a clear division of labor. In other words, they must form an elite team that can cope with various situations. Germain is responsible for fighting and safely traveling between the human world and the Dark Continent. In addition, medical treatment, psychological counseling, combat cover, baggage carrying, biological knowledge, danger prediction, etc. all need to be handed over to others. Germain can take care of some duties in his spare time during combat, but he cannot be a hexagonal warrior and fight alone. He and his team members are like a system of mind abilities. German belongs to the materialization system. He can move closer to the transformation system, and can also transform into a rare trait system under certain special conditions. Even if he wants, he can skip the transformation system and trait system of his neighbors and learn the abilities of the reinforcement system, operation system, and release system. However, the price is half the result with twice the effort, and there will be extremely obvious weaknesses. Rather than doing everything by yourself, it is better to leave it to the experts. German had understood this principle a long time ago. He was also paying attention to several candidate members, but he was concerned about them and did not easily tell them about the lantern. Maki is backed by the Phantom Troupe, and Biscuit is backed by the Hunter Association. There is a possibility that they will attract the major Nin users in the V5 countries after being exposed, before their strength has grown to be able to protect themselves. German does not want to take this risk. As for Hisoka, it remains to be seen. Hisoka likes fighting very much. In this sense, he is a very good candidate, but his behavior is too unpredictable, and he may take unpredictable actions during the journey to the Dark Continent. Then, what about the little drop in front of him? Her telepathic ability, the bulge-eye fish, can swallow things that she subjectively believes to be lifeless, and the last thing swallowed can be spit out. If the little drop was by his side when he faced the Lord of Crows a few days ago, he could not only protect German Man during the battle, but also recover the body of the Lord of Crows after the battle. In this way, what German Man wants to auction now is not the one eye of the Lord of Crows, but the corpse of the Lord of Crows, and the value has increased by who knows how many times. German was silent for a while. Then he was a little excited. So he asked, Xiao Di, have you joined any organization or force now? No. Xiao Di looked down at his phone, counted the zeros after the amount on the text message, then looked up. What's wrong? If I hire you to be my teammate and go with me to extremely dangerous places, are you willing? Xiao Di looked dazed, but blinked shrewdly at this time. How much do you plan to pay me? It depends on what we gain after returning, German replied. Now there are only 2 of us in the team. We can split it equally. If more people join in the future, we will share the profits with them equally. Where are you taking me? What are the dangers? What are the rewards? Xiao Di asked seriously. I can't tell you until you agree to join and sign the contract. Is that so? Xiao Di put her fingers on her lips and tapped them lightly. Don't say anything yet. Let me think about it. Chapter 37. You take your time to think it over. German looked at the pocket watch he took out from his hunter's robe. I have something else to deal with. So I leave now. But I stay in Ukexin City for 2 or 3 days. And you have my contact information. Where are you going? Xiaodi asked curiously. I don't want to say. German got up from the swivel chair in the internet cafe, took back the hunter's license, and turned off the computer. Contact me when you've made up your mind. Xiaodi had already closed his eyes, folded his arms across his chest, and looked like he was thinking hard. And he didn't listen to German's words at all. German decided not to disturb her and left quietly. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in a certain auction house, the walls here were wine red. The crystal lamps were dimly lit. The floor was clean and tidy. And the receptionist was even more enthusiastic towards German. For a whole afternoon, he walked through half of Ukexin City, compared 3 auction houses dedicated to hunters, and finally decided on one that he was more satisfied with. The appraiser of this house, because he was born as a hunter, saw at first glance that the Lord of Crow's single eye was not right, and believed that it was wrapped in ominous thoughts, and would bring misfortune to the holder. After he put on the rubber gloves and actually touched the baseball-sized eyeball, he put it back into the solution in the glass jar without touching it anymore. Sir, I have 2 suggestions. The appraiser took off his rubber gloves. Do you want to go through the auction route safely? Or do you want to resell it quickly to cash in? German did not rush to make a decision, but asked, tell me the pros and cons of both. The appraiser nodded and answered as concisely as possible. If you go through the auction route, the advantages are safety and stability, and there are many people participating in the auction, so it is easy to get a high price. The disadvantage is that you have to go through the complete commission auction process before you can settle the price and fees. How long will it take? German asked. It will take at least half a month at the earliest. The appraiser answered truthfully. Sometimes it's not smooth, and it's normal to take 1 or 2 months. German couldn't wait for 1 or 2 months. So he asked again, what about the second way? If it's a quick resale, it's actually introducing it to several private customers who are interested in this aspect. The advantages are clear goals and quick settlement, and the disadvantages are that the price is entirely up to the customer's preference. How long can this be settled at the fastest? There are several customers in Ukexin City now, the appraiser said. If they like it at first sight, it's not strange to pay on the spot. After thinking about it, German decided to go with a quick resale route first. Please help me contact the customers in Ukexin City. Okay. Please wait. The appraiser took out his mobile phone, took pictures of the eyeball from various angles, sent them out, and made a call. After a boring conversation, the appraiser put down his phone and said, someone from the Nasra family will come over to take a look. Please wait. The Nasra family is... The appraiser looked up in surprise. He didn't expect that German didn't know the famous Nasra family. In order to avoid German offending the other party without knowing it, he said a few more words. It's a gangster family that has been in the limelight recently. They just happened to pass by Ukexin City and just happened to ask for the eyes of wild beasts, magical beasts, and rare beasts. I heard that the daughter of the head of the family is extremely accurate in divination. Maybe it's some kind of telekinesis ability? Even the 10 old men have great trust in the divination of the daughter of the Nasra family. The head of the family is expanding the influence of the Nasra family step by relying on his daughter's divination and the trust of the 10 old men. The Nasra family? Daughter. Divination. Should it be her? German had a clue in his mind and nodded. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the members of the Nasra family finally arrived. Surrounded by a dozen black-clad bodyguards was a middle-aged man and a blue-haired girl who acted coquettishly to the middle-aged man. The appraiser took them to the sofa and sat them down, showing them the one-eyed Lord of Crows in a glass jar, the head of the Nas family. Light pursed his lips and turned to look at his bodyguard. Dezoni. Dezoni immediately understood, stepped forward to pick up the glass jar, and after confirming it, quickly put it back on the table and bowed to Light. Boss, the eyeball does have a strong curse, thought. Light's originally frowned eyebrows were obviously relaxed. However, his daughter Nyan next to him pouted. This is not a human eye. I still prefer human organs. If it was the flaming red eye of the Garuda tribe, it would be perfect. She put her hands on her hips with some dissatisfaction. Nyan, there's nothing we can do about it. Light consoled. There are very few red eyes on the market now. I heard that most of them have been bought by the fourth prince of the Kaken royal family. Nyan thought for a moment. Then sighed. Dad? I know. I'm not a child anymore. How can our family compete with the prince in terms of financial strength? Well, I'm glad you understand. But this year, I will prepare a rare human organ for your birthday gift. And you can put it in the collection room. Really? That's great. Thank you. Dad? I love you the most. Nyan cheered. Wright was also infected by his daughter's joy and laughed. Germain didn't care about the indescribable conversation in front of him. He was more concerned about how many rings his Lord of Crows one I could sell for. At this time, Wright's attention returned to the eyeball on the table. He looked at it for a while, and seemed not to care about German's attitude, but directly asked Dizoni in a low voice. Nyan's divination poem points to this eyeball. Are you sure? It turned out that the Nasra family's passage through Ukexen City was not accidental, but because Nyan used the Angel's automatic notebook to predict for Wright. Wright decided to come here temporarily. Nyan's special mind-binding ability can implicitly predict the future of others within a month and present it in the form of poetry. Yes. Dizoni nodded and lowered his voice. The place where the treasure gathers should refer to Ukexen City. And the pupil of the terrifying beast is probably this eyeball. Wright pondered for a while and said, so, as long as I spend a lot of money, pour more blood, and buy this eyeball, the flower in the palm will not wither. Right? Dizoni glanced at Nyan, who was still immersed in joy, and nodded. It should be like this. Wright stared at the eyeball for a while, and finally made a decision. He looked at Germain and said, I am willing to pay 100 million ringgit for it. Of course, I will also pay for the other agency fees. Chapter 38. 100 million ringies? This is equivalent to the money that can be obtained by mortgaging the hunter's license for an eyeball with a curse. But not much. This price is very high. German was a little surprised, but he quickly glanced at Nyan and roughly guessed what was going on. Perhaps Nyan's Angel's automatic notebook predicted a certain future. In order to avoid this future, the Nasra family needs to buy the one-eyed Lord of Crows. Someone was willing to pay 100 million ringgits, and he was in a hurry to use the money, even if he could get a higher price through an open auction. There was no reason for him to refuse. Okay. Germain nodded. After you pay the money, it's yours. Seeing Germain agree so readily, Wright was relieved. But there was also a trace of doubt in his heart. Relieved because Germain did not raise the price, and this transaction seemed to be able to be completed cleanly. A trace of doubt was because Germain agreed so quickly. Maybe the value of the eyeball was not actually high. If it weren't for the lack of time, Wright would have gotten to the bottom of it. But now, he could only give up. Nyan's prophecy poem predicted Wright's future within this month, and it hinted at Nyan's unfortunate fate. The safety of his daughter was more important, and he must avoid her withered future. Otherwise the rising Nasra family would fall, and those enemies would take the opportunity to add insult to injury. This must not happen. Wright couldn't imagine what kind of misfortune he would encounter after losing his daughter. It was too terrible. Huh? Nyan hadn't seen the prophecy poem she had used for divination. Doing so could ensure the accuracy of the prophecy. So she didn't know the inside story, and was a little surprised at this time. Dad, you actually bought it. Didn't you say there was a curse? Besides, it's just a beast's eyeball. It's not pretty at all, and it's useless to buy it. Just put it in the basement. Wright immediately changed his friendly look to his daughter. The curse can't affect us. Dizoni also gave timely suggestions, or give it to enemies or competitors. This eyeball may disturb their minds in the near future, and make them make wrong judgments. Good idea. Wright nodded in agreement. German was also very sure of this. He was the first person whose mind was affected. However, he had held the Lord of Crow's eye for 3 days, and had not been affected again. In other words, if it is needed to influence the mind of a person with an ability, it must be placed around for at least 3 days, and ordinary people should be shorter. There are still many restrictions. After all, it has been separated from the Lord of Crows and is a dead object. It was getting late, and Nyan, who insisted on following her father out, yawned and felt sleepy. Seeing this, Wright asked his daughter a few words with concern, and then ordered Dizoni, transfer the money to him. We should leave soon. Yes, boss. Dizoni answered respectfully. Wright looked at his daughter again. Nyan, let's go. Go back and rest early. Don't stay up late. Yes. Nyan deliberately stretched out her voice, and stuck out her tongue mischievously. I know. Dad. I will go to bed after I finish the human body puzzle. That was her latest treasure. As the name suggests, it is a puzzle, but it is made of human tissue. She decided to frame it after it was put together and hang it at the entrance of the collection room. You? Wright smiled, looking like a daughter slave who could not do anything to the willful Nyan. The father and daughter were surrounded by a group of guards, and a group of people came like a black tide, and then retreated like a black tide. Dazoni transferred 100 million rings to German's account on behalf of the Nasra family, and paid a fee for the auction house. After German confirmed that the transfer was correct, he handed him the eyeball of the Lord of Crows. Dazoni held the glass jar, glanced at German for the last time, then turned around and hurried to chase the boss. When he caught up with the boss, he was already outside the auction house. Nyan had already sat in the back seat of the black car, and the boss was arguing with someone who was coming towards him. It was a bald man wearing sunglasses, followed by several bodyguards, confronting the Nasra family. Right. Don't be so arrogant. The bald man spoke with a tongue-twisting sound, raised his chin high, and pointed his index finger at Wright with contempt. You are a coward who relies on your daughter to get to the top. Dazoni's face darkened. He handed the solution tank to one of the guards and wanted to walk in front of Wright with a fierce momentum. But Wright stopped him with his hand. Back off. Wright signaled with his eyes. Dazoni quickly replied, Yes. He retreated to Wright's side, a distance that allowed him to protect his boss at any time. Shanji. Wright touched the beard on his upper lip. We all work for the 10 old men, so we don't interfere with each other. How about that? The gang leader called Shanji glared at Dazoni, then roughly touched his shiny bald head and mocked. You were just a small leader before, and you only got to the top by cheating. How about you be compared with someone like me who goes through fire and water for the 10 old men? You'd better keep your mouth clean. Wright put his hands behind his back. You don't believe in Nyan's divination. It's your freedom. Do you mean that the 10 old men will be easily deceived? Shanji realized that he had spoken out of turn and spat on the ground, as if he could take back his words. Humph. I can't beat you in words. But one day the 10 old men will see your true colors. At that time, you, the Nasra family, will be ruined. Then we see. Wright also had concerns in his heart, but he still remained confident on the surface. TSK. Bad luck. Don't let me see you again. Shanji snorted coldly, and strode towards the door of the auction house with a group of subordinates. At this time, the revolving door of the auction house was pushed, and German happened to walk out and walk towards the street where the street lights were like starlight. Shanji passed by German, and suddenly realized something. He turned around, stared at German's back, and stroked his chin thoughtfully. This man, I seem to have seen him somewhere. At the same time, Wright and Dazoni stood by the car and witnessed this scene. Boss, Dazoni reminded in a low voice. After meeting the seller, I always felt like I had seen him somewhere. And just now, I remembered that it was on the wanted order. Wanted order? Wright looked at Dazoni with a little surprise. Yes. His name is German. In addition to the B-level wanted by the police, he is also wanted by the gang because he once killed a small gang leader and is suspected to be a member of the Phantom Troupe. German? After hearing this, Wright also had some impression. But such trivial matters generally did not require him to take care of it. What is going on? Chapter 39. Dazoni picked out what he remembered and talked about it. A few years ago, Germain did some dirty work for a small leader under the 10 old men. But later he killed the leader because of some financial disputes. The subordinates of the small leader have been hunting him down and have offered a reward. But no one has ever successfully received the reward. And the 10 old men don't care about the life and death of such a small character. However, more than 2 months ago, news came out that Germain was suspected to be a member of the Phantom Troupe. And the reward suddenly increased, and more people started to watch him. Wright understood. He pondered for a while, and asked a key question. Did our people also participate in the hunt for Germain? Dazoni bent slightly, which made him look shorter than his boss. Before, one of our people sent out a team of 4 with members of other families to try it out. But they were all killed. Is that so? Wright pondered for a while and said, Dazoni, pass the order quietly. Our family members should not participate in the pursuit of Germain. Yes. Dazoni agreed immediately. Also, we didn't know he was Germain. Right said seriously. I had a quarrel with Shanji tonight, and I was in a bad mood. So I left Yukexin City overnight. Dazoni looked at Right in surprise, and immediately understood the boss's intention. Yes. Shanji cursed you very badly and threatened you. You got very angry and decided to leave Yukexin City. Yeah. Right nodded. Next. No matter what happens in Yukexin City, it has nothing to do with us. And it will not involve Nyan. I understand. At this time, Dazoni, like Right, thought of the prophecy poem and couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. At this time, Nyan leaned out half of her body from the back seat of the car, rubbing her eyes sleepily. Dad, can't we go yet? I want to go back to sleep. Right immediately put on a kind smile, turned around and got into the back seat of the car, sitting with his daughter. Sorry, Nyan. We will change our itinerary later and take a private airship to leave Yukexin City. Hey, Dad, you broke your promise to me again. Nyan was very dissatisfied. I can't help it. There is something important. The door of the back seat of the car was closed by Dazoni, and he sat in the co-pilot seat. The other guards also got on the cars in front and behind, and they drove into the driveway in a long line. On the other side, Germain did not rush back to the Bachita hotel that he had booked in advance, but walked along the long river bank. The river surface was like a dark silk cloth, with only the moonlight shining on the waves. Germain enjoyed the time that belonged to him, but found that several rats followed him and got closer and closer. He soon realized the other party's intention, because he had to deal with such stalkers for more than half of the time in more than 2 months. German simply slowed down his pace until the rats took the initiative to greet him. Hey, hey, hey. Shanji put one hand in his trouser pocket and touched his bald head with the other hand. He rushed to the front of German from the side and shouted, You guy. Are you the German? It's me. German was very familiar with these procedures. In order to save time, he took the initiative to admit, There are only 6 of you. Are you going to attack me? What? Shanji raised his voice. You don't think that I will be afraid of you just because you killed a small leader and joined the so-called Phantom Troupe? Shanji's 5 subordinates drew their pistols one after another, maintaining a trumpet-shaped formation, and pointed their guns at German. You kid. Do you know what a gang is? Shanji put his hands in his pockets and clicked his tongue. Fearless. I am the direct leader of the 10 old men, the highest-ranking gangsters. The Phantom Troupe just didn't meet us, and dared to call itself the worst thieves group in history. Don't be so arrogant. Germain did not respond to Shanji. Just keep silent now. He was very familiar with the rhythm in front of him. Next, the bald man might report what family he was from and ask Germain to surrender or shoot directly. If there was a skip key next to it, Germain would definitely be clicking it non-stop now. Let's finish it quickly. He materialized the meat saw from his palm out of thin air, which looked like a magic trick, which made Shanji and others stunned. Just as Germain was about to make a move, he suddenly heard a ringing sound in his arms. So he reached into his hunter's black robe with his left hand and took out his cell phone, only to see that the caller ID was girl with glasses. Hello. Germain answered the phone. A small voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello. Is this Germain? I'm Shooty. It's me. Oh. Germain had calmed down the situation when he suddenly took out a strange-shaped meat saw. But now he actually answered the phone in front of Shanji and others as if nothing had happened. And Shanji and others instantly felt unspeakably humiliated. Do you think we are all dead? Damn it! How dare you look down on us? Shanji's face was bulging with veins. He pulled the trigger and fired. Go to hell. His subordinates followed closely and fired together. At such a close distance and such dense bullets, they could already imagine Germain's tragic end. However, Germain disappeared. The bullets hit the ground, and some of them ricocheted and shot to other places. What? Shanji showed a look of astonishment. Where are the people? At this time, a puff sound came from the side, and something rolled to the ground, and something splashed on Shanji's body. He turned around and saw German standing next to one of his subordinates. The subordinate had become a headless corpse, blood spurting out. Have you thought about it? German answered the phone while shaking off the blood on the meat saw and letting the corpse fall. I know. Shanji and others were so frightened that their hair stood on end, and they didn't care about the formation or accidental injuries, and fired at German continuously. Bang, bang, Bang. Bang. But German first deflected a few bullets with the meat saw, and then disappeared like a ghost again. When he reappeared, one of his subordinates had his arm chopped off, and another subordinate was cut in half. Amid the shrill screams, there were only 2 people left beside Shanji. German was still on the phone. Can't you hear clearly? There were a few people shooting here just now. Let's meet at the agreed place. I go there now. Shanji couldn't describe his feeling of falling to the bottom at this moment. He had used up all his bullets, but he couldn't hit German at all, and he watched him chop another subordinate to death. The last subordinate wailed for mercy and looked at Shanji for help, but German split his abdomen open, and his intestines flowed out like a full load of goods pouring out of a carriage. He stretched out his hands to stuff it back, but he couldn't stuff it back into his stomach, so he could only fall to the ground with a sad face. Chapter 40. That's it. See you later. After saying this, German waited for a while, then hung up the phone, put the phone away, and looked at Shanji with a sharp gaze. There's one left. Shanji's bald head was covered with cold sweat. He now realized his situation. His pupils shrank involuntarily and his lips trembled. Do you know who I am? Do you know what will happen if you attack me? I don't know, and I'm not interested. German walked toward Shanji, and the shadow of his hunter's robe was dragged very long under the moonlight. I have reported that you are in Ukexin City. Shanji stepped back. If something happens to me, you will be... He couldn't finish his words, because with a click, the deformed meat saw suddenly chopped his face and sank into his skull. Fear and despair became his last thoughts. Puff. German pulled out the meat saw. Shanji's bald head was like a split watermelon. His eyes were dull, and he fell to the cold ground with a thump, losing his previous noisy vitality. German looked around and found that one of the 6 men whose arms were cut off was still alive. Please, spare me. German ignored his pleading and killed him. Then, he squatted down, fumbled on the 6 corpses, found the cash banknotes, put them in his arms, and took off the ring on Shanji's finger and took it away. These are what he deserves. Germain's next trip should have been to return to the Bichita Hotel, but he and Xiaodi agreed to meet, so they took a taxi and came to the square where they met during the day. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the taxi stopped at the side of the square. Germain paid and walked slowly in the square. There were few pedestrians here, and most of them were in a hurry. The fountain stopped water, and the statue in the middle seemed to be standing alone in the dark. Under the street lamp not far away, a dim block was illuminated. Xiaodi sat on the bench there, holding a palm-sized book in both hands, reading it intently. Germain walked towards her. Xiaodi quickly noticed the footsteps and breath, looked up, and saw that it was Germain. So she closed the book and stood up. Someone just interrupted me. Germain went straight to the point. Let me confirm again. You have decided to agree to my request and cooperate with me for a long time, right? Xiaodi adjusted her glasses and nodded. Yes. Instead of accepting the work of a stranger, it is better to cooperate with people who are also from Meteor Street. I think so. She had a reason for thinking this way. Meteor Street accepts all trash, even if the trash is a living person. Therefore, Meteor Street is basically full of people without social identity documents. And without identity documents, they are reduced to the bottom of society. As a result, the residents of Meteor Street, especially children, have become the targets of the rich and powerful, gangsters and thugs. Anyway, no local government will be idle enough to care about the lives of these people. This forced Meteor Street to make a painful transition. The elders of Meteor Street cooperated with the gangs and sent some talented people here to the gangs for training in exchange for superficial peace and stability. German once used this channel to leave Meteor Street and go to the outside world. However, few people are willing to be someone else's dog. The elders and residents of Meteor Street gradually developed the idea of resistance. We accept everyone, so don't take anything from us. In order to protect Meteor Street, they need to spread a terrifying atmosphere to the outside world. This requires the residents to be very united, even to the point of launching suicide attacks on the outside world for the wrong residents. Meteor Street is a terrorist organization based to the outside world. But to the residents of Meteor Street, it is a strict organization that helps each other. The Phantom Troupe was also born in such an environment. Xiaodi didn't completely trust Germain, but this concept has been deeply rooted in her as she grew up. Okay. Germain didn't hesitate and stretched out his hand to Xiaodi. I hope we can have a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Xiaodi also stretched out her hand. The two shook hands and then let go. Can you tell me where we are going now? Xiaodi asked. Or should we sign the contract first? In fact, whether to sign the contract or not is of little significance to the two people who came from Meteor Street. If you want to abide by it, you will abide by it to the end. If you don't want to abide by it, the contract is just a pile of waste paper. So, Germain shook his head and pointed out directly, it is the Dark Continent. Dark Continent? Xiaodi tilted his head and blinked his big eyes in confusion. Is it a place outside the world? We can't possibly get there. Right? We can't possibly get permission. She said impossible twice. And generally speaking, she was right. The V5 powers haven't sent people to the Dark Continent for decades. And even if they have such intentions recently, it is unlikely that the people of Meteor Street will get permission. Just as Germain was about to explain, he heard the sound of car tires rubbing against the ground, coming from all directions. After a while, a dozen black cars suddenly drove into the originally quiet square and stopped at various intersections, blocking the place. A group of men in black got out of the car. Some of them held cell phones. Some held guns. And some pushed the taxi driver who had just brought German down from the car. The taxi driver fell to the ground, got up, looked up and saw German, and shouted loudly, It's him. The person in the photo is him. Do you need me to tell you? The man in black kicked him, then narrowed his eyes, glanced at German and Xiaodi, and walked towards them. Other men in black also surrounded them. The taxi driver saw this and ran away from this place of trouble. German, the leading gang official said in a bad tone. How dare you attack Shanji? You people in Meteor Street are getting more and more ignorant of the rules. Don't think you can escape. The 10 old men have already issued an order to issue a high reward, regardless of your life or death. Now the gangs in the entire Yakexan city are active. We have people in every block. You and your companions. Will you surrender to us? Or fight to the end? You have 5 seconds. Before the man finished speaking, his vision began to spin. He seemed to be on a roller coaster, and then rolled to the ground in a rather strange posture, as if he had turned into a ball. When the severe pain and screams around him came, the gang leader opened his eyes wide and realized what had happened to him. I was chopped? German had stood in front of him in the blink of an eye, with blood dripping from the meat saw in his hand. And this blood belongs to him. He chopped off Boss Ross's head. When did he rush over? Don't be dazed. Shoot. Shoot. Kill these 2 bastards. Xiaodi, who was standing next to German, was also regarded as an accomplice. Although strictly speaking, she is now an accomplice. Chapter 41. Shouts came one after another, followed by a dense hail of bullets. The bang 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 sound of firing and the clang 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 sound of shells falling to the ground formed a rapid and dangerous symphony. German's left hand materialized a winged shield and held it in front of him to block the incoming bullets. The bullets hit the shield, making a dull puff-puff sound, and all bounced out. He walked forward. His movements became incredibly fast, and his figure flickered between the dim light and the gray shadows. Every time he appeared again, several gang members screamed in pain and were knocked to the ground by him. Are these all enemies? Let me help Germain too. Xiaodi didn't mean to watch the show. Germain attracted most of the firepower, and she took the opportunity to materialize a device that looked like a vacuum cleaner. The bulging-eyed fish. She raised the vacuum cleaner and smashed it hard on the back of a gang member's head. Blood splattered immediately. Seeing that something was wrong, the fallen gang members piled up like a stream. Someone couldn't sit still anymore and turned around and took out a rocket launcher from the trunk of the car. Get out of the way. He carried the barrel on his shoulder and aimed at the back of Germain that he showed him. He didn't care if he would accidentally hurt him. He shouted and opened fire. Bang! The armor-piercing shells whizzed out, scaring the other gang members, and they ran away in all directions. The crowd that almost failed to dodge cursed loudly. Germain had already noticed the shells coming, but he was not a reinforced Wajin, so he could not withstand the shells. However, the speed of the armor-piercing shells was too slow in his eyes, and he could dodge them nimbly. He dodged and disappeared from the spot. The shells flew over and exploded, but nothing was hit. The man carrying the rocket launcher and trying desperately opened his eyes wide. He can dodge this? Does he have eyes behind his head? Before he could understand what was happening, Germain suddenly appeared beside him, as if a frame had been pulled out. And the meat saw puffed and chopped his neck. You? The man's head suddenly bent to the side. And a thin layer of skin and flesh was still connected to his neck. The rocket launcher in his hand rolled to the ground with a bang. The rest of the gang members were almost scared to death when they saw the scene. They all held guns in their hands. But they felt as if they were unarmed, and that Germain was the one holding the gun. Germain was holding a meat saw and rushing to kill the next prey. During the process, he also chopped down several gang members, who were holding guns and trying to sneak attack Xiaodi. Xiaodi was also agile and ruthless. The vacuum cleaner in her hand was like a big hammer, constantly swinging out, stained with deep red. Several gang members rushed forward blindly in fear, but all of them became dead souls at her feet. The two materialized telepods took less than 5 minutes to eliminate all the gang members present, and none of them escaped. One of the gang members, who was still alive, fell to the ground, covering his wound that was constantly bleeding, and looked at them in fear. Are you demons from hell? No. Xiaodi raised the vacuum cleaner high and smashed it on his head. With a puff sound, his head deflated. The priest of Meteor Street Cathedral told me that even if I did something as heinous as a demon, as long as God forgives me, I can go to heaven. He also asked me to wear an inverted cross, saying that it is the key to heaven and represents our humility to God. She picked up the inverted cross necklace hanging around her neck and showed it to the dead man. But the gang member was already dead, and he didn't hear Xiaodi's sermon at all. Germain came over with a meat saw. The battle was not over yet. He was keenly aware that 2 more people were approaching, and they were different from the gangsters. So he reminded Xiaodi, there are 2 more people, probably nin users. Oh! Xiaodi put down the inverted cross necklace and looked into the darkness, where the street lights could not reach. The outlines of 2 figures emerged. They stepped over the corpses on the ground, stepped on the red carpet paved with blood, and walked out. Although the enemy is an nin user, it is too embarrassing for a group of people to lose like this. The tall and thin man put one hand in his trouser pocket and scratched the hedgehog head with the other hand. His tone was very helpless. The bald short man beside him nodded and shook his head. Fortunately, we were on a mission nearby, and the 10 old men asked us to come here directly. Otherwise, if they ran away, we would lose face. These 2 ugly people are members of the Yin Beasts, a combat unit directly under the 10 old men. The former is a sick dog, and the latter is a porcupine, both of whom are nin users. You killed Shanji? The sick dog asked, showing his fangs. Don't you know what it means to attack the subordinates of the 10 old men? The porcupine agreed with a him. We will catch you and let you and your close friends experience torture worse than death. This is the end you brought upon yourself. I don't have any close friends. Xiaodi interrupted and responded. She grabbed the mouth of the vacuum cleaner with her right hand and pressed it on the corpse at her feet. The big mouth on the top of the vacuum cleaner was gulping blood. She pointed at Germain again. I think he probably doesn't have it either. The sick dog and the porcupine were choked by her words and were stunned. Germain pointed at the sick dog based on the information in his memory. He has strengthened his teeth, enough to bite off steel bars and iron plates. Germain pointed at the porcupine again. He has strengthened his hair all over his body, enough to pierce into steel. In the future of the original timeline, the sick dog and the porcupine had fought with Wajin and injured Wajin's flesh. Comparing Wajin's body to steel plate and iron is probably an underestimation. I see. Xiaodi did not doubt the information given by Germain. Sick dog and porcupine looked at Germain in surprise. You actually know our ability of mind? It seems that you already know our identity. This made them even more surprised, knowing that the direct combat troops of the 10 old men have arrived. There is still no fear and retreat in their eyes. Has Meteor Street unknowingly raised such a group of monsters? Don't hold back. Sick dog felt something was wrong and patted Porcupine on the shoulder. Kill them. Don't give them a chance to counterattack. Okay. Porcupine agreed. I deal with that woman, and I help you later. Yeah. The 2 people who have been working together skillfully for many years quickly made judgments and division of labor. And without any signs, they flashed and rushed to their respective targets. The porcupine didn't rush to attack, but let his figure flash back and forth, trying to confuse Xiaodi. At the same time, he stared at her vacuum cleaner for a while and came to a conclusion. The weapon after materialization is a vacuum cleaner with a big mouth, which is likely to have a similar suction function to a vacuum cleaner. Just avoid that mouth. It's easy. Chapter 42. The porcupine rolled over. And except for the circle of eye sockets, its body was covered with long, thin needle-like spikes, making it a porcupine as its name suggests. I guess you can't see my movements clearly? My speed is among the best among the beasts. He hummed twice, confidently and naturally flashed behind Xiaodi at an extremely fast speed, and pounced on Xiaodi's back. The hug of the porcupine will poke countless blood holes, and people will die in intensive pain. However, he looked down on Xiaodi. Xiaodi suddenly turned around and stared at him with big eyes, which scared him. I saw you. The porcupine was shocked. Huh? You can see my movements clearly. How could it be? Before he could react, the blood dish of the bulge-eyed fish in Xiaodi's hand had turned around and aimed at the porcupine's face. Puff! The bulge-eyed fish spit out a large pool of blood that it had absorbed in advance, like a cuttlefish spitting out ink, and all of it was sprayed on the porcupine's face in one breath. My eyes? The porcupine couldn't dodge in time, and a few drops had already entered his eyes. He closed his eyes subconsciously in pain, and his whole face was covered with blood. But the next moment after closing his eyes, he realized Xiaodi's intention, and he was frightened and opened his eyes again. What caught his scarlet eyes was the mouth of the bulge-eyed fish. It spit out a big tongue, and the tip of the tongue was like an arrow, piercing the only eyeball of the porcupine that was not protected by hard hair. Puff! The tip of the tongue pierced through like a knife. The eyeball broke, and went straight to the soft brain. The big tongue of the bulge-eyed fish retracted. You? The porcupine opened his mouth wide and grabbed the air in front of him with both hands, but caught nothing. His erect hair softened in an instant and draped over his body, making him look like a wild man with an astonishing amount of hair. Xiaodi raised the bulge-eyed fish and pushed the porcupine's body. The porcupine fell backwards on its back with a thud. One of his eye sockets filled with dark red blood, and the eyeball in the other eye socket was wide open. Terrified. At the same time, the sick dog, which was faster than the porcupine, used a similar after-image confusing tactic. As he dodged and moved, he kept an eye on Germain's movements. As long as Germain showed a flaw, he would rush up and take a bite. The poison on the fangs was enough to make Germain lose his ability to move in an instant, and he would die in a moment. Come on, Germain. Let me take a bite, and I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. However, no matter how the sick dog speeded up or how he looked for an angle, he had an intuition. As long as he stepped into the range of Germain's circle, he would definitely die. It's so strange. Why? Why do I have this feeling? The sick dog's face gradually broke out in fine cold sweat, and this dangerous instinct prevented him from attacking again and again. Aren't you going to do it? Germain urged coldly at this time. He had been watching the sick dog jumping up and down for a long time. If you don't do it, then it's my turn to do it. At this time, Xiaodi just killed the porcupine. The porcupine suddenly fell, making the sick dog even more confused. What is the porcupine doing? How did he lose to that woman? The sick dog had no time to observe the situation over there. He only knew that if he didn't take action, he would be in a disadvantageous situation of 1-on-2. So he gritted his teeth and rushed towards Germain, opened his mouth wide, and bit Germain's neck with his sharp teeth. One blow to kill. One blow to kill. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he had already stepped into the range of Germain's circle. Swish! He wanted to take another step, but found that his legs had become numb for some reason, and he stayed in the same place without any control. The sick dog was left with only the upper body, and with inertia, it rushed towards Germain. Germain had raised his meat saw at some point, and swung it casually, just enough to catch the falling upper body of the sick dog. The sick dog was stunned, looked down, and then trembled. What? So I was cut in half. Only then did he realize how terrifying Germain was. He didn't even see the chopping clearly, and the fight was over. Germain moved the meat saw, letting the upper body of the sick dog fall to the ground, twitching a few times, and then stopped moving. However, Germain was still worried. The vitality of the nin users in this world was very strong. Even if only half of the body was left, they would not necessarily die immediately. Either he should finish off the enemy in time or wait patiently. He chose the latter and waited quietly for a minute. The sick dog never fought back. Only then did he know for sure that the beast was really dead. Xiaodi came over with a bulge-eyed fish in his hand, and its big tongue stuck out. You seem to be more cautious than I thought. Do I need my bulge-eyed fish to eat them all? That way, I will be more cautious. The people who were alive just now are now all dead bodies, which meets the conditions for using Shiati's ability. German shook his head. There is no need for that. Their target is me. Now all the gang members in Ukexin City know where I am. There is no point in cleaning up the scene. He turned his head and looked at Shioti. I'm sorry to involve you. The bulge-eyed fish in Shioti's hand disappeared, and his expression did not fluctuate at all. Indeed, you involved me. Although it was not intentional, but it was indeed your fault. At the same time, their fault was greater. They did not distinguish between the enemy and me at all before attacking me. She raised her hands, made a 3 gesture with her left hand, and a 7 gesture with her right hand. Your faults are probably 30% and 70% respectively. Now that things have developed to this point, I can't go back half an hour to make a new decision. I can only make judgments and actions based on reality. Xiaodi accepted the fact that she was accidentally tied to Germain's chariot. She put down one hand and pointed at Germain with the other. It may be profitable for me to cooperate with you. On the contrary, if I explain to the gang members, they will not listen. Instead, they will try to arrest me and use torture to force me to reveal your information. Germain nodded and said, Rational judgment. Shioti looked at the mess on the ground and asked, Leave here now? Wait a moment. German squatted down and fumbled on the dead dog's body. He soon found the wallet with ease. This time he only took cash and did not take other property. After searching the sick dog, he changed his target and squatted next to the porcupine. Shioti adjusted his glasses and curiously observed Germain's every move. Are you short of money? Germain did not look back, and was doing practical things wholeheartedly. The expenses are relatively high. I usually like to stay in a better hotel suite and eat whatever I want. In short, I don't deliberately save money. He searched a few more corpses and got so many rings that the pockets of the hunter's robe could hardly fit. But fortunately, sometimes when I feel that I am running out of money, someone will take the initiative to send money to me. Until now, I have been in a rather strange state of having endless money. Chapter 43. German was referring to the situation in front of him. Shioti clenched her right hand into a fist and hammered it on the palm of her left hand, raising her eyebrows suddenly. So that's how it is. Well, then I help you too. She said so, but when she squatted down to touch the corpse, she put the ring she got into the pocket of her jeans. German would naturally not fight with her. This was the spoil she deserved. He also had 2 attribute points of his own trophy, which were also added to his physical fitness, reaching 28 points. The 2 tacitly looted the corpse and the car, found a bunch of car keys, drove away one of the cars, and drove away from the dead square. Germain sat in the driver's seat, one hand on the steering wheel, the other hand on the gear lever, staring at the road ahead in the middle of the night. Shioti sat in the co-pilot's seat, holding a stack of rings in her hand, counting them one by one, and then took out a rubber band to tie them into bundles. The 2 were like robbers who had just robbed a bank. Shioti put the ring away and looked at German, who was concentrating on driving. Where are we going next? German turned on the turn signal and accelerated to overtake a slow truck. I was originally scheduled to meet a friend the day after tomorrow, but now I have to change the place. If I stay in Ukexin City, there will be a lot of flies following and harassing me. Shioti blinked her big eyes. You actually have friends. Those 2 guys can threaten you, but not me. German's mouth corners were pressed down. You are the kind of person who no longer relies on the social system and is fearless. That is, invincible. Right? Ah. Shioti's eyes widened slightly. That's about it. I haven't thought of the right word before. Invincible. Yes, I am invincible. The black car drove off the overpass and passed the intersection. At 1 o'clock in the morning on the 17th, it had left Ukexin City and arrived in another city. German abandoned the car on the roadside and stopped using it. The 2 found an ordinary hotel, rented 2 rooms, and rested until 9 in the morning before setting off again. German had booked 2 airship tickets in advance, and took the 11:30 flight with Shioti and flew out of the city. Sitting in his seat, German was editing a text message and sending it to Biscuit. My companion and I have boarded the airship and will arrive at the destination in the afternoon. He had discussed with Biscuit in advance to change the meeting place, and also told Biscuit that he would bring a companion with him. Not long after, Biscuit sent a reply. I see. Come to think of it, You guys made a big scene last night. Both Sick Dog and Porcupine died tragically at your hands, surprised face. However, so far, the bounty that the 10 old men posted on the dark web is for you. And your companions have not been exposed, smirking face. However, because you are from Meteor Street, they should be very distressed now. Right? After all, the relationship between the gangs and Meteor Street is mutually beneficial. And Meteor Street is famous for protecting its own shortcomings, big smiley face. But if they don't punish you, the reputation of the 10 old men will be greatly reduced. Shiati was sitting next to Germaine. She noticed that Germaine was texting. So she came over with interest to take a look. German turned his phone screen away from her and continued to edit the text message. I won't rely on other people's decisions. Nor do I want to waste time on them. When will you meet us? After a long time, Biscuit replied. Yukexen City was a bit far from me before. But this time, the destination is closer to me. I have set off, and will probably meet you tonight, drooling face. Be careful. The Een Beast may chase you relentlessly. Only 2 Een Beasts died. I'm afraid they are still confident in hunting you. German replied okay, and put away his phone. At this time, Shiati had lost interest in the content of his mobile phone text messages, and was flipping through a travel magazine with great interest. The airship landed on time in the coastal city of Saba in the afternoon. If nothing unexpected happens, this city will become the registration point for the new hunter exam next year. German and Shiati stayed in the Port d'Or Hotel where they could see the blue sea. The rooms they stayed in were only separated by a wall. The two of them prepared to wait quietly until the evening. Eating soft afternoon tea cakes, Germaine sat in a chair and watched the news on TV. A suspected gang conflict broke out in Yukexen City last night, causing 75 deaths and causing great panic among the people. The case is currently under investigation. The following is the scene. After watching for a while, he noticed the breath approaching nearby. At first, he was still hiding it, but after completely surrounding him, he tore off the disguise. Is it really coming? The glass floor-to-ceiling window of the balcony was opened, and a naked man walked in. His brown skin and pointed bald head blocked the sunlight from outside. I am the earthworm, one of the Een Beasts. With a click, the door handle was roughly twisted off, and the door was pushed open. A smiling, slightly fat man, and a man with short hair parted in the middle and wearing sunglasses walked in. I'm the leech of Een Beast. I'm the owl of Een Beast. German, said the earthworm. I didn't expect that Sick Dog and Porcupine would die in your hands. We didn't even have time to see the scene. But after receiving the order, we immediately came to pursue you. It seems that you underestimated our gangsters. You actually lived in the hotel with such swagger. I guess you should have known the abilities of Sick Dog and Porcupine in advance and targeted them. Right? The leech squinted and smiled. Maybe our abilities have been exposed. Owl adjusted his sunglasses and spread his palms, but that's it. In order to kill both of you this time, the 10 old men asked the 4 of us, the Een Beasts, to go out together. The 3 of us will deal with you. Shao raised his hand and pointed to Shouty's room next door. The bats will take care of your companions. Don't think that you can pretend that nothing happened after offending the 10 old men. Even if they are from Meteor Street, we will punish them if they should. German put down the TV remote control, calmly finished the last piece of dessert, took out a tissue, wiped the corners of his mouth, and then stood up. He knew that it was useless to reason with the gang members. It was Shanji, the Sick Dog and the Porcupine who took the initiative to attack him. So he was killed in return. Now it seems that he took the initiative to cause trouble and offended the 10 old men. Should he be expected to surrender? German also seriously considered Biscuit's reminder. She was right. The death of only 2 Een Beasts was indeed not enough to stop the gang members' desire for revenge. But what if 4 more Een Beasts died? Chapter 44. German looked up and looked at the 3 people who suddenly appeared in his room. The 3 Een Beasts sensed his intentions from his gaze and the release of his mind chi, and couldn't help but frown. This guy, this murderous aura, is he serious? The 3 of us Een Beasts blocked all his escape routes, and his companions were also restrained by bats and couldn't come to support him. But there was no sign of retreat on his face. Did he really think that he could handle the 3 of us alone? What an arrogant idea! For a moment, the expressions on the faces of Earthworm, Leech and Owl were quite wonderful. In the whole world, they are certainly not the top group of Ning users. But they are not the weak ones, who can be killed at will. Otherwise, The 10 old men would not hire them as members of the direct combat force. They haven't experienced such a naked feeling of being treated as prey for many years. It's a bit familiar and strange. The experience of being scared to death by just saying that you are one of the beasts doesn't work at all on German. It's really a madman from Meteor Street. Earthworm said. Leech. Owl. Don't give him any chance. I guess the sick dog and Porcupine fell into this point of wanting to capture him alive. Okay. Leech and Owl responded in unison. The three of them rushed towards Germain from 3 different directions at the same time. Germain stood up, without any intention of despising the enemy, but carefully judged which beast to start with. His brain was a clearly classified intelligence station. Since the fight with the porcupine and the sick dog, he had already retrieved the information of the known beasts in advance. The earthworm was most likely a strengthening system, which could evade underground and could also cut off part of the body to survive when necessary. Leeches, most likely a manipulation system, can manipulate the leeches cultivated in the body, causing them to drill into other people's bodies, destroy the bladder by laying a large number of eggs, and cause others to die of severe pain. Owl, a materialization system, can materialize a gray cloth. As long as it can wrap things, whether they are living or dead, they can be contained and released at any time. German's greatest advantage is not his ability to read, but his valuable intelligence, which prevents him from dying from first sight killing and allows him to find a way to target it in advance. Of course, having intelligence does not mean that he will definitely win in the battle. The simplest example is that he knows the ability of Netero's president, Zoldyck. But it is almost meaningless because the difference in hard power is too large. He knows Netero and Zeno's moves, but he can't avoid them. This is the current situation of Germain. The beast in front of him is different. In a one-on-one situation, Germain has a high probability of winning against any beast, but he has to be more cautious in a 1-on-3 situation. German actually had a lot of things to think about at this moment. But in fact, only a moment had passed. Puff! The earthworm suddenly released a large amount of chi. He was aggressive and chose a frontal attack posture. He strode closer and swung his fist at German's face like a meteor hammer. This guy is probably a feint. The terrain and space of the hotel floor are not conducive to the deployment of his abilities. So he took the initiative to release a large amount of mental energy to create the illusion that he is the main attacker. German made a quick judgment. Even so, the earthworm's feinting punch was already very threatening, and he had to dodge it. Germain dodged the sharp punch by leaning sideways, and glanced at the remaining 2 beasts from the corner of his eyes. Observing their small movements, the leech vomited a large group of twisted, fat leeches from its mouth, and his palms were full of sticky yellow juice. He grabbed a handful of fat worms in each hand and threw them at Germain. The time when his ability poses the greatest threat to people is, of course, when the leech is in another person's body. However, if leeches want to enter German's body, they must go through the mouth, nostrils, ears, anus, wounds, etc. Otherwise, they can only attach to the skin to suck blood. Therefore, leeches are not the core of tactical attack. German made a second judgment. The earthworms and leeches took the lead in launching the attack, all to confuse German and relax his vigilance against the last person. German waved his hunter robe to block the squirming leeches that flew over, and then he materialized a flamethrower without hesitation. But the nozzle was aimed at the owl that quietly touched behind him. The earthworms and leeches are used to attract attention from the front, and the gray cloth of the owl is used to capture them. This is the safest way to fight. According to previous intelligence, Germain is also a materialization system, and can materialize strange-shaped meat saws and fire guns. He is good at close combat, and has no medium and long-range attack methods. In this way, the owl can approach smoothly, as long as he can successfully wrap him with a convenient large scarf. His movement can be restricted, regardless of whether Germain has a way to break free from the restraints of the convenient large scarf. The moment when he loses his vision and cannot fully move his hands and feet is enough for the 3 beasts to decide the winner. However, the earthworm, leech, and owl did not expect that Germain would suddenly materialize a weapon beyond the intelligence. Retreat! The earthworm's face changed drastically, and he shouted decisively. In the case of not knowing what the weapon is, even if the opponent is just bluffing, temporarily retreating is the most appropriate choice. Leech paused when he heard it. Owl was too close, and the gray cloth was spread out, almost covering Germain. At this time, Retreating was impossible. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and wrapped himself with a large towel. After realizing that the earthworms and leeches were feints, German had been vigilantly watching Owl's movements, so he immediately dodged and retreated away from Owl. After maintaining a distance that the convenient large wrap could not cover, German's flamethrower sprayed a large flame at Owl. This was his medium and short-range attack method. The flames ignited Owl's clothes and the convenient large wrap, and the flames became his new clothes. Owl screamed in pain, quickly removed the convenient large wrap, and then rolled on the ground, trying to put out the flames. In order to protect Owl, the leeches could only throw fresh fat worms from their mouths at Germain again. They fell from the sky one by one, looking extremely smelly. Germain simply pulled up his hunter's robe and covered his head, ignoring the leeches, and continued to attack Owl, in the absence of ready-made holes to drill into. The threat of these leeches was very low, just a little disgusting to stick to the body. Compared with leeches, Owl's convenient large wrap is the most threatening ability to Germain, and must be dealt with first. He wrapped his head with a hunter's black robe, aimed the flamethrower in his hand at the owl rolling on the floor, and spit out the flame snake again. At the same time, there was a crack under Germain's feet, and a gap opened up, and a strong arm grabbed his leg. Germain looked down and saw the pointed head of the earthworm under the gap. It turned out that the earthworm had drilled downstairs and then seized the opportunity to attack from bottom to top. The earthworm's fingers exerted force and pulled Germain directly down. With a bang, the gap was forced to open wider, and both of them fell downstairs. Chapter 45. The leech watched Germain being dragged downstairs by the earthworms, and he breathed a sigh of relief involuntarily, then quickly walked to the side of the owl. At this time, the owl was lying on his back on the floor. His sunglasses had long been gone, and he couldn't stop twitching all over. The large flames were finally put out by himself, but there were still fragments of sparks flashing on his severely burned skin, which was a mixture of charred black and dark red. The unrecognizable owl stretched out his hand with visible finger bones to the leech, and his broken mouth opened and closed, as if begging him to help himself. Ah, ah, ah. But the owl could no longer speak complete sentences. Leech could only command all the fatworms he had just thrown out to crawl toward Xiao, and let them attach themselves to Zhao's body to see if he could save his life. However, he knew that this would not solve the problem once and for all. If Xiao was not sent to the nearest hospital for treatment as soon as possible, the burns he suffered would be fatal. Xiao also realized this. With his damaged vocal tract, he could only make ah-ah-ah sounds and express his thoughts with pleading eyes. However, Leech did not listen to Xiao. From the moment you become a mean beast, you should have this awareness. Germain is very dangerous. I can't let Earthworm deal with him alone. Otherwise we will be defeated one by one. Everything should be done to complete the mission. Don't worry. That will come over after he finishes dealing with the woman in the next room. His flying ability can actually take you to the hospital faster than I can. In the eyes of Owl, who couldn't hide his disappointment, Leech walked towards the gap and jumped downstairs carefully. Downstairs was a room with a similar structure. The original owner of the room had already screamed and rushed out of the room the moment Germain and Earthworm fell. At this moment, the room was in a mess. The sofa fell. The tables and chairs were broken. The sheets and curtains were ignited by the flames, and the sea of fire and thick smoke surrounded the two hostile people in the middle. It took less than 20 seconds to fight alone, and the Earthworm's right arm was cut off. At this moment, the broken end was dripping blood on the floor. German held the meat saw in his right hand and the flamethrower in his left hand, but he did not take the initiative to spray. After the leech fell down, he stared at German's movements and slowly moved to the side of the Earthworm, spitting out a ball of fatworms attached to the broken arm of the Earthworm, and temporarily stopped the bleeding. The flamethrower consumes a lot of energy for him, so he can't use it all the time. The Earthworm told the leech a key piece of information with a gloomy face. He is waiting for us to enter the attack range of the flamethrower. The leech nodded, and then whispered to him a bad news. Earthworm, I don't have much food left in my stomach, and Owl has lost his ability to fight. If we can't decide the winner in the next attack, we'd be in trouble. I know. Earthworm gritted his teeth. This guy is stronger than I thought. Although we were prepared, we were still careless. We should have all members moved out together. This is just hindsight. Who could have thought that it would turn into this situation? At this time, Germain suddenly made a new move. The meat saw in his right hand disappeared, replaced by a black shield. He stood the shield upright and placed it on the floor. The shield with wing relief just reached his chin. Germain bent down. Only half of his face and the flamethrower nozzle in his left hand were exposed on the side of the shield. And then he gradually moved towards the earthworm and leech. The two Ian beasts immediately understood, and their breathing became heavy. This guy doesn't intend to give us any chance to gain an advantage, and forces us to make a choice. The earthworm has no long-range attack means, and now it has lost its right arm. The fat worm thrown by the leech is not very threatening, even if they have long-range attack methods. This shield can basically block them. Materializing the shield is a manifestation of Germanman's safety. He did this assuming that the two had medium and long-range attack methods. In this way, they can either wait for Germanman to gradually close the distance and then be attacked by the flamethrower, or they will take the initiative to bypass the shield and attack. If the two act together, Germanman will continue to turn the shield and face them. If the two act separately, he will probably immediately remove the heavy shield and choose one of them to deal with first. At this moment, German was advancing like a tank, and the pressure from him made the two of them swallow their saliva. Leech, German suddenly said, I will start with you later, because your leeches cannot cause fatal injuries to me in a short time. And they do not have the ability to escape like earthworms breaking through the soil and drilling through the wall. The slightly fat leech could not help but frown. He is trying to lure you, the earthworm reminded him quickly. When he uses the flamethrower later, we can only run separately to increase our survival rate. If we stand together, we will be lambs to be slaughtered. Now for the Ian beast. This is the trouble. If one person is alone, he will be killed instantly by German. And if two people act together, they will be chased by German's flamethrower. Thinking of this, the only way to survive is to act separately. One person attracts German's firepower, and the other fights back. Leech sweated profusely. Earthworm could not wait for a reply, and reminded again, Leech, don't fall into the trap. I know. Leech responded sullenly, but he knew very well that once separated from the earthworm, German would most likely choose him to attack first, because he had no suitable means of escape and counterattack. He couldn't help but think of the miserable state of Owl just now, although he told Owl about the awareness of being a Ian beast. If it was his turn, he would find it hard to accept. German was close enough to the earthworm and the leech, so he raised the flamethrower. Whoosh! A creepy flame spurted out. Now! The earthworm shouted, and jumped directly, burrowing into the next floor like a loach. The leech was stunned for a moment, and ran to the left under great psychological pressure. As expected, German looked at the leech, and the latter's scalp tingled. Are you really going to attack me? The next moment, German unexpectedly did not take off the heavy wing shield, but took off the flamethrower, holding the shield with both hands, so that he could chase the leech faster. Shield? He took the initiative to reduce his attack distance? Did he no longer have enough energy to release the flames? The leech was shocked, but he didn't even have time to vomit the remaining fat worm in his abdomen. He wanted to run to the door, but was blocked by the surrounding wall of fire, so he had to continue running desperately. Stop! It means death. Earthworm! The leech shouted in fear, but the next moment he shouted. He understood Germain's intention. German deliberately did not use the flamethrower because the prey he chose was not leeches, but bait. If he killed the leech quickly, the earthworm would probably run away. He's tempting the earthworm to make a wrong judgment. The leech felt a chill on his back. At this moment, the floor beneath Germain's feet suddenly cracked, and the earthworm really attacked. He stretched his left arm upwards, trying to grab Germain's ankle. But how could Germain fall for the same move repeatedly? He had been paying attention to the movement on the floor, and now that he found something strange, he raised his shield with both hands and smashed it down hard, hitting the earthworm's left arm. With a crack, the earthworm screamed in pain, and his left arm immediately twisted and bent to one side, with bones protruding from his brown skin. He wanted to retreat downstairs, but his completely deformed left arm was not only unable to exert force, but also stuck in the hole, preventing him from getting out in time. This time, Germain quickly removed his shield, replaced it with a meat saw, reached out to grab the earthworm's left arm, and lifted him out from under the floor. The meat saw was then raised high, fell hard, and chopped on the earthworm's head, cutting it in half. The earthworm only had time to utter a sigh at the end. Then, Germain left the earthworm's body and turned to chase the leech. The leech watched the earthworm die, and his panic and fear were beyond words. He couldn't see clearly under his feet, and he stepped on a pile of broken glass, slipped forward, and then fell into the blazing flames. He was on fire. Screamed, and the whole person became a rolling fireball. Chapter 46. German looked at a charred hand sticking out of the raging sea of fire. After he could no longer feel the breath of leeches and earthworms, he looked at the updated projection of the hunter badge. Physique, 2,830. Capacity, 2021. Pressure, 6,265. Item, hidden blade of wriggling leeches. New, is it over? At this time, a head stretched out from the hole in the ceiling. The big eyes behind the black-framed glasses observed for a while, confirmed that German's battle was over, and then continued to speak. German, do you need me to pull you up? German shook his head and replied, no. I can jump up by myself. But Shiori didn't hear it all. She wiped the blood on her forehead with the back of her hand, and directly retracted her head, making her own decision. Her question was really just a question. Then, she pulled the bulge-eye fish down, and the big pink tongue dangled like a rope. Come on. I pull you up. Germain had no choice but to walk right under the bulge-eye fish, gently jump up, and grab the rough, slightly barbed tongue with his fingers. Okay. Pull me up. Shiori used both hands to pull Germain from downstairs to upstairs, as if she had caught a big fish with the bulge-eye fish, which was Germain's original room. German stood firm, released the hand holding the bulge-eyed fish, and looked around. Al was lying on the floor, with obvious marks of hammering on his head from Shiori's finishing blow. It was impossible for him to be alive after being broken like this. Shiori, did another enemy break into your room? German asked for confirmation. Did you kill him? Or did you let him run away? You mean the strange guy with a pair of wings? I was reading in the living room just now, and he suddenly flew in and greeted me. German raised his palm and interrupted. There's no need to talk about the process. What's the result? Dead. Shiori adjusted his glasses, and the bulge-eyed fish in his hand disappeared, saying, he's not very strong. German nodded. He heard more and more footsteps coming from the corridor outside the room, and shouts of put out the fire quickly came from downstairs. So he pointed to the windowsill. Let's leave here first. Aren't you waiting for your friend? Shiori asked curiously. We need a quiet place. More people will come here soon. German took out his phone, edited a new text message and sent it to Biscuit. The meeting place has changed again. Do we need to leave Saba this time? Shiori asked this because they had moved from Ukexin City to Saba City before, and it was not surprising to move to another city. There is no need for this. German pointed to Zhao's body. Our warning should have been obvious. If they continue to disturb us, think about the fate of these 16 beasts. Xiao Di touched his chin, nodded, and said, indeed. The gangsters will definitely understand our reminder and make a wise judgment. A minute later, a group of people rushed into German's room, including anxious hotel staff and tenants who were watching the fun. But when they looked around, they found that there was no living person in the room, only a body that was unrecognizable. The French window on the balcony was opened, and the sea breeze blew up the curtains. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Jerba Port was another port in Saba besides Dorport. The seawater was as dark as ink in the night, and only the area where the lighthouse's two-way beams hit could see the bright and flickering waves. Germain sat at the stern of a dilapidated fishing boat he had bought casually, holding a box of unwrapped soda biscuits, putting them into his mouth one by one, his dark eyes staring at the direction of the port. Fishermen, vendors, sailors, tourists, etc. nearby left one after another, or simply went into their own boats to rest. There was silence all around, as if a funeral had been held. The riots at Port Door Hotel did not seem to affect Jerba Port on the other side of the city. Perhaps people have become accustomed to the violent crimes that happen every day and night in the city. Only 4 people died. If they were not related, they would only sigh in their hearts. The city's public security is getting worse day by day, and the police are really a group of tax thieves. And then forget about it. When Germain was about to finish the biscuits in the plastic packaging, he saw a petite and familiar silhouette walking out of the shadows. This time she no longer tied her hair into a double ponytail, but changed it into an equally cute single ponytail. She held the burgundy princess dress with both hands, and jumped lightly onto the fishing boat with a tiptoe. You and your companions really have no intention of keeping things quiet. Biscuit put his hands on his waist and smiled. The news of the consecutive deaths of 16 beasts has exploded on the dark web. If they had considerable strength, I would have died in Ukexan City. Germain handed the last biscuit to Biscuit. As professional killers and guards, if they misjudge the opponent's ability, they have to bear a certain price. I think they should understand this. Biscuit took the soda biscuit and took a small bite in front of German, pretending to be a lady. While chewing gently, he nodded. The loss of 6 of the 10 beasts at once is a huge and heavy blow to the 10 old men. Even if it means losing face, they still withdraw the reward for you. German led Biscuit to the cabin of the fishing boat. German had to bend down to enter, but Biscuit could straighten his back and step in smoothly. If they still insist on pestering me, I don't mind taking care of the remaining 14 beasts. Sit wherever you want. I go to the cabin. I go too. German walked to the cabin. But Biscuit did not mean to sit in the cabin and wait, but followed him slowly. This possibility is very low. I believe they have fully learned from their experience and lessons. The two most likely things they could do now are to recruit beast members and hire professionals. Biscuit had already eaten the crispy biscuits while Germain wasn't paying attention, and took out a small square towel to wipe the corners of her mouth. Maintaining her perfect girlish image, she raised her head slightly, and saw a young woman with short black hair and glasses standing in front of the rudder. She should be the companion Germain mentioned before. Biscuit couldn't help but feel a little jealous in her heart. That was jealousy of young, beautiful and good figure. But that was all. German patted Xiaoti's shoulder, and the latter looked back at him, with a look of confusion and innocence in his eyes, which should not appear in the eyes of people from Meteor Street. Can you really drive a fishing boat? German confirmed again. I give it to you. There won't be any problems. Right? Of course. Xiaoti nodded expressionlessly. I drove it once before, and I just spent 5 minutes reading the crew manual. Then I leave the driving to you. Drive it to the open sea. Xiaoti adjusted his glasses that had slipped off his nose and said, No problem. Biscuit listened to the conversation between the two, but he was muttering in his heart. I drove it once before. I spent 5 minutes reading the crew manual. These words didn't sound reliable enough. Is it really okay? One of them dared to answer, and the other dared to believe. When the boat capsized in the open sea, it was not certain that someone would be able to rescue her in a short time. If she drowned in the sea after a lifetime of fame, I wonder how teacher Netero would laugh at her. Under Biscuit's gaze, Xiaoti operated the buttons and rudder on the fishing boat with some unfamiliarity. After the whole boat made a rumbling sound, as if it was about to fall apart, the fishing boat slowly sailed out of the port and sank into the darkness beyond the lighthouse's reach. Chapter 47. German turned around and continued the previous topic. Biscuit, what you said about hiring professionals. Are you implying that the 10 old men will hire the Zoldyck family? Well, talking to smart people is smooth. No need for too much explanation. Biscuit smiled, then turned serious. At present, they can only guarantee that they will never fail again by hiring killers from the Zoldyck family. Right? If they fail for the 3rd time, not only will the 10 old men be furious, but their positions will also be shaken. Of course, their current position is not very stable. At this point, they hate you to the core, but they can't do anything about it. Indeed, if the world's #1 killer family, the Zoldyck family, said Ilmi, German could still fight. If the two masters, Zeno and Silva, come, or even if only one of them comes, Germain will be in great trouble, even in danger of his life. Germain will not forget that the last member of the Phantom Troupe, who had a tattoo of the number 8 spider, died at the hands of Silva. If he also dies at the hands of Silva, then this number is indeed a curse. Just like the curse of the position of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Could it be that Xiaoti is the real chosen one? However, even if Zeno and Silva came together, as long as Germain was not killed instantly, he could be transported away by the lantern. This was his last means of survival. Let's put aside the possibility that the Zoldyck family might come to assassinate you. Biscuit came forward and stared at Germain curiously. Tell me the purpose of our meeting this time. Why do you want to try the beauty technique of the magic beautician Miss Cookie? It's an experiment. Germain replied, I have accumulated too much pressure and need some means to release it. At present, I am looking for more means of release. And I thought of you. Pressure? Biscuit stretched out her hand and pressed it on Germain's chest. The mind energy rippled like ripples. After a long time, She came to a conclusion. I see. We, the heart source stream, are particularly sensitive to the human spirit. I do feel something unusual. Your fatigue is not just ordinary fatigue, but the accumulated stress from your upset. Right? In short, German dragged out a bench and placed it in front of Biscuit. And he lay on it. Please, summon your magic beautician, Miss Cookie. Biscuit sighed. Aren't you going to answer my question directly? It seems that the secret you are hiding is most likely a taboo. To be honest, I already have some kind of ominous premonition. She felt that she was close to the truth, but she had not yet broken through the window paper that made her incredible. Biscuit looked at German's back, suddenly realized something, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, stretched out his hand and slapped his butt, and scolded. This won't work. You have to take off your clothes. Take off clothes? German turned his head and asked in surprise. Is there such a restriction? That's not the case. Biscuit began to lie with his eyes open. It's just that my mind beast's ability. If it can directly touch your body, the effect will be more perfect. Since you want to try an experiment, of course you should choose the most perfect way. Right? If you don't mind the flaws or accidents. I don't mind either, Biscuit said, secretly glancing at German from the corner of his eye. German didn't realize Biscuit's true intention, but agreed with her. You're right. Let's do as you say. He stood up from the bench, took off the black hunter's robe neatly, threw it aside, revealing his upper body full of shallow scars, and then lay on the bench again. I'm fine. You continue. I'm almost fine. No. Biscuit's eyes were bright, and he couldn't help but stretch out his white glove fingers, stroking the new and old wounds greedily. It seems that you have had a fierce battle recently, judging from the degree of healing of these wounds. I guess it was half a month ago. No. German shook his head. It was a wound left a few days ago. Biscuit widened his eyes in surprise. Impossible? Lying is not good. Although I often lie myself, I still have to teach you a lesson. German was too lazy to explain, because that would involve Maki's mind stitching and his own hunter badge, and it would be endless. Biscuit, let's get started. Yeah. Okay. Biscuit touched German's back reluctantly, and then released his mind energy, gradually condensing into a gentle female image. Magic beautician Miss Cookie, hereinafter referred to as Miss Cookie. She has long pink hair and a professional smile. Standing next to Biscuit. Miss Cookie, use peach breath. Biscuit could have said this step silently in her heart, but she still said it out loud, for German to hear. Let him feel comfortable. Strictly speaking, German and Biscuit had only met once before, and all other communications were completed on the phone. But German was able to show his trust in her. For Biscuit, this was actually a very incredible thing. Germain was now lying on the bench, which was equivalent to revealing a fatal flaw to Biscuit. As long as Biscuit had evil thoughts at this moment, even if he dodged in time, he would be seriously injured. Biscuit was a habitual liar, and she traveled around the world, was knowledgeable, and knew all kinds of people. She knew very well that there were actually very few people who would trust her so much. Therefore, she chose to return the favor and let Germain know every step of the process. Next, Miss Cookie's mind will change into lotion to massage you. The whole process is about 30 minutes. You need to relax completely. Okay. Germain dispersed the mind energy that was wrapped around his body, and his body muscles gradually relaxed. Then he felt the slipperiness of the lotion and the varying strength of Miss Cookie's fingers. In fact, Miss Cookie did not really touch Germain. Her fingers were still some distance away from Germain's skin. What really touched was her mind energy. Germain could clearly feel the touch of his fingertips, palms, fists, or elbow joints, which made his body and mind involuntarily become lazy. His body was like soft flesh, without skeletons, and as comfortable as fluid. Germain had narcolepsy, and with this method of falling asleep quickly, he fell asleep with even breathing in less than 10 minutes. Miss Cookie's intimate massage will continue for about 20 minutes, and she did not stop after Germain fell asleep. Biscuit looked at Germain's peaceful sleeping face, and showed a kind smile similar to that of an old lady for the first time. Your name is Shooty, right? She walked to the short-haired woman at the helm and whispered. He must have been nervous for a long time. Not 1 or 2 weeks, but several months. Drive slower and more steadily. Let him have a good sleep. Okay, Shioty replied, and pointed at Miss Cookie. But I will stop the fishing boat later. And you let me experience it too. I am very curious about what it feels like. Chapter 48. The night ended and the day dawned, with a faint glow in the thin sea fog. As time slowly passed, the light gradually separated the fog wall like a pair of soft big hands, and the sun climbed up little by little. Biscuit had spent the night on a sofa whose springs seemed to be broken. At this moment, she woke up, rubbed her eyes, and looked down. The blanket that was originally wrapped around her had been kicked under the sofa by her. She looked nervously at the other two people in the cab. They were still sleeping soundly, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Such a bad sleeping posture cannot be seen by others. Germain was still lying on the bench, not moving, covered with a blanket, breathing evenly. Shiori was lying on the mesh hammock, lying on her back, with a calm face, her hands crossed on her lower abdomen, looking like a dead person lying in a coffin. Well, you are sleeping so soundly. You are worthy of being my Miss Cookie, Biscuit boasted, looking at the cracked wall, where there was an old-fashioned wall clock. Tick-tick. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. I have to wake up these two lazy pigs. But before that, let Miss Cookie help me with my beauty treatment. Ladies should not neglect their daily maintenance. Half an hour later, Biscuit, who looked radiant, came out of the bathroom and saw that Shiori had woken up. Shiori stretched out her body like a lazy black cat, from curling up to stretching. You're awake, Shiori? Yeah. I just woke up. Then there's only Germain left. Biscuit nodded to Shiori, then walked to the bench and squatted down, reaching out to pinch Germain's cheek. But Germain opened his eyes the next moment. What do you want to do? Wow! Biscuit was startled and almost fell on the cold floor. She recovered, patted her chest, and complained, Don't scare me. If you're awake, get up quickly. I just woke up too. Germain sat up on the bench, took a look at the heavy blanket covering his upper body, and took the initiative to reach out to Biscuit, who was squatting on the ground, and pulled her up. Thank you. After pulling Biscuit up, Germain let go, moved the blanket aside, grabbed the hunter's robe that had been folded aside, and put it on. I rarely have such a good sleep quality. His words were not modesty or courtesy, but the truth. Since he came into this world on November 21st last year, he has not slept more than twice, which can really be considered a sound sleep. In order to deal with the bounty hunters and killers who flocked to him in the first 1 or 2 months, German had to make his sleep very light, and wake up immediately at the slightest disturbance. On the day he first got narcolepsy, his sleep became deep, but it was too deep, so that many disturbing elements appeared in his endless dreams. Last night was the first time he truly relaxed his body and mind in such a long time. He slept without dreams all night and woke up naturally. Shiori jumped down from the mesh hammock, raised her hands like a student answering a professor's question, and said, I slept well last night, too. Little Biscuit is very capable. Of course. Biscuit proudly raised his hands and happily high-fived Shiori, who came over. Lack of sleep is the public enemy of us girls. I can't just leave it alone. German frowned, watching the interaction between the two of them. Little Biscuit. He forgot to tell Shiori about Biscuit's actual situation. It might not be a good idea to deliberately say it now, so he just kept the status quo. Did Shiori not notice Biscuit's abnormality? Or did she notice it but didn't care? Don't be in a hurry to thank me. You gave me money, so I will do my job. Biscuit put his hands on his waist, saying so, but his face was smug. German. What about you? Have you released the pressure mentioned last night? This is the most important point. Let me confirm. German stretched out his hand and materialized the hunter badge. It was the first time for Biscuit and Shiori to see the real source of his ability. It was a broken, crescent-shaped fragment, rusty, and with sharp edges. The hunter badge projected a shadow in front of them, but they could not see anything. They could only feel that their mind had changed. Pressure, 6,541 24 points eliminated. He muttered in his heart. German couldn't help but feel excited. This was 14 more points of pressure relief than his critical hit. Most importantly, this was a stable and sustainable way of reducing pressure. The effect is very good. German turned around and looked at Biscuit. Can we do it again now? Of course we can. Biscuit nodded. But it's been less than 24 hours since the last time, so the effect will be marginally reduced accordingly. It doesn't matter. I just try again. German grabbed the hem of his shirt with both hands and prepared to take off his shirt. This time, Biscuit couldn't bear to continue deceiving him, and hurriedly stopped him. No need to take off your clothes this time. Just like that. Miss Cookie is familiar enough with your body. There is no need for direct contact. I see. Germain nodded, and once again lay on the bench, with his arms under his chin. Germain really likes massage. Shiati adjusted his glasses and said to Biscuit, but I can understand that. It is indeed a very comfortable experience. Germain probably has his own ideas. Biscuit waved his hand. It's not just that he likes beauty massage. It should be something very important to him. I just help him out of spite. She materialized Miss Cookie with long pink hair again, and asked Miss Cookie to perform the dreamlike peach breath within 30 minutes. This time, Germain did not fall asleep, but stayed awake. After the peach breath ended, he immediately asked the hunter badge to project a value. Pressure, 4,126. Germain had a calculation in his mind, 15 points. 9 points less than last time. It's probably related to time. The peach breath ended last night at about 2100 hours. And now it is 12 o'clock the next day, which is exactly 15 hours. It can be inferred that Miss Cookie's initial decompression is 24 points. Immediately after the massage, Miss Cookie will massage me again. There is decompression, but it is so small that it can be ignored. It can basically be considered as zero. If you choose to wait after the massage, the decompression will be restored by 1 point every hour until it reaches the upper limit after 24 hours. How is it? Did you get the answer? Biscuit made Miss Cookie disappear, sat on the chair, then over, with one hand on his cheek, observing Germain's expression. Well? Germain got up from the bench. Please let Miss Cookie use the peach breath for me again after 24 hours. And do it again after 2 hours. 26. Biscuit was keenly aware of this, and his wine-red eyes narrowed slightly. Like a fox that caught its prey, she made a judgment in her heart. It seems that the hunter badge can let him see his own body data, so it can explain why he is so obsessed with reducing stress. This is not a strange thing. There are many kinds of mind abilities. It is normal for someone to have a mind ability similar to that of a game. I want it too. At this time, Shiati raised her hand again. I want to continue the massage too. Biscuit was stunned for a moment, waved his hands in white gloves, and said, Hey, my Miss Cookie is not your exclusive masseur. Chapter 49 I pay. And you can name the price next. German answered sincerely. Please. Biscuit. Shiati blinked her big eyes, put her hands behind her back, tilted her head, and thought, well, I forget it. If I ask Biscuit for a massage occasionally, she might feel embarrassed and won't ask me to pay. Hey, Shiati, you said what you think? Biscuit jumped up from the bench and pointed at Shiati. Also, I won't feel embarrassed. You must pay the full amount when the time comes. Shiati covered her mouth, as if to block all the little thoughts that would come out from here. It's useless. I've heard it. Biscuit crossed her arms, a little angry. She glared at Shiati, then looked at German. Do you really want me to set the price? German nodded. Of course. I need your help. Well? Biscuit lowered her head and thought for a while, but finally sighed. German. Do you know how many of the richest people in the world are hunters? It seems that more than half are hunters. German understood what Biscuit meant instantly, but still followed her words. This is just the data on the surface. And some hunters are eccentric and will not show their wealth. Do you understand? As a senior hunter, I don't need your money at all. I am willing to fly over to help you because I think you are very suitable for my taste. And the same is true for Shiati. When Biscuit was talking, Shiati interrupted. You are a senior hunter. So how old are you this year? Shiati asked curiously. Oh, actually, I was cursed to not grow up, and I will always stay 12 or 13 years old. Biscuit poked her cheeks with her 2 index fingers, posing like a cute girl, with a smiling face. This is a lie. German did not say it out loud, but looked at Shiati, who nodded repeatedly after being frightened by Biscuit, and asked, You saw her as a young girl coming to see me last night. Didn't you feel strange? Yes. Biscuit added with satisfaction. German is right. I am a young girl. At this time, Shiati said, and looked at German in surprise. Although I didn't think of this at first. But now that I think about it carefully, there is nothing strange about it. There are not many children in our Meteor Street who awaken their mind at the age of 12 or 13. But there are some. German understood why Shioty was not surprised at all by Biscuit's use of mind ability, and nodded in understanding. Biscuit looked at this scene, and was silent for a while. She could probably guess that the actual situation was far from being as simple and easy as the two of them said. It is not that children who stay in Meteor Street are easy to awaken their thoughts, but that children who cannot awaken their thoughts will face a more severe living environment, and it will be difficult for them to survive. Germain and Shioty are both children who were selected after the law of the jungle, and that is why they have the opportunity to grow up to where they are now. Biscuit thought about it, and told the two of them his thoughts. There can be GNI in my pricing, but there are more than GNI. Because I don't lack GNI. German. What really attracted me here, besides you, is the secret you hide. If I'm right, even though it's incredible, you should have been from. Biscuit didn't finish his words, and was interrupted by Shioty again. German. Didn't you tell Biscuit about the Dark Continent? No. German pointed at Biscuit and replied. She is the disciple of Netero, the president of the Hunter Association. If I tell her rashly, it will be difficult for her to handle this matter. One more thing. Shioty. The Dark Continent must be kept secret from the outside world. After all, it is a taboo. Now it's fine that only the three of us know about it. If we need to add teammates in the future, I will explain the situation to them. Shioty nodded. I understand. I thought you were friends, and that little Biscuit had known about this for a long time, and I was the one who found out later. But I didn't expect it to be the other way around. Germain turned his head to look at Biscuit, but found that he was looking at him with a very complicated look. What's wrong? It's not a question of what's wrong, right? You actually told Shioty and didn't tell me. No. 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 Now is not the time to mind this. Biscuit poked his forehead with a distressed expression. Although I had a hunch. It's really the Dark Continent that the old man repeatedly ordered not to go to. What should I do with you? I couldn't find any relevant information about the color-changing stone you sent me before on the Hunter-only website, and you repeatedly refused to tell me the source, which made me suspicious. If it is a product from the 6 continents, even those restricted areas, you don't have to keep your mouth shut like this. Plus the subtle changes in you made me think of the Dark Continent. But I still can't figure out how you entered the Dark Continent under the noses of the Hunter Association. The V5 power? And there was not enough time. The adventure that Netero and his companions took was to quietly enter the Dark Continent without the permission of the V5 powers. But it was impossible to go back and forth within a few days. Biscuit had been quietly paying attention to Germain's movements, and confirmed that he had never left the 6 continents for a long time. How did he do it? Biscuit was puzzled. Generally speaking, 4 conditions are required to go to the Dark Continent. Germain did not answer directly. Permission, means, qualifications, and contracts. In fact, I only mastered one of them. That is, means. It is very troublesome to describe it to you and Shioty with words, so it is better to see it with your own eyes. 4 days later, we will be fully prepared. You can follow me to the Dark Continent, and you will understand everything. Biscuit was stunned, facing this rather strange and suspicious invitation. She was in a dilemma. Germain should not be lying. His eyes did not waver at all, and there was no need to tell such a lie that would be easily exposed. Means? The terrible man really hides a terrible secret. But what should I do? Should I listen to Mr. Netero's warning and never go to the Dark Continent privately? Or should I follow the hunter's instinct and go to the vast and magnificent new world to take a look? After all, among the 4 conditions for going to the Dark Continent, the most important one is the means. Permission, qualification, and contract can be put aside. That is the so-called kill first and ask later. As long as you can get incredible results, the remaining 3 conditions will be automatically supplemented. This is the choice before Biscuit, and it is also the choice before all hunters from ancient times to the present. And this decision will greatly point to their respective destinies. Chapter 50. Biscuit's hesitation did not last long, and he agreed to go with Germain. The next day, January 19th, they took an airship, left Saba City, landed in another city, and divided into 2 groups according to the division of labor agreed before. Biscuit and Shioty were in the same group, responsible for buying the items needed for the trip locally. The list of items was prepared based on Germain's previous experience and the suggestions of Biscuit and Shioty. She said that she was just checking whether Germain was lying. But in fact she was very excited to go shopping with Shiati. However, since she hadn't asked about the disaster yet, it seemed that she only believed it 60% or 70%. Germain was in a separate group, and he had an important matter to deal with. He took a slow bus, and after half an hour's drive, he arrived at the sparsely populated suburbs, and got off at a stop on the way. A village could be seen in the distance, with houses dotted between the fields and flags on wooden poles fluttering in the wind. But that was not Germain's destination. He crossed the road, looked at the map on his phone, and groped his way into a trail. Soon, he found the stone staircase marked on the map that extended from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain. It was winding and covered by lush branches and leaves, and there was no end in sight. Germain put away his phone, but he didn't complain and climbed up step by step, because he asked for this trip. He made an appointment with someone in advance to meet at that person's residence. He quickened his pace, and his figure flashed on the stone steps. In less than 10 minutes, he completed the journey that would have taken half an hour. He arrived at the halfway point of the mountain and saw a stone tablet. The black stone tablet was engraved with forest elves, dyed with eye-catching green fuel. Next to the stone tablet was a path that ran through the dense forest, which was made by human footsteps. Germain followed this path to the end and finally saw the destination of this trip. A low cabin in the forest, with a chimney like a cannon, spewing smoke like an old pipe. He approached cautiously, observing the surroundings carefully, and then heard the wooden door creak open, and a tall, brown-skinned man walked out. "You must be Mr. Germain." The brown-skinned man, with a buzz cut, walked towards Germain. "I'm a Bengani. I'm sorry to have you come all the way here." "It's okay. It didn't take me long." Germain retracted his gaze from observing the surroundings and looked a Bengani up and down. In this world, mind exorcists are quite rare, and most of them are unwilling to disclose the information they can exorcise. Among them, Germain has an impression of a Bengani. So, during December last year, he took the initiative to try to find a Bengani on the Hunter-specific website. But he was unsuccessful until recently. He wanted to try to let the mind remover remove his negative traits. "Come in, and take a rest first." A Bengani made way, with a faint smile on his face. "I prepared some cakes for you." "Thank you." At a Bengani's invitation, Germain walked into the wooden house, and first saw the crackling fireplace burning wood, then a round table, and several chairs. "Please sit down." A Bengani stretched out his left hand in the direction of a chair, asked Germain to sit down, and then poured him tea. "I rarely have people here, so I haven't cleaned it up. I think this place is very good." Germain's words blocked a Bengani's polite words that he was about to continue. A Bengani's face froze, and he was stunned for a moment. Then he sat down and said with a smile, "Mr. Germain doesn't mind. Then, without further ado, let's talk about the matter of exorcism. Please go ahead." Germain was willing to be a listener. A Bengani organized his words, and then slowly spoke. "In fact, I have always deliberately concealed my identity as an exorcist. But I didn't expect that Mr. Germain would still find it. This once troubled me. But in order to prevent the situation from developing in a bad direction, I can only take the initiative to contact you. I do this because it is very troublesome to remove thoughts. Rather than removing thoughts, it is better to say that thoughts are separated from the human body. The thoughts will disappear only when certain conditions are met. Therefore, when you asked me to remove thoughts, I asked to meet you before making a judgment. Mr. Germain, this is a very risky thing for me. And please do not reveal the fact that I am a thought remover to others." Germain nodded and said, "I understand what you mean." He paused and asked, "What conditions do you mean by some conditions are met?" "The most reliable condition, of course, is that the person who planted the thoughts in you actively or passively removes the thoughts. This is a perfect situation for all three of us." A Bengani shook his head. "On the contrary, the most dangerous condition is the death of the person who planted the thought in you. However, sometimes this situation will backfire. Instead of disappearing, the thought will turn into a more terrifying thought of the dead. That is, resentment. I explained it this way. Mr. Germain should understand it." "Right." After listening to this, Germain compared the two conditions with himself and found that he did not meet either of them. The resentment that a Bengani was very wary of happened to be the food of Germain's hunter badge. If the negative trait was resentment, he could solve it by himself. As for waiting for the thought to be resolved, it was not applicable to Germain. Strictly speaking, The source of the negative trait was the lantern. That is, his own thought ability. German definitely wanted to eliminate the negative trait, and his subjective will was strong. But in fact, he had no idea where to start. My situation is a bit special. German thought for a while, and explained to Abengani. The thought I want to eliminate is actually the price of my thought ability. Abengani slightly widened his eyes, and then calmed down. I understand. The planner of thought is yourself. But you can't take the initiative to eliminate this thought. So you seek the help of the thought remover. Yes, that's it, German replied. If that's the case, the situation isn't that bad. Abengani held his chin with his fingers, thinking, theoretically, I should be able to help you get rid of the evil spirits. Then I leave it to you, Germain said solemnly. Please name your price. If it can be paid in full in one lump sum, I will pay immediately. If not, I will prepare the remaining amount within 2 months. Abengani smiled. Mr. Germain, I have heard that you killed 16 beasts, which is one of the reasons why I want to meet you. You are the legendary GG killer. I dare not urge you to pay. The first letter of Germain's last name and first name is G. So after the assassination, the original body would arrogantly leave the mark of GG to become famous. When he pledged his allegiance to the Phantom Troupe, his original body also added a 12-legged spider mark next to GG. The original body's personality is actually somewhat similar to that of the Phantom Troupe's Eugen, Phaeton, and Finks. Of course, the current Germain would not do such a blatant thing. But with his current reputation, even if he did not leave a mark, a large group of people in the dark world would know his deeds. After making a half-true and half-false joke, Abengani gave Germain another offer. Germain accepted it and paid a deposit, and Abengani agreed to remove his thoughts. Chapter 51. Come with me outside. Abengani extinguished the firewood in the fireplace and pointed to the woods outside the window. In the embrace of nature, my exorcism will be more successful. Okay, Germain replied and followed Abengani out. The two walked along the cobblestone path into the woods with lush branches like clusters of flowers, and stood in an open space with weeds on the east and wild flowers on the west. Mr. Germain, if you come here in the second half of the year, it will be full of flowers and very beautiful. I really want to share such a beautiful view with you. Germain was not interested and nodded perfunctorily. Abengani smiled, then cleared the weeds and wild flowers in the open space, built and lit a small bonfire, and the smoke from the burning rose into the sky. Mr. Germain, please stay still next. He took out a homemade witch doll from his arms, grabbed it with both hands, and his face became serious. I'm going to start. Okay, I'm ready, Germain replied. So, Abengani whispered a spell. His words were unclear, and only words like forest elves and power could be vaguely recognized. A gloomy and cold wind blew in the dense forest, making people feel cold. But Germain did not waver at all. The bonfire in front of the two suddenly grew bigger, and the gray smoke and dust waved into the air like snowflakes. After a while, an ugly monster crawled out of the strange flames. It appeared, Abengani reminded. That was the embodiment of Abengani's mind beast. But its real owner came from German, and was the embodiment of his characteristics. Just as a terrifying mind beast appeared, the bonfire made 3 consecutive puffs, puffs, and puffs, and then 3 other equally hideous mind beasts crawled out. They all looked like reptiles similar to lizards, but there were some differences in their heads and bodies. Some had insect mouthparts, some had human mouths, some had tongues sticking out, and some had their teeth clenched. The most obvious difference between the 4 beasts is their skin color. 2 are golden yellow and 2 are scarlet red, which divides them into 2 groups. Especially Abengani, who is well informed in eliminating thoughts, saw this scene and his expression changed drastically. His face turned pale. How could 4 beasts be materialized? This, Mr. Germain, you must make a choice now. I can only help you clean up one of them. Okay. Germain did not hesitate, nor did he ask Abengani to explain. Instead, he relied on his intuition and pointed directly at one of the scarlet beasts. Let's take it. I'm going to do it, Abengani shouted suddenly, and the witchcraft doll was aimed at the scarlet beast that Germain pointed at. Come on. Destroy it. A product that should not exist. The spirit energy wrapped around the witchcraft doll surged, and shot at the scarlet beast like the sun. The scarlet beast immediately let out a wail, and the half of its body that was still in the bonfire immediately shrank and shrank. like a deflated balloon. Then, it suddenly swelled up again, until it finally expanded to its limit, and exploded with a bang, and black smoke shot out. A scarlet beast disappeared. Success. Abengani breathed out. After destroying a scarlet beast, Abengani did not intend to completely relax. He prayed to the witchcraft doll in his hand, Forest Elves. Bless me. As soon as Abengani finished speaking, he walked quickly to the bonfire where the three beasts were gathered. With cold sweat dripping down his face, he threw the witchcraft doll into the flames and shouted loudly, "You filthy things! Don't even think about climbing onto my body and entangle my spirit. Go back! Go back to your lair!" The three mind beasts howled together, as terrifying as the cry of a monster-like baby. They twisted into a ball and suddenly disappeared in the huge fire with a puff. After a long time, the raging flames calmed down. There was nothing in the bonfire except dry wood and ashes. Abengani panted for a while and sweated profusely. He never expected this to happen. Now, he couldn't help but feel scared when he thought about it. He wanted to turn around and scold Germain behind him. But when he thought of Germain's lack of knowledge of mind elimination and Germain's cruel methods, he decided to endure it. After Abengani calmed down, he turned around, and Germain just walked to his side. "Are you okay?" Germain asked with concern. "I think you are in danger." Removing thoughts is dangerous in itself. Abengani's face was still a little stiff. But fortunately, the thought beast has been destroyed. Everything is over. Germain just materialized the hunter badge and confirmed that his negative trait, gluttony, had disappeared. What Abengani said was true. Then what about the remaining three thoughts? Germain couldn't help but ask. "I didn't expect you had 4 thoughts." Abengani took out a tissue and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I'm sorry. I can't help you get rid of them all at once." Germain nodded in understanding and asked, "In fact, I only need to eliminate one more thought, which is another scarlet thought beast. I can't eliminate your thoughts for a period of time. This is the price." Abengani shook his head. "You can find another thought remover." Germain also shook his head. "What I want is not 1 or 2 times a thought removal, but long-term cooperation with a thought remover. The price can be negotiated." Long-term cooperation? After such a memorable experience of removing the mind, Abengani just wanted to get rid of this hot potato as soon as possible. So why would he want to cooperate with Germain again? Not to mention, Germain meant that there might be more than 4 mind beasts appearing in the campfire next time. But 5 or 6. This guy's restrictions and oaths are like this. What is the essence of the mind ability? When he thought of this possibility, Abengani's scalp tingled and he refused. "I'm sorry. No matter how much money you offer, I can't cooperate with you next time." He took another look at his cabin and thought that just in case, after sending Germain away, he would move immediately and hide his identity. "I need your help." Germain grabbed Abengani's arm, causing him to tremble all over. "Don't worry. I won't let you get into danger. But, there are so many mind beasts. What if?" "It's okay." Germain patted Abengani's shoulder, comforted him, and whispered, "Besides, you don't want other people to know that you are a mind exorcist, right?" Abengani was horrified and looked at Germain in fear. Are you threatening me? You devil." "Abengani, I'm not threatening you. And I don't want things to go that far." Germain loosened his grip on Abengani's hand. "Mind-eliminating masters are very rare. And your situations are probably similar. It's too much trouble to find a second one to negotiate with." Abengani stared into Germain's eyes, realizing that he was serious. After a moment's hesitation, he finally gave in. "I understand." Chapter 52. January 21st. 2 days after meeting with the mind-removing master Abengani, when Germain slowly returned to the Preston Hotel, the lights on the walls covered with imitation oil paintings were on, and strange men and women passed by him from time to time in the corridor. Standing in front of room 1514, Germain knocked on the door first, giving the 2 people inside some time to prepare, and then took out the room card and swiped it to enter. "I'm back," Germain shouted, but no one responded. After locking the door, Germain walked into the luxurious suite. It not only had a spacious hall and an open-air balcony, but also had 3 separate rooms, each with complete living facilities. As for the room service, it was of course of the highest standard. Biscuit and Showdown were playing chess by the sofa. Both of them stared at the chessboard. Biscuit hunched over, frowning in thought, while Showdown straightened up with a relaxed expression. This chess game Biscuit thought attentively for a while, then suddenly looked up, as if she had just noticed Germain coming in. Ah, Germain, you're back? She stood up suddenly and accidentally knocked over the chessboard, and the black and white chess pieces fell to the ground with a clatter. Ah, Shooty, look at me. I'm so careless. Sorry. Biscuit put his hands together, showing an embarrassed expression. I've been so confused recently. It's okay. Shouty was not angry, but patiently picked up the chess pieces one by one, put them back on the chessboard, and adjusted his glasses. I remember where the chess pieces are. Biscuit's expression changed from angry to considerate and gentle in an instant, as if nothing had happened. Shouty, now that Germain is back, it is more important for the three of us to work together. So put it first. Let's stop playing chess today. Shall we? Without waiting for Shouty's answer, Biscuit put on a shy girl's posture, pinched the hem of her skirt with both hands, and walked to Germain's side. Germain, what did the doctor say? She asked with concern. A few days ago, Germain went to a mind remover to clear a negative trait, and all his pressure was released by Biscuit's Miss Cookie. The only thing left was the disease that Germain mentioned once. Shouty also looked over curiously, and put the chessboard aside. I went to the public hospital first, and they did a detailed examination on me. They thought that my narcolepsy was more of a psychological problem, so they asked me to see a psychologist. So, I went to the Hunter-only website and searched for famous psychologists nearby. After a conversation, the other party thought that I was too stubborn and unwilling to open my heart, and it was impossible to treat narcolepsy through general psychological treatment. Biscuit was stunned for a moment. Then he put his hands on his stomach and laughed. What do you mean by too stubborn? Weren't you kicked out by the psychiatrist? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. If she hadn't taken care of her ladle-like image, she would have almost rolled on the carpeted floor with laughter. Germain remained calm in the face of Biscuit's ridicule, and took out a piece of paper from his hunter's black robe. Even so, he still prescribed a medical plan for me, including self-discipline in work and rest, more exercise, psychological suggestion, drug treatment, etc. Biscuit gradually stopped laughing, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her fingers, picked up the white paper, quickly read the contents on it, and nodded repeatedly. Just do what the psychiatrist said. There is nothing wrong with these plans, and the drugs are normal. In the end, it's up to you to adjust and clear up your narcolepsy. Biscuit returned the psychiatrist's prescription to Germain. Germain folded it twice, folded it into a small square, and stuffed it into the pocket inside the hunter's black robe. Have you bought everything on the list? Germain sat on a single sofa, which was so soft that it seemed as if half of his body was about to sink into it. I think it should be all bought. Right? Almost. Biscuit sat on a swing chair hanging between two wooden poles, holding the rope with both hands, and exerting force on her waist. The swing chair lifted her feet off the ground and swung back and forth. Shouty and I also added some things on our own initiative. Anyway, the funds for the three of us are still sufficient. The premise is that you didn't cheat me. Otherwise, I would have lost a lot of money. Shouty cleaned up the chessboard and brought a fruit plate with apples, oranges, strawberries, peaches, etc. But none of them were cut open. Just rinsed with a tap. According to the original plan, we will take a day off tomorrow and set off the day after tomorrow. Right? Shouty picked up a plump strawberry and put it in her mouth. Nothing else. Right? Nothing else. Right? Biscuit reached out and took a strawberry and put it in his mouth, but he gritted his teeth after taking 2 bites. Wow. So sour. Shouty, how did you eat it? I think it tastes pretty good. Shouty ate the third strawberry expressionlessly. And not everyone is so sour. Biscuit sighed, picked up an apple, took a careful bite, and confirmed that it was mostly sweet this time before continuing to eat. Shouty, you and I were both pulled here at the last minute, and you have never had the experience of traveling with Germain before. Right? Don't you have any doubts in your heart? I see you are always calm. I don't completely believe Germain either. Shouty peeled an orange. Her fingertips stained yellow. It's just that Germain is right. Some things can only be confirmed with your own eyes. Oh. Biscuit nodded, spread out her palm, stretched it to Shouty, and motioned her to give her a slice of orange. In this respect, you two are actually a bit similar. Shouty stared at Biscuit's palm after taking off the white gloves, and then suddenly realized and put the orange peel on Biscuit's palm. Thank you. Biscuit retracted his hand, silently looked at the complete orange peel on his palm for a few seconds, then sighed again and threw it into the trash can. Now there is another process. Germain took out his mobile phone, cut into the memo, and put it on the tea table. This is the Dark Continent experience I sorted out. You can take a look. Biscuit was quite interested. She picked up her phone and quickly flipped through it. The content was not much. She finished reading it for the first time in 10 minutes, and then started reading it for the second time. This time, Xiaodi also came over and leaned against Biscuit. The two little heads leaned together. As Biscuit's fingers slid, the 6 eyes kept moving and blinked synchronously from time to time. Chapter 53. After reading it for the second time, Biscuit handed the phone to Xiaodi and asked her to read it herself. However, Xiaodi refused. I won't read it for the second time. I feel I have memorized it. I feel I have memorized it. Biscuit glanced at Xiaodi suspiciously, and then said, Forget it. Your memory is sometimes good and sometimes bad. Since you are so confident, you should have memorized it. She turned to look at German, considered the words, and asked, Do you know the comprehensive evaluation table and level list of dangerous creatures? German nodded. Yes. I saw it on the Hunter-only website. Based on the number, the cruelty of humans, the reproductive capacity and reproduction speed, and the destructive power, a comprehensive evaluation is made for dangerous creatures. From high to low, it is divided into 5 levels, A, B, C, D, and E. That's it. Biscuit put his hands on the tea table and stood up suddenly. The 5 major disasters I know are all between A and B in terms of danger level. Now I have 2 questions. First, why didn't you bring back any disasters? Second, I want you to rate the creatures you met. Can you do it? Human expedition teams almost always return in defeat in front of the Dark Continent. Those who are wiped out naturally have nothing to say, and the teams that survive are usually forced to bring back disasters. Disasters and hope usually go hand in hand. These hopes often make great contributions to the human world, so there are so many people who come forward. It's a pity that no hope has been brought back so far, but at least 5 disasters representing despair have been brought back. The 5 disasters and hopes are Papu, the human-raising beast, and the stone without a human, gold and silver ingots, the plant weapon, and the herb that cures all diseases, the two-tailed snake, the hell bell, and the longevity food, Ptolemy, the mist-like creature, Ai, and Sanyuan water, Zorbai, the immortal disease, and the alchemical plant, Materian. Biscuit looked at Germain with a sharp gaze. She had some doubts in her mind for a long time, although she couldn't see it with her own eyes. Since she decided to trust Germain once, she had to be mentally prepared for this. Germain was not secretive. Whenever Biscuit and Xiaodi asked, he would answer as briefly as possible. The reason is the same as how I went to the Dark Continent. It was my lantern. I had no contact with the gatekeeper or the guide. Nor did I encounter disasters and hope. Although I have said it once, I will explain it in detail again now. Biscuit. Xiaodi. Do you know a game for hunters called Greed Island? Xiaodi shook her head. After thinking about it, Biscuit hit her palm and said, Ah, I remember it. It was made by that troublesome guy. I heard it is very profitable. The troublesome guy she mentioned was Jean Fulishi, one of the 12 branches of the Hunter Association. In fact, Greed Island is real. German broke the fog in front of Biscuit in advance. All game consoles teleport players to an island. Biscuit slightly widened his eyes in surprise. Is that so? I haven't paid attention to this information. But building a game world is indeed Jin's style. Then, she also realized why German brought up the Greed Island. I understand. Biscuit pointed at German. Your lantern is like a game console. We use the lantern to go directly to the Dark Continent. Yes, that's what I mean. This is why I can travel back and forth quickly and never bring back disasters. But I need to bear some costs myself. Biscuit nodded. Her thoughts were flowing like a spring. And she understood it at once. It's the pressure, characteristics and diseases you mentioned before. All the clues are connected together. The real situation. You will understand after experiencing it, German said. As for the rating of dangerous creatures, I can make one. But there will be deviations. I am not a professional researcher of creatures, and I don't have enough time and energy to study them. It's more of intuition, and the feeling after actual contact. Biscuit crossed his arms and thought for a while. This is also fine. Hunter's intuition is sometimes very important. It is better to use intuition than to force you to use non-professional knowledge to rate. Just make a rating form according to your personal opinion. Don't worry. Xiaodi and I are just taking it for reference. We will not completely believe it, and will make a judgment on the spot when the time comes. After listening to Biscuit's words, German couldn't help but think of Hisoka's personal opinion on the mind ability system. My personal opinion? By the way, someone has made a personality classification for each mind ability system. Is this reliable? Biscuit sat back on the swing chair, threw the apple core she had eaten into the trash can, and asked curiously, "Tell me about it." That person said. German thought for a while and said, "The reinforcement system is simple-minded and very simple. And the transformation system is capricious and lies." Biscuit of the transformation system couldn't help interrupting. "This is not credible at all. Right? Saying that he is fickle and tells lies all the time is too much." She acted like a delicate girl who wanted to cry. As expected, what Hisoka said makes sense. German looked at Biscuit and thought. As expected, what German said makes sense. Xiaodi looked at Biscuit and thought. Go on. Biscuit's expression changed very quickly, and quickly returned to a cheerful look. What else did that person say? German didn't keep anyone in suspense, and finished it all in one breath. He said that the release department is careless and impatient. And the operation department does what it wants, and likes to reason. The materialization department is very neurotic. And the trade department is an individualist with leadership qualities. Hearing this, Biscuit nodded repeatedly, and pointed at German and Xiaodi. The materialization department is very neurotic. And the reinforcement department is simple-minded, and very simple. I agree with both points because I have indeed met such people. However, you must not judge the other party's ability to read based on this. Because there are exceptions to everything. And there are many people who have failed in a life and death battle because of preconceived ideas. As Biscuit, who has lived for more than 20 years longer than Biscuit. Biscuit's words are still very convincing. And both of them nodded. The rating I made will be similar to this. Is it okay? German asked. Yes. Biscuit nodded repeatedly. Just as a psychological preparation. This level is enough. It should be said that your too professional listing of data will affect our judgment. As hunters, no matter how many times we hear about the prey from others, it is far less accurate than seeing it with our own eyes. Chapter 54. I understand. Give me 3 minutes. I have an idea. German took a pen and a blank notebook. Wait a minute. Okay. Biscuit gestured and continued to swing the swing chair, swinging back and forth. Xiaodi opened a bag of potato chips and stood behind German, eating potato chips while looking at what German wrote with interest. Traveler ordinary people. Apprentice awakens the ability of mind and masters the 4 major actions. Brave master the advancement of mind ability, and the mind ability is formed. Elite mind ability has rich combat experience and mind ability evolves. Master is the world's top. Has formed a school of its own. And is capable of teaching elites. Champion the strongest mind ability user in the human world. Legend can freely roam the dark continent. Unknown. German put down the pen, spread out the notebook, and said to Biscuit and Xiaodi, this is my personal opinion. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. This time Biscuit also jumped off the swing chair, walked quickly to the tea table. Read it. And then she nodded. I roughly understand what you mean. But just in case, you should explain it one by one to see if we have the same understanding. Okay. German readily agreed. Travelers, that is, all those who have not mastered the ability of Nin, are the vast majority of people in the human world. They just come to this world for a walk, disappear after experiencing birth, aging, sickness and death, but do not know the truth of the world. So they are travelers, apprentices, people who have awakened the ability of Nin or further mastered the 4 elements. Have you heard of the Nostra Mafia family? Nyan, the daughter of the head of the family, awakened the angel's automatic notebook. She has the ability to predict the future. There are also candidates who pass the last stage of the hunter exam every year. They awaken their mind ability and become real hunters. However, they all have a common feature. That is, there are still many things to learn. So they are all placed in the apprentice. The brave, who have mastered the advancement of mind ability, such as circle, hidden, condensed, and the like, as well as the formation of mind ability. belong to people with a clear future direction. The hunters who have just obtained the hunter license have been in this area for several years. They have a preliminary understanding of how vast and dangerous the world is. But they still choose to move forward and challenge the unknown. So they are all brave. In addition, according to my personal judgment, the beasts in the dry river valley mentioned earlier are basically apprentices and brave level. Therefore, those who enter here must be at least apprentices. Otherwise they can't even pry open their skins. Elites. People with mind ability who have experienced countless life and death battles. But the combat power span of people in this range is very large. The three of us, Yun Gu, Een Beast, and the Phantom Troupe are all elites. And this level is the backbone of all Nin users. I judge that the Lord of the Crows in the Silt Land is an elite. And as for those crows, they are apprentices, master, the world's top, a school of his own, with the correct concept of being able to teach elites. Among the people I have met so far, only President Netero belongs to this level. The champion, the most powerful Nin user in the human world, is above all the strong people living in the human world. So he is the champion. As far as I know, President Netero more than 50 years ago was undoubtedly the champion. Legend here specifically refers to Dong Fulishi, who wrote New World Chronicles. If he is still alive now, and still in the Dark Continent, he would be a living legend. Hearing this, Xiaodi suddenly interrupted. Wait a minute. Germain, you just mentioned Jean Fulishi. And now you mentioned Dong Fulishi. Is there any relationship between them? When Xiaodi is serious, he is not confused, and is still quite sharp. German explained. Dong Fulishi is the ancestor of Jean Fulishi. He went to the Dark Continent about 300 years ago. Many of the many adventures of the human world to the Dark Continent refer to the contents of his New World Journey East chapter. As for him and the West chapter, they have not been discovered yet. 300 years? Xiaodi tilted her head in surprise. Will he not die of old age? Biscuit pinched his chin thoughtfully, and continued German's words. Maybe he died of old age. Or died of illness. Or was brutally killed. We know nothing about this. No one knows where he went later. But if he ate the 5 hopes of curing all diseases and longevity food Nitolomy, he might still be alive. This means that Dong Fulishi himself may be on the west side of the Dark Continent now. Of course, this kind of conjecture, which is considered to be a madman, has not been very popular. Xiaodi nodded and whispered, the world is really big. There are all kinds of people and things. And anything can happen. By the way, Xiaodi asked again. Germain, what does the last unknown mean? You haven't explained it yet. It's the original meaning of unknown. German explained. I can assume that Dong Fulishi is still alive. And I can also assume that there are more powerful lives than him in the Dark Continent. More powerful lives? What is that? Xiaodi asked. I don't know. German answered truthfully. He paused, and added, Biscuit, Xiaodi, I have actually been avoiding a few questions. Xiaodi adjusted his glasses and asked, What's the question? Why is one of my first 2 lanterns in the Dark Continent? German looked at Xiaodi. Why do I have such a telepathic ability? Biscuit also woke up from his contemplation at this time, and heard this and interrupted. It's as if something wants you to go to the Dark Continent and ask you to find it. Is that what you mean? Yes. German nodded. Biscuit couldn't help but shook his head, knowing this possibility. You still decided to go to the Dark Continent. In a sense, you are the craziest person I have ever met. Germain didn't answer, but pointed to the balcony with the glass door open. From this angle, you can't see the lights of the city, only the dark sky and sparse starlight. It seems that the stars are quite small, as if they will be completely swallowed up by the darkness in the next moment. Chapter 55. German looked out the window. The human world is already very large, but it is only a small part of this world. The Dark Continent is the real world. By the same token, the universe is very vast. Our planet is so small. In the real universe, nothing is strange. However, if we dare not take the first step into the universe out of fear, the development and evolution of mankind will stop here. He paused and said, This is the last time I ask. It's not too late for you to quit now. As long as you don't leak the secret. Do you want to quit? The chill of the night quietly seeped into the house. The noisy and fragmented sounds disappeared without a trace, leaving only a whirl behind in silence. Biscuit and Xiaodi looked at each other, and then looked at Germain with different expressions. I don't want to quit. Xiaodi stroked the inverted cross on her chest with her fingers. Isn't it a pity that I gave up the profitable things in front of me? Besides, Biscuit added, even if your hypothesis is correct, wouldn't it be better if we don't look for it? Legs grow on our bodies. Can it control our will? Germain closed his eyes, then opened them again. He had expected them to say this, so he was not surprised. He said then, let's follow the original plan. Take a day off tomorrow, and set off at dawn the day after tomorrow. The purpose of this time is to explore deeper into the Dark Continent, find valuable loot along the way, and return safely without suffering heavy damage. Biscuit and Xiaodi both nodded in agreement. This was the decision the three of them had made before. They could have played it safe and returned to the area that Germain had explored. But they were not the kind of people who feared danger. The people who reached an agreement took a day off the next day until the early morning of the 22nd, when everything was quiet. Most of the lights in the luxury suite had been turned off, leaving only the only light bulb emitting a dim light, projecting a circle of light on the area where the three of them were sitting. One last confirmation. Are you ready? Germain first checked his backpack, then asked. Xiaodi nodded and put her backpack in front of her. I'm ready. Me too, Biscuit confirmed. In addition, the doctor I mentioned to you before is already in place nearby. But she is a very shy child. She probably won't come without my message. German nodded. It's good this way. There is no need to let too many people know the inside story. Let her think it's just an ordinary commission. Don't worry. The child is very reliable. Biscuit suddenly became excited and stood up with his hands on his hips. Let's start quickly. Let me see your lantern. Yeah. German said nothing more. He first extended his right palm, and the mind energy materialized a hunter badge that looked like a broken fragment, and then used it to materialize a lantern in the center area where the three people were sitting. Purple light fell from the hunter badge like water drops, dripping on the ground, creating ripples. After a while, an ancient lantern emerged from the floor that looked like the surface of a lake, and on the lamp holder were four emaciated little ghosts, who looked like the mummies of premature babies. Although I heard you say it once, it still makes me feel creepy when I actually see it. Biscuit stared at the little ghosts and commented, it doesn't look like a mind beast, but just a part of the lantern. The four little ghosts did not waver at all because of the two strangers around them, and they still howled at Germain like a spoiled child. But the howling was too creepy in the dark night. Xiaodi touched the inverted cross on his chest and suggested, I feel that we should hurry up. If someone hears such a sound in the early morning, they may come to check it out. It may become a strange story in this hotel. Biscuit laughed maliciously. Germain nodded in agreement and said, then stretch out your hands and hold them together. He demonstrated by stretching out a hand and holding the hand of one of the little ghosts. And the little ghost immediately let out a surprised cry. Biscuit and Xiaodi looked at each other and reached out their hands to touch those rough, cold fingers. They could feel the fragility of the ghosts, as if they could crush them to death at any time. Only one ghost was not selected. It did not howl, but hugged the lamp holder in disappointment and weakness. Do they also have the concept of emotions? Xiaodi asked curiously. Maybe, German replied. I tried to communicate with them before, but they didn't make a third sound except crying and joy. Biscuit raised a finger and said, that is, there is no communication. It is only used for transmission guidance. German nodded, then looked at the content projected by the lantern. Lantern location, Dry River Valley / Muddy Land. Cooling time, 32 minutes, already cooled, let's start. German first reminded Biscuit and Xiaodi, and then said to the three little ghosts, take us to the Muddy Land. Biscuit and Xiaodi, who were a little nervous, felt that the little ghosts held their fingers harder. And then, they saw a very strange picture change in front of them. The sky was spinning. The stars were moving. And the surrounding scenes were all distorted and shattered, and then reassembled in a very short time. It was daytime here, and the surrounding area was a reed forest that was so tall that it looked like a forest, except that a large area had been burned, leaving gray embers. German immediately looked at the edge of the previous mud land and found that the corpse of the Lord of Crows had disappeared. There were traces of dragging around, and the direction of dragging was the depths of the mud land. His eyes narrowed vigilantly. Was it cannibalism? Or the emergence of a new king? Or was this place occupied by another species? Germain gave up on investigating this matter and turned to look at Biscuit and Xiaodi, who were looking around curiously. It looks like we have indeed been teleported to a certain place. Biscuit touched the ground and rubbed the loose soil. Even the day and night are reversed. Is it a problem of longitude and latitude? Germain looked up at the sky, then looked at Biscuit and Shuri beside him. I thought so too. So I chose around 1 a.m. for the 4 teleports to the Dark Continent. But in different places. But no matter where I teleported from one end of the 6 continents to the other, it was always daytime when I finally arrived here. The last time I brought a compass and walked north for more than half an hour. During this period, every time I encountered an open space, I would stick a branch on the ground to observe its shadow changes. The shadow kept moving from the northwest to the north, getting shorter and shorter. I guessed it was probably morning. Biscuit pursed his lips. That is to say, the 6 continents are too small compared to the Dark Continent. They probably only occupy less than 1 time zone. This is the northeast side of Lake Mobius, the heart of the Dark Continent. Chapter 56. German looked down at the projection of the lantern, and it showed 2 lines of words without surprise. Lantern location, Central Islands of Lake Mobius. Cooling time, 1 hour, 59 minutes and 45 seconds countdown. The cooling time of the teleportation lantern should have been doubled to 64 minutes. But it was rounded down to 1 hour. Although it was only reduced by 4 minutes. It was still a good thing for German. And he naturally had no dissatisfaction. He extinguished the lantern, took back the hunter badge, and then dematerialized the hunter badge. Then turned his head to look at Biscuit and Shiori, who were still observing the surroundings. Biscuit walked back and forth with the phone, and finally gave up. Sure enough, there is no signal. But the phone's camera, recording, memo and other functions can still be used. She will be responsible for recording what she sees and hears from time to time. German will be responsible for reconnaissance and combat. Shiori may not remember this matter, so she will have to take charge. No matter this is the Dark Continent, or the well-concealed magic realm or secret realm, she will do it to the end according to the division of labor discussed in advance. Shiori squatted on the edge of the muddy land, observing the traces of the corpse of the Lord of Crows being dragged away, extending all the way to the depths of the burned reed forest. She stood up after a long while. We didn't see a single crow. Shiori's big eyes didn't blink. Like a puppet. Should we look deep in the reed forest? Let's stick to the original plan. Biscuit made sure that her ponytail was tied tightly with both hands, and then said, what we need now is to safely spend the 1 hour while the lantern cools down. German solved the Lord of Crows in the Mudland a few days ago, so this area should be relatively safe for the time being. I think it's better to take a safe approach. Before she finished her words, a noisy, intertwined crow cry came from the depths of the reed forest, and small black shadows flew into the air and landed on the tall reed tips. No way. Biscuit put his hands on his hips helplessly. I just finished talking. Shiori looked at Germain. I did kill the Lord of Crows. Germain knew what she meant by her eyes and answered. The reed tips were slightly bent by the group of black shadows, and the several eyeballs on each crow turned and looked at the invaders. Ah! A crow opened its mouth and cried, and the other crows echoed it, making a lot of noise for a while. But the next moment, they all stopped shouting, closed their beaks, and looked towards the depths of the reed forest, where they flew, after a strange pulu sound. The reeds as tall as trees were pushed aside by a skeletal wing, and a corpse with only a skeleton and a ball of flesh in the middle appeared. It still maintained the tall outline of the Lord of Crows, but the burnt feathers and rotten flesh originally attached to the bones were all pecked clean by the crows. However, this means it's nirvana. The original Lord of Crows was indeed killed by German, but the crows in the muddy land would not allow them to lose their leader. After only a skeleton was left, the crows used their own flesh and blood, and the flesh and blood of other beasts. They pecked it to fill in the bones, and piece together a fresh set of internal organs. At this rate, after a week, the Lord of Crow's skin and flesh will be basically regenerated. The black wings will grow almost the same, and even the eyeballs will open one by one. It was supposed to be quietly waiting for flesh and blood to grow in its nest in the muddy land, but it suddenly appeared at this moment because it felt that the invader had returned. This was told by its natural circle that was enough to cover a large area of muddy land. And then the crow's cries confirmed this. The bone crow paused in the muddy land, and then let out a deafening, angry howl at German, which made German and the other 2 cover their ears with their hands. The mud rippled amid the screams, and circles of mud ripples swayed out, and pairs of white bones poked out from the abyss. They pieced together the skeleton outline that originally supported the body and crawled out of the mud. with sharp teeth, long whips made of tail bones, armor like shells, and so on. About 20 white bone beasts, screaming at the white bone crows, rushed towards German and the other two with ferocious momentum. You seem to have really pissed off these crows. Biscuit was observing the enemy with concentration. It controlled these dead skeleton armies with its screams. German looked at the skeleton crows behind the skeleton army and said calmly, "Biscuit, little one, these skeleton puppets are left to you. I know. Just go ahead." Biscuit responded, striding forward, his right arm like a hammer, and his fist smashed the head of the nearest skeleton puppet to pieces, sending debris flying everywhere. However, the bone puppet without a skull did not hesitate at all, and its bone claws still grabbed the nearest Biscuit. I gave the most basic order to attack the nearest creature. Biscuit's thoughts were as fast as lightning. The bones all over the body are weapons, and only when they are broken into pieces can they be out of control. She dodged the bone claws to the extreme, and suddenly stood firm in her horse stance. With her petite body, she threw an incredible, powerful, and fast punch forward. The entire skeleton of the bone puppet was shattered and broken in an instant, and it piled up on the ground with a pop. Xiaodi on the other side also smashed the body of an invading bone puppet with a bulging-eyed fish. "Xiaodi." Biscuit took a look and shouted, "Can't your bulging-eyed fish absorb non-living objects? Use it on them." "Huh?" Xiaodi smashed another bone puppet with the bulge-eyed fish, then waved his hand at Biscuit. "No. They can still move. So they are alive. Right?" Biscuit kicked a bone puppet apart with a whip kick. Hearing this, he couldn't help but curl his lips. "You are really strict with your own restrictions. After all, the ability of mind is the ability to combine mind and matter. The restrictions, oath conditions and scopes proposed by oneself are actually very subjective." There was no referee or judge standing beside Xiaodi to judge whether she had violated the restrictions and oaths. It was all up to her to judge. Only when Xiaodi firmly believed that she had not betrayed the restrictions and oaths, the ability of the bulge-eye fish would remain the same. Otherwise, it would change accordingly, or even become completely ineffective. Knowing this, neither German nor Biscuit had the intention of forcibly correcting Xiaodi's ideas. Once her ideas changed, the bulge-eye fish might not have the space to swallow all the objects she considered to be non-living things infinitely. Biscuit and Xiaodi took the initiative to move forward, clearing the bone puppets and clearing a path for Germain. He did not miss this opportunity and rushed forward so fast that only afterimages were left, so that the several bone puppets around him did not react or attack. Germain came to the edge of the muddy land, jumped up, stepped lightly on the reeds, and used the force to bounce towards the bone crow hidden at the back. Chapter 57. From a high position, Germain fell towards the position of the bone crow like a weight. The meat saw deformed in the air with a click. He held the handle with both hands and aimed at the neck of the bone crow and chopped it. The bone crow reacted unexpectedly quickly and dodged with its head tilted. The meat saw only chopped on its right wing bone and cut it off completely. Such a quick reaction. Round? The eyes of those crows? Germain quickly glanced at the crows landing around him. Or both. Equivalent to having a vision with almost no blind spots. The right wing bone fell into the muddy ground, and before it sank, it immediately bounced up as if it had vitality, and the sharp point stabbed Germain's abdomen. Germain's left hand was free, and he held the materialized musket. He only aimed in a direction and fired. The scattered bullets immediately shattered the wing bones. The wing bones became countless small pieces, and the mind energy attached to them also detached and dissipated, returning to the natural cycle. Its body strength is weakened. German leaped up. Is it because of the two forms? This is easier to deal with. The white bone crow stood on the mud with its claws. The amazing thing was that it did not sink into the mud with such a heavy body. The mind energy covered its feet, playing a role of dispersion. The bone crow, which had lost its right bone wing, did not get angry, but took the initiative to distance itself from Germain and slowly opened its huge beak. Bang! The condensed mind energy shot out like a cannonball in an instant, scattering the reeds that were covering it and bombarding Germain. Germain jumped up again by stepping on the reeds, and kept jumping on the tips of the reeds to avoid the bombardment of the mind bullet. In the blink of an eye, with a bang, at the end of the path where the reed forest was blasted, a wave of mud exploded and rushed into the sky. German stood on the tip of the reed, aiming at the throbbing flesh inside the huge skeleton of the bone crow. Attacking bones cannot cause fatal injuries. But it took the initiative to distance itself. So that's why. It's trying to stop me from getting close. At this time, the bone crow turned its beak and aimed at German again. This time, the crows also rushed over with strange cries, like black feather arrows, shooting at German from all directions, using the method of moths flying into fire, trying to block all my movement directions and let me be hit by the bullet. However, not all directions are blocked. Germain jumped down to the only place that was not surrounded. At the same time, the crows swarmed and collided with each other, and were shattered into a large ball of blood missed by the telekinetic bullets that followed. Seeing that he was about to fall into the mud, Germain threw the materialized shield towards the surface of the mud. The shield fell into the mud with a snap, and Germain stepped on it to gain leverage, and then bounced towards the direction of the bone crow. In the blink of an eye, Germain had flown to a distance of 3 meters away from the bone crow. The bone crow didn't dare to use its long beak bullet at such a close distance, so it could only use its heavy beak as a battering ram and poke it at Germain's head. Germain first removed the shield left on the mud surface, reappeared it in his hand, and then inserted it into the mud, using it as a buffer to stop abruptly 1 meter away from the bone crow. The bone crow misjudged the distance, and its beak poked into the air, and it plunged directly into the mud, almost sinking its head, looking like it was bowing to Germain. Germain took this opportunity to step on the shield and jump onto the back of the bone crow. The meat saw in his hand suddenly stabbed into the thick gap between the ribs and pierced into the throbbing flesh. Swish, the saw teeth slashed roughly, tearing the fascia, and the organs that lost their wrapping fell down, and were shattered into several pieces by the musket that was stretched out. After doing all this, Germain stepped on the shoulder blade of the bone crow and catapulted out of the muddy land and landed on the flat ground. He waved his hand to shake off the blood stained on the hunter's black robe, and the bone crow staggered for a while, then fell down with a bang, and the whole skeleton was sinking into the mud. There were only a few multi-eyed crows left. After watching the new leader die again, they circled in the air in a daze for several rounds, and then landed on the reeds near the bone crow, watching it slowly sink. The bone puppets that were still besieging Biscuit and Shiati also lost control and fell down with a clatter, and their bones were almost covering the ground. Volume 2124. Pressure 03. Germain narrowed his eyes. Last time, it increased by 5 points. But only 3 points this time? It was solved very neatly. Biscuit came over and commented, and couldn't help saying, "But Shiati and I are about to clean up these miscellaneous soldiers." Shiati asked, "Are there any spoils?" "No spoils." Germain looked back at the bone crow that had sunk for most of the time. "Those crows may be useful if they are kept in captivity, but we can't take them back." "Is that so?" Shiati was not disappointed, and blinked and put away the bulging-eyed fish. "You are also short of money?" Germain asked. "Yes." Shiati nodded. "I have to transfer a sum of money to Meteor Street regularly, so that the elders and priests can build facilities in Meteor Street and buy equipment and medicines. Speaking of which, among those who left Meteor Street, Kuroro donated the most money. I always hear the priests praising him. You donated before, but not in the past few months." When Germain heard Shiati mention Chiloro, he knew it must be the leader of the Phantom Troupe. As for why he didn't donate money, it was because he was not a real Meteor Street person, and he couldn't do charity based on the memories in his mind. Biscuit listened for a while, hesitated, and asked, "My next words are not directed at you. I just have some questions. If I offend you, I will apologize. The people of Meteor Street are so good to their own people. Why are they so indifferent to people outside?" "Huh?" Shiati was stunned for a moment, poked her lips with her fingers and thought. Speaking of which, why? This kind of thinking lasted for about a minute, and she suddenly woke up and nodded. "Ah, I remember. It's not us who are strange, but the people outside? Right. They have always treated us as livestock and garbage. And we just did the same thing." Xiao Di blinked her big eyes behind her black-framed glasses. Her eyes were full of honesty. But it was precisely because of her honesty that Bisiji felt cold. Bisiji probably understood why Germain and Xiao Di could be so indifferent and calm about life and death. They survived the hunting and destruction of the Meteor Street people by the outside world, and they lived on the edge of a knife every day. They were originally saved lives, so death didn't matter, as long as they died for a good cause. As for their views on life outside Meteor Street, they also come from such growth experiences. Selection. Yes, it was death. Deception and betrayal selected out those Meteor Street people who easily believed in outsiders. Those who had good intentions were basically all dead. And the ones left were naturally Meteor Street people like Germain and Xiaodi. Ah! Xiaodi suddenly opened her eyes wide as if she remembered something, and stretched out a finger. But Biscuit is not among them. You are special. And I believe in you. Biscuit looked into her eyes, sighed softly, and smiled. Of course I know. So, Germain, you also trust me, right? Yeah. You are right. Germain was not listening at all. He was observing the situation around him. He just nodded subconsciously and perfunctorily. This guy actually let down Mai and Xiaodi's girlish hearts. Biscuit resisted the urge to rush over and do something like twisting Germain's arm with a Kimura lock to force him to surrender. Chapter 58. But, after all, we should collect some spoils. Xiao dematerialized the bulge-eyed fish again, and pointed its open mouth at the bones on the ground, and pushed the button on the bulge-eyed fish with his thumb. Bulge-eyed fish, swallow these bones. The bulge-eyed fish stuck out its big tongue, made a joyful cry, and exerted a strong suction force. The bones on the ground vibrated for a while, and then flew into its mouth. Its mouth swallowed tirelessly, and those obviously huge skeletons quickly shrank and twisted as soon as they touched its tongue, teeth, and lips, like soft chewing gum. The bones were compressed into a ball, and fell into the space with no end in sight along the pipe of the bulge-eyed fish. Are you planning to sell them to those bone collectors? Biscuit looked at this scene, and suddenly hit his left palm with his right fist. Some collectors are really generous. Xiaodi is really smart. Huh? After Xiaodi absorbed the bones on the ground with the bulge-eyed fish, he heard Biscuit's praise, thought about it in confusion, and said, I almost forgot that I could sell them to them. Huh? Biscuit asked quite unexpectedly. Then how are you going to exchange them for money just now? Isn't our Meteor Street a garbage dump? Xiaodi told the original idea. Sometimes the garbage bags are full of bones, and the limbs are also normal, and there is a market in Meteor Street. She pointed at Biscuit again. But your proposal is better. These beast bones may be very rare. If collectors like them, they should be able to sell them for a good price. Biscuit shook his head helplessly and looked at German. But he saw that German didn't care about what was happening here at all, but took the initiative to be alert nearby. Really careful, German. But I didn't let my guard down either. Biscuit crossed his arms and examined German's profile. Yeah, this angle is good. After Xiaodi cleaned up the bones on the ground, he walked to the muddy land and placed the big mouth of the protruding eye fish on the mud. Swallow all the bones in the mud. Xiaodi made a greedy declaration. The next moment, the bulging-eyed fish sucked out the bones in the mud one by one like a pump and swallowed them into its abdominal cavity. Among them was the skeleton of the white-boned crow that had just sunk. Xiaodi's ability is unexpectedly convenient. Biscuit stood aside with his hands on his hips, watching and commenting. I understand why Germain wanted you to join first. At this time, the remaining multi-eyed crows tried to fly over to attack Xiaodi. As a result, before they flew close, Germain materialized a flamethrower, sprayed a flame, and burned them into charred balls. This is considered a group annihilation. Germain stared at the meat that was burned into charcoal black, smelled the meat fragrance, but had no appetite at all. But this place should be occupied by new beasts soon. What do you mean? Biscuit asked. German replied, it is the result of the previous 3 observations. Although the Dark Continent is huge enough, most of the territory is basically controlled by more powerful beasts. Just like a small group of humans occupy the vast majority of wealth. Biscuit nodded, shaking her ponytail up and down. I understand now. She looked at the large area of burned reed forest. A few days after we leave, there will be a bloody battle for territory here, and new monsters will eventually occupy this place. That's it, German replied, and looked at Xiaodi. Can your bulge-eyed fish spit out the bones it has sucked in smoothly? Yeah. Xiaodi's black-framed glasses always slipped to the tip of her nose, so that she always raised her chin slightly to see the person in front of her through the lenses. No big problem. The upper limit of what the bulge-eyed fish can absorb, and where the absorbed things go, I still don't know until now. But I have figured out the rules of its spitting out after experiments. What it swallows is not in terms of number of pieces, but in batches. Each time it spits out, It must be the last batch absorbed, followed by the second to last batch. The bones absorbed from the ground just now, and the bones absorbed from the mud now, are divided into 2 batches. The bones in the mud will be spit out first, and they will not mix with each other. German nodded in understanding. That is to say, after being absorbed, it has the function of automatic sorting, and each batch has an independent space, and does not interfere with each other. That's what I mean. Xiaodi pointed at German, and spoke to Biscuit. Biscuit immediately understood the meaning of Xiaodi's deliberate words to her, raised her thumbs, and praised, "You are worthy of Xiaodi." Xiaodi nodded to Biscuit, but her expression did not change at all. If someone who was not familiar with her did not know that she was in a good mood at the moment. In the past, I often spit out the things that the bulge-eye fish swallowed when I was working in the garbage dump of Meteor Street. However, I also forgot how much the bulge-eye fish swallowed. After all, until now, the bulge-eye fish can still spit out some of the things it swallowed a few years ago. After a while, the water level of the swamp in the silt land dropped significantly, and Xiaodi finally stopped the bulge-eye fish from swallowing. She pulled the big mouth of the bulge-eye fish out of the mud, and then cancelled the materialization. The bulge-eye fish has basically absorbed all the skeletons that it can absorb, and many of them have sunk to the depths and are out of the bulge-eye fish's range. So we have to give them up. That's enough. Our journey this time is not over yet. German looked at the projection of the hunter badge and confirmed the cooling time of the lantern. Biscuit, Xiaodi, there is less than half an hour left, and the transmission lantern will be cooled down. Half an hour. Okay. Biscuit took out his mobile phone, took off his white gloves, and tapped on the screen with his flexible fingers. Let me take this opportunity to record what just happened. She stopped tapping the screen of her mobile phone from time to time and took a few photos to keep. Germain had been in charge of the guard, and now it was Xiaodi's turn to enforce the surrounding area. The next time was to wait. Half an hour later, Germain reminded the other two, "It's time to set off." "Okay." Biscuit and Xiaodi responded. They each carried their backpacks on the side, bypassed the muddy land, climbed over a small hill, and continued to go deep into the north. The 3 of them went into a mountain forest, maintaining a triangle formation along the way, with Germain in the front and Biscuit and Xiaodi walking side by side. Chapter 59. Biscuit took some photos of the scenery along the way with his mobile phone, and then looked through the old photos. He couldn't help complaining. "It seems that I have to buy a mobile phone with a larger storage capacity. There is not enough space. Can't I delete some old photos?" Xiaodi asked curiously. "Xiaodi, I'm sorry. These are all my treasures." Biscuit showed Xiaodi his mobile phone album. The first few dozen photos were photos of this trip. Next were Biscuit's selfies in various outfits. Some photos of handsome guys, including Germain, but the most were photos of various gems from various angles. Xiaodi pointed at some of the photos that she thought were boring and asked, "Can't we delete any of these?" "No." Biscuit put her hands together in front of her chest, like a nun praying, quite determined. "If I can't look at these photos at night, I won't be able to sleep at all. If I can't sleep, then there's nothing I can do." Xiaodi calmly accepted this setting. At this time, German, who was in the front, suddenly reminded, "Be careful. There is something ahead." Biscuit and Xiaodi looked over and quickly realized the source of the danger that German reminded them of. There are quite a few creatures in the Dark Continent who are born with the skills of Absolute and Circle, which is their hunting instinct. However, many creatures will burst out with strong killing intent at the moment when they confirm that they are going to attack their prey, which is enough for the 3 elite Ning users of German to react. So, when a flower bud with pink petals and green leaves suddenly appeared in the bushes after a brief shake, the 3 of them evacuated the place in time and appeared in the distance. "It's it again." Biscuit curled his lips, as if he had seen a very annoying acquaintance. The flower bud, like a cannonball, pierced the place where the 3 people were standing, making a sharp hole 3 meters deep. With a puff, the branch was lifted up like a spear, pulling out the flower bud that was stuck in the soil, shaking out a puff of dust. Then, the flower bud slowly bloomed, and under the petals was a mouth full of serrations, like the mouth parts of a lamprey, dripping with puddles of disgusting mucus. More flower buds also emerged from the woods on both sides, and they bloomed together, and the sharp mouth parts quickly occupied the path in front of them. "How many times have we been attacked by these plants?" Biscuit subconsciously took a photo of them first. "Have we entered their nest?" German actually counted the number of times and replied, We have been walking for more than 40 minutes and have been attacked by them 11 times. Kill them? Shiori adjusted his glasses excitedly. And then swallow them with my bulge-eyed fish. Well, make them into specimens or something. Plant hunters will probably be very interested. Biscuit smiled. I know an acquaintance who will definitely want this kind of thing. But unfortunately, she is one of the 12 branches of the Hunter Association. Telling her is equivalent to telling the old man about what happened here, which violates the contract I made with you too. I don't want to start a bad start. The contract that Biscuit mentioned was to keep this journey, Germain, and Shiori's telepathic abilities secret, as well as the distribution after the journey. Let's do it, Germain said decisively. No matter if it has value or not. We should first collect it into the belly of the bulge-eyed fish. Germain's goal was to explore deeper into the Dark Continent. Biscuit's goal was to confirm whether Germain's previous words were true. And Shiori's goal was to pursue substantial benefits. He had to satisfy Biscuit and Shiori's goals respectively in order to achieve his own goal. Biscuit and Shiori had not revealed their true feelings before. However, Germain, who held the teleportation lantern and led this journey, naturally became the default captain of this team. And the decisions he made were also authoritative. So, for this carnivorous flower bud, the three of them started hunting. And Shiori was the most agile and fierce among them. For Shiori, these are cash cows. With just the posture of a young girl, Biscuit's fists and feet were enough to kill the carnivorous flower bud. She blasted out another fierce heart source flow punch, knocked down another flower bud, and suddenly stopped moving. Looking in the direction of Germain. Germain, are you trying something? Why do you ask? Germain turned back to look at Biscuit. Of course it's because your flow. The flow of mind energy is slightly different from the usual battle. And this difference is constantly increasing. I can only think that you are trying something. Biscuit put her hands on her hips, and said in an orderly manner, a carnivorous flower, but suddenly turned from behind, and attacked her from behind. She turned around without even looking, and kicked the flower bud to pieces with just the right kick. I am indeed trying. Germain only had a meat saw in his hand, and the teeth were covered with purple flower bud mucus. The possibility of evolving my mind ability. Evolution? Biscuit understood immediately. After all, she was an expert in this area. It means learning the ability of the adjacent system with the original mind ability system as the center. Right? Then you should have asked me earlier. I am a transformation type. And because of my personal philosophy, I have developed the ability of Nin like the magic beautician Miss Cookie. However, I have learned the heart flow of President Netero, and have been training my body for decades. And I have also trained the ability of the strengthening type. You are a materialization type, and you want a Nin ability that is mainly materialization type and supplemented by transformation type. Right? Yes, Germain admitted. Unless there is a special state, I can't master the attribute type, so I can only develop in the direction of transformation type. It is true. Biscuit looked as if he had seen through Germain's smug expression. But speaking of this, I think of someone who is very similar to you. Maybe you can use it as a reference. Germain also thought of that person, and listened quietly. Sure enough, Biscuit said, have you heard of Kate? The disciple of Jean Fulishi? Kate is a materialization type. Although there are many differences between his crazy clown and your hunter badge. The common point is that they both materialize weapons to fight. However, simply summoning weapons can no longer meet Kate's combat needs. He needs each weapon to have special abilities to deal with different situations. For this reason, Kate can only use constraints and oaths to let the crazy clown himself decide what weapon Kate will use to fight. So, his 9 weapons all have different and very powerful special abilities. Similar to Kate's situation is Kurapika in the future, who is also a materialization type. Kurapika put all kinds of restrictions and oaths on himself, including gambling his own life. So the chains on the 5 fingers he developed all have different special abilities. However, Kurapika did this to avenge the Phantom Troupe. He was determined to give up his future and fight hard only in the present, so he could set such restrictions and oaths. Germain didn't need to go to Kurapika's level, so of course he chose a safer path similar to Kate's. At the same time, it is also the path of Kuroro, who is a trait type, in order to solve the limitation that he must hold a materialized book to fight. Kuroro specially set up constraints and oaths and developed a new ability such as bookmarks. Germain's hunter badge already has constraints and oaths, and now in order to evolve, he can only make more constraints and oaths. His initial idea is not to let all weapons gain new abilities, but to strengthen them on the original basis. However, what kind of constraints and oaths is needed to achieve this result? German began to think. After Biscuit told Germain the training method of the transformation system, he stopped disturbing him and went to clean up the carnivorous flower buds on the path. Chapter 60. German pondered constraints and oaths. He actually had the answer in his mind, but he estimated that it would take some time to hone it before it could be fully formed. At the same time, he inserted the deformed and extended meat saw between the extended mouthparts of the carnivorous flower bud, and could easily smell an indescribable stench. Under his manipulation, the meat saw cut open the mouthparts, petals and green leaves of the carnivorous flower bud like a butcher chopping pork, and a thick green liquid spurted out from the broken part. He retreated, and in the blink of an eye, he was several meters away, watching the carnivorous flower bud fall down with a bang, twitching several times in death. This number should be enough. German crossed the carnivorous flower bud corpses on the ground, intending to reunite with Biscuit and Shouty, but he looked around the dense forest and could not see their figures. The dense forest suddenly became quiet. Biscuit? Shouty? German called his companions' names, walked around, and observed the footprints and traces of battle they left. They were indeed nearby, but they themselves were gone. Although the three of them had just acted separately, they were close enough to each other to respond to each other, even if they were attacked by carnivorous flower buds or some other monster. Germain should not have been unable to hear any movement. Until 20 seconds ago, they should have been nearby. Then, at that moment, the two were attacked by something, and this attack took them away from here instantly without making a sound. A spatial ability that can force transfer and teleport. Germain expanded the range of the circle and looked around vigilantly. Although he didn't have a circle with a radius of nearly 50 meters like Kate, he still had 10 meters, which was larger than the 4 to 5 meter circle of Nobunaga of the Phantom Troupe. The radius of a circle does not represent the combat power, but it definitely represents the reconnaissance ability. He moved cautiously, with the circle covering him as the center, and open to explore the surroundings every once in a while. Soon, he noticed something unusual at his feet. On a pile of weeds that Germain had not stepped on when he raised his foot, a piece suddenly appeared missing like a puzzle, revealing an elliptical black hole. Is this it? Germain slowly squatted down and looked into the elliptical black hole, but he could not see anything except the dark color. Biscuit? Shouty? Are you in there? He tried to shout, but got no response. Then, the elliptical black hole began to shrink, like the mouth of some creature. Automatic trap? Even if it doesn't catch prey, it will shrink within half a minute until it disappears without a trace. It seems that they were probably teleported away by it. Do you want to go down and find them? Or wait here? If possible. I still don't want to pay the price of 2 deaths in the first team journey. Let's go and look for them. German took the initiative to extend his right index finger and lightly touched the elliptical black hole. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain in his fingertips, like an electric shock, and a suction force comparable to that of a bulge-eyed fish came over him. Whoosh! Twisting and changing. The phantom shifted. Germain first felt his feet go empty, and the feeling of weightlessness came over him. And then the whole world he saw was immersed in darkness, as if he was immersed in an ink bottle. A second later, his feet once again touched a hard surface similar to the ground, but all around him were still pure black, without a trace of light. German's circle was still radiating, and the back and forth of his mind energy gave him rough information. That is, obstacles in front, behind, left, and right, and whether there were any moving objects. Now he was like a bat in a cave. Pressure +6. The fleeting projection of the hunter badge could not be the light source here, because it was actually only visible to German, and did not interfere with the outside world. He took a step carefully, and his toes kicked something, making a crisp rolling sound. Let me first confirm what environment I am in. My circle still has limitations, and it cannot accurately outline everything around it. At this time, eyes are more useful. German materialized a flamethrower, pointed it forward, and spit out a small tongue of fire. The orange flame allowed him to see clearly what he kicked with his toes. It was a skull, relatively flat, with sharp teeth curved into the mouth at the forefront. From this point of view, it was probably the skull of a venomous snake. In addition, there were more bones piled up around, including spines, ribs, metacarpals, tibias, coccyx, etc. and they were obviously beasts of different species. The bones were gathered in a cave tunnel about 2 meters wide and 3 meters high. The stone walls on both sides were relatively flat, and the upper and lower planes were densely covered with stalactites. A slaughterhouse and cemetery similar to the Muddy Land. But this time it's in a cave. Germain moved the nozzle of the flamethrower, and the darkness around him was receding where the flames flew in the air. He squatted down, searched among the piles of skulls for a while, and then stood up. Biscuit and Shiati should not be dead yet. Even if they are dead, it is unlikely that they were eaten clean by the owner here so quickly, leaving only bones. So, the three of us are most likely teleported to different places. After making a judgment, Germain looked at the two ends of the cave tunnel, randomly chose the left side, walked over, and then extinguished the flamethrower. The flamethrower consumes too much gas, so Germain dared not keep it on all the time, lest he would not be able to squeeze out any gas when he really needed to use his telekinesis. Fortunately, he was prepared. He found a flashlight in his backpack and turned it on. A radial beam of light illuminated the road within a few meters. Pressure +6. After walking in the dark for a while, Germain was reminded by the projection of the hunter badge again. It seems that I can't stay in the dark for too long. The darkness will continue to accumulate pressure for me. Even if there is a light source within a certain range, it will only slow down the speed of accumulating pressure. Suddenly, he faintly heard some rustling sounds, far beyond his circular sensing range, echoing between the stone walls. That was the sound of a group of tiny creatures running. Germain pursed his lips, tightened his voice, and slowly approached. The tiny sounds paused for a moment, then suddenly changed direction and ran towards Germain. The sound getting louder and louder, like the sound of a thick hemp rope dragging on the concrete floor. The next moment, they entered the range of Germain's circle. Germain recognized their outlines and sizes. Each one was the size of a palm, with a rather fat body and a small head, and the limbs felt quite flexible. This should be a group of rats. And this group of rats never appeared in Germain's field of vision. They were running in the stone wall, where there was a path for them. The sense of danger came like a needle, and Germain raised the flashlight and swept it to his side. There was an elliptical black hole expanding in the stone wall. First, he heard a chirping sound from it, and then he saw dense, dark green eyes. They spewed out of the black hole like a burst water pipe, making a creepy scream, and pounced on Germain. Chapter 61. It's rats indeed. Germain held up the flamethrower nozzle and pushed the button. The flames whizzed and became more intense. A large group of fat and smelly rats. The first dozen rats that pounced on Germain were quickly engulfed by the flames, as if they had jumped into the fire circle on their own initiative. Their squeaking sounds were sharp due to the pain, and the smell of smoke filled their noses. The remaining rats were either squeezed by the later rats and fell to the dry ground of the cave, fleeing in panic, or turned their heads and shrank back into the elliptical black hole and disappeared. Germain first aimed the flamethrower nozzle at the elliptical black hole and sprayed a burst of flames. When he saw it gradually shrink, he turned the nozzle and burned the rats that were running around at his feet. Soon, the ground was full of sparks and burnt fat rats. There were more than 30 rats. The rest all ran away, and the elliptical black hole shrank and disappeared. It seems that this group of rats teleported the three of us to different locations in the cave. When they gather together, they can create a teleportation cave. But the threat of a single rat dropped sharply. Pressure +6. Germain has felt the oppression brought by the darkness from the change in pressure value. But he still did not speed up his pace. Instead, he maintained his current pace and rhythm and continued to move forward. Walking faster does not mean leaving the cave faster. On the contrary, being cautious may be safer and save time. On the dark road ahead, he encountered 2 more attacks from the rats in the wall. He dealt with them in the same way and did not let these disgusting little beasts bite him. Stress +6. Germain silently counted the intervals before and after the pressure value increased these times and found that they were all different. Perhaps because the flashlight and flamethrower were used as light sources. But in general, in the dark, the pressure value increases every 5 minutes on average, which is a more pertinent judgment. As he walked, he saw a slope in front of him from the flashlight beam and the flames of the flamethrower from time to time. The bottom of the slope was full of piled gravel. Do you want to go up 1 level? Germain stepped on the gravel and climbed up step by step. Suddenly, he heard a rumbling sound and vibration from above. as if something was hitting and rubbing against the stone wall. He lowered his body and climbed up more carefully and steadily until he reached the end of the slope and saw a cave entrance. The trembling sound did not stop, and it was not too far away. German walked into the new tunnel, first using the flashlight to explore the way, and then observing the changes around him. Pressure +6. Compared to the cave tunnel on the lower level, this place is obviously more spacious, enough to accommodate a tank passing through, and the air is not as turbid and dull as below. If the next floor had a considerable, rotten feces stench, this place was much fresher, with more of a beast smell. Germain looked down and saw huge, dragging marks at his feet, as if a car really had driven past with an iron pole. He looked at the wall again and found scratches. The soil exposed in many of the dents was very fresh, which was out of tune with the surrounding moss-covered soil. That is to say, something just passed by here. Judging from the direction of these traces, it is most likely from left to right, and it is very large. Do you want to go and have a look? German was not sure whether Biscuit and Shioty, who were still missing, were on the next floor, on this floor, or somewhere else. Suddenly, the shaking that was enough to shake the cave stopped. After a while, it sounded again, and this time it seemed more violent, so that a lot of gravel and dust fell on German's head. After the strange pause, there was a violent reaction. German moved the hunter's black hat, shook off the gravel and dust, and put it back on his head. It should be that he encountered some unexpected target. It is very likely that it was one of Biscuit and Shioty, or both of them at the same time. If my guess is correct, I have to go and support them now. Germain was 70% confident in his guess, holding a flashlight and a flamethrower, and ran quickly to the right. While running, Germain noticed that new caves appeared from time to time on both sides, and there were new tunnels inside. Compared to the one-way tunnels on the lower level, these tunnels are interconnected, probably in a grid shape. This should be to facilitate the activities of that large creature. The closer Germain got to the sound source, the louder the earthquake-like sound became. The dust rising in front of him could not even penetrate the beam of light from the flashlight or the flame of the flamethrower. Pressure +6. It's pointless to use a flashlight in the dust, and it takes up one of my hands. It seems that I can only use the circle to judge. He pulled up the hunter's black robe mask to cover his mouth and nose, and then pressed down the hunter's tricorn hat, turned off the flashlight, put it back in the backpack, and walked straight into the darkness. The vibration in front continued, and German's circle quickly detected an object that was constantly swaying up and down and left and right not far away, roughly in the shape of a cone. It should be the tail. German replaced the flamethrower with a meat saw. In the blind darkness and the flying dust, his circle seized the law and opportunity of that moment. Now, he deformed the meat saw with a click, took a step forward, and chopped hard on the swinging, huge tail, making a clanging sound and sparks flying. Scales? It's so hard. I can't cut into it at all. If I'm a reinforcement type, or if I can hit it with a critical hit, maybe I can cut through this layer of scales. The owner of the tail seemed to sense that there was an enemy behind him, but he couldn't turn around in the tunnel, so he could only shake his tail randomly, trying to hit the invisible enemy. German had taken the initiative to withdraw from the range where his tail could whip. It knocked on the stone wall, so that many larger stones fell off and piled up, blocking 1/3 of the tunnel cross-section. Pressure +6. If it's really a scale, there might be a way. After thinking it over, Germain once again stepped forward quickly, crossed the stone obstacle, deftly dodged the tail's sweep, and stretched out the meat saw, accurately stuck between the scales in an instant. He exerted force suddenly, pried the scales open at an angle, and his left hand materialized a leech-sleeve sword that was worn on the palm and wrist, and suddenly thrust the ejected short blade between the scales. In a flash, Germain retreated again, this time hiding in a cave on the side, and the scales where the leech dagger pierced suddenly gushed blood with a hiss, gushing out like a faucet that could not be turned off. This is the ability of the leech dagger. As long as the creature pierced has the concept of blood, it can ensure that it bleeds heavily, and the bleeding speed is extremely fast. If there is no way to stop the bleeding quickly, just a stab is enough to kill a human from excessive blood loss. But for such a huge cave beast, it would probably take a long time just to bleed. However, the piercing of the leech dagger still had an impact on the beast. Its tail bombarded the stone wall more and more intensely, and then with a strange hissing sound, It seemed to crawl forward. And its tail also shrank forward. Chapter 62. German lowered his hat and rushed into the rolling smoke and dust, breaking through like an arrow from a bow. Suddenly, the movement of the large beast in front of him paused, and the rumbling sound and the scraping sound of the stone wall stopped abruptly. Stopped? Why? German slowed down his pace vigilantly, turned around and stuck close to the wall. The bleeding of the leech's hidden blade should not make it lose its ability to move so quickly. Then we can only think that Biscuit and Shioty, or something else, have achieved the corresponding results. German waited for a moment, and after confirming that there was no movement in the cave in front, he quickly walked forward to check. Pressure +6. The circle he released first detected the big tail that he had stabbed and was in a bleeding state. When he approached, half of the dust in the air had fallen, and he could see that the wound under the scales of the big tail was still bleeding. Capacity +5. Pressure +5. German noticed the reminder of the hunter badge projection and realized that the owner of the big tail in front of him was dead. Because within a dozen seconds before its death, German stabbed it with the leech's hidden blade, causing significant trauma. It was also considered to have participated in the battle to kill it, and thus obtained the gift of resentment. German took out the flashlight from his backpack again and illuminated the scales on the tail, which were glowing. He walked forward and observed that its body was thick and long, and had no limbs. It is indeed a snake. German had already guessed it in his mind, and this time he just confirmed it. The body alone occupies more than half of the space in the tunnel. He continued to walk forward. It was estimated that after walking more than 30 meters, German saw the raised head of the giant snake. He shone the flashlight over, and saw the terrifying and hideous snake mouth. The giant snake's eyeballs were slightly larger than an ordinary door, and they were fully open, as if they would fall out of their sockets in the next moment. But they had lost their previous ferocious look. The bloody mouth closed at this time, and only bubbling blood flowed out from the gap. The fresh and fishy smell made it smell as if it still had life. Pressure +6 German? A familiar voice came from the side and front. German turned the flashlight and shone it over, and found a fork in the cave, where a person was sitting against the wall. The flashlight shone over, reflecting on her glasses, revealing her slightly torn black sweater. She seemed to be stung by the light, and subconsciously raised her hand to cover it. It was Shioty. It's me. German lowered the flashlight and walked to Shioty's side. He noticed that there was a wound on her torn clothes. In addition to blood, there was also purple juice on the wound. Is it snake venom? It should be. Shioty didn't care much about these. She materialized a bulge-eyed fish and pointed its mouth at her wound. Suck out all the snake venom. The bulge-eyed fish's big tongue swung a few times, and Shioty's wound began to wriggle, spitting out a syringe of purple snake venom, which was sucked into the bulge-eyed fish. These snake venoms will be stored separately, and will not be mixed with the previous batch of objects. Under the illumination of German's flashlight, Shioty took out a small bottle of solution from her backpack, poured it all over the wound without sparing, applied the powder, and then tied a bandage. The whole process was quite skilled and fast. It was obviously not the first time she treated the wound in this way. Can you move? German stretched out his hand wearing black leather gloves and pulled Shioty up from the ground. Or do you want to rest here for a while? Shioty shook her head and said I'm fine. Then took off the glasses on the bridge of her nose, blew away the dust on it, took out a tissue and wiped it gently for a while, and then put it back on. Have you seen Biscuit? German asked. How did you get here? What happened next? Shioty answered Germain's question while lifting the bulge-eye fish and slowly and orderly recovering the ferocious giant snake. I haven't seen little Biscuit since we separated in the woods. I was suddenly teleported here, and then I met this giant snake. My flashlight was eaten by it. It's very dark here. I feel uncomfortable staying here, so I want to get the flashlight back. So I fought with it. I see. I just don't know if the discomfort she felt is human instinct, or if it's the same as Germain's accumulated stress, or both. Shioty briefly described the process, and Germain had to ask a few more questions about the areas of interest to confirm that her statement was similar to his guess. In short, Germain was teleported to the next level, and Shioty was teleported to this level. So Biscuit might also be on another level. Pressure +6. Germain looked at the huge venomous snake, starting from the snake's head, then the snake's body, and finally the snake's tail, which was swallowed by the bulging-eyed fish. For a moment, he couldn't tell which one was the snake. After completing the task, the bulgy fish licked its tongue as if it had tasted something delicious, and then disappeared. He told Shiori that the rats in the wall were the culprits who teleported them here, and then reminded him, "Let's leave here, meet up with Biscuit as soon as possible, and walk out of the cave." Shiori had taken back the flashlight from the snake's belly, wiped the mucus with a tissue, and held it in his hand. At this time, he replied, "Okay." Both of them were experienced in users, and there was no reason to panic here. They simply packed up and walked deeper into the cave. "I feel that this place is quite big." Shiori stood behind German Man, and from time to time, he used the flashlight to scan the corner of the wall. "How are you going to find the way out?" "A relatively direct method," German Man said. "Since this floor is the giant snake's nest, considering its size, it is obviously not enough and inconvenient to have only one entrance and exit. Assuming that the tunnels penetrate each other, and there are different entrances and exits in the east, west, south, and north, we can get out by finding one of them. I think it shouldn't be difficult to find one of them." As Germain talked, he squatted down and carved a directional arrow on the wall with a meat saw when there was a fork in the tunnel. The arrow symbol marked the direction that Germain and Shiori were going. He would do this repeatedly, and once he saw these arrows, he would choose another fork, and repeat this cycle until he found the exit. As Germain carved the mark, Shiori used a flashlight to illuminate him. "But what about little Biscuit?" Shiori asked. "What if she is not outside the cave, but inside? You said there is another layer below. Maybe there is also a layer above us? Let's go out first and observe what kind of terrain we are in," Germain replied. "Don't worry. Biscuit is more experienced than us. Maybe she is waiting for us outside now." Chapter 63. Finally, 10 minutes later, the two saw the light at the cave entrance without much surprise, and the cool wind outside also poured into the cave, which refreshed people. The giant snake's nest was originally just its base, not a maze, so the structure was relatively simple, and it was normal to find the entrance and exit quickly. Pressure +6. The two stood at the entrance and exit of the cave, finally leaving the complete darkness in the cave. The sky outside was a little dark, but at least they didn't need a flashlight to see things clearly. German left the dark environment and immediately materialized the hunter badge to check his stress value. As a result, he stayed in the cave for about an hour, and his stress value had soared from the initial 3 points to the current 74 points, including the 5 points of resentment gift from the nest giant snake. However, when German and Shiori used the flashlight together, the interval between his stress value increases was significantly extended, which might be a revelation. Darkness is not good for him and will accumulate stress, while light is his partner, which will slow down this process. Germain had to be thankful that they made the right choice to enter the dark continent during the day. Once it was dark, the situation would be even worse. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from not far away, as if something had fallen. "What is that?" Shiori put the flashlight back into the backpack and looked in that direction. Germain shook his head. "I don't know. Let's go and have a look." They walked in that direction together. On the way, Germain looked up and confirmed why it was so dark here. There were towering trees in all directions, each with a trunk that covered an area comparable to that of a church, and lush branches and leaves intertwined together, enough to be called blocking out the sun. The sun's rays could hardly penetrate the layers of leaves, and only a few lucky glimmers of light shone through, leaving scattered silhouettes all over the ground. Suddenly, some vague shadows flashed by. Germain couldn't help but frown, but they soon disappeared without a trace, like a nightmare that had faded away. "Did I see it wrong, German?" Shiori walked in front, and seeing that German was slow to catch up, he turned around and called out in confusion. "Here we are," German replied. The two walked to the end, and there was a steep cliff in front of them. They stretched their heads and looked down, and saw that there was another protrusion below, and at the bottom was a flat land with scattered yellow leaves. In other words, this is a 3-layer valley, with steep cliffs between each layer. German and Shiori stood on the highest layer, and from a bird's eye view from above, it can be seen that this place is in the shape of a ring. At the bottom of the valley, there fell a monster as big as a 2-story house. It was pitch black, covered with hair, had 8 thick legs and 16 green eyes. "What a big spider," Shiori commented bluntly, and suddenly looked at Germain and explained in a rather redundant way. "I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the spider below. Germain did not deliberately hide his identity as a member of the Phantom Troupe. When Xiaodi was curious and wanted to confirm it, he rolled up his trouser legs and let her see the tattoo of the 12-legged spider. Xiaodi looked at the number 8 on the spider's abdomen and nodded repeatedly. Many people in Meteor Street admire the Phantom Troupe. In their eyes, the Phantom Troupe has reorganized the order of Meteor Street, maintained the balance, and improved the living standards. Even the elders may ask them about any major issues. This is the difference between different angles and different groups of people looking at the Phantom Troupe. Their heroes are my enemies. Back to the present. I know you are talking about the spider below. German answered briefly, then pointed to the spider. Look carefully. The person standing next to the spider. Xiaodi looked back. Huh? Blinked his big eyes, and asked uncertainly, Is she Biscuit? Or the one who took away Biscuit's clothes? It was normal that she didn't dare to confirm it completely. She hadn't seen Biscuit's true form yet. Of course, Germain hadn't seen it either. Beside the fallen spider stood a tall and burly woman with a blonde ponytail and a princess dress stretched to the limit. She raised her leg angrily and kicked the spider. She put her hands on her hips, as if complaining about something, but her voice was too soft, so Germain and Xiaodi couldn't hear it clearly. That's Biscuit. Germain walked to the edge of the cliff and jumped to the next level. He didn't stop talking in midair. It should be said that this is her true appearance. In combat form. Xiaodi also jumped down. Both of them landed steadily on the second floor. Battle form? Xiaodi asked curiously as she followed German Man forward. Is it one of Biscuit's telepathic abilities? German Man jumped to the bottom of the valley with her. It is indeed closely related to her telepathic abilities. Do you know limb bending? It is a technique of killers, especially the Zoldyck family, which is the best at it. It will leave an afterimage in the same place. You can think of this as Biscuit's transformation technique. In fact, a more appropriate example should be Illumi Zoldyck's disguise technique. He used telepathic needles to change his appearance, which is also a technique closely related to his telepathic abilities. Xiaodi still looked a little confused, not sure if she didn't understand, or if she understood but still had this expression. Germain further explained, You know the silverback gorilla, right? It usually walks on 4 legs. But once it feels threatened, it will stand upright like a human and beat its chest. Germain Biscuit's roar came from afar, obviously hearing what Germain said. If you keep talking, this spider will be your fate. Germain felt Biscuit's anger, so he had to wave his hand helplessly and stop talking. The two walked in front of Biscuit, and they had to look up to talk to her. Can I still call you Little Biscuit now? Xiaodi's glasses, which had originally slipped to the tip of her nose, just slid back to the right position on the bridge of her nose because she looked up. You don't look small at all, Biscuit sighed, but still did not change back to the petite girl form. German. Xiaodi. Let's not talk about personal topics for now. You shouldn't come down immediately. Look up and see more clearly. We are now surrounded by the enemy. Hearing this, German remembered the vague black shadows he saw not long ago. So he looked up again. Perhaps because of the angle and light. This time he finally saw the true body of those outlines. Like the spider that Biscuit had just knocked down. There were many spiders that looked exactly the same crawling on the towering trees. They hung on the branches, staring at the trees with eager eyes. However, above these 20 spiders, wrapped in branches and leaves, there was an extremely large spider web. A spider that was much bigger and more ferocious than the other spiders was quietly staying in the center of the web. Its 16 eyes stared at German, Biscuit and Xiaodi at the bottom of the valley. The two thick chelicerae of the giant spider swung up and down, as if a military flag was waved, and all the smaller spiders crawled down like a torrent. And for a moment, it was like thousands of troops moving together. Chapter 64. When spiders came from all directions like a tide, blocking all the retreat routes, German, Biscuit and Xiaodi did not panic at all, but calmly formed a triangle formation. You all reacted quickly. Biscuit clenched his fists, with a tense fighting posture, and his mind was entangled in one. It's a good thing for our team to avoid panic, demand explanations, fall into despair, and rekindle faith. She has always acted alone and rarely teamed up with others. It was because she had suffered such a loss before, and later she simply felt that it was better to fight like a lone wolf than to cooperate with unreliable teammates. In this regard, Germain and Xiaodi actually have the same awareness as Biscuit. And it is quite strange that the temporary team of 3 lone wolves has shown a special tacit understanding in the current situation of being surrounded. Germain originally wanted to find a safe place as soon as he found Biscuit, and let her magic beautician Miss Cookie relieve his stress. But now this idea is definitely not feasible. Let's make a quick decision, he said to the 2 people behind him. Biscuit, you just defeated a spider. Do you have any key information to tell us? Yes. Biscuit immediately responded. They will float for a short time. When the spider's abdomen swells, it will be like a balloon filled with helium, which will make them float for a few seconds before falling to the ground. In addition, there are their spider silk and fangs. Although I haven't observed them using these weapons, they are spiders, and will most likely use them in the next battle. That's all I know. That's enough, German replied. The rest of the abilities can be gradually explored. Remember to share information with each other in time. Biscuit and Xiaodi both nodded. But the key is still the spider at the top. Right? Xiaodi was already holding the metal rod of the bulge-eyed fish in his hand. Ready to go. It should be the leader of this group of spiders. At this time, the spider group had also rushed to the bottom of the valley, as if more than 20 off-road vehicles were driving in at the same time. Their legs swung quickly, making a creepy sound, like the rapid drumbeats of war, urging the prey to fall into their rhythm. One of the spiders opened its mouth wide, spit out its fangs, screamed at the 3 people, and pounced on them. Biscuit's tall figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he had flashed to the side of the spider's head. With the force of his solid legs, he kicked the sturdy spider directly into the air. The spider flew out like a big stone thrown by a catapult, breaking through the sky. Did you see it? She landed smoothly on the ground. And then, there was the rumble of the spider falling. Be quick, accurate, and ruthless. Don't give them time to float up. There's no need to deal with them. Use the fastest speed and the most direct way to solve them. Their advantage is numbers. Once their numbers drop to a certain level, they will be completely suppressed by us. She pointed to the spider leader at the top. As for that one, if it doesn't come down, we can't do anything. Climbing up the tree now will fall into its trap. Just leave it alone. More mature and experienced than CG. German and Xiaodi are willing to listen to her advice, and naturally nodded at this moment. The spider group has surged, almost completely engulfing the tiny 3 people under the wave. Xiaodi dodged the legs of a spider, which had sharp protrusions like scimitars that pierced deeply into the ground. She hid under the abdomen of another spider, and the bulge-eyed fish opened its mouth and bit a hole in the spider's abdomen. Black pus immediately spurted out and spilled on the ground. The spider howled, and its 8 legs moved randomly. The scimitar protrusion stabbed back and forth, but Xiaodi dodged them flexibly and collided with a spider next to it. The 2 spiders fell flat on their backs. Their legs are very sharp. Xiaodi only had time to remind the other 2 loudly at this time. Their abdomen is a blind spot in vision and is very fragile. Understood, Biscuit replied. His palm was like a knife, and he actually cut off the legs of an attacking spider. Their joints are also weak points. German used a meat saw to cut off the spider's chelicerium that was close at hand. It looked dangerous, but in fact he calculated the distance accurately, and the spider could not bite him. A spider next to him turned its body and pointed its abdomen at German, spraying out sticky spider silk with a whoosh, and shot it at German at lightning speed. But German reacted too quickly and dodged sideways, and the spider silk instead wrapped the other spider's 16 eyes tightly. The spider, whose vision was blocked, began to rush around in panic, and its actions were impossible to predict. The spider that sprayed spider silk continued to spray, and the spider silk on its abdomen kept spitting out towards German. German dodged them one by one, and then simply took out the flamethrower, shooting out a fire snake, igniting the spider silk. And the spiders that had originally gathered around also retreated in fear. Their venom is injected through fangs. German held the flamethrower and looked around, not relaxing. They are afraid of fire. Spider silk is flammable. Improvised incendiary bombs. Biscuit immediately realized and turned back to take out 3 prepared metal balls from his backpack. Xiaodi also took out the simple incendiary bombs from his backpack after being reminded. They pressed the button on the incendiary bomb and threw it at the spiders. The metal ball instantly sprayed a large ball of flames, igniting the hair on the spiders and the fallen leaves on the ground. The fire gradually grew stronger, and the spiders at the bottom of the valley no longer rushed forward like before, except for those spiders that were already trapped in the sea of fire and swallowed by the flames. The others retreated outside the fire circle to watch. German, Biscuit, and Shouty withdrew from the encirclement of the sea of fire and leaned against a stone wall. "Can you continue?" German asked. "If not, I will light the teleportation lantern now and send us all back to the human world." "I can continue." Biscuit crossed his arms and said proudly. "This group of spiders can't force me into a desperate situation." "Where's Shouty?" Shouty raised a hand, like a quiet library member, but the other two knew she was not. "I can continue." In addition, the spider leader seems to have made new movements. At Shouty's reminder, Germain and Biscuit looked up and saw that the giant spider was no longer staying in the middle of the spider web, but crawling to the edge of the spider web. Its chelicerae were swinging, and an unpleasant hissing sound came out of its mouthparts, as if urging its spider family. Those spiders had to bypass the fire wall, or attack from the two wings, or float up with their abdomens puffed up, and then jump down from the stone wall that the three people were leaning against. There are still 17. Germain was not afraid at all. He stood up and jumped. The extended meat saw chop the eyeball of a spider and tore the wound fiercely with the teeth. 16. Biscuit punched hard with both fists, and the mine burst out. The abdomen of a spider burst like a balloon pierced by a needle. 15. She continued Germain's counting. Shouty pushed the bulge-eyed fish and sucked all the spider silk from the spider's abdomen into it, leaving nothing behind. The spider's abdomen was shriveled, and its head was smashed to pieces by Shouty's bulge-eyed fish. 14. 13. 12. 11. 10. Slowly, German, Bista, and Shouty turned from defense to offense. The entire situation at the bottom of the valley was under their control, and this place became their hunting ground. Finally, when there were only 7 spiders left in the spider family, the giant spider sitting on the spider web could no longer bear it. It jumped off the spider web and landed at the bottom of the valley with a bang. Chapter 65. This jump raised a cloud of dust, and its 16 eyeballs blinked in the dust. It seemed dull, but it was actually staring fiercely at the 3 strange human creatures. Its body was quite huge. After stretching out its hairy legs, it occupied 2/3 of the valley floor. After the giant spider fell, the spider family retreated behind it. After a dead silence, it screamed at German, Biscuit, and Shouty. The sound was extremely harsh, and German and the other two couldn't help but cover their ears. Pressure +8. The giant spider didn't care about that. It turned its abdomen and spit out a large ball of sticky spider silk. It looked like a white stone pillar falling from the sky. "Be careful," Germain warned. The 3 of them dodged in different directions. Then the spider silk pierced into the soil like a spear. And then the spider silk shook and suddenly pulled up a large piece of rock. Then, the giant spider swung the large piece of rock like a meteor hammer and smashed it at Germain. Bang! Germain dodged again, and heard the rock layer stuck to the end of the spider silk directly smash the stone wall behind him, leaving a large gap. Countless rats were startled out of the gap, and they ran out wildly, causing chaos in the valley. In order to escape, they worked together to dig several elliptical black holes at the bottom of the valley and went in. The rest ran around like headless flies. "Be careful not to step on the black holes," German reminded. "They are the culprits who teleported you. But after a few seconds, they will shrink and disappear." Biscuit and Shouty responded knowingly. The huge rock layer with spider webs was still being swung by the giant spider, constantly hitting the stone wall at the bottom of the valley. The ground, fallen leaves, and dust were all floating in the air. "We have to fight at close range." Germain made a judgment. "I deal with the spider silk, and you deal with its chelicerae and legs." Biscuit and Shouty looked at each other, nodded, and then ran out from the left and right sides of Germain, circling around the 2 sides of the giant spider. Germain stepped on the stone wall, saw the right opportunity, and jumped onto the rock that was being swung by the giant spider. For a moment, the rock layer spun back and forth, and he felt like he was sitting on a super large pendulum in an amusement park. He suppressed his nausea and finally steadied himself. He raised the flamethrower and sprayed a fire snake at the sticky spider silk, which quickly caught fire. The next moment, with a snap, the spider silk broke, and the rock layer where German was thrown out, before the rock layer hit the stone wall and the stone broke and shattered. He jumped down from above, then rolled on the ground and landed smoothly. Bang! As expected, The rock layer and the stone wall were destroyed together. German took a breath and rushed towards the giant spider again. The giant spider lost its rock meteor hammer and stopped moving in a daze. Then Biscuit and Shioty approached, and their 2 legs were broken one after another. The pain made it scream again. Pressure +8. The flames were still burning on the spider silk, and the spider silk was stuck on the abdomen of the giant spider, which made it look like a huge bomb that was about to be ignited by the fuse. The giant spider also sensed the threat of the flames, and first used its scimitar-like legs to force Biscuit and Shioty back, and then cut the spider silk, swinging its sharp claws intimidatingly. The remaining 7 spiders of the spider family also rushed over again at this moment. Germain pierced the head of a spider with his leech sword at the fastest speed, and blasted most of the 16 eyeballs of another spider with scattering bullets from his musket. He was finally able to get close to the giant spider. Biscuit had just solved the spider that was entangled with her at this time. Nodded to Germain, then pounced, and with his arms bulging with strength, he broke off one of the giant spider's legs. The giant spider with only 5 legs left howled and bit Biscuit with its calicity. Biscuit dodged at the critical moment, and then used a powerful uppercut to hit the giant spider's jaw. The giant spider was shaken all over, and was a little dazed by her punch. While Biscuit was fighting with the giant spider, German went under the giant spider's abdomen, raised the meat saw and stabbed it at the hole where it spewed spider silk. Swish! German held the meat saw in both hands, and pulled it from the end of the giant spider's abdomen to the direction of the giant spider's head. The sharp saw teeth were constantly cutting it open. The giant spider also noticed that the more threatening person was under its abdomen, but the possibility of it inflating its abdomen to fly had disappeared, and it could only crawl to the side with a painful scream. Pressure +8. At this moment, the resentment gift obtained from slaughtering the spider family and the scream of the giant spider were superimposed, and German's pressure value finally reached a new peak. Pressure 100. Triggered. Torture, paranoia. German only felt his eardrums buzzing, and his mind was in a mess. He couldn't help but stop where he was and gasped rapidly. Everything around him became silent at that moment, as if nothing mattered anymore. He felt as if he was fighting alone. However, someone was still calling his name. The voice was very soft at first. Then it became louder and louder until it was clear and complete. Germain? 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 Germain was stunned for a moment. And then he saw Shioty not far away stepping on a giant spider leg that had just been torn off. Shouting at him and pointing in another direction. He turned his head and saw that the giant spider, which had been pierced in the abdomen and lost 5 legs, was still dragging its broken body to chase Biscuit. The giant spider probably knew that it was doomed, so its ferocity became even stronger, and it was determined to drag Biscuit to death with it. Biscuit responded calmly. She knew that the giant spider was doomed. It was only a matter of time, but she kept using herself as bait to lure it to move violently and increase its blood loss. I have to get rid of it. Germain felt dazed, not knowing whether he had just said this out loud or in his heart. Regardless of all that, he rushed towards the giant spider like black lightning, deftly dodged its leg scimitars, and cut off another spider leg with the meat saw. This time, the giant spider only had 2 legs left, and finally couldn't support such a huge body, fell down with a bang, and slid forward into a huge pit of more than 10 meters. German didn't want to wait for the giant spider to bleed to death, so he jumped directly on the spider's back, pushed aside the hard hairs, stabbed into the giant spider's head with a knife, and continued to go deeper. The spirit surged. Trigger the beast nemesis. Critical hit. Pressure -10. The giant spider wanted to make a final scream, but was stabbed by German, and completely lost its soul, spitting out black blood like pus from its mouthparts, and could no longer move. Chapter 66. Temperament 2931, Spider Family 36, Spider Leader, Pressure 100, Torture 90, Critical Hit 95. Items: Spider Silk Lasso, Teleportation Lantern, new. The giant spider lay on its side at the bottom of the valley, its body in tatters, like a dead whale stranded on the shore. Sooner or later it will attract flies. Biscuit kicked its huge body and said with certainty, "It must be dead." Well done, Germain. The last blow was decisive. We won. With a whoosh, Biscuit's body, which was as tall as an iron tower, shrank back to its previous petite appearance, still looking like a weak girl. This form is more comfortable. Biscuit smiled and looked down at her dress that stretched freely. Shiori walked behind Germain, holding the bloody bulge-eye fish. She looked expressionless as if she was going to give Germain a fatal blow from behind. However, she actually came to care about Germain. Germain, what's wrong with you? I just saw you in a trance for about 3 seconds at the last moment. Are you poisoned? Where is the wound? My bulge-eye fish can help you suck it out. Yes. Biscuit was about to say this. She held the hem of her princess dress with both hands, walked over quickly, and asked, Fortunately, this beast has all his attention on me. What happened to you just now? I'm fine, German replied calmly, and then asked, Do you feel the accumulated depression in your heart? Does it affect your mentality and restrict your actions? Biscuit nodded and shook his head. I feel tired and depressed. But I think this is a normal emotion after a journey to the Dark Continent. Is there anything strange about this? Biscuit now, because of fighting side by side with German and Shiori, has 90% believed that this is the Dark Continent. I am the same as Biscuit. Shiori no longer called Biscuit Little Biscuit, which made the latter a little sad. But Shiori was such a stubborn person. German put his hands in the pockets of the hunter's black robe, lowered his head, and thought for a while. It seems that the darkness and the spider screams have not had much impact on you. The cost of the teleportation lantern is mainly borne by me. German, who has the teleportation lantern, is like holding a device that reduces the spirit value and increases the stress value. Once encountering a specific scene, the ability will trigger a stress event. There is no way to do this. Generally speaking, the more unimaginable the ability is, the more troublesome the cost will be. Even if he doesn't use the lantern once, he will still bear the cost on weekdays. What's wrong? Biscuit saw that he looked wrong and couldn't help asking. German briefly talked about torture, paranoia. I see. Biscuit held his chin with his fingers and thought quickly. When the stress value exceeds 100 points, you will have a chance to enter the state of torture or virtue. Even if you recover to below 100 points in time, it will not help. At the same time, if you are already in the state of torture or virtue, even if you reach the 100-point stress threshold again, you will not add new torture or virtue. Torture, as the name suggests, will torture yourself and the people around you. Depending on the different tortures, your mind and actions will be affected to different degrees. Virtue is completely the opposite. Different virtues will give different states, amplifying yourself and the people around you. However, the probability of triggering virtue is relatively low, and the probability of triggering torture is relatively high. In any case, the state of virtue or torture will last for half an hour. Based on this, the final upper limit of the stress value is 200 points. So, I have a question. What will happen when the stress value reaches 200 points? I will die of exhaustion, Germain answered calmly, without any fear on his face, but as if it was a matter of course. The mind and soul will disappear, and only the body will remain. In this world, the soul is real, and reincarnation is also feasible. In the future invasion of chimera ants, countless creatures have proved this with their own lives. This time, Biscuit's expression became serious. How about this? You sit down. I will use the magic beautician Miss Cookie to help you decompress. I'm fine, Germain answered involuntarily. Then he realized that he was affected by paranoia. So he compromised. It's not safe here. Let's go back first. Okay. Biscuit put his hands on his hips and sighed. You said before that returning to the human world from the Dark Continent will also increase your stress by 10 points. So the total stress is 105 points. A half-hour treatment by the magic beautician Miss Cookie can help you reduce 24 points. And then wait for another hour and a half. And it can help you reduce it by another point. German took the initiative to smile at Biscuit. There's no need to be so nervous. Once a day is enough. Your energy is not infinite. So how can you use your mind power continuously? Biscuit looked at him suspiciously. Are you really okay? Really okay. Well, okay. Once a day. The pressure value can be cleared within 5 days. The torture will disappear completely after half an hour. Let's rest together during this time. Biscuit made a decision. Then turned to Shiori and said, Use your bulge-eye fish to clean up this scene. Shiori made an okay gesture and went to execute it swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, Shiori returned with a full harvest, and the valley bottom was cleared, leaving only the burning fallen leaves. But the fire was gradually weakening and was about to go out. German set up a new teleportation lantern here, which he named Spider Valley Bottom. And 4 shriveled ghosts arrived as promised. Let's go back. He reached out and held the hand of a ghost. Biscuit and Shioty did the same. They looked like young people taking their children out for an outing. But these children looked a little too shabby. What a pity. Biscuit looked around and sighed with regret. No gem minerals were found. There is no way. I can only talk about it next time. The 3 of them led the ghosts. And in an instant, it was like a change of time. And they disappeared together with the teleportation lantern. 5 minutes later, there was a rustling sound in the sky. And the dense branches and leaves were pushed aside by an invisible force. And the scorching sun shone on the bottom of the valley. After a short silence, there was a sudden loud vibration. And smoke and fallen leaves flew up and then slowly scattered. A huge palm print suddenly appeared at the bottom of the valley. Enough to cover the empty space. And the 5 fingers were clearly outlined and deeply sunk into the soil. The world returned to silence. Chapter 67. And in the archipelago, in the center of Lake Mobius, among the 6 continents, in a luxurious suite, the strange purple light of the teleportation lantern flashed, and the 3 people returned to the human world, while Biscuit and Shioty were still adapting to the dim environment from daytime to early morning. Germain was already confirming various matters that needed attention. First, the newly added traits. Positive trait, Warrior of Light. Negative trait, Fear of Light. When Germain saw these 2 traits, he couldn't help but be stunned, especially after repeatedly confirming the abilities they brought. He felt a sense of absurdity. The Light Warrior will increase his combat power when there is enough light, while the photophobia will reduce his combat power when there is enough light. In other words, as a Light Warrior with photophobia, Germain has not gained any characteristics. After a period of helplessness, he had to find a Bengani or other mind-removing masters for a new mind-removing, and put it on his schedule to try to get rid of the photophobia as soon as possible. In addition, the cooling time of the lantern has also doubled to 2 hours, and it is now slowly passing. Germain is not surprised by this. Biscuit and Shioty both stood up at this time, looking around the room as if they were reacquainting themselves with the environment, and felt quite incredible about this trip. It's a little after 4 in the morning. Biscuit had adapted to the light by now, and after seeing the time on the clock, she walked out to the balcony and looked at the city outside. The city at 4 in the morning. Then, she walked back and saw Germain checking around and confirming the traps left one by one. None of them were triggered, which meant that no outsiders had entered. You are really careful. Biscuit watched him squat down to check and stand up again. Germain shrugged his shoulders, just in case. At this time, Shioty suddenly yawned. Germain and Biscuit both looked at her. She tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong? Aren't you tired after more than 3 hours of travel? I'm already very sleepy. Seeing this, Germain said, then let's stop here for now, and leave anything else until this afternoon. Let's all go back to the room, wash up, take a nap, and have a good rest. That's right, Biscuit replied. Let's disband now. After resting, I will summon the magic beautician Miss Cookie in full state. So, the 3 of them tacitly went into their own rooms, without worrying about what happened on this journey and the distribution that should be made afterwards. 10 hours later, Germain was awakened by the knocking on the door. He opened his eyes and heard Biscuit's voice after he regained consciousness. The influence of paranoia had completely dissipated. If possible, he really wanted to sleep for a few more hours. Get up, Germain. You've slept for more than 9 hours. Is that enough? I ordered lunch and it's been delivered. Get up and eat. Germain didn't respond. She kept knocking on the door. Germain had to agree and got up to brush his teeth and wash his face. When they got to the dining table outside, there was indeed a table full of delicious food, which made people salivate. Biscuit and Shioty, who were already sitting at the table, waved to him. I asked the friend who contacted us before to help us treat our injuries to go back. Of course, I paid her a sum of money. Biscuit pointed to his mobile phone, indicating that he had just communicated with that friend. I wanted to introduce you to her, but she was too shy and socially anxious. I couldn't do anything about her, so I had to let her go. German sat down, and the other 2 picked up their knives and forks to cut the steaks in front of them. Do you want a drink? Biscuit opened a bottle of wine. Seeing that German and Shioty shook their heads, she was a little bored, but she still poured herself a glass. Then I drink it myself. while eating the lunch that should have been eaten more than 2 hours ago. German took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Abengani. Abengani, I need to get rid of my thoughts. Do you have time? Abengani replied quickly. Mr. Germain, I'm not making excuses. But I really need some time to recover. If possible, please come back to me in a month to get rid of the thoughts. Otherwise, please ask someone else. Germain didn't mean to force him. So he replied okay. Biscuit sat next to him, glanced at him from the corner of his eye, and suddenly asked, We used to contact each other by text messages. Why don't we take this opportunity to form a chat group? How about it? Chat group? Germain looked at Biscuit. Isn't text message good? Xiaodi also looked at Biscuit. Biscuit looked at them helplessly. Sometimes I really feel that I am not the one who was born more than 50 years ago. You are? You young people should keep up with the times. She is very sensitive to age issues, but also very double-standard. She can make fun of it, but others can't. It is a bit counterintuitive that this world has social platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, and Line, etc. Not only that, Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball is a big hit here, and many people know the trick of Jinkiden. For example, Sweeping Team is one of the representatives of special effects dramas. Therefore, Bisigi felt that these two people were even more stubborn than herself, and had never used a chat group. However, she felt relieved when she thought of their backgrounds. So she began to explain. Do you want us to contact each other online in the future? German asked after hearing it. It's not that he has never used a chat group. After all, he used similar social platforms in his original world. This time he was just asking. Of course not. Biscuit shook his head. Although there is no clear regulation, professional hunters generally do not touch these popular social platforms to avoid exposing their intelligence. However, in contrast, we also have a chat group dedicated to hunters, which is more confidential than line and text messages. A chat group dedicated to hunters? German pointed at Xiaodi, who was eating a vegetable salad. Xiaodi is not a hunter. Can she use this group? Xiaodi adjusted her glasses and said, I can go and take a hunter license now. I see that German seems to have taken the test quite easily. Don't make it sound like a hunter license is sold wholesale on the street. Biscuit stroked his forehead with his hand. However, with Xiaodi's strength, it is indeed not difficult. It's just that the new hunter exam will not be available until next year. These are not the main points. The main point is that she does not need to be a hunter to join the group, as long as the person who founded the group is a hunter. Oh, that's fine too. Xiaodi nodded. Chapter 68. The afternoon sun was setting, and the sunlight penetrated the balcony glass window and invaded the white-tiled hotel suite. The three were still eating, but they were almost full. Biscuit continued the previous topic. She said, of course, to be on the safe side, it is better not to mention certain important words in the chat group messages, and be as obscure as possible. Shared information should also be in paper materials as much as possible. The chat group is just for the convenience of contact, and there is no need to notify one by one. Then create a group. German made the final decision. Xiaodi had no objection, so the matter was decided and handed over to Biscuit to create the group. After lunch, or afternoon tea, Biscuit really spent half an hour to create an anonymous chat group and let Germain and Xiaodi join. Germain and Xiaodi did not need to fill in relevant personal information. They just needed to register an account, joining the group called Beautiful Girl Dream Factory. Germain saw that Biscuit, as the group owner, took the initiative to give him an administrator privilege. So, Germain changed the name of the chat group to Stagecoach. Huh? Biscuit complained, holding his hands together and posing cutely. German, why change the name? Obviously the previous group name was so nice and appropriate. Xiaodi's focus was on something else. Why is it called Stagecoach? Germain explained, with the common purpose of exploring the Dark Continent. We gathered together and set off through the teleportation lantern. Such a place should be called. Before he finished speaking, Xiaodi added, Stagecoach. I understand. It is a metaphor. I still like Pretty Girl's Dream Factory. Biscuit pouted, but no one paid attention to her coquettishness. 2 votes in favor and 1 vote against, and the Stagecoach group was established. Since the purpose of the anonymous chat group is only communication, the interface is very simple, and the functions are complete without being redundant. Germain only took a while to master the basic skills of how to use it. On the other hand, Shiori only learned to use most of the functions in a methodical manner under the guidance of Biscuit, who was born half a century ago. The next adventure trip is estimated to be in more than a month. And I will contact you then, Germain said. What do you plan to do during this time? Biscuit's white gloved fingers stroked his chin for a while, and answered first. In the next few days, I will ask the magic beautician Miss Cookie to perform beauty treatments on the three of us to relieve the stress and fatigue on each of us. In my free time, I will write down all the things I have seen and heard this time. These are all valuable experiences that may be useful in the future. We will find an open field to confirm the harvest swallowed by the small bulge-eyed fish one by one. But you must be mentally prepared. This batch of harvest will be divided into batches, and a small part will be transferred each time. It will take several months to clean it up, and our respective shares will be settled monthly. But, yes, no matter what, we must have made a fortune this time. Biscuit couldn't help showing some joy at this time. I will try my best to clean my hands and feet. I will help you too. Shiori raised her hand and said, I actually have a lot of channels. If I sell these to them as rare monsters, they won't say anything. I used to have an acquaintance named Lei Lute. She specializes in selling rare creatures, including corpses. It's a pity that she was arrested a few years ago. I heard that she was sentenced to more than 100 years in prison. Hearing that Shiori was going off topic, Biscuit quickly turned the topic back to them. What do you plan to do with the money after you get it? Let me tell you first. I will use it to buy some gems that I have long admired for collection. What about you guys? She has several secret gem collections, and with an extra windfall, she doesn't mind adding more precious collections. Biscuit has a habit, that is, like a western dragon, guarding a cave full of gems and swimming in the sparkling gem ocean. I will go back to Meteor Street, Shiori answered seriously. I will find the elders and priests, and donate a sum of money to the children of Meteor Street through them. Her previous black sweater was torn by the snake's curved teeth, so she changed into a new set of clothes and wore a fitted white shirt, looking like a confused beautiful tourist. Of course, Germain would not stop Shiori from donating money to Meteor Street. This was a different choice they would make from different standpoints. He did not want to preach love and peace to Shiori, to prove how ugly Meteor Street and the Phantom Troupe were, and that they should not be helped. Such words were impossible to say. He slowly came to his senses, and had already figured out what Meteor Street was like now. Can Meteor Street develop? The answer is no. So can Meteor Street perish? The answer is no. No matter how united the people of Meteor Street are, or how fierce and powerful the Phantom Troupe is, it is impossible for one region to fight against the many-state machines of the 6 continents. To put it bluntly, if E5 or some other country is really pushed to the limit, and many bombs called Rose of the Poor are dropped, there will be basically no one alive in Meteor Street. The 6 continents did not do this because they needed a garbage dump, a slaughterhouse, to deal with the things they don't want, and raise some talents they need, like raising goo. This is the positioning of Meteor Street. Its upper and lower limits have been locked, like living in a twisted cage, and no changes are allowed. The elders of Meteor Street are very aware of this, so they put forward the seemingly tough but helpless idea of we accept everyone, so don't take anything from us. In the Kajin Empire, there is a class of untouchables. This identity means that they are humble people who have to serve the Empire for generations, and there is no possibility of turning over. Maybe some prince, who wants to use them, will give them better treatment and let them die for him. The people of Meteor Street are similar to the untouchables of the Kajin Empire. They are a group of people who have lost their social identity. Theoretically, they don't even exist in the world. Outside Meteor Street, they have the opportunity to change their status only if they are favored by big people. And inside Meteor Street, they have the motivation to survive only if they harbor filth, abandon themselves, and are full of anger. No one has ever voluntarily been abandoned or born in Meteor Street. After facing the gray reality, they clearly realized their situation and gradually split into 3 major factions. Chapter 69. The Extreme Hardliners, led by the Elders of Meteor City, members of the Phantom Troupe, excluding Germain and Hisoka, and most of the people of Meteor City. As long as they can protect Meteor City, and as long as the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, they can do anything, and have a strong sense of indifference to life outside Meteor City. The breakaway faction, led by Kijo Zoldyck, Killua's mother, and Canaria, Zoldyck family trainee housekeeper. For some reason, they left Meteor City, and may come back to take a look occasionally. but their connection with Meteor City is very weak, and they pay more attention to their current lives. The ambivalent faction, led by Shira, a childhood friend of the main members of the Phantom Troupe, including Kuroro and Maki, perhaps because of their disagreement with the elders of Meteor City and the Phantom Troupe, or for other reasons. They have lived outside Meteor City for many years, but are unwilling to completely cut off ties. Among the three major factions, the extreme hardline faction is the most powerful and popular, because Meteor City needs them. And from the results, they have indeed changed and protected Meteor City. German can be said to be a reformed person who can freely accuse the people of Meteor Street and the Phantom Troupe of being dirty and brutal on the moral high ground. But he did not do so. Nor would he stop Shiati's charity action, because he disdains to do such things that are eager to divide and add insult to injury. German does not help the evil, nor does he want to take this opportunity to please the world outside Meteor Street. He wants to go his own way. Although Biscuit has no feelings for Meteor Street, he still praised Shiati as a good child from the perspective of an elder, and then turned his eyes to German. German, Shiati and I both told each other about our next itinerary. What about you? What are you going to do? German ate a ripe peach and felt the sticky juice on the corner of his mouth. So he took a tissue and wiped it gently. I will first pay the fee for the mind removal to a Bengani, and then I will probably rest for more than a month. It's to start your practice, right? Biscuit asked with a smile. Yes. German had made up his mind. I think it's time to slow down and try to consolidate the foundation so that my mind ability can be further changed. Biscuit nodded. To be honest, I am very pleased that you think so. Many people with mind ability are overly pursuing enhancement in a short period of time, and often ignore the most basic practice of entanglement, training, and release of join, condensation, roundness, and hardness. They do not hesitate to set up restrictions and vows that consume life and potential, or go astray to practice non-core and non-neighboring mind systems. This is wrong. Biscuit said this and shook his head again and again. I have seen many talented people die young or become ordinary people. Sometimes I just think they are so stupid, and sometimes I think it is a pity. What we in Zenuanlia cannot give up the most is the practice of body and mind, and gratitude for martial arts. They are the most difficult paths, and they must be the paths that have the last laugh. German, Shiati, even though you are not disciples of Zenuanliu, I also hope that you can remember these 2 points, and never rush for success and go astray. Perhaps because of his age, Biscuit has really liked to give some teachings to those who agree with him more and more recently. And Germain and Shiati did not disappoint her, and really listened to her. They were not beginners in inability, so they naturally knew that her words were pertinent and mature. In the next 5 days, Germain and Shiati not only received treatment from the magic beautician Miss Cookie, but also implemented Biscuit's suggestions. That is to pay attention to inner practice, martial arts gratitude and practice foundation. It is not about pursuing any leap forward in 5 days. The most important thing is to keep yourself in a calm state of mind. On January 26th, Biscuit asked the magic beautician Miss Cookie to do the last pink breath for Germain, and the effect was remarkable. Germain, who was relieved of his stress, decided to say goodbye to the two the next day and prepare to start his own practice. Then see you in more than a month. Biscuit waved to Germain, who packed his luggage and was ready to leave. At this time, Shiati asked, Germain, do you want to donate some money to the children of Meteor Street? She did not deliberately exaggerate the situation of the children of Meteor Street, because she knew that Germain, like her, grew up from this group of children and knew it very well. Germain hesitated for a while and replied, donate it. You can just take a sum from my share and donate it in your name. Shiati didn't ask why, but just nodded, okay. I will do this well. Then see you in more than a month. Germain nodded, turned and left the hotel suite, walked out of the hotel, took a bus, and left the city. He needed to establish the direction of his mind ability evolution in the next period of time, and set appropriate constraints and oaths. The constraints and oaths set by Gon to improve his Nen ability are special attack on members of the Phantom Troupe, lifespan, potential, etc. These can achieve the greatest improvement in the shortest time. But Germain will never choose such a path unless it is absolutely necessary. At the same time, he examined himself and found the most suitable constraints and oaths. All Nen users will improve their temperament after continuous hard training, but the degree of improvement is different. The improvement of Qi includes the improvement of potential Qi and manifest Qi. That is, the improvement of the upper limit of Qi storage and release. According to German's previous opinion, the Qi of Nin users can also be divided into levels. The Qi of ordinary people travelers is between 0 and 1. The Qi of apprentices, who have just awakened Nin, and Nin ability is between 1 and 5. The Qi of brave men who have mastered the advanced Nin ability is between 5 and 10. The Qi of elites among Nin users is between 10 and 50. The master among Nin users has a Qi between 50 and 100. The champion among Nin users has a Qi above 100. Among all Nin users in the world, Germain's Qi increase speed can be said to be one of the best. In the foreseeable 1 or 2 years, his Qi will be closer and closer to the master among Nin users, such as President Netero, Geno Zoldyck, King and other big names. And this is not the end. And there may not even be an end. Or there is no end. Germain's energy will be his development capital, a property with great growth potential. He plans to set such a restriction in oath. And every time he attacks and defends, he will consume more energy than normal. Once the extra energy consumed exceeds a threshold he set, he can make his next mental ability consume normally, but double the power or have outstanding effects. In fact, the inspiration comes from the energy storage system commonly used in fighting games. Of course, it is normal for the initial idea to be different from the final results. And even the difference is very big. In the next practice, Germain will continue to adjust until the needs are met. For this reason, he deliberately chose a remote mountain forest to get off the car. And after searching for a long time, he decided to build a simple wooden house not far from a lake. Chapter 70. German used a meat saw to cut down a tree for building materials. When he cut off the branches and leaves of the tree, leaving only the trunk, he noticed that there were many wild animals nearby, staring at him as an uninvited guest. These beasts seemed to be quite wary and hostile to the human who had rashly entered their territory. German, the so-called beast hunter, now really lives among the beasts. In fact, the real beast hunter should be Nakulu, the disciple of Imolawu, who is still a 1-star hunter. Imolawu and Nakulu, the master and apprentice, will play a very important role in the future chimera ant invasion. The duty of a beast hunter is to maintain the balance in nature, protect rare beast species, and restrict fierce and brutal or over-reproducing beast species. Nakulu has definitely done this. Germain has his own way of doing things, and even has another way of interpreting beast hunter. In any case, Germain will live here for a while. If he can get along well with the beasts, it would be the best. But if he can't, there is no other way. Let's talk about the law of the wild. The law of the jungle. He had just moved the felled tree trunk back to the designated open space when he heard his cell phone ring. He took it out of his pocket and saw that the caller ID showed bad woman. The words in the hunter world are a bit abstract, but the memories of the original body, plus the adaptation over the past few months, have made it possible for Germain to read and write without any problems. What did she call for? Germain pondered. The last time the fee for the mind thread suture was paid in full. It can only be Maki. Germain answered the phone, without any small talk, and asked directly, "What's the matter?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds, and then Maki's voice came. "Last November, when you joined the Phantom Troupe, didn't the leader say that there would be a group activity this year?" Maki's tone was still cold. "The latest instructions have come down. I tell you, on February 12th, we will meet at St. Valentine, the capital of Valentine's Day. All members must attend. As for the goal, the leader will explain it at that time. It is indeed this matter." Germain guessed it right. The organizational structure of the Phantom Troupe is a bit like a pyramid scheme. Under normal circumstances, Germain cannot contact Kuroro. Any instructions are told to him by Maki, the upline. In a sense, he was introduced to Kuroro by Maki and developed. Germain thought of the night he came to this world, and the gathering of the Phantom Troupe that shouldn't have existed. And he was even more convinced that this collective activity shouldn't have happened. Or, it might have existed in the original timeline, but without the conditions for all members of the Phantom Troupe to participate. Everyone still did their own things. Germain's arrival caused some changes. However, it didn't matter what happened. He didn't want to participate in the activity of the Phantom Troupe in the first place. Not to mention that the time conflicted with his own practice time. However, he does not have the ability to fight against the Phantom Troupe yet. and it will be quite troublesome to fight against the members of the Phantom Troupe. If it is someone like Eugen who likes to fight alone, he cannot say that he will definitely win. But at least he can fight. If it is other members, they will most likely go together to ensure that Germain is killed at the lowest cost, and not give him any chance to counterattack. And Germain does not have the resurrection ability like Hisoka, and he can only teleport himself to the Dark Continent at the most dangerous moment. He now needs strength, teammates and time. The former two are being catalyzed and increased in an orderly manner. So what he needs most now is to delay time, even if it is only delayed for 1 or 2 months, until his practice has results. Germain needs an excuse that satisfies his multiple identities as a meteor streeter, a dark world killer, the 8th member of the Phantom Troupe, and a beast hunter. It doesn't matter what kind of person he really is. What matters is what kind of person he has become in the eyes of the Phantom Troupe members in the past few months. Killing many assassins, unlicensed hunters. This is in line with German's usual style. Taking the hunter exam and getting a license is not strange. The knight has a hunter license, and Hisoka is a candidate of the same period. But he just didn't pass. In order to fight the enemy in the middle of the night, Maki was invited in advance, which shows how belligerent he is. A woman with an unknown appearance and name killed more than half of the Beast members and left, forcing the 10 old men to withdraw the bounty on him. From this point of view, Germain should be a bloodthirsty, publicity-loving, and purposeful person in the eyes of the Phantom Troupe members. What's wrong? Maki had a bad feeling when she didn't hear a reply for a long time. You don't mean to say that you won't come? I really don't want to go, Germain replied. I thought the Phantom Troupe would be a free organization, and I joined for this reason. But I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. What's the trouble? Maki retorted. The Phantom Troupe has been an organization with the leader as the brain and the 12 members as the legs and feet since the beginning. Krallo explained this on the first day you joined. Germain said, the leader has great power. By the way, if a member dies, the person who kills the member can join. Then what about the leader? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. What do you want to say? Maki's tone was a little surprised. If you have some crazy ideas, it's best not to say them out. I don't want to be like Hisoka and have to fight with Kuroro. German changed the subject. But, since Kuroro can be the leader, then, theoretically, I can be it too. Right? I don't like the current Phantom Troupe. If I were the leader of the Phantom Troupe, there wouldn't be these rules now. If Kuroro is willing to give me the position of leader. Maki hung up the phone without saying a word, showing her anger. In the rules of the Phantom Troupe, there is indeed a clause that the troupe is greater than the leader. And once the leader dies, someone else must be found to inherit the position of leader. As long as it is for the good of the troupe, the leader can be sacrificed. But the rules are dead, and the friendship and trust of many years are alive. Maki, Paknota, and other members of the group could not treat their childhood friends coldly like machines. Germain looked at the screen of his mobile phone and shook his head. In this way, there will be a messenger. He turned off his mobile phone and watched the screen go dark. For the next month or so, I will completely cut off contact with the outside world and immerse myself in practice. He did not tell Biscuit or the Hunter Association about the upcoming action of the Phantom Troupe, because it was meaningless. Kuroro did not deliberately explain the goal, but only explain the time and place of the reunion, just to ensure that the plan would not be leaked as much as possible. Of course, it was also to prevent Hisoka's surprise attack. He knew the reason why Hisoka joined the Phantom Troupe. With his caution, once he found something wrong near the gathering place, this party would be terminated, and he would start from the beginning to find out why the plan was leaked. Not to mention that Germain now asked to recommend himself as the leader and refused to participate in the party. After Maki told Kuroro about the situation, Kuroro would definitely take corresponding actions. Chapter 71. Putting the cell phone in a wooden box. Germain continued to build the wooden house. It took half a day for Germain, who had the ability of mind, to successfully build a simple wooden house and grill fish by the lake. In this way, his practice began. First, the restrictions and oaths were formulated, then the trial, then the adjustment, and then the cycle of this process. During this period, he would not forget to practice the mind ability of the entanglement and practice the Zhouyin Ningyuan hard flow. It usually starts at dawn and ends at dusk. After developing the habit of self-discipline, German even feels that it is quite interesting. 1 week, 2 weeks. 3 weeks. Time flies, and the details of more than a month of practice need not be elaborated. Only the person involved knows the hardship and persistence. Time came to March 8, 1998. The result of the practice was successful. But just as German expected, the final result was a little different from the initial idea. But the most important thing is that Germain succeeded. And he has been honing himself in the past week to ensure that the constraints and oaths are effective. At dusk, Germain finished his last day of mountain training. He came down from the weedy mountain trail and returned to the wooden house that had been repaired many times in the past month to prepare dinner. Before he entered the room, he heard a meow, which seemed to scratch his heart. They are here so soon? I thought they would come at night. For some reason, Germain seemed to be particularly loved by cats. A group of cats gathered in front of the wooden house, all of which were tamed by German in the past month. He couldn't name them by their scientific names, but judging by their appearance, they were probably tigers, black panthers, cougars, lynxes, and variants of jungle cats. At this moment, they gathered together harmoniously, sniffing each other. As soon as they saw German coming back, they all meowed softly or roughly, came over, and rubbed their fur on German's black hunter robe. German took some meat and fed them. Then, while touching their exposed bellies when they lay down, he took out the mobile phone from the wooden box and pressed the power button. It's time to see if there is any news. German's face was reflected on the mobile phone screen, and a little beard made him look much more mature. Since turning off his phone more than a month ago, he has not touched it until today. Even in the previous world, he was not so self-disciplined. It is precisely because of this concentration that his constraints and vows were achieved and adjusted, and his physical fitness and temperament increased by 1 point each. In this natural improvement, Germain does not have to suffer from stress punishment, which is a real good thing. After turning on the phone, Germain saw a dense notification, and ignored them all with a light touch of his finger. He first clicked into the Stagecoach chat group, and then saw a series of daily conversations between Biscuit and Shouty. But usually Biscuit was the one-sided indoctrination. Shouty occasionally replied a few words, and sometimes she forgot to reply, so that she remembered it only when Biscuit urged her. My practice is over. Germain didn't have the patience to read the whole conversation, so he scrolled to the end and sent this sentence, and then switched to the phone and text message records. Among them, the one with the most missed calls was indeed the bad woman Maki. There was still a call until February 13th, and there was no communication at all after that. I guess the members of the Phantom Troupe would never have dreamed that he would be so ambitious and cut off contact with them if they didn't agree on something. Right? The second largest number of missed calls were from Biscuit and Shouty. In addition, there were 3 unfamiliar calls, all from the same phone number. He switched to the text message side and also saw text messages from this number. First, there was a smiley face that made people feel uncomfortable, and then the content. I have never seen Maki's face so gloomy. You are really good at it. In this respect, we are really the same. Kuroro's reaction was really flat. I thought he would have a little expression fluctuation, but it turned out that there was almost no expression. He probably felt that it didn't matter from the bottom of his heart. I took the opportunity to take over this matter and asked Maki for your mobile phone number, but I couldn't get through to your phone. You should know that I am very interested in Kuroro, but I have never had a suitable opportunity. I think our interests may be the same. How about we talk in person? Love your magician. After Germain marked Hisoka's phone number as pervert, he switched back to the Stagecoach chat group. At this time, Biscuit's emoticons were flooding the screen. Shouty only said 2 sentences. I have taken care of the donation. When is the next trip to the Dark Continent? Germain ignored Biscuit's emoticon bombardment and replied to Shouty, for the time being, I will find someone to practice with. You can start preparing, and I will contact you then. Shouty replied okay. Biscuit said, asshole. Don't ignore me. You too? German then turned to deal with Biscuit and answered her questions. Don't worry. My mind training has yielded results. I'm not impatient. I practice my body and mind, and I've been grateful for martial arts. After a long time, Biscuit replied. That's good. I know you won't lie about these things, smiley face. The next step is to persist for several years, just like President Netero. One day, your talent will surely bloom in the midst of hardships. By the way, you just turned on the phone, right? I don't know if you have been online. Half a month ago, there was a big news. On February 14th, the Phantom Troupe went to Buri City to commit a crime and rob the largest underground vault there. Blood flowed all the way. After the robbery, they seem to have evaporated from the face of the earth, disappearing without a trace. Perhaps they are reselling the stolen property? When Germain saw this, he felt as expected. The Phantom Troupe really changed the time and place. Perhaps Kuroro also sent 1 or 2 people to stay at the original agreed place to confirm whether Germain had leaked the information. In order to save time and trouble, Germain directly replied, I turned off my phone. Didn't receive any contact from them. And didn't know about this. Biscuit had no doubts. She had thought so originally. But just reminded implicitly, I don't think you are the same kind of people as them. The Phantom Troupe may have maintained the order of Meteor Street and helped Meteor Street. But they have made too many enemies outside. And sooner or later, they will suffer the consequences. Biscuit's prediction was not wrong. Because in the future, the bad consequences will emerge. And Kurapika and Hisoka will become the 2 spears that penetrate the Phantom Troupe. Kurapika is for revenge at all costs. Hisoka is to hold a carnival party. And he regards all the members of the Phantom Troupe, Illumi, as hunting targets. And he will not stop until they die. Chapter 72. Morning of March 9th. Germain sat by the lake as green as jade, bent over and stared at his face in the shimmering water, carefully shaving his beard with a razor. The training was over, and it was time to say goodbye to his unkempt self. But from an outsider's perspective, that look was like committing suicide by the lake. The eye-catching beard was shaved clean by the blade, and the originally beautiful and young face was like peeled cooked egg whites, smooth and delicate. He put away the razor, stood up from the lake, like a flag rising in the spring breeze, walked into the wooden house slowly, packed up his luggage calmly, and then walked out again. In fact, there was not much luggage to speak of. The backpack was shrunken, like dried oysters. However, I made many friends. The cats in the mountains seemed to have foreseen that German would leave, and would probably never come back. They all came out from the bushes, behind the trees, and around the corners of the trail. They gently rubbed their heads against German's thighs, remembering German's scent, and leaving their own scent on German's body. German squatted down and stroked their fur one by one. I'm leaving. Take care of yourselves, he said firmly. German tightened the loosened backpack straps, and left the place along the trail amid the stares and snorts of cats and kittens. He came to the road outside, found the bus stop he came from, took the bus here, and went to the nearby town of Martin. After breakfast, German received a text message on his mobile phone. Mr. German, I have arrived in Martin. Where are you? I will come to find you. German reported the location. And soon, the dark brown mind remover of Bengani appeared in front of him. Long time no see. Mr. German. Long time no see. Bengani looked at German. He hadn't seen him for more than a month. And he was still wearing the simple hunter's black robe, with sharp eyes. And it seemed that he hadn't changed much. But the hunter's intuition told him that Germain had changed, becoming more dangerous. The kind of hidden danger, when truly threatened, the dagger would pierce out from under the thin cloth, showing its sharpness. Bengani was both grateful and regretful. He was grateful because he did not escape and avoided the worst outcome of being at odds with Germain. He regretted that if he had not contacted Germain at the beginning, he might not have been so worried later. Let's find a suitable place. Germain still remembered Bengani's need to remove the evil thoughts. You need to be surrounded by trees, with birds singing and flowers blooming. Right? Yes. Bengani nodded a little uncomfortably. May the forest spirits bless me and you. Then let's go to the grove over there. Germain chose a place that looked quite secret and took Bengani there first. Abenganiel made full mental preparations before following behind and entering the grove. They found a flat area with no one around. Only the shadows of swaying trees. It must be said that Germain had a good eye. Abenganiel admitted that he had found a good place that met his needs. Abenganiel began to arrange the exorcism ceremony and built a small bonfire, with puffs of green smoke rising slowly. He took out the exorcism doll and looked at Germain. I'm ready here. Are you ready? I'm ready anytime. Germain moved a little closer. So, Abenganiel pulled himself together and began to chant, staring at the billowing smoke in the campfire, and finally saw a group of black shadows moving. It's coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Abenganiel counted silently once, and then counted again in confusion. 4 minus 1. Why is it equal to 5? It's only been a short time. And there are 2 more materialized mind beasts. Abenganiel found that his premonition was correct. As long as he continued to remove the mind from German, he would see more and more mind beasts in the campfire. Damn it. They all exude an ominous aura, as if they will entangle him in the next moment. Abengani never wanted to be entangled by such a beast, and coexisting for a period of time would be a nightmare. Help me get rid of that one. German pointed to one of the scarlet beasts based on his intuition. We talk about the other one later. Abengani nodded with difficulty, as if accepting his fate. Okay. My mind removal began. After a moment, the scarlet beast that symbolized fear of light was eliminated, and Abengani hurriedly drove the other beasts back and then extinguished the campfire. He was still in shock, and after he heaved a sigh of relief, he seemed to have caught a bad cold. The cold made him hold his body with both hands, looking very pitiful. Mr. German, my work is over. German materialized the hunter badge and confirmed that the effect was significant. Thank you. I have transferred the money to your account. I will contact you again in a month. Well, goodbye. He was not familiar with Abengani and had no intention of staying to chat. After nodding to Abengani, he walked straight away, quite like a scumbag who would just pull up his pants and leave. Abengani was about to say something, but he could only watch Germain's back disappear from his sight. It's good to leave. It's good to leave. Although he did say before that it would take at least a month for Germain to recover after removing his thoughts. A month is actually quite tight. He was forced to make such a choice. Abengani needs to be physically and mentally prepared, and a month is too tight. He thought to himself that he would let Germain go this time, and next time he must argue with Germain and fight for his own rights. German walked along the edge of the road while calling the pervert. He was actually interested in the text message sent by Hisoka. Soon after, the call was connected. Is that German? Hisoka's signature sticky voice came. It's really not easy to contact you. What do you mean by common interests? German tried. Common interests mean common interests. Hisoka chuckled a few times. You are really bold. You actually want to replace him and become the leader of the Phantom Troupe. German did not explain, and it was in his interest not to explain. But I'm almost the same as you. Hisoka smiled. I have been looking for an opportunity to fight Kuroro alone, but it's too difficult. For example, during the underground vault robbery this time, there were at least 2 guards around him from beginning to end. After the activity disappeared, he completely disappeared. German, you see, I wanted to have a big fight with Kuroro, but I never got the chance to catch him. If you and I cooperate, the situation will be different. Hisoka revealed his plan. I will say that I have successfully found you, persuaded you to change your mind, and asked to meet with Kuroro. As long as Kuroro agrees, he will appear in front of us. However, he will probably bring at least 2 members of the group with him. Right? At that time, as long as you help me lead the members away, I can catch Kuroro's tail. At that time, I will have fulfilled my wish, and you will have fulfilled your wish, which is a wonderful thing for both of us. Chapter 73. Germain shook his head. This is a crude plan. What if you lose to Kuroro? How could I lose? Hisoka declared confidently. As long as you successfully lead his followers away, I will definitely be the final winner. Confidence is a good thing, but arrogance is not necessarily, Germain said. If Kuroro and Hisoka fight now, it is indeed difficult to tell who will win. After all, Kuroro is the type who is willing to take action only when he is fully prepared. In the future of the original timeline, the reason why Kuroro was able to kill Hisoka was that he stole a set of nin abilities and took advantage of Hisoka's willingness to put himself in danger. So he won almost unscathed. However, this also forced out a more terrifying Hisoka, a product of chaos and evil. At this time, Hisoka smiled and said, "Don't worry about what happens between Kuroro and me. In short, do you join this plan or not?" Germain thought for a while and replied, "What practical benefits does this have for me? I can't become the new leader because of this." Of course, he didn't want to be the leader of the Phantom Troupe. Unexpectedly, Hisoka laughed slyly and pointed out the key point. You don't want to be the leader of the Phantom Troupe at all, but you want to get rid of the Phantom Troupe completely. You want it to disappear, right? Germain remained silent. I am the only one among them who has fought with you. From your combat habits, I know what kind of person you are. It is impossible for you to covet that position. You don't care about power or killing. The pleasure you really pursue comes from something else that I don't know yet. If they had fought with you once, they would probably feel the same way. They don't understand you. You don't want to seize power, but you want to become a traitor to the Phantom Troupe. And you know very well that Kuroro may not care whether you quit. But Phaeton, Wajin, thinks that others will never let you go. A double traitor to Meteor Street and the troupe. They will hunt you down. Once they attack you, you must fight back with the goal of killing them. Once you kill them, not even Kuroro can stop the entire Phantom Troupe from taking revenge on you. Therefore, you must dismantle and destroy the Phantom Troupe before the endless future of dodging arrows and slingshots arrives. However, the necessary condition for the demise of the Phantom Troupe is that Kuroro must die. Hisoka analyzed it for him and lured him into the trap. In addition to this, the entire combat group must be destroyed. There is no second possibility. The so-called combat group refers to Nobunaga, Phaeton, Finks, Knight, Franklin, Peeling Leaf, and Eugen. The difference is the auxiliary group of Maki, Paknota, and Kubi. Of course, this does not mean that these three people have no combat capabilities. In fact, they have more detailed groupings, which will not be expanded here one by one. Hiso continued, when you are alone, you can only continue to entangle with them and maintain the status quo. But now with me, the situation is different. You only need to act as a bunny girl to attract the audience's attention when I perform a little magic. And the Phantom Troupe will lose its leader, and then give us the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Suppose you kill Kuroro, and they elect a new leader? Germain raised this possibility. There is no such possibility. Hiso laughed. Kuroro's role in the Phantom Troupe is far more important than those members think. As long as he dies, the new leader will most likely be Eugen. Right? Even if it's not Eugen. Can you imagine what it would be like if other members of the Phantom Troupe became the leader? You help me, and I will help you break these legs one by one. Then you will be free, and I will be happy. This is a future that is completely beneficial to both of us. It's too risky for only the two of us. Germain was still reluctant to nod easily. There will be quite a lot of variables during the period, and we may fall into the spider web if we are not careful. Hisoka hummed. That's why I let you meet with me to discuss the details. Come on, Germain. There is no better partner than me. This time, Germain did not think too long. The matter of the Phantom Troupe must be resolved sooner or later, and it cannot be dragged on forever. So let's listen to the ideas of Hisoka, the future toilet god of war and troop killer. Even if it is reckless, there is a way to be reckless. Speaking of which, the record of the future Hisoka and Kurapika against the current members of the Phantom Troupe is 2-2, which is in a tie. Hisoka killed a knight, and Kubi who lent their abilities to Kuroro. And Kurapika killed Eugen, and planted a thought in Paknota's heart. And Paknota finally had no choice but to commit suicide. If Germain can really bring about the decisive battle between Hisoka and Kuroro ahead of time, I wonder what kind of impact it will have on the future. March 11th. Germain took an airship and arrived in the eastern part of the continent, where the Republic of Bartokia is located. He found the Alice Cafe where he had agreed to meet Hisoka. He was waiting indoors, but many women came to chat with him. He had no choice but to sit in the seat under the parasol outdoors. Germain pulled up the mask to cover the lower half of his face, and pressed down the black triangular hat. He put earphones in his ears and listened to music on his mobile phone, looking like a stranger who should stay away from him. This time, no strangers came near. The music that Germain listened to was Requiem in D minor, K.626, 8, Lacrimosa, which was Mozart's Requiem and Memorial. The unique beauty of it was hard to forget once you heard it. From where Germain sat, he could see the majestic building, the Sky Arena, which was nearly 1,000 meters high, towering into the sky. It is a holy place and paradise for fighters. Every day, there are bloody and violent or wonderful battles. Countless people flock to it, place bets, and try to change the trajectory of their lives here. Germain is not very interested in this place, even though he can make a lot of money here with his strength. As long as he doesn't meet the top floor owners, he is basically playing fish in the Sky Arena. Under normal circumstances, he will not attack people who are much weaker than him, unless the other party can't tell the situation. Hisoka liked this place very much, and specially arranged to meet at Alice Cafe, which could see the Sky Arena. Perhaps as a hint to Germain. The agreed time had passed, but Hisoka still hadn't shown up. Germain put the pocket watch back into the hunter's black robe, which was not surprising, as it was normal for Hisoka to be late. At the moment, he put the pocket watch into his arms. A small, fast-moving object suddenly entered the range of his circle, which had expanded to a radius of 11 meters. Germain raised his hand and caught the object firmly. It was still shaking and spinning, but Germain cut off the air wrapped around it, and finally stopped obediently. He took off his headphones, looked at the metal gyroscope lying quietly on his palm, and then looked up in the direction of the attack. There were 3 people standing there, maintaining a very careful formation, and all of them were familiar faces to Germain. He had seen them before, but they had never seen him before. Chapter 74. Germain was not just saying this casually. Their formation was indeed very tight. Showdown, with a pale face and narrowed eyes, stood at the front, and the air from his lost one-armed robe condensed into his strong left arm. Debriefing, wearing a yellow hood similar to a boxer's, sat in a wheelchair in the middle, and the 2 long whips in his hands turned into afterimages, flickering. Zoldyck, whose upper body was in a red protective suit, and whose lower body was supported by only a metal rod, was at the end, and the 9 gyroscopes driven by his crutches were still spinning at high speed. They were clearly assigned to a formation that was like a tank advancing slowly. They could ensure long-range, medium-range, and short-range attacks when advancing, and could defend each other when retreating. Such a cold combination of figures attracted the attention of many people nearby. Ah, they are not. People recognized the 3 people. Showdown, Debriefing, and Zoldyck. They were strong men who could fight to more than 200 floors of the Sky Arena. They were celebrities in this area and frequent customers at the gambling table. As for the man in a black robe, no one could recognize him. Perhaps he was an unknown person. Looking at this situation, are they going to fight in the street? Although the crowd didn't know what grudge they had, they were unwilling to give up the opportunity to watch the excitement for free. They all made way for an open space, but watched intently. Fight! Fight! They shouted in their hearts. In fact, Germain, one of the parties involved, didn't know when he got involved with these 3 people. Before he asked, the 3 people came closer, and then, the 9 gyroscopes of Zoldyck were shot out together, crossing a seemingly chaotic and disorderly track in the air, and hit Germain together. It seems that we can't communicate, Germain thought. There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Many people had seen Zoldyck use this shotgun hero elegy on the field. Those who were hit were often killed or injured. Was Zoldyck going to kill people in the street? Many people cheered. Many people who came to the Sky Arena to watch the game were looking for excitement and liked to see the bloody scene. 9 metal gyros flew out and fell towards Germain like meteors, not giving Germain a chance to speak. Germain used Joe's technique to attach chi to the 10th gyroscope in his hand, and then threw it out casually. It flew like a swift arrow, and actually bounced off a gyroscope that was coming towards it, and that gyroscope bounced off the gyroscope flying next to it, thus creating a chain collision. In an instant, all 5 gyroscopes deviated from their original attack direction, bounced to different positions, and the chi dissipated. The crowd watching was all surprised again. They had seen gyroscopes being bounced off, but they rarely saw someone using their own method to fight back. Who is this man in black robe? In fact, Zoldyck is a reinforcement system, and Germain is a materialization system. Both of them use techniques far away from the original system, similar to the operation system, to control the gyroscope. And the effect should be the same. It's just that Germain's hard power is much stronger than Zoldyck's. Even if he uses the operation system that he is not good at, his power is still stronger than Zoldyck's. The remaining 5 gyroscopes hit the seats under the parasol in the chaos. But after the clang 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 sound, only a mess was left. But there was no trace of Germain. When the crowd reacted, Germain had already passed the attack area of the spinning top and came into the range of the whip of the raccoon. So fast! When did he get there? With such skills? Could he be the owner of the Sky Arena? But why did he look so unfamiliar? People were confused. Germain saw the flash of lightning on the snake-like whip, and knew that the raccoon was directly electrified. Before they could wrap around him, he jumped up. However, Germain in midair soon entered the attack range of Showdown. He stretched out his big hand with the left arm condensed by chi, and was about to grab Germain. At the same time, Debriefing's double whip shook and turned to Germain's legs. Jito's 5 gyroscopes also returned to defense in time and hit Germain's back. No matter how you look at it, this is a must-kill situation, because Germain cannot dodge in midair, and there are attacks from the front, back and below. Just when many people who can see the battle of telekinesis think that the outcome is determined, Germain suddenly reaches out to Shadasua, and his body also rushes towards Shadasua. This unexpected change surprised those who thought Germain would definitely lose. Germain had a spider silk lasso in his hand, and in the instant he jumped up, it had already entangled the left arm of the killing rope, and pulled him in the direction of the killing rope. The attacks of Lee Beiduo and Jito missed, and their electric whips collided with the spinning top. The closer Germain got to the three of them, the more he noticed something strange about them. They seemed like dead people, and he could not feel their emotional changes, only instinctive attacks. This characteristic. Germain frowned, quickly scanned the three people, and found a clue. They were already beyond saving before they appeared, with fatal wounds on their bodies, and their souls had long dissipated, so that their bodies could be used as puppets. Killer didn't care about that, and the left arm still stubbornly grabbed Germain. Germain untied the spider silk rope, slipped through the left arm, raised the meat saw from bottom to top, and saw blood gushing into the sky, and Killer's upper body was slanted and neatly split. The killing rope blocking the front was cut in half, naturally revealing the wheelchair-bound Lee Beiduo. He also retracted his long whip in time, and the two venomous snakes were close to Germain's back. Germain could feel his scalp and hair under his hunter's tricorn hat slightly numb, so he squatted on the ground, raised the shotgun, and aimed at Lee Beiduo, who was unable to move in the wheelchair. Bang! The wheelchair shook violently, and Lee Beiduo, whose face was eroded by the bullet, softened. Before he could slide off the wheelchair, he was tied up by the long whip he had folded back. The electric current suddenly penetrated him, making him stiff immediately. At this time, the upper body of Shadasua, who was chopped off, had just landed on the ground, and the smell of burning was coming out of the wheelchair. It seemed that they happened at the same time, in the situation of surprise that most onlookers could not understand. Germain had calmly rushed to the front of the last person, Jito. Sure enough, the three of them were neither sad nor happy, facing the threat of death. They had no fear at all, but just faithfully executed the order. This was a typical sign of being manipulated. There was a very good operation master nearby. To be precise, he controlled the three people and launched this raid. Seeing the yen needle on the back of Shadasua's head, on Lee Beiduo's neck, and on Jito's arm, the fatal wounds on their bodies, combined with Shisua's appointment to meet here, Germain had guessed who the person who came was. He chopped Jito to the ground without hesitation, then withdrew a distance and looked at the crowd around him. At the same time, Germain's physique and pressure increased by 3 points at the same time, and he obtained the gift of resentment. The left wrist arm guard. People watched as 3 masters of the Sky Arena died in Germain's hands in the blink of an eye. Instead of feeling fear, they applauded excitedly, whistled, and were very excited. Great! Great! Who is this person? Newcomer? Or the host? Many people thought he was a fighter in the Sky Arena and asked his name, wanting to place the latest bet on him. Germain ignored the cheers of the crowd, observed for a while, and finally found the hidden target. Ilmi Zoldyck. Ilmi floated among the crowd like a ghost, pointed in a direction, and motioned Germain to leave with him to avoid being entangled by the police who were about to arrive. Chapter 75. 20 minutes later, in Hisoka's single room in the Sky Arena, Illumi, who has long straight black hair and dark and deep pupils, spread his hands innocently. Well, that's probably it. Although I have known Hisoka for a long time and know that he has a good eye, but since the target this time is the leader of the Phantom Troupe, I need to ensure the strength of my partners. I don't really want to kill you. After all, my father warned us brothers not to touch the troupe. It is a bad deal. I have no intention of disobeying orders. After all, my father only favors my younger brother. This time, I will not participate in the direct confrontation with the Phantom Troupe. I will only help to divert and control the guards around Kuroro. Therefore, my mission is the same as yours. Germain. Then, we will cooperate well. Illumi can control others with a telepathic needle, and this classic manipulation system ability has the characteristics of the first controller takes the absolute initiative and one-shot kill. That is, as long as Illumi successfully controls a person. That person will completely become a slave who has lost his independent consciousness and will not be affected by subsequent similar manipulation system abilities. However, for convenience, Illumi directly took the lives of the 3 people who killed Oso and others, and then manipulated and attacked them while the bodies were fresh. In the future battle with Hisoka in the Sky Arena, Kuroro deliberately acquired the Knight's operating telepathy ability similar to Illumi. It cooperated with other telepathy abilities to force Hisoka into a desperate situation step by step. It can be seen that this telepathy ability is quite threatening even to enemies with equal strength. That's it. Hisoka smiled and shuffled the cards. The Kukula Mountain where the Zoldyck family is located is on the same continent as the Sky Arena. So I made an appointment to meet here. Illumi wanted to see your strength anyway, so I had to let him come. The cards were neatly stacked on the table by Hisoka. Illumi hummed and said expressionlessly, "It was obviously your idea. I just think it's very good." In short, Hisoka smiled. "You should be completely satisfied. Right?" "Yeah." Illumi pointed at German, who was peeling an orange on the other side. If it was him, there would be no problem. Thinking back, my father killed German's predecessor. Member number 8. Now I understand what my father meant. It was indeed not worth it. It was just for money. There was no need for it. Illumi said here, and spread his palms to German. Germain thought about it, and felt that he understood what Illumi meant. He peeled off the orange flesh, and put the orange peel on Ilmi's palm. "Thank you." He ate the juicy orange flesh by himself. Illumi looked at the orange peel in his palm, a little absent-minded, and then threw it into the trash can, saying, "You're welcome." Hisoka laughed at the side. "You are really interesting. This is why I can't bear to attack you. When I eat cake, I like to eat the most delicious strawberry first. And Kuroro is that strawberry. Then, there is the cream. The layers of cake." He stuck out his pink tongue, licked his lips, arched his waist greedily, and rolled his eyes up, as if he was high. "Ah, it's so good to know you." Hisoka is the kind of man who can harden to the opponents and enemies he recognizes, which is why he was marked as perverted by Germain. At this moment, Germain was sure that this guy was going crazy at him, and Illumi like a gay. Then what? Germain decided to interrupt Hisoka's spiritual reward for himself. Otherwise Germain's pressure would probably soar. "What exactly is your plan?" Illumi raised his hand to signal Germain to look at Hisoka. "I think with his personality, I'm afraid there is no such thing as a plan. It's probably just a direction. And then improvise. Right? You have known him for a while. You should know it. What he likes most is to fall into a desperate situation without any preparation, and then turn the tables in one fell swoop, and then look down at the shocked enemy and enjoy the other party's despair. That's right. Illumi really understands me." Hiso finally came back to his senses from his unrestrained state and laughed. "As long as Kuroro is willing to meet, Illumi will raid in, and then we will start the war in one fell swoop." That's it. The plan was unplanned and full of loopholes, which did not meet Germain's needs. But with Hisoka and Illumi among the executors, this seemingly impossible plan had a chance to be realized. There is no foolproof plan in the world. When a plan is executed, some extremely low probability events often occur, disrupting the original deployment. And at this time, it depends on the ability to respond. The 3 people present were all experts at taking advantage of the situation. Germain was silent, which basically meant that he agreed to continue the plan. At this time, the 3 of them looked towards the door together, because there was a strange breath approaching. After a while, the doorbell rang. "Shisu, you found a 4th person?" Illumi asked puzzledly. "It's not like your style. I thought the 3 of us would be enough to form an elite team." Shisu did not answer. He listened to the doorbell ringing persistently, while Germain and Illumi were sitting on the fishing island without any movement. He had to curl his lips and get up to open the door. A man with long silver hair stood outside the door. When he saw Hisoka, his eyes became sharp. "Your friend?" Hisoka looked at him in confusion for a while, one hand on his slender waist, the other hand pointing at the silver-haired man outside the door, and turned back to ask Germain and Illumi. Germain and Illumi both stretched their heads to take a look, and then shook their heads together. Hisoka turned around and looked at the silver-haired man who was on the verge of exploding with anger. "Did you find the wrong room?" "It's me, Hisoka." The silver-haired man suppressed his anger with great difficulty and narrowed his eyes. "Washer Do Lang, the man who is called your nemesis." Germain raised his eyebrows. Thinking of this person, and then continued to eat the cut guava calmly. Although Ilmi covered his mouth with his palm, and his expression did not change at all. He still couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shisu. It turns out that you have an old enemy here. Washer Do Lang did not hear the sarcasm in Ilmi's words, but instead declared to Shisu in a serious manner, I lost to you last year. And I still remember the baptism you gave me. But I am very different this year. I have waited for a long time. And finally waited for you to return to the Sky Arena. Come on. Let's have a duel. I want to avenge my previous shame. After so many reminders, Shisu finally remembered the man in front of him. He was another man who had been defeated by him, and whom he wanted to fatten up before slaughtering. There were too many such people. Washer Do Lang was not high on his list, so Shisu did not deliberately remember him. But Washer Do Lang came to him as soon as he learned that Shisu had appeared. Chapter 76. Bang! Washer Do Lang was thrown heavily against the wall. His bones were almost broken under his numb skin. He opened his eyes in surprise, and saw 4 black shadows whizzing towards his face. I'm dead, he thought fearfully. Unexpectedly, the 4 cards that flew out from between Hisoka's fingers were all deflected by a deformed meat saw and stabbed into the wall only 2 centimeters away from Washer Do Lang's head. Still shaking, Washer Do Lang looked at the 3 demons in the house in shock. One of them was so annoyed by his entanglement that he attacked with a killing move. Another watched coldly, and the last one inexplicably attacked and saved him. He had a hunch that if it weren't for the man in the black robe, he would have died. After only 2 rounds of fighting with Hisoka, Washer Do Lang realized his arrogance and ignorance and regretted it. Fortunately, he survived. At the same time, Washer Do Lang deeply felt the gap between him and the 3 people in front of him, as if they lived in different dimensions. Monsters. People who can launch such attacks are monsters. People who can block such attacks are also monsters. And people who can associate with them are even more monsters. They are all monsters. Washer Do Lang was sweating profusely, soaking his back. His silver hair was messy. His legs were numb, and he couldn't stand up for a while. Are you interested in him? Shisu shuffled the cards and looked at Germain, who was obstructing him. I didn't want to kill him like this. It's a pity. But he kept pestering me, so I had to let him face the reality. There is no other way. His expression seemed helpless, but he was actually very relaxed, because Washer Do Lang had not yet mastered the ability of nin and clones, and only knew how to practice the entanglement. Of course, Washer Do Lang now has the signs of practicing clones, which can be seen from the flow of chi. In theory, everyone can become a nin user, and the prerequisite is to open the Jing Kong. There are 2 main ways to open the Jing Kong, natural and forced. Washer Do Lang had fought with Hisoka a few months ago and was baptized, which was actually forced to open the Jing Kong. After that, although Washer Do Lang had no teacher to teach him, he explored the entry point on his own and mastered the ability of nin. He thought he had caught up with Hisoka, so he came to challenge him. He didn't expect that he was still vulnerable. In fact, because he was not in the arena, Hisoka used a cleaner and neater method, which made him clearly see the gap. How could I be so arrogant? Washer Do Lang listened to the sarcasm in Hisoka's words, but he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, because he did lose, and lost without any chance to fight back. Don't kill people here. Germain changed his persuasion method to one that Hisoka could listen to more. Private fights are not allowed in the Sky Arena. Right? Are you going to give up this paradise that belongs to you completely? If you insist, I won't stop you. Hisoka thought for a while and didn't answer. Instead, he stacked the shuffled playing cards, spread them out with the back facing up, and held them out in front of Germain like a small fan. Let's compare the points. Pick one. Germain randomly picked one. Hiso also randomly picked one, and then spread it out. It was 6 of diamonds. Germain turned over the poker in his hand. It was 7 of spades, and then returned it to Hiso. That's great. You saved your life. Hiso showed the 2 poker cards to Washer Do Lang, and said with a smile, but next time you are only at this level. Don't waste my time. Washer Do Lang's expression froze. Anger surged in his heart. He wanted to fight with Hisoka right now, but he finally lowered his head in humiliation. This was the humiliation that the loser deserved. Washer Do Lang was willing to accept the defeat and the punishment. Today, let's do this. Shisu held a stack of playing cards in one hand and crossed his other hand on his slender waist. He walked back to the house with a twisting and sultry cat step. Ilmi saw that there was no excitement to watch, shrugged his shoulders, and sat back on the sofa. Germain glanced at the embarrassed Hua Do Lang, and was about to close the door when he saw him move. "Can you tell me your name?" Hua Do Lang struggled to get up despite the pain in his body. "You saved my life. I will repay you." "There is no need for that," Germain refused. But, Hua Do Lang was unwilling to give up. The fighting spirit in his eyes had not yet been completely exhausted. How can I be as strong as you?" Germain thought for a while and asked. "You have been practicing your mind ability and trying to cultivate some kind of moves of your own, right?" Hua Do Lang opened his eyes wide in surprise. You can actually see that?" "To be honest, I did have some inspiration, and I wanted to materialize another me." "Don't do that." As soon as Germain spoke, Hua Do Lang was stunned. "Everyone has their own talents. I can tell from your aura that you are messing around on an unfamiliar path." Hua Do Lang is actually a reinforcement type, but he insisted on developing in the direction of the materialization type and operation type represented by the clone, thus wasting his talent, using the ability of mind that cannot be mastered to duel with the master of the transformation type Hisoka. No matter how many times he comes, the outcome is a sure loss, and whether he can survive depends on Hisoka's mood. If it is corrected now, it is not too late. Hua Do Lang was shocked and stood up. "What should I do?" "Think about it yourself. Find a way yourself. And find a teacher yourself. I am not your nanny." Germain slammed the door, leaving the messy Hua Do Lang standing there. After a long time, under the attention of many onlookers who heard the noise and came to watch the excitement, the arrogant Hua Do Lang actually bowed towards Shisua's room. Then, he dusted himself off and left. In less than half a day, the news of this strange incident and Hua Do Lang's withdrawal from the Sky Arena spread like wildfire. People talked about it, but no one could explain it. At the same time, Shisua hung up the phone, put his hands on the balcony railing, and laughed sinisterly in the refreshing evening breeze. Looking at him, he should have succeeded. Ilmi was combing his black hair that fell like a waterfall with a horn comb, and the person he was talking to was Germain not far away. Germain sat in the corner and did not reply to Ilmi, which made the latter shake his head in boredom. Ilmi entered the room and openly occupied Hisoka's single bed. In this way, Germain and Hisoka would either sleep on the sofa or on the floor tonight. However, the owner of this room did not mind, and Germain had nothing to say. He held an open book in his palm, but his eyes were not on the pages, but on the projection of the hunter badge. He confirmed again that his narcolepsy had completely disappeared. It is indeed a mental illness, Germain thought, with more than a month of self-cultivation and strict compliance with the doctor's advice. Narcolepsy was finally crossed out from his projection. Recently, everything about him seemed to be moving in a good direction. Perhaps luck has come. Chapter 77. March 15th. In Zori grassland. With a relaxed look, Hisoka stepped on the uneven stones with one leg, and covered his forehead with his right hand like a hat, smiling at the unobstructed grassland scenery. So slow. Kuroro, Hisoka complained in a low voice, but his body trembled involuntarily, as if he had tasted a pleasant gusher. Germain stood between the majestic stone formations, his back leaning against the rough stones, his head lowered, and his eyes closed to rest. After a while, Hisoka finally reminded him, "Here they come." Kuroro brought 4 people with him. Finks, Pilarev, Paknota, Maki. As expected, Germain opened his eyes and looked around. Sure enough, he saw 5 black dots at the end of the grassland. Getting closer and closer, Kuroro showed the cross tattoo on his forehead, wearing a fur coat, with his hands in his pockets, and walked towards this side with a smile on his face. Finks, with his blonde hair and sportswear, walked carelessly, wrapped in bandages. The skinny and frail Lev looked like a mummy that had just crawled out of a coffin in the cemetery. Paknota walked elegantly and gracefully, with her snow-white hair showing between the deep V-collar of her women's suit. Maki's ponytail was always messy, like a wrinkled piece of clothing that could never be ironed. She stared at Germain with cold eyes and frowned. The 7 members of the Phantom Troupe met in front of Stonehenge. "You guy." Finks wanted to get angry when he saw Germain. "You actually want Kuroro's position? Have you asked a few of us? Do you think we are dead?" He took a big step forward and wanted to rush forward to grab German's collar and question him. But Kuroro stretched out his hand and stopped him. Finks, what did I tell you before you came? Kuroro still smiled, but pushed Finks behind him little by little. This is a dispute between companions. Hisoka's mouth curled up and laughed. I think so too. Great. Kuroro's idea is the same as mine. Kuroro glanced at Hisoka, and then looked at German. I have never restricted others from challenging the position of leader. Nor have I ever thought of occupying this position. So I can understand you. It's just that I also said another sentence. My order is the top priority. No matter how dissatisfied you are with me, or what kind of ambition you have, you should not disobey orders. Originally, you refused to answer Maki's call and never showed up again, which already represented your attitude. I should let Wijin, Fiden, Nobunaga, Thinks and others hunt you down. It was just that Hisoka made a suggestion at this time, and he came to communicate with you, so as to reach today's negotiation. Kuroro took out a golden coin from his pocket, revealing one side with a 12-legged spider, and the other side was a spider web. I can stop the members from chasing you, and I can also give you the opportunity to compete with me fairly for the position of leader. I am never afraid of this. But before that, you must meet 3 conditions. First, Paknoda will explore your memory again to confirm that you have not been manipulated, brainwashed, etc. Second, I will toss this coin, and you guess the heads and tails. If you guess right, the breach of appointment will be written off. If you guess wrong, you will accept the penalty for breach of appointment and chop off your little finger. Third, you must obtain the recommendation of at least 2 members before I will let you compete with me openly for the position of leader. As long as I lose, I will give up this position without hesitation. Kuroro's fingers fiddled with the coin of the brigade, letting it turn back and forth between his 5 fingers. It was very flexible. He thought of something and couldn't help laughing. In fact, in addition to Hisoka's suggestion, there was another thing that made me willing to come to negotiate. There was news from Meteor Street that a woman named Xiaodi donated a huge sum of money. This month's donation amount was only lower than that of our Phantom Troupe. The priest asked her where she got so much money. She said at first that Germain gave half of it and donated it in her name. Later, she changed her words and said that she had never mentioned the name Germain at all, saying that she didn't know this person at all. So how could she mention him? Such a cover-up statement made it even more obvious. At that time, I guessed that the Germain she was talking about was you. I have met Xiaodi several times. She is a good kid. If she is willing to help you, there must be a reason. Smiling, Hisoka put one hand on his waist and raised the other hand in front of Germain. I think, Germain, you should accept these conditions? I have never seen Kuroro admire someone so much. I am a little jealous. If the negotiation is established, Kuroro may be willing to fight with me. Germain pondered for a while and nodded to Kuroro. Kuroro raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Paknoda beside him. Paknoda understood and walked towards Germain. But after taking less than 3 steps, her arm was suddenly grabbed. Maki? Paknoda turned around and looked at the person who grabbed her arm. What's wrong? Something's wrong, Maki briefly judged, staring at Germain with sharp eyes. The feeling he gives me is different again. No, it's even bigger than the last time. At this moment, the air seemed to solidify, and Germain blinked. In an instant, several needles shot at the eyebrows of Paknoda and Maki, but were quickly attacked by Finks, who peeled off Lev and boldly and decisively punched them down. Paknoda and Maki were both startled and quickly stepped back. You bastard! Finks pointed at German and cursed. How dare you sneak attack us? Peeling Lev also silently took a fighting stance. Kuroro's face turned cold. He immediately looked at Hisoka next to German, and sure enough, he saw a devilish smile on Hisoka's face. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Hisoka spread his hands and laughed a few times. I've said that well-made plans often go wrong. It's always good to try. German raised his hand and tore off a piece of skin, revealing Ilmi's pale face like a dead person. But your frivolous illusion is much more useful than my needle disguise. Except for the sound. There is no flaw. Of course. Hisoka smiled at his friend. I am very complacent about it. Unfortunately, Maki's intuition was too sharp. In the original plan, Ilmi was going to attack directly. However, based on his many years of experience as a killer, he thought that the probability of success of such an attack was too low. so it would be better to take the risk of disguising himself and approaching, and try to control the two people directly with the needle. However, it was obvious that his plan failed. Think's eyelids twitched wildly. Veins bulged. And he was furious. So you are in the same group? Where is Germain? Is Germain in the same group with you? Where is he? You want to see him? Hisoka smiled and narrowed his eyes. That's right. I take you to see him. You must have a lot of common topics. Think has felt his hair stand on end. And the next moment, he was pulled up and thrown out. It turned out that when everyone's attention was on Ilmi, who was tearing off the frivolous illusion, Hisoka's flexible love had quietly stuck to Finka's hands and feet. Hisoka used his flexible love to throw Finka's into the air and landed him in the stone circle behind him. In the center of the stone circle, the real Germain looked at the prey that fell from the sky and solved the problem. Chapter 78. Thinks fell to the open space between the stone circles. He got up with a curse, and then saw the figure not far away that made him almost tear his eyes out. German, he shouted angrily word by word. I will never forgive you. The strong man rushed towards German like a bull, galloping and turning his arms. As the number of turns increased, the energy condensed in his arms gradually turned into a blazing gold. That was his enhanced telepathic ability. Huitian. The more times the arm rotates, the more destructive the punch will be, considering that it is not a question of whether or not to get hurt when going head-to-head with a reinforcement system, but it is very likely to be killed in one blow. German of the materialization system will be at a disadvantage. He threw out the spider silk lasso, and the sharp end of the sling pierced the standing boulder, allowing him to take off with the force. Before Finks ran to German, he saw German flying up and standing on the top of the boulder. Although my mission is to open the guard for she. If the enemy is you, I will not be able to easily avoid your attack. German looked down from the top of the boulder, his hands inserted into the black robe that was rustling in the strong wind of the grassland. Finks raised his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at Germain. At the same time, his arms were still turning, and at this time, they had turned more than 12 times. I don't think I have the ability to easily suppress the enemy. Germain took out a remote control from his pocket. Only using various methods and going all out is my way. Finks saw the remote control in Germain's hand. His eyes suddenly widened. And then he looked down at the ground in the center of Stonehenge, and indeed saw a lot of new soil that had been turned up. Trap. This place has been set up by Germain for a long time. Germain pressed the button on the remote control. Boom! The earth-shaking explosion shook the air, and the flying soil was like a fountain rising into the sky. When it reached the limit of being torn by gravity, it fell down one after another, in the smoke of Stonehenge. An irregular explosion pit suddenly appeared, like an upside-down bowl. Cough, cough, cough. A cough sounded. Finks climbed up from the pit. His sportswear was tattered, and there were many scratches and burns on his body. But he was not seriously injured. It turned out that Finks made a quick decision and used the turnaround blow to hit his feet at the moment before the explosion, instantly creating a pot-shaped cave. He nimbly got into it, curled up, and miraculously escaped the explosion, suffering only minor injuries and being covered by mud. So that's it. Germain had already deduced what Finks did during the explosion in his mind. And as expected, he threw the remote control away. It's not that simple. Finks tore open the rag-like sportswear and threw it on the ground. He was embarrassed. His eyes were bloodshot, and he pointed at Germain condescendingly. You completely pissed me off. You will definitely die today. And die miserably. Finks was already furious after being fooled by Hisoka and Germain. He rushed to the boulder where Germain was standing, even faster than before. He kicked his legs and stepped on the uneven part of the boulder and flew up. At the same time, Finks did not forget to turn his arms. This time, he did not have time to gather momentum and only turned 3 times. But he also swung at Germain, who was right in front of him. Germain saw it clearly. He grabbed the middle of the spider silk lasso with both hands and swung it like a meteor hammer. The sharp end pierced the eyes of the oncoming Finks. TSK! Finks dodged sideways disdainfully and punched out. But Germain had already leaned back without even looking at it, and jumped off the boulder with his face facing the sky. Bang! Finks' right hook instantly smashed the top of the boulder after it missed, and small stones flew out. At this moment, Finks saw a flash of cold light. A sharp weapon shaped like a hidden blade, tied to the other end of the spider silk lasso, actually penetrated the flying dust and was about to stab his waist. The tip of the sling can be switched to other weapons at will. While I am flowing and condensing the chi on my right arm, I can use the illusion of avoiding my attack to sneak attack my weak chi. Thinks quickly raised his left hand and waved away the hidden blade. But the blade still cut a small bloody wound on his arm. Very sharp. Thinks glanced at the wound on his left arm and thought, if I wasn't a reinforcement system, I'm afraid the wound wouldn't be so small. Wait. What's going on? He suddenly found in surprise that this small wound had a slight stinging feeling. But it was gushing out bright red blood. Like a piece of red cloth wrapped around his arm. I don't understand. Why is the amount of bleeding so much? Poison? Ninability? Thinks pondered for a while, and made a judgment. It should be ninability. Force bleeding. I can't let German succeed again. The accumulation of wounds will put me in an extremely disadvantageous state. Thinks jumped down from the stone and chased in the direction of German's chi. As soon as he landed, he saw that German did not run away, but stood in the middle of the boulder forest. At the same time, he noticed the abnormality beside German. 3 rectangular frames materialized there, and 1/3 of the leftmost frame was already filled with blue. Thinks looked at the rectangular frame that suddenly appeared, and then at the calm German, and couldn't help frowning. Doesn't this guy's ability to think materialize various weapons and props? When will he materialize something like this? What is that? It's like a progress bar. Too weird. Thinks turned his arm, while observing German's movements. He was not completely reckless. Seeing this strange, new ability appear, he needed more intelligence information. Germain would not tell him that this was the result of his practice for more than a month. In fact, the hunter badge was the ability of the original body, and the gas tank was the product of the current Germain. Germain could not hide the gas tank. 2 of the restrictions and oaths were that it must be activated after the hunter badge, and both the enemy and the enemy could see its existence and changes. There must be something wrong with that thing. Thinks gradually calmed down, and the movement of turning his arm never stopped. Yes, I don't need to attack. Otherwise I will fall into his trap. The one who should be anxious now is Germain. My Kaiten is constantly accumulating power. As long as it is swung and hits, it will be a fatal threat. He can't ignore it. Captain, Peeler Lev, Maki, Paknota and others are nearby. They will come to reinforce sooner or later. In addition, the captain has a backup plan. In this way, he will be surrounded and can't do any tricks. Thinks finally figured out the situation of both sides. He is the one who has the advantage. He just needs to turn the advantage into a winning position. Chapter 79. Thinks' arm had turned 5 times. After calming down, he did not rush to attack, but mocked, "You have no other long-range attack methods except the sling just now, right? The more times my Kaiten turns, the greater the destructive power. If you want to interrupt me, it is useless to rely on the soft sling. You can only get close. And as long as you get close, you will be within the attack range of my Kaiten." Thinks used words to exert psychological pressure, especially with his natural, provocative face, which could disrupt the thinking of most enemies. However, this is useless to German. This situation is the same for you, German said. You don't have long-range attack methods, and the destructive power is concentrated on Huition, which is too obvious. As long as you dodge this attack, you have to start building up your strength again. I guess you are so calm, waiting for your teammates to reinforce you? It's different from my impression. You are so dependent on your teammates. Humph. He is provoking me. Don't be irritated by his words. Thinks frowned, gritted his teeth, and spun his arm 7 times. The condensed energy was already slightly golden. However, looking at his expression, he didn't seem to be aimless. Wait. The leftmost of the 3 bars next to him was only 1/3 filled with blue just now. But now it's almost half. It's indeed some kind of progress bar. But what is it? Thinks suddenly had an idea, and he turned his head to look at the wound on his left arm that was still bleeding, and suddenly realized it. So that's it, Germain. I know what you are up to. As long as I continue to be hurt by your telepathic ability, something will accumulate. Thinks pointed to the gas tank on the side of Germain with his left hand. The evidence is the box next to you, which is the progress. If I am not mistaken, your telepathic ability is probably similar to my Kaiten, which can enhance the power of your telepathic ability. But if it is just visualization, restrictions and oaths are not enough. There must be some kind of punishment. I understand. Ha ha ha. Finks laughed. And suddenly stopped pausing. He had spun his arms more than 13 times. And the golden color of his energy became more and more vigorous. I almost fell for your trick. Just now you deliberately cooperated with me, pretending to hide at a safe distance just to avoid the backlash. But in fact you had another purpose. That is to wait for the forced bleeding to meet your conditions, and then counterattack after I swing the backlash, and conceal another restriction and oath on your ability. Finks suddenly exerted force with his legs, like an antelope, and stabbed in the direction of Germain like a long arrow. That progress will increase, and it will also decrease. And the way to reduce it is that I will cause you harm. Germain did not answer, and the spider silk lasso in his hand swayed. This time, the two ends of the rope were tied with a meat saw and a leech sleeve blade. He first stabbed the tip of the leech dagger into Finks' right hand, then shook the rope to let the meat saw sweep from the side, and cut Finks' left face. Finks was still turning his arm, but he lowered his head without contact and dodged the stab of the leech dagger, and the meat saw that came from the wrong peak was firmly grasped by his left hand. It's useless, Germain. In an instant, the meat saw in Finks' hand disappeared, replaced by the leech dagger. Not only that, the leech dagger after materialization was upside down. Finks was originally holding the handle of the meat saw, but at this moment, he suddenly grabbed the blade of the leech dagger. Germain shook the spider silk lasso. Swish! The leech dagger drew a bloody mark from Finks' palm, and blood gushed out like magma, squeezing out blood-red bubbles. Asshole! Finks' face was bulging with veins, and he let go of his hand and ran towards Germain quickly. His right hand had rotated more than 15 times, and his palm was like a golden mad knife. Dazzling! The spider silk lasso in Germain's hand disappeared, and this time a flamethrower appeared, the nozzle facing Finks, and spit out a fire snake, biting Finks. Finks was close enough, and the golden long sword of Huition, which had rotated 17 times, was suddenly pulled out from the right side, and a burst of wild light instantly tore the fire snake apart, and slashed out. Germain took advantage of the fire snake being chopped into sparks, threw out a spider silk lasso, entangled the boulder in the distance, swung his body, and flew over. The golden long sword of Huition missed, and chopped the boulder behind Germain's original position. The boulder was first split diagonally in two, and then shattered with a bang. Escape? You can't escape. Finks turned around suddenly, but saw the spider silk lasso in Germain's hand shaking, tied to one end of the leech dagger, and stabbed Finks again. Do you think the same trick will work on me? Finks dodged sideways again without contact. This time he stretched out his left hand and grabbed the spider silk lasso tied to the leech dagger, and his right wrist had already turned 3 times again. However, the next moment, the leech dagger at the end of the spider silk lasso suddenly turned into a bulky crow shield. Because Finks grabbed the spider silk lasso, the crow shield immediately rotated more than 90 degrees around his palm and hit his right wrist. Bang! The crow shield was bounced off and fell to the ground with a dull sound, and suddenly turned into air and disappeared. But Germain's goal had been achieved. Finks rotated 3 times to turn the tide, but because it touched the crow shield, it was judged as an attack. So the number of circles was reset to 0 and had to start again. At this time, Finks was already quite anxious. He was trapped by traps set one after another. He felt that every step he took seemed to be calculated, which made him extremely uncomfortable. He had to turn his right wrist again, and when he looked back at Germain, he found that the other party had reached within 3 meters. What was even more bizarre was that Germain's body was wrapped in silver white light, looking like a saint descending. If you want to fight me in close combat, then come on. At the same time, Finks also observed that among the 3 bars following Germain's side, the bar with blue progress on the far left had been completely emptied. His eyes suddenly widened. It turned out that after a series of attacks, one of Germain's 3 gas tanks had been filled with progress, and Germain emptied it and gained an increase. He poured all his amplification into the shotgun in his hand, and the silver white light surrounding his body flowed into the muzzle of the shotgun like a river. Finks' arm had just turned again at this time, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong and flew away. But it was too late. Bang! The amplified shotgun hit Finks, who wanted to dodge, and the scattered bullets were deeply embedded in the skin of the enhanced Finks. His face was smashed, and the wound was extremely painful. But Finks clenched his teeth and said nothing. At this point, he made up his mind and wanted to fight back desperately, at least to die with Germain. But suddenly he found that he could not move his whole body and fell into a state of stiffness. He watched Germain take out the meat saw again, and with a puff, he stabbed it into his abdomen fiercely, like turning on a faucet, and the bright red blood gushed out. During this period, Finks couldn't even flow, harden, or be strong. He was as fragile as a novice who had just learned to entangle. Chapter 80. German looked at Finks, who was lying on the ground and bleeding profusely. Without any nonsense, he raised the meat saw again and chopped Finks' neck like chopping pig bones. With a snap, the head rolled down. Finks, with a hideous face, died with his eyes wide open, staring at the direction of German like a frozen star. Afterwards, German's chi volume and pressure both increased by 5 points, and he obtained the item gifted by resentment, the sky-returning cannon. At this time, he explained his evolved mind ability to the dead. My chi tank must be activated at the same time as the hunter badge, and everyone can see it after activation. However, the way I accumulate energy is a little more complicated than what you said. In fact, as long as the battle is about the ability of mind, whether it is attacking or defending, the energy can be accumulated. But considering your Kaiten, I gave up the possibility of accumulating energy through defense. This requires me to consume more energy than normal for each attack and defense. And once your offensive is established, it will indeed be as you said, and my energy will be deducted accordingly. The energy is divided into 3 levels in total. As long as the first level is fully charged, it can be allocated to one of my equipment to exert the amplification ability. I just consumed the first level of energy and allocated the amplification to the shotgun, so the penetration is improved, and the target is forced to be stiff. This is the truth, Finks. If your soul is still around, I hope my answer can answer your questions before you die. Germain took a last look at Finks' body and turned to leave. There was also a deafening sound outside the stone circle. It seemed that the battle between Hisoka and Kuroro had already begun. He hadn't walked far when he felt a breath coming quickly. He looked closely and saw Maki's figure from behind a huge stone. Maki first glanced at Finks not far away. His eyes widened in astonishment. Finks' head was separated from his body, and even her mind thread could not save him. She had originally followed Paknota's advice and came to support Finks, but she didn't expect that Finks had died tragically in just a few minutes. While Germain stood upright in front of her, the winner was decided. You actually killed Finks. Maki pulled out the mind thread and needle in shock and anger. Germain was introduced to the Phantom Troupe by Maki, but now he has caused the internal division of the Phantom Troupe and killed a member so quickly. She was in a bad mood, especially because her bad intuition had come true again. She really didn't get along with the man in front of her. Don't think that this matter can be resolved peacefully today. The leader arranged for Shiaka and Kubi to be nearby just in case, and they have come here now. You 3 will definitely not escape today. She intertwined her hands quickly and orderly, and threw a lasso of mind silk at Germain. But Germain dodged it in an instant and rushed in front of her in the blink of an eye. You? Maki's eyes widened, and she was hit in the abdomen by Germain's right arm. The severe pain made her retch forward and spit out saliva, while Maki was bending over. Germain hit her back with his elbow, causing her to stagger several times and fall to the ground. He squatted down and carefully checked Maki's breath, confirming that she was still alive, but just unconscious. So he said, "This is considered as repaying your favor." It turned out that after Germain refused to answer the phone, Maki returned all the medical fees she had received for helping Germain's suture. Germain neither contacted Maki again nor transferred money to her, which was a tacit understanding between the two of them. He picked up the petite Maki by the waist, walked through the forest of stone circles, and came to the wide grassland outside. The first thing he saw was Ilmi's back. In front of Ilmi stood a person, but it was Paknota who was pierced by him. Paknota lost consciousness and was controlled by Ilmi like a zombie. Paknota was blocking the way, which made the knight, who came to reinforce, feel quite constrained. The knight's iconic bright smile had long disappeared. When he saw a German holding the unconscious Maki, his face turned even paler. Yo! Ilmi noticed German and waved at him. It seems that you solved the man and got this woman as a hostage. He pointed to Paknota who was protecting him. I also got a hostage and restrained the man in front of me. In this way, our mission is completed. The knight looked back and forth between German and Ilmi, as well as Maki and Paknota who were taken hostage, and thought seriously and attentively. How's Hisoka doing? German asked, looking at the battlefield on the grassland in the distance, where there was a constant roar. I heard that there are reinforcements. Can he handle 3 people alone? No. There's nothing I can do. After all, I only plan to help him contain 2 members of the Phantom Troupe. Illumi spread his hands. However, Hisoka was decisive. He sacrificed one hand and got rid of one of them. He pointed to the sunken ground after the boulder collapsed. And sure enough, he saw a corpse that was smashed into a meat paste. Judging from the long hair and short stature, it must be Kubi. In this way, 2 members of the Phantom Troupe have died. Even so, Hisoka is unlikely to win against Kuroro and Peeler Lev. Right? Germain looked at the battlefield in the distance again. It seems that the primary goal of killing Kuroro is impossible to achieve this time. But the secondary goal of restraining, controlling or destroying Kuroro's guards has been perfectly achieved. Hisoka is not good enough. It turns out that we can't put our hopes on him. This guy is too playful. Illumi nodded and said, I think so too. Hiso is still too arrogant and has raised the risk of the battle to the highest level. This is completely contrary to my style. The battle is over, Germain suddenly said. Illumi turned his head and saw a huge sphere shaped like Jupiter appeared in the huge sky, crashing down, stirring up strong winds and debris, flying in all directions. The knight held the antenna, but because Pagnota was protecting Illumi and Maki was in Germain's arms, he was helpless for a while. It was not until this time that he took action. Negotiate with us again. The knight put away the antenna. Hiso is likely to be seriously injured. We will use him in exchange for the freedom and safety of Maki and Pagnota. Today's battle ends here. If it continues, it will be disadvantageous to both of us. How about it? That's what he said. Illumi pointed at the knight and said to Germain, I can accept it. What do you think? Germain didn't think for long and said, Let's go and confirm Shisua's safety first. If he is a dead person, it is not worth exchanging for 2 living people. Illumi suddenly hammered his palm and said, You are right. And their leader has the right to decide. The knight stared at the 2 men and felt a headache. He had to say, Then we will go together and let the leader make the decision. Chapter 81. A moment later, Illumi helped Hisoka, who had a broken arm and was covered in bruises and blood, out of the deep pit created by the Jupiter that Peeled Lev had materialized. Yo! Hisoka spat a mouthful of blood on the ground, revealing a creepy smile with bloodshot teeth. I'm not dead. Are you disappointed? He said this to everyone present. I'm afraid that everyone present, even Germain and Illumi, had a thought in their hearts that it would be good for him to die here. Kuroro's coat was torn to pieces by Hisoka in the battle. He was wearing a thin white shirt in the cold wind of the grassland, with his hands in his trouser pockets, frowning and looking at Hisoka. Hisoka had a hard time fighting under the siege of Kuroro, Pilarev and Kubi. In order to reduce the number of people on their side first, he was willing to sacrifice an arm to kill Kubi instantly. This did make Hisoka breathe a sigh of relief and feel much more relaxed. But that was all. He was still in danger. Afterwards, Kuroro and Pilarev lured Hisoka to run and chase, causing him to bleed profusely under the intense exercise. Kuroro set another trap, briefly restraining Hisoka for a moment, and finally ended with the Jupiter fall of Peeling Lev. After such a series of attacks, Hisoka should not be able to survive. But why is he still breathing? Kuroro didn't understand. Kuroro, it's a grudge against you. Hisoka knew what everyone was wondering about. So he explained, I just wanted to fight you alone and decide the winner. But you prepared so many guards. I really couldn't help it. But I fell into your trap. So, when I was dying, I inserted my fingers into my chest and set a grudge for myself. After I die, once someone uses thoughts to test my body, it will trigger the grudge and force my heart and lungs to beat again. It seems that my thoughts resurrected him. After Illumi helped Hisoka to the ground, he let go of his hand and said calmly at this time, I was wondering why you wanted me to inject my thoughts into your body after you died. So this is the reason. Hisoka found his broken arm and glued it to the broken end with his flexible glove. He then tore off the cloth on his back that was disguised as a 12-legged spider tattoo, wrapped it around his arm, and covered the wound. Next, he used a thin illusion to disguise the cloth as skin on his arm, covering up the original wound. I just heard that the resentment after death is quite strong, and the resulting mind power can do many incredible things. So I thought of giving it a try. I didn't expect that it could really be resurrected. He raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and smiled. Kuroro. Maybe it's my obsession with not wanting to give up your toy that made me return from hell again. I think so. I really want to continue fighting with you. Hey. Ilmi patted Hisoka's shoulder, turned his thumb upside down, and pointed in the direction of him and Germain. Let me make it clear in advance that we don't want to continue fighting. Our mission is over. Hisoka turned his head and looked at Germain. Germain held Maki hostage. Maki had woken up at this time. Her hands were tied behind her back by Germain. But she did not struggle. First, they were negotiating with Kuroro, Knight, and Peeler Lev. Secondly, Paknota was stabbed with a needle by Ilmi. And now she was like a shield protecting Germain. Maki didn't know the result of her struggle, whether another companion would die. So she could only keep quiet. Is that so? Hisoka's peach blossom eyes just glanced around and roughly understood what happened. Without you to contain the guards, the battle with Kuroro can't continue. Hisoka is not the kind of person who can't see the situation clearly. Okay. Let's stop here today. He stared at Kuroro and laughed. There will always be a time when you are alone. Or I will create an opportunity for you to be alone. Kuroro's expression did not change, ignoring Hisoka's threat, and looked at Germain and Ilmi. Is this all right? It's okay. Germain was the first to let go of Maki. Maki pushed him with her hand, turned back, and glared at him, just as she was about to walk over to Kuroro, Knight, and Peeler. Germain called her. Wait. Germain squatted down, rolled up his trouser legs, revealing a 12-legged spider tattoo. Use your telepathy to help me remove it. Maki had a gloomy face and was unwilling to respond. Help him remove it. Kuroro spoke at this time. Hisoka and Germain, from this moment on, are no longer members of the Phantom Troupe. Maki was silent for a while, and finally turned around and completely removed the tattoo that she had personally given to Germain, and then returned to stand next to Knight and Peeler. Kuroro looked at Ilmi again. Ilmi spread his hands, walked behind Paknota, and took back the needle. Paknota's eyes gradually regained their color. After waking up, she looked around, looking at the people with different expressions, not understanding what happened. During the time she was controlled, she had no memory at all. But she didn't feel unnatural. This was a typical memory correction after being attacked by the control system's telepathic ability. The knight reached out and pulled the confused Paknota back to their camp. Hiso. Germain. Kuroro's face was no longer smiling, and his eyes were indifferent. You will pay the price for the death of Finks and Kubi. Germain did not respond. From the moment, he refused to participate in the activities of the Phantom Troupe. He had no delusions. The Phantom Troupe encourages outsiders to kill members and then replace them, thinking that this is selection. But the final right of interpretation is actually in Kuroro's hands. At the same time, he cannot tolerate internal rebellion, and there is no room for maneuver next. Hisoka, on the contrary, became interested and laughed. How coming? Kuroro. When Silva Zoldyck killed the original number 8, you didn't let go of such cruel words. But it's just what I want. Starting tomorrow, as long as I meet any member of the Phantom Troupe, a life and death battle will begin. Let's make a bet. Until the end of this year, will your spider legs die first? Or will Germain die first? Or will I die first? What do you think? Kuroro looked at Hisoka expressionlessly and said coldly, I bet we win. I bet I win. Hisoka put his hands on his hips, as confident as ever. And then he looked at Germain. German and Illumi ignored the love-hate conversation between Hisoka and Kuroro, and turned around and walked a long distance away. Hisoka shrugged his shoulders, said no more, and walked slowly towards the two of them. The members of the Phantom Troupe stayed where they were, watching their backs gradually disappear at the end of the grassland, and then began to deal with the bodies of Finks and Kubi. Maki's inspiration for the thread stitching came from the female teacher who taught her the ability of mind. A mortician. Unexpectedly, today she really had to use this ability of mind on her fellow members of the Phantom Troupe. She helped Finks sew his head to his neck, and sewed Kubi's broken body together, so that they could barely be decent after death. This scene alone reminded her of the scene before her childhood friend Sarisa died. The members of the Phantom Troupe once expanded Sarasa's tragedy to everyone they disliked, resented, or ignored. Is this what people outside Meteor Street call retribution? If this is retribution, then why didn't the people who harmed Meteor Street suffer retribution? Maki shook her head and waved away the haze in her mind. This Battle of Stonehenge caused the once notorious Phantom Troupe to suffer heavy losses, with 2 members killed and 2 members leaving. The Phantom Troupe originally had 13 members, but now there are only 9 left. Chapter 82. March 15th at 9 p.m. Kukula Mountain. In front of the gate of the Zoldyck family mansion. The night was deep, and the bright moon was hidden behind the dark clouds, making the sky look even darker. "We're at my house." Ilmi pointed to the front and said to the 2 people behind him, "I called in advance, and the best doctor of the Zoldyck family is already in place." Hisoka stroked his broken arm with his fingers and said, "Well, indeed. We need to sew up our arm completely so that we can better deal with the Phantom Troupe in the future." Germain looked up at the gate in front of him. The trial gate. It was indeed a layer upon a layer, with a total of 7 doors. The higher you go, the weight doubles, and the unit has been used in tons. He turned his head to look at Hisoka again and observed him carefully for a while. Hisoka, who had been resurrected from the dead, had not yet gone mad, but it was only a matter of time. Next, he would most likely become bloodthirsty, and the Phantom Troupe would not be able to satisfy him, so he would turn to seek more targets. By then, Germain and Ilmi would also become his prey. Suddenly, a burly old man ran out of the communication room next to the gate of Zoldyck family. He quickly came to Ilmi, touched his Mediterranean head, and nodded. "Master Ilmi, and Master Ilmi's friends, welcome back. The doctor has followed your orders and is waiting in the mansion." The gatekeeper Jeburong said. "Yes." Ilmi nodded without any fluctuation in his voice. "That's all." "Yes, young master." Ilmi strode forward and pressed his hands on the trial gate. With a creaking sound, the 6 doors of the trial gate were pushed open. Ilmi's expression was still the same, and it was unknown whether he had used all his strength. German and Hisoka followed Ilmi and walked into the huge courtyard of the Zoldyck family. Jeburong stayed by the gate, bowing in the direction of Ilmi. After walking a few steps, they saw a pair of green eyes light up in the dark forest, and a hound as big as a hill, which was lying on the ground, raised its head. "This is our guard dog," Ilmi called out. "Samao, I forgot to bring food back. I feed you tomorrow." The huge hound Samao did not make any sound, but stared at Germain and Shisu with his scalp-numbing eyes, moving with them until they could no longer be seen. "Shisu, Germain," Ilmi said as he led the way, "you can't go into the main house. You can stay in the housekeeper's office for the next few days. It's enough for you to rest." "I have no objection," Germain replied, and then observed the night view of Kukula Mountain, as leisurely as a tourist. Shisu also waved his hand and said, "I just need my arm to be perfectly sutured. That's all." They climbed up a small hill and walked a flat road. And then they saw a brightly lit, luxurious mansion. Zoldyck family. Even the housekeeper's residence is quite gorgeous. Chief Housekeeper Wudong and a group of housekeepers and doctors had already received the news and stood in front of the gate for a long time. At this moment, they all walked forward in an orderly manner. "Master." Wudong adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses and led a group of housekeepers in black suits and doctors in white coats to bow to Ilmi. "Yes." Ilmi still had the same expression, nodded, and pointed to the 2 people behind him. "As mentioned before, let the doctor sew up Shisu's broken arm, and then let them live here." "Yes." Wudong didn't say a word of nonsense, let alone question Master Ilmi's decision. He agreed directly. Ilmi turned to look at Germain and Hisoka, and said, "Then you stay here tonight. I have to go back to the main house, and come to see you tomorrow." Germain nodded, and Hisoka made an okay gesture. So Ilmi turned and left. He jumped up, jumped back and forth between the branches, and soon disappeared into the darkness. "Mr. Hisoka, Mr. Germain?" Wudong adjusted his glasses, his expression serious and old-fashioned. "Please come this way." He led Germain and Hisoka into the mansion, and then asked Hisoka and the doctors to go into a room to clean the wound and suture it, and asked other housekeepers to bring desserts and fruits to Germain. While waiting, Germain described everything that happened today in the group of stagecoaches, and warned Shiati not to get close to the members of the Phantom Troupe. Kuroro had already discovered that the 2 were connected, and it was possible that he would attack Shiati. Shiati responded, but did not complain that Germain dragged her in. After all, she was the first to expose their relationship. Otherwise she should be safe now. As for Biscuit, after showing concern, he asked again, Germain, isn't the upper limit of the team 4 people? Can I let Yungu join the team? If yes, I will contact him now and leave the explanation to me. In addition, we need a long-term medical staff. The one I contacted last time was very good, but a little shy. I can bring her into the team. And her character is also worth guaranteeing. Yungu is Besiji's disciple. German has also met him once. He is a trustworthy person. It is definitely helpful to have a capable and trustworthy teammate. As for the medical staff, they did need one. So German agreed to all of it and handed it over to Biscuit to negotiate. Less than half an hour later, Hisoka came out of the room and deliberately moved his stitched arm in front of German. It's just like a new one. German, are you waiting for me here on purpose? No. It's just politeness. German stood up and looked at Wutong not far away. Wutong came over with understanding. Help us prepare dinner. We haven't eaten yet. Wutong adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses and immediately said, It's my work mistake. Prepare it now. Dinner will be on the table in a quarter of an hour. Please wait a moment. He bowed, turned around and left in a hurry. What a serious person. Shisuo stared at Wutong's back with a smile. Then looked at Germain. You are so unscrupulous in ordering other people's butlers. Germain walked towards the direction of the restaurant and said, If you are not hungry, then go and rest first. I will ask Wutong butler to cancel your portion. Shisuo was stunned for a moment and laughed a few times. In the end, the two of them still had a dazzling dinner together. And after dinner, they were led to different rooms to rest. After taking a shower and drying his hair with a hair dryer, Germain laid down in the soft quilt, using sleep to clear the day's fatigue. The next morning, Germain woke up, washed up, and went to the restaurant downstairs to eat a simple but nutritious breakfast. However, this time, there was no sign of Shisuo across the table. Wutong came over and handed a letter to Germain, saying, Mr. Germain, Mr. Shisuo left alone this morning and left this letter for you. For some reason, Germain knew that Shisuo had left, and when he saw the letter, he was not surprised at all. He even guessed the general content of the letter. Germain took the letter from Wutong, took it out of the envelope, and unfolded it to read. Wutong stepped aside, maintaining basic etiquette. Germain quickly scanned it, and the content was indeed as he expected. A challenge letter to him and Ilmi, and also a marriage proposal letter. Hisoka's appetite is too big. He is probably the kind of man who likes to have a harem in the legend. Right? The next time they meet, there will be no doubt that it will be a life and death battle between them. After reading it, Germain folded it, put it back in the envelope, and then handed it to Wutong, saying, Send this letter to your young master Ilmi. This letter is also written to him. Yes, I understand. Wutong took it and bowed solemnly. Thank you for your reminder. I will have someone send it to the main house now. The letter was sent to the main house. And until noon, Germain started to eat lunch at Zoldyck family. And Ilmi did not come to see it as promised. However, in the afternoon, Ilmi's message reached here, asking Wutong to take German to the main house of Zoldyck family. The current chairman of Zoldyck family, Ba, wanted to see him. Chapter 83. Wutong brought Germain, who was not familiar with the route, to the front door of the majestic Zoldyck family mansion, and bowed respectfully to Ilmi, who was standing at the door to greet him. Master Ilmi, I brought Mr. Germain here. Wutong put one hand on his lower abdomen, one hand on the seam of his trousers, and bent slightly. Ilmi nodded, waved, and said, Well, you go and do your thing. Yes, master. Wutong bowed again, then turned and left, and soon disappeared at the corner of the cobblestone path. My father and mother want to see you. Ilmi led Germain into the mansion and said, They seem to be interested in you. Why? Germain followed slowly behind him. Who knows? Ilmi shrugged his shoulders. Maybe it's the marriage proposal letter from Shisuo? After all, he put you and me on the same level as his target. They entered a small door and walked into a dark, narrow passage. The appearance of this place is a bit like the transportation passage of an air raid shelter, but the atmosphere is more like a cold underground tomb. After walking a distance, German saw a squint-eyed fat man striding towards him. Brother. The fat man's tone was very impolite, but it can be seen that he has tried to be humble as much as possible. Can you lend me a few billion ringgits first? Ilmi shook his head decisively, No. TSK. Stingy. The fat man snorted as if it was just what he expected, and looked at the stranger German in confusion, then walked past them quickly. Okay. Okay. I earn it myself. The fat man walked away cursing. That's my younger brother Michi, the second oldest, a fat otaku. Ilmi continued to walk forward. By the way, I'm the oldest. I know, German replied. But as the eldest son of the first killer family, wouldn't it be bad for you to tell outsiders about your family members' information? No. Ilmi turned around and showed a matter-of-fact expression. We have never hidden any information at all. On Hunter-specific websites or other channels. You can always find out about us by spending a little more money or using special means, Ilmi added. This is probably the natural confidence of their first killer family. Ilmi took Germain into a cold and dark space like a basement. On the recliner at the end, a man was lying on his side, talking with a woman and a child next to him. They looked like an ordinary family of three. The man and the woman were arguing. Kia has been at a critical time in recent years. How can we let him leave here and go out to play? What if he becomes careless? What if he goes astray? Wearing a white wide-brimmed hat, a black pleated skirt, and holding a folding fan. Kija's eyes were replaced by a machine similar to VR glasses, and a red dot representing his eyeballs was shaking angrily. Silva lay on his side on the soft pillow, his long silver hair falling down, looking even paler in the dim light. He opened his eyes slightly, first glanced at Germain, and then turned to his wife. What if we just let him go outside? Wasn't he thrown into the Sky Arena to live alone a few years ago? Silva said calmly. How can it be the same? Kija shook out the folding fan and fanned his sweaty neck. Still fierce. You know that Zybonian has been nearby, and we can monitor Killua's every move through her monocular glasses. And this time, you actually plan to let him go out alone. I will never agree to such a thing. Zybonian is the old butler directly under Shiba, and he is quite reliable. Shiba sighed softly, as if he didn't want to discuss this topic with his wife anymore. At this time, Kurt, the youngest fifth son, who had been keeping quiet, walked towards his parents at the right time. He pulled the hem of Kija's skirt and said in a flat voice, Father. Mother. The guests are here. Kurt is petite, wearing a dark purple kimono, with a mole at the corner of her mouth. And she is dressed like a little girl. And she looks well behaved at this time. Yeah, Ilmi also said. I brought Germain here. Shiba and Kija certainly knew that the guests had arrived. However, they all pretended that they had noticed this only after being reminded by Ilmi and Kurt. And the atmosphere of their previous argument was quite naturally eliminated. You are Germain, one of Ilmi's partners this time. Right? Shiba slowly got up from the recliner and stood up slowly. His tall body allowed him to look down at Germain. Shiba's eyes were sharp, like a cold wind soaking Germain's hunter's black robe. Yes, Germain answered, and was not overwhelmed by Shiba's oncoming momentum. Kurt blinked and looked at Germain curiously. By observing his demeanor in front of his father, he could tell that he was definitely not a weak person. You should have been ranked over 100 in the World Killer rankings. Right? Silva smiled and said. After killing the beast, you ranked over 70. I'm not sure, Germain answered truthfully. I don't pay much attention to the ranking. Silva's mouth curled up slightly. Ilmi said that Finks, one of the members of the Phantom Troupe, died at your hands. In this case, your ranking should be improved. Right? He once killed Germain's predecessor, the member of the number 8 Troupe. In this regard, he knew how troublesome the members of the Phantom Troupe were. Unless someone can offer him a satisfactory price, he doesn't want to touch the Phantom Troupe again. Therefore, he is still quite interested in Germain, who can kill Finks. We managed to separate them, Germain answered calmly. I fought Finks one-on-one, and used some intelligence gaps to make him fall into the trap. I see. Silva had actually heard Illumi say once. Although the individual strength of the Phantom Troupe is very strong, the most troublesome thing is when they gather together. After all, spiders must have a brain to make judgments and legs to walk. You should deal with them separately, which is the right thing to do. At this time, Chichio next to him shook the folding fan he had opened again, put it away, and asked arrogantly, German, I heard that you are from Meteor Street. Right? Yes, German replied. Is that place still the same? Chichio, who also came from Meteor Street, looked impatient, but still asked in a rhythmic tone. German has not returned to Meteor Street once until now. He recalled the memory of his original body and said, "It's still the same." Garbage piled up like a mountain. People searching for garbage wear protective clothing. And others live in the living area. "Is the cathedral still there?" Jichio asked again. "It's still there." Jichio snorted coldly and said, "I guess so. If it were me, I would build churches on all sides of Meteor Street. The more the better. After all, only God can save that damn place." Although she was born in Meteor Street, she didn't have much affection for it. Silva and Kijo chatted with Germain for a while before ending the conversation. They did not mention Hisoka or anyone else, as if they were really inviting guests to come over and greet each other. But after Germain was led away by Ilmi, Kijo turned to Silva and said, "He is indeed from Meteor City. And many details match. It seems that what Ilmi said is true." Silva stroked his chin. "The Phantom Troupe actually split and rebelled. I thought they were like sticky gum." He looked at Kurt again and asked his youngest son, "What did you observe just now?" German was very calm. Kurt thought for a while and said, "I didn't see much fluctuation in his expression when I accidentally saw my father and mother quarreling. And even his temper didn't change. It's as if he knew that after seeing the internal situation of our family, we would never attack him. It's strange. We are the #1 killer family. Why is he not afraid of us at all? This is his confident judgment." Silva's smile faded slightly. "I have a hunch that the Phantom Troupe will probably fall on him and the man named Hisoka." Chapter 84. Germain rested in the housekeeper's house of the Zoldyck family for another night, then took his leave and asked Wudong to help tell the masters of the Zoldyck family. "Yes," Wudong responded, and clapped his hands again. "Canalia, come here." A black-skinned girl with dreadlocks came over. She was the trainee housekeeper of the Zoldyck family. She also came from Meteor Street and only entered here a few years ago. "Mr. Wudong." Canalia bowed slightly. And there was no flaw in her etiquette. She was like a cold machine, keeping a good distance from Germain. "Send Mr. Germain to the gate." Wudong adjusted his glasses. "Yes," Canalia responded, then turned to look at Germain. "Mr. Germain, please come this way." Considering that the courtyard of the Zoldyck family mansion was indeed quite large, Germain did not want to waste time. So he followed Canalia. The two left the housekeeper's house. Wudong and the housekeepers bowed behind him. It was not because they respected Germain, but because he was brought back by Master Ilmi. Canaria walked slowly with Germain, and soon saw the trial gate from a distance. When they passed through a forest, they saw the huge hound named Sanmao. However, at this time, there was another figure beside Sanmao, feeding Sanmao. But it was not the gatekeeper Jibarong, but a child. He has short silver-white hair, and is dressed quite fashionably. He looks only about 11 or 12 years old. He is Killua, the third son of the Zoldyck family. Thus, among the brothers of the Zoldyck family, only the fourth son, Aluka, is the one that Germain has not met yet. However, it is unlikely that he will meet Aluka, who is under heavy surveillance and protection. Master Killua. Although Canaria bowed calmly, her hands holding the cane trembled slightly, showing her excitement and joy. "Good morning." "Yeah. Good morning." Killua was a little cold to Canaria, glanced at her, and looked away. Canaria was not disappointed, because she knew that Master Killua did it on purpose. Otherwise, if Mrs. Kiju or Master Ilmi knew about it, they would punish her for violating the housekeeper's rules. Master Killua is still so gentle, Canaria thought to herself. Noticing the stranger, Killua suddenly became interested. He ignored Canaria, put his hands on the back of his head, and walked around Germain curiously. "Brother Ilmi has never brought back a woman, and we were quite worried. I didn't expect him to bring back 2 men this time," he teased while looking at Germain, who was full of flaws, and muttered in his heart, "It's strange. Anyone who can hang out with Illumi shouldn't be a weakling. Why does he seem to have opportunities to attack everywhere? Illumi, I've never seen him interested in women. Could he really like men?" Killa felt a chill and quickly dismissed the possibility. He curled his lips and suddenly had an idea. He covered his mouth and smiled like a fox. "I can call you Germain. Okay?" Killua was quite impolite and put his hands down. "I heard you're also a killer. It just so happens that I have learned a trick recently. Can you teach me?" Killua looked up and showed an innocent smile to Germain. Canaria on the side had guessed what Master Killua was thinking. She frowned, but did not speak to stop him. "I don't care. Germain still had a good impression of Killua. But I don't think I can teach you anything about the skills of a killer. At this age, Killua has already been a killer. I don't know how many people he has killed. Putting aside his ability to read, his killing skills are more advanced than Germain's. It doesn't matter. Just a casual exchange. Killua subconsciously took Germain's words as a retreat. And he hurriedly followed. Come on. I'm going to do it. The next moment he reminded. His hand suddenly swung like a long whip. And only occasionally could you see the soft shadow of his arms, like a snake. Here it comes. Master Killua has practiced the snake skills a few years ago. It's really bad intentions. Canaria glanced at Killua and thought. However, Master Killua is probably far from being a match for Mr. Germain. This move can't hurt him. Sure enough, Killua rushed forward without warning, swinging his arms at Germain like whips. Germain calmly raised his hands and quickly and firmly grasped Killua's arms. Huh? Killua was shocked and tried to break free, but found that his arms seemed to be welded. He quickly kicked Germain's chin, but Germain dodged it with his head turned sideways. What a quick reaction. Killua was secretly shocked. He still didn't give up, and raised his legs again, constantly trying to kick Germain's head, abdomen, and limbs, but failed every time. Germain grabbed Killua's hands like a clothes hanger, and Killua was a piece of clothing, allowing him to swing and manipulate. Killua's face flushed, but he still refused to beg for mercy. He grabbed Germain's hands, lifted his body like a pull-up, and stretched his head over, about to bite the back of Germain's hand. This time, Germain finally let go. Children would bite each other in a fight, and he didn't want to get Killua's saliva on him. But thinking back, both Eugen and Mad Dog would bite each other in a fight, and their fierce biting could never be described as children fighting. As soon as Killua landed, he suddenly retreated a distance, laughed hoarsely a few times, and said, "You still have some skills. I'm about to get serious." Then, this time, he used the limb-bending technique to walk around Germain, leaving a full body after image. I was just thinking that Master Killua is too mean. Canaria looked at Germain this time, and said to herself, but the real mean person is actually Mr. Germain. Master Killua will take the initiative to stop when facing someone he absolutely cannot beat. But Mr. Germain deliberately restrained his murderous aura and left so many loopholes, giving Master Killua hope and tempting Master Killua. However, this time, before Killua continued to attack, the battle came to an abrupt end. A rumbling, rapid running sound came from the side. I saw Sanmao suddenly run towards Germain, and in an instant he came to Germain's side, opened his bloody mouth, and was about to bite Germain. Sanmao was trained to bite to death anyone who did not go in and out of the trial gate, and also bite to death anyone who attacked Zoldyck family members. They were all enemies. What Germain did to Killua just now, in his understanding, has become a clear attack signal. Killua was so shocked that he stopped flexing his limbs, and Canaria clenched the scepter. They didn't react to Sanmao's sudden attack for a while. They were about to call for a stop, but Germain looked at Sanmao and suddenly released his evil thoughts. It was like a flood and a beast, surging out. Sanmao stopped all four legs. The instinct of the creature made it feel afraid in front of Germain, but the domestication of the Zoldyck family made it have to attack the enemy. Under the contradiction, Sanmao was a little stuck and hesitated. At this time, Canaria hurriedly said, "Sanmao, retreat. There are no enemies here." Sanmao recognized Canaria's smell and voice, hesitated for a moment, and then retreated obediently, then stood next to a big tree, staring at Germain intently. Canaria breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around and saw that Master Killua was gone. It turned out that the moment Germain released his evil thoughts, Killua could not control the influence of fear, and retreated suddenly, and drilled into the branches of another big tree like lightning. His long-sleeved clothes were soaked with cold sweat, and he stared at Germain with rapid breathing. Why? Why does this guy also have the same tricks as Ilmi? What is that? What on earth is that? Chapter 85. Germain glanced at Killua, who was hiding in the branches like a monkey, and smiled. Without saying anything, he walked towards the gate of the trial. Goodbye, Mr. Germain. Canaria bowed slightly to Germain, who passed by her, and Germain nodded in response. He stood in front of the tall and majestic gate of the trial, and just as he was about to push the door, he heard hurried footsteps from behind. Wait! Killua ran over and stopped 3 meters away from Germain. The fear in his eyes had subsided, leaving only a lot of doubts. Do you want to fight again? Germain turned around, looked down at Killua, and asked knowingly. No more fighting. Killua crossed his arms and stared at Germain with a bright look in his eyes. I just don't understand. What was that just now? Why did Samao stop? He was sure that the well-trained Samao would not listen to orders from outsiders. But Germain just stood there, releasing an indescribable momentum, which made Samao pause. More importantly, Killua also felt a similar momentum from Illumi, which almost suffocated him and made him want to escape without stopping. He also asked other people in the family, including Canaria, but no one was willing to tell him what it was. It seemed that this was related to the most critical period that his mother often talked about. Now, Killua finally saw someone other than the Zoldyck family who also had this special skill. Although he was reluctant, he still chased after him. He wanted to know the truth. Master Killua. Canaria followed with a worried look on her face. She once again guessed her master's thoughts and kindly advised. Let Mr. Germain go. You go feed Samao. Don't let it eat too much. Killua saw Canaria's embarrassment, so he pointed in the direction of Samao and gave a direct command. Canaria looked at Master Killua, who nodded slightly. The two of them understood each other. Canaria hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed and agreed. When Canaria walked to Samao, Killua looked around and saw that no one else was there. So he hurriedly asked, German, tell me, what is that? That's Nin. German answered briefly. As long as you are willing to tell me, I will never forget it. Eh? Killua and German spoke at the same time. He would never have expected that things would go so smoothly. And he was surprised. Nin? He looked at German suspiciously. Are you lying to me? Killua felt incredible that he could get information so easily without equal exchange or torture. It doesn't matter whether you believe what I say next. German simply explained the meaning and relationship between Chi, Nin and Nin ability. The more Killua listened, the more solemn his expression became. He had many doubts in the past, but now they were all solved one by one. He had to admit that what Germain said was most likely true. Then, can you teach me the ability of Nin? Killua asked tentatively. No. Your elder brother will hunt me all over the world. Seeing Killua's disappointed expression, Germain said, but I know where you can learn it. Where? Killua's hope rose again. After you pass the hunter exam and obtain a hunter license, someone will come to teach you. Germain said nothing more. That's it. I should go. Ah. But, Killua wanted to ask more. But Germain ignored him, and calmly opened the door of the six-fold trial under his stunned gaze. He could only push open the 3 layers of 6 doors. Germain walked out of the Zoldyck family's trial door, and Jiebu Rong hurriedly walked out of the message room. First greeted Master Killua, and then said goodbye to Mr. Germain. The trial door slowly closed behind Germain, blocking Killua's side of his back. Germain walked forward for a distance, put his hands in the pockets of the hunter's black robe, and suddenly found something in the left pocket. He took it out and saw that it was a cardboard robot. What is this? He saw an opening on the cardboard robot, so he turned it upside down, and a small ball rolled out of the opening and fell into his palm. He picked it up with his fingers and looked at it carefully. Ah! German's memory was awakened. This seems to be Killua's favorite chocolate ball. How come a whole box is in my pocket? Then, he remembered that when he was playing with Killua just now, his kleptomania came back again, and he stole the box of chocolate from Killua's trouser pocket without anyone noticing. Do you want to give it back? German threw the chocolate ball in his palm into his mouth, and the slightly bitter but sweet taste filled his tongue. Forget it. Just treat it as information fee for the ability of Nin. On March 25th, Biscuit finally explained the results of the negotiation with the newcomer in the group of stagecoaches. Although Yungu was skeptical about being able to be teleported directly to the Dark Continent, she still agreed because of her trust in teacher Bisiji. The other person was the reason why Bisiji had delayed announcing the result until now. That person was too shy and was reluctant to join a team full of strangers. Bisiji persuaded her and promised her that as long as she didn't want to, she didn't have to follow them, as long as they guaranteed medical assistance after they came back. She reluctantly agreed under Bisiji's persistence. She also doubted the authenticity of this matter, but she didn't have the courage to question it out loud. On March 26th, Bisji pulled both of them into the group of stagecoaches and introduced them to Germain and Shiati. Yondu, my disciple. You know Germain. These days, I threw the information I sorted out to him. and he studied it overnight. So it should be no problem. The other one is called Sambika, a virus hunter, and also a 1-star hunter of the Hunter Association. She will be the medical consultant of our group. It turned out to be her. German had some impression of Sambika. He remembered that she was a petite female doctor who wore a full set of tight white coats all day long, wearing a mask, and was shy and didn't like to talk. Although she mainly studies viruses, she also has medical knowledge such as first aid. Sambika is very popular in the Hunter Association. So much so that after President Netero died in battle, she was voted as one of the candidates for the president. Biscuit approached her because of her superb medical skills and her taciturn personality, thinking that she must be the most secretive about this trip. So, Germain decided to meet up with everyone on March 30th and start another trip to the Dark Continent 2 days later on April 1st. Chapter 86. March 30th afternoon. Germain arrived at a mountain range in a timely manner, found a forest that even the mobile phone could not locate, and came to the lake that was as transparent as a lens. A 3-story Western-style mansion is located by the lake. It is far less majestic than the Zoldyck family mansion. It looks like a temporary residence that a family would rent when traveling. Biscuit got the news in advance and stood at the door with his hands on his hips waiting. When he saw Germain's figure, he couldn't help but waved his hands at him from a distance. "Hey, you are finally here," she shouted. "You are so brave that you dare to let the lady wait for so long." In Biscuit's loud shouting, Germain's steps were still not hurried or slow, and he was not affected by her at all. Biscuit, however, was not so patient. She held up the hem of her princess dress with both hands and walked over quickly. "Everyone is here, except you." Biscuit came to Germain and complained. "The main person of this trip is late. How can this be possible? Sambika must be more worried." "Sorry." Germain put his hands in the pockets of the hunter's black robe. "I usually arrive half an hour in advance according to the agreed time. But I didn't expect you to be here already. Forget it." Biscuit waved her white-gloved hand, not intending to pursue it further. "Let's go in first." This time she tied her blonde hair into a bun, pointed at the mansion, and said excitedly, "Look, isn't this house beautiful? I bought it, and it will be our temporary base in the future. It's really good." Germain looked at the surrounding environment, then at the exterior of the mansion, and commented, "You look like you made a fortune. Thanks to you." Biscuit smiled and bumped Germain's arm with her petite body. "Xiao and I both made a fortune. I take you to see my new collection when I'm free." "Okay." Germain nodded. He knew it was just a polite remark, and Biscuit would not let Germain go to her gem collection point. Biscuit led Germain to the door of the mansion with great excitement. At this time, a window on the second floor was suddenly opened, and a head appeared. "Germain." Xiaodi put her chest on the windowsill and greeted downstairs. "You are here." "I am here." Germain waved in response. "So?" Xiaodi nodded calmly, shrank back, and closed the glass window again, as if nothing had happened. "I say, you too." "Really?" Biscuit opened the door of the mansion, but held his forehead with a headache. "I can't understand the brain waves of the two of you. In a sense, it's a really great way of communicating." Entering the house, the brick-red fireplace was burning firewood. Yungu was sitting on a chair next to the fireplace, concentrating on flipping through a thick notebook, and the pages were curled up by him. "Ah, Mr. German." He noticed someone entering the room, looked up, stood up with a smile, and put the notebook on the table at the side. "You're here." Yungu walked over quickly and shook hands with German. "Yungu, your clothes." Biscuit didn't even look at it, and she reminded skillfully. She picked up an apple from the fruit plate and started to bite it. "Pay attention to your image." Yungu hurriedly lowered her head after being reminded, and then shyly reached out to tuck the corner of her clothes back into her pants. "Sorry, teacher." "Mr. German, I made you laugh. Don't be so polite. Just call me German." German glanced at the notebook that Yungu had just read. The content on it was the information on the last trip compiled by Biscuit, which was about 1/3 of the pages of the notebook. Yungu looked at Biscuit, and after Biscuit nodded to him, he smiled and said, "Okay, Germain first." "Germain?" Germain looked at the paintings on the wall, most of which were handsome knights, evil robbers, and young antique dealers. From this, we can see Biscuit's hobbies. "Yungu, we haven't seen each other for 2 months." "Right," Germain said. What have you been doing during this time? For some reason, Yuan-gu felt a little restrained when facing Germain at this time. Just like facing Besiji's teacher. Even though he was obviously older than Germain. He cleared his throat and answered seriously. After I sent the color-changing stone to my teacher, I continued traveling in order to pass on our Xinyuanliu. Huh? Now Bisiji also became interested. She leaned back and lay directly on the soft sofa. At the same time, she threw the apple core accurately into the trash can in the distance. How is it going? Yuan-gu couldn't help but feel moved. Besiji's caring question was her most like a Xinyuanliu inheritor in recent years. Speaking of which, Netero, the founder of Xinyuanliu, and his successor Bisiji seem to be not very concerned about whether Xinyuanliu has a next generation. And most of them are busy with their own affairs. This is also related to the characteristics of Xinyuanliu. That is, it follows the minority elite school, only teaching the disciples who are favored and gifted, and not blindly expanding apprentices. Yuan-gu, the acting teacher of Xinyuanliu, is more concerned about this. Teacher Bisiji, I was just about to tell you about this. Yuan-gu smiled. I have taken a fancy to a child with excellent qualifications and character. His name is Jishi. I want to accept him as my disciple. Oh, then accept him. Bisiji hugged the doll pillow beside him in his arms, his eyes blinking like a girl. Accept? Yuan-gu didn't expect Bisiji to agree so quickly, and he was choked. Then he asked helplessly, You don't even ask him how he is, or take a look at him in person. What's so good about him? Bisiji directly passed the blame. I still believe in your vision. This child named Jishi. Yuan-gu sighed when he heard it. He should have thought of it earlier. Other schools think that the issue of succession is a matter of life and death. But President Netero and Bisiji think that it is better to let nature take its course. This is also in line with the purpose of the Heart Source School. Yuan-gu thought to himself. I still haven't practiced enough. So he said, if nothing unexpected happens, after returning from this trip to the Dark Continent, I will take him in as... Hey! Bisiji suddenly jumped up and interrupted him. Don't set up such an unlucky flag when there are still 2 days before departure. Yuan-gu showed a look of realization and embarrassment. Teacher, I didn't mean it. If you did it on purpose, what will happen? Bisiji laughed and scolded. At this time, footsteps came from the stairs. Xiaobi walked down from the upstairs quickly, nodded to everyone, and then adjusted her pair of wide black frame glasses that were about to slip off her nose. Germain looked around and asked, Where is the other person? Chapter 87. Sambika is upstairs in her room. Biscuit shrugged. No way. She's still not used to interacting with so many strangers. Xiaobi raised a hand. I've only met her once. I've met her several times. Yuan-gu showed a helpless look. But most of the time, I met her by chance at the Hunter Association headquarters before. Biscuit spread his hands and said with a smile, She is such a shy girl. Oh, so cute. I really want to use her as a pillow, since she is so socially anxious. How can she complete her work? German asked the key point. She is studying viruses, and spends most of her time in the laboratory. Biscuit explained. And when she is treating, her personality will change 180 degrees. What do you mean? German asked. It means that she will become very focused and forget her social anxiety attributes. Biscuit replied. She is very serious and responsible about her work. In her eyes, patients are different from other people. After listening, German nodded. Then I have no doubts about her. But we have to discuss the final preparation details. Would it be better to ask her to come down and participate? It doesn't matter. She has thought of this a long time ago. Biscuit said this, burst into laughter, and then found a tablet from behind the pillow and put it on the table. The tablet screen was lit up, revealing a chat interface and a small speaker logo in the lower right corner, which means it is in the external speaker mode. Seeing this scene, German, Xiaobi and Yuan-gu were all stunned. Then, the tablet screen showed several lines of Hunter language, all in size 1 font. Hello. I'm Sambika. I'm sorry to communicate with you like this. Xiaobi approached Germain and asked. So Sambika is dumb? No wonder she didn't respond to me when I knocked on the door before. That's not right. Is she deaf? Biscuit heard it, and laughed unladylike on the sofa. This time it was the disciple Yuan-gu's turn to remind her to pay attention to her appearance. At the same time, Sorry appeared on the tablet computer, and it kept scrolling for a long time. What's wrong? Xiaobi tilted her head in confusion. even a little depressed. She didn't understand what was funny. Sambika is not deaf or dumb, German explained. She is just timid and doesn't dare to communicate with strangers. You knocked on the door before, and it must have scared her. Oh, Xiaodi nodded thoughtfully. And I don't know if she understood it. German saw that Biscuit was laughing to his heart's content. And after the laughter slowly stopped, he said, then this discussion will start now. An hour and a half later, the discussion ended. We will rest during the day tomorrow. And we will set off at 1 a.m. on the 1st as usual. German made the final conclusion. And then looked out the window. It's almost evening. How are we going to solve dinner tonight? German's eyes were cast on the two women present, as well as the tablet computer. But Biscuit and Xiaodi shook their heads, and Sambika on the tablet computer pretended not to exist. He realized a rather serious problem. You are not going to let me cook dinner for 5 people. Are you? German's best dishes are fried rice, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, fried eggs and other home-cooked dishes that are not easy to get along with eggs. But making 5 portions at a time is something he has never done before. I do it. At this time, Yungu stood up from the sofa, adjusted his glasses, and said with a smile, as long as everyone doesn't mind. Oh, let Yungu do it. This kid is really good at cooking, and he will definitely be a great house husband in the future. Biscuit threw out the free praise. Yungu rarely received such praise from the teacher, and he could not help but touch the back of his head in embarrassment. In that case, I help you, Germain said. I can still wash and cut vegetables. Okay. Thank you, Yungu replied. So the two men entered the kitchen, and tacitly did not ask Biscuit, Xiaodi and Sambika if they wanted to help. Half an hour later, under Yungu's cooking, a table of dishes was placed on the long table, and Biscuit sent Sambika's portion to her room. After Biscuit brought the food back, everyone started to enjoy dinner. Yungu's cooking skills were definitely not as good as those of the chefs in star restaurants, but it was definitely enough here. Yungu looked at everyone eating sweetly, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. However, Biscuit didn't even look at them, and reminded them, Yungu, him, image. The set of words was so skillful that Yungu subconsciously looked at his waist when he heard the first word, and then reached out to tidy it up in shame. German. I have an idea. Biscuit raised a knife and pointed at German across the table. Do you know the one-star gourmet hunter Minchi? Yes. German rolled up the spaghetti covered with tomato meat sauce with a fork and put it in his mouth. I've seen her and her partner Bahala before. That's easy. The cooking skills of both of them are amazing. I tried it once, and it was so delicious that I almost bit my tongue off. Biscuit showed a cunning smile. We have to drag them down too. Germain looked at the woman in front of him, who was trying to hollow out the Hunter Association under the management of his mentor, President Netero, and felt that she was quite similar to him in one aspect, lawlessness. Midnight on March 31st passed, and April Fool's Day on April 1st arrived. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the lakeside mansion was brightly lit. Except for Sambika, Germain, and the other 4 who had rested for a day gathered together. This is the transmission lantern and the messenger imp. Yungu squatted down, looking at the luminous lantern and the 4 thin and pale imps, and couldn't help but exclaimed, has everyone prepared their own things? Germain confirmed it again, and the other 3 nodded to him solemnly. Then, hold hands with the imps, Germain said. Our journey begins. German, Biscuit, Yungu, and Xiaodi stretched out their hands one after another, and held the skinny fingers of those little ghosts together. They only heard the screams of surprise, and felt the cold death. At the end, Biscuit shouted to the tablet computer on the side, Sambika, we are leaving. Please help watch here. The tablet computer quickly showed an okay reply. Biscuit no longer had any doubts. Lantern location, Spider Valley bottom. Cooling time, 2 hours, already cooled, after a sudden dizzy moment. German and the other 4. The messenger imp and the lantern disappeared without a trace on the floor. After a while, a sneaky, petite figure poked her head out from the stairs, carefully looked around the first floor, and after confirming that it was really not an April Fool's Day prank, she slowly walked down. Many people who liked her would tease her at this time, so that she had a psychological trauma. When she saw everyone suddenly disappear, she believed the trip to the Dark Continent. Sambika, who was still dressed tightly, picked up her tablet and placed it on her chest, which was almost as flat. Suddenly, She realized that she was the only one left in a house in the wilderness. With a flurry of random thoughts in her mind, she swallowed nervously, put the tablet on the table without turning off the lights in the hall, and ran back upstairs. Chapter 88. The branches covered like eggshells, leaving large shadows and scattered lights at the bottom of the Spider Valley. The lantern emerged without warning, and then cast 4 figures. Germain lowered his head and confirmed that the lantern would cool down in 4 hours. Then he reached out to take it back, and the faint light gradually disappeared. Is this the Dark Continent? Yungu experienced a wonderful teleportation and came to a completely unfamiliar area. Still a little unbelievable. Yes. Germain nodded. Germain, Biscuit suddenly shouted, and everyone heard the seriousness in her tone, which was contrary to her usual personality. Look at your feet. Germain, Xiaodi and Yungu all lowered their heads, first seeing the fallen leaves all over the ground, the stones embedded in the mud, then the scorch marks left last time, and finally a significant dent. German realized something was wrong. He looked around and saw that the large area where they were standing had an obvious gap from the original bottom of the Spider Valley. This shape. He gathered energy in his legs and suddenly jumped towards the treetops above his head. When he jumped to Biscuit, Yungu and Xiaodi were as small as peanuts. He finally saw the situation clearly. So that's it. Bang! German landed steadily on the ground and brushed off the dust on his body. What's going on? Everyone gathered around, and Biscuit, who was the first to notice the abnormality, asked, "We are standing on a palm print." German saw that the other 3 people showed puzzled expressions, and changed the description to something they could understand more. It's like the palm print that President Netero used the 100 styles of Guanyin. Biscuit and Yungu understood it immediately, and Xiaodi was a little slow. But he also understood what German meant. A giant, or a subhuman species of Warcraft, with this kind of destructive power. Biscuit pinched his chin with his fingers and made a judgment. It launched an attack here after we left. Yungu was a little horrified, especially since he knew how terrible President Netero's palm wind was. Does it have any ill intentions towards us? Probably. And I tend to think it is a huge creature, Germain said, pointing to the branches above his head. The spider silks of those spiders were all torn to pieces. The other 3 looked up, and as Germain said, the spider silks that originally covered the gaps between several large trees were torn to pieces, rolled up and hung on the tree branches, like abandoned parachutes. This means that there was a creature taller than these trees, forcibly pulling apart the intertwined leaves, tearing apart the spider silk, and then pressing its palm print on the bottom of the Spider Valley. It seems that we can't stay here for too long. German looked at Xiaodi. Spit out all our luggage. Yes. Xiaodi didn't say any more nonsense, and clenched her hands, and the metal rod of the bulge-eyed fish materialized between her hands. Spit out our luggage. The bulge-eyed fish moved its big mouth like a beast a few times, pretending to vomit, and its long pink tongue rolled and stretched, making everyone's backpacks roll down like a ladder. Biscuit, Yungu and Xiaodi all carried dry backpacks without any mucus, and it was completely impossible to tell that they were spit out from the mouth of the protruding eye fish. No matter how many times I see it, I feel that Xiaodi's ability to read is really convenient. Biscuit put her hands on her waist, carrying a backpack covered with beautiful stickers, looking like a girl on an outing. German did not bring a backpack. Before the encounter, he was responsible for scouting the enemy, so he would move freely at the front of the team. Biscuit then took out a round device that looked like a Dragon Ball radar from his backpack and instructed everyone. Each of us has a mind radar. When we get separated, remember to take it out. The 4 strands of mind attract each other like magnets, so we can find each other as quickly as possible. This was learned from the experience of getting separated nearby last time. Although the previous discussion meeting had repeatedly emphasized how to use the mind radar, Biscuit still repeated it tirelessly at this time. There was no way. Yungu and Xiaodi were sometimes a little forgetful, so German was the most reliable. However, he didn't like to emphasize too much, so this responsibility could only be handed over to Biscuit. Hearing everyone agree, Biscuit always felt like he had really become an old mother, and couldn't help complaining, "Really? You guys are not allowed to complain about my nagging. Otherwise I use the cross R bar." German and the other 2 certainly wouldn't take the initiative to step into Biscuit's thunder spot. They kept the formation with German at the front, and after a few leaps, they jumped out of the bottom of the Spider Valley. Walking in the forest, Germain took the initiative to release the circle. The radius of his circle has now expanded to 15 meters. Using it from time to time is enough to explore the surrounding situation. Many experts in exploration have a much larger radius of their circles than him, such as Kate, Zoldyck, the Ant King and the 3 guards, etc. But Germain does not feel ashamed. The radius of the circle is not so strongly related to strength. Kate and Zeno trained their circles to that level because of work needs, while the Ant King and the 3 guards are born with it. Not to mention Germain's circle. The search radius is still expanding. Sooner or later it will touch Kate's circle area with an upper limit of 50 meters and a lower limit of 45 meters. Yungu followed him carefully, and his rich experience as a hunter made him quickly adapt to the environment here, and his eyes behind the glasses kept looking back and forth. Biscuit was already quickly clicking on the virtual keyboard of her mobile phone, recording everything she saw on the road and thought was worth noting. She bought a new mobile phone with a large enough capacity and a lens clarity that was not comparable to the old mobile phone. She used it specifically to record the scenes along the way in the Dark Continent. Xiaodi walked side by side with her, looking down at her feet while holding up her black frame glasses that were about to slip off her nose, mainly because she accidentally fell into the transmission black hole last time. She secretly made up her mind not to fall into a mine trap again. So, the 4-person team, with German and Yungu in charge of reconnaissance and protection, Biscuit in charge of recording, and Xiaodi in charge of receiving, walked through the woods. During this period, they did encounter enemy attacks, but basically German and Yungu were able to deal with them. Xiaodi let the bulge-eyed fish swallow the monsters, carnivorous plant corpses, and some things she found interesting along the way. Our current direction is still due north. Biscuit took out the compass and looked at it, away from Lake Mobius, and continued to go deeper into the hinterland. Everyone was ensuring that their duties were in place, and at the same time, they listened attentively to Biscuit's words. After all, an old man in the family is like a treasure. The monsters are scattered in blocks. The deeper you go, the stronger the monsters you will encounter. Instead, the higher the probability of witnessing the monster subspecies. So far, they have seen 2 creatures suspected of being monster subspecies passing by, but the other party did not contact them. German walked in the front, thought for a moment, and said, "Perhaps it is because they are all creatures in the same combat power range, so they are distributed in this area and compete for territory with each other." Oh, Biscuit understood what German meant. You think that as long as we keep going north, we will encounter a border sooner or later, and crossing that border will enter a world with a completely different combat power range, right? Yes, German replied. This sentence made everyone shudder. If that border really exists, then what kind of monsters will the creatures on the other side of the border be? Just then, German's circle explored an open area in front of them, which means they are about to walk out of the forest. At the same time, he smelled a pungent odor. Chapter 89, we are almost out of the forest. German turned back to remind. Also, I smell a bad smell. Do you have any impression of this smell? Xiaodi's first reaction was to lower her head and smell her black turtleneck sweater, while the other 2 normal people sniffed the smell in the air. It does have a pungent smell. Yungu's face was solemn. He always subconsciously judged things in a bad direction. Do you need to wear a gas mask? Idiot. Biscuit cursed. Smell it carefully. It's the smell of sulfur. Even if you have to wear a mask, you must first confirm the real situation. Don't be too nervous. Yes. Yungu subconsciously stood up straight under the teachings of Teacher Biscuit. As always, he calmed down and smelled it. Indeed, it smells like sulfur. Xiaodi didn't react until then. It turned out that he was not talking about her. She was wondering why she had a smell after taking a shower. She often handles corpses, residues and other items, and it is inevitable that she has a special smell on her body. Therefore, she first thought that the stink that Germain said was referring to the smell on her body. But why do we smell sulfur here? Soon, when the 4-member team walked out of the lush forest and came to a flat wasteland, they looked up and found the reason. And then, they couldn't help but stand there in a daze. At the end of the barren open land, there was a steep slope, and the uplifted mountains were covered with gray-white conical soil blocks with clear lines. Rolling smoke poured out from the depths of the round platform, tirelessly spraying towards the sky, dyeing a large area of the landscape black. But what really stunned everyone was not these active volcanoes guarding everywhere, but the incomparable towering trees behind the volcanoes, rooted in the magma and dry cracked soil. Only the trunks of the trees, which were as thick as several craters, were visible. The trunks and leaves were all above the vast clouds, and there was no trace of branches and leaves. If it was a volcano, I could understand the sulfur smell. Yun-gu was full of disbelief. But such a tall tree is unheard of. Taller than the world tree of the 6 continents. Compared with it, the world tree is just like a baby. Biscuit frowned. I should say, I feel that this is the world tree. The real world tree. Yun-gu and Xiaodi looked at Biscuit in confusion. And only German was the first to react after she reminded him. Biscuit explained. Kin often spreads his ideas when chatting in the Hunter Association. He believes that the world tree of the 6 continents is a malnourished tree. And the real world tree is in the dark continent. Because only there can support such a tall and straight tree that reaches the sky. Everyone was surprised. Such a vision was realized in front of their eyes. They saw it with their own eyes. And it must be true. Biscuit seized the time, held the phone horizontally, and took pictures of the real world tree and the nearby volcanic landforms. This is a rare and spectacular sight, and everyone is fascinated by it. It would be even better if there was no sulfur smell in the air. German. Biscuit took another photo and turned his head. I now agree with your theory of the border of the dark continent. If there must be a border, there is nothing more suitable than these world trees. Xiaodi asked curiously, in other words, as long as we cross these volcanoes and bypass the world trees, we will reach a more dangerous area. Right? Bingo. Biscuit snapped his fingers and pointed at Xiaodi. I kind of understand what President Netero said when he warned us not to go to the dark continent casually. He said that their journey at that time was just an introduction. This may be the reason. What Germain cared about was something else. Should we go through the volcanoes directly or go around them? The mountains are continuous, and you can't see the end. It will probably take a lot of time to go around them. Biscuit pinched his chin. Shall we go through them? Yes. Germain nodded. Germain and Biscuit agreed. And the other two naturally did not raise any objections. So the 4 of them set foot on the volcanic belt. Since they decided to go through them, everyone put on gas masks. Before they got close to the volcano, they felt a heat wave. After walking a little further, they were sweating and their mouths were dry. Let's speed up. Germain pointed to the front. First, quickly go through the volcanoes in this area. Arrive at the first world tree. And then rest on the spot. Everyone nodded. So, the 4 of them leaped forward as fast as a dragonfly skimming the water, stepped on the dry crust, and appeared several meters away in the next moment. They were soon surrounded by the volcano. Although they wrapped themselves in wraps to protect themselves, they only felt a little better. Their clothes were still soaked and stuck to their bodies. In the hot and scorching air, no one wanted to say anything more, but just hurried on, seeing that the world tree was getting closer and closer. Most of the volcanoes were forgotten by them. At this time, Yun-gu saw something strange in the sky. He shouted through his gas mask, Everyone! Something is approaching on our right. The other 3 people who were reminded did not stop, but turned their heads to look. As expected, a group of black creatures appeared on the horizon above the volcanoes. They hovered like black dots. If you don't look carefully, you will mistake it for an oncoming dark cloud. Can fly. Germain turned and looked at everyone. I'm afraid that air combat will be very disadvantageous to us. We don't have many long-range attack methods. Let's hurry up. Biscuit said. German, you continue to pay attention to the front. Let Yun-gu and I observe the group of things. Xiaodi, you watch the back. Everyone agreed and decisively performed their duties. However, when they were almost leaving the volcanic group, they were still caught up by the flying creatures. What surprised everyone was that the flying creatures looked like balls of fire at first glance. But if you looked closely, you could see the outline of birds. But the wings were all made of flames. And there was a long trail of black smoke behind the tail. This is... Yun-gu frowned. Thinking of the description he saw in myths and legends. Phoenix? All mythical creatures have a source. Biscuit said. It seems that this time we have directly encountered the real one. They are coming for us. Let's prepare for a fight. During the journey to the Dark Continent, the creatures they encountered did not necessarily attack them. And once they decided to attack them, the reasons were nothing more than hunting, driving away invaders, etc. Once they started, they would not stop. Chapter 90. As the cries approached, German knew that the Phoenix was quite close and would soon break into his circle. So he stopped decisively. The other 3 people passed by him and understood his plan. Instead of being attacked while rushing, it was better to stop and prepare to fight back. So, Biscuit, Yungu, and Xiaodi also stopped and prepared for battle. A few seconds later, the Phoenix group rushed into German's circle, howling and waving their wings full of dazzling sparks, and flew over. From the perspective of a spectator, one would certainly feel admiration for these wonderful creatures. But as targets of attack, the 4 people certainly did not feel good. The phoenixes flew closer, but did not rush to attack. Instead, they circled over their heads, constantly interlacing and changing formations to confuse German and others. Their main means of attack should be fire. Biscuit stood back to back with the others, each responsible for a direction. I don't see any water sources in this area. If they are set on fire, it will be very troublesome. German thought of something and said, "You all come to my side. I will block most of the flames, and you prepare to attack." Before he finished speaking, the phoenixes made new movements, flapping their wings and gliding down, pointing directly at the 4 people on the ground. Biscuit and the other 2 did not have time to think about it, and gathered around German. They saw several phoenixes leading the way, spewing out long flames from their beaks. Seeing the creepy fire snakes coming, German calmly spread his hands and unfolded the crow shield. The transformed crow shield spread its wings and covered like a big umbrella. Before, the wings of the Lord of Crows blocked the flames spewed out by German's flamethrower. Logically, it could also block the fire beams of Phoenix, unless these fire beams are extraordinary. However, when the fire snake touched the crow shield and was ejected, piercing the ground like an inverted flower stamen, Germain was able to confirm that he was right. Biscuit was the first to react. "Get ready. Germain has blocked most of the attacks from the air, and now they can only fly down and attack us from the left and right." Almost the next moment after Biscuit reminded him, several phoenixes flew down, circling around everyone and flying past, spitting out another bunch of flames from their beaks. German turned sideways and used the crow shield to block the direction with the most fire beams. Bulky-eyed fish. Xiaodi raised the embodiment of a vacuum cleaner and looked at the group of phoenixes that had entered its range. Sucked the flames in. A strong suction force formed in the direction of the bulgy-eyed fish's open mouth, sucking the fire beams and the flames on the phoenixes that were slightly closer. Groups of fire snakes formed a wonder like a whirlpool of flames, all of which were poured into the abdominal cavity of the bulgy-eyed fish. The phoenixes lost their flaming wings, revealing their charcoal-like skins. They looked like skinny, burnt corpses, and they cried out in grief. "Well done." Biscuit laughed excitedly, and the palm wind that had been accumulated for a long time blasted out. And with a few snaps, the black birds were smashed into pieces in one fell swoop. The next moment after the phoenixes were shattered, they quickly turned into fine ashes and scattered on the ground. Their bodies are very fragile. Biscuit saw this scene and reminded, the advantages are fire and mobility. Yungu heard this, but silently took a similar posture as teacher Biscuit. As a reinforcement system, he condensed his energy on his right fist, gradually emitting golden light. The phoenixes shot their fire beams at Yungu. Yungu clearly saw it, but he still stood there, motionless, with a determined look. Germain subconsciously moved the crow shield to block the flames for Yungu, but Biscuit held his hand. "Wait." Biscuit smiled. "Don't worry. In this state, Yungu will not be fatally injured unless it exceeds a certain threshold." Germain paused and realized that in the previous discussion meeting, everyone had explained their own abilities to each other to avoid mistakes due to poor intelligence and cause disasters. Yungu naturally explained his ability of mind reading, which was quite suitable for him. As soon as the fire beams touched Yungu's body, before they ignited his hair and clothes, they suddenly shrank and turned into gas, accumulating in Yungu's right fist like blood circulation. His right fist glowed brighter and brighter, like a small sun emitting dazzling golden light. Before approaching the threshold, Yungu no longer hesitated and blasted his right fist forward. Bang! The long-accumulated golden light radiated out, like a trumpet, cracking a large area of the ground in front of him. And Phoenix, who had not yet had time to fly away, was immediately turned into dust. This is Yungu's deliberate punch. He will remain immobile for a short period of time, absorbing damage below the threshold. After the power is fully charged, he will blast out in one breath, creating a destructive power and range that combines the strengthening and releasing systems. German remembered that a certain game character's skill was also called Deliberate Punch. But there are still many differences between the two, which is due to Yungu's personality. After punching out, Yungu retracted his right fist and made a gesture of gratitude for the Heart Source martial arts. At the same time, German noticed that his energy tank was more than 1 bar full, and he could counterattack. A gas tank was emptied in an instant, and the crow shield raised by German was suddenly covered by pure white light. The fire beams hit the crow shield, and they did not bounce off directly like before, but visibly sank into the shield. Then, they were like a fully drawn slingshot, rebounding all the fire beams into the air without leaving a single one. Swish, swish, swish. Caught off guard, nearly 10 phoenixes were directly pierced by the fire arrows. They wailed, and the fire clothes on their bodies slowly dissipated, turning into flying ash and falling. Beautiful, Biscuit praised briefly, and then blasted out a palm wind, defeating the phoenix, whose fire was sucked away by the small drop. In a flash, most of the large group of phoenixes that came had been destroyed. The remaining one circled for a long time, then cried and stopped attacking in fear. Let's go! German saw the fear of the phoenixes, and now was the best time to escape from the battle. Shuri looked at the phoenix ashes on the ground and quickly gave up the idea of sucking them into the belly of the bulge-eyed fish, because the phoenix did not reborn in the ashes as the legend said. The 4 people left the battlefield carefully and quickly, running towards the direction of the World Tree. The remaining phoenix group collectively wailed for the ashes on the ground. They were completely defeated in this battle, and they were deeply afraid of this group of terrifying upright apes that they had never seen before.